looked, it was 50-50 yesterday on Walker. It has been confirmed that he's out. John Stones as well. There's a few people out of this one. How does it impact things, Stevie, for City?
No, it's huge. I think it's all about what City do defensively to what the outcome of this game will be, and the fact that Stones is out and Walker is out is absolutely huge. And I'm 100% with Robbo. They have shown this year, and even at times with Walker playing, that against genuine pace they struggle. So if you're Arsenal, this is huge. I mean, not only are City going to be without a couple of key players, this is an Arsenal side that this time last year had no Saliba, and obviously Middle of the Park, remind me, centre midfield. Come on, place for Arsenal. Declan Rice. So this time last year, no Declan Rice and no Saliba.
Right.
And you got Arsenal.
He wasn't part of the club last year.
That's why I got so confused. But I see your point.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why this Arsenal side, going into this game, should be looking forward to it. Not only because of what City don't have, but because of what they have. So, yeah, I think this is real tight. I think it's real hard to actually call this.
Is it strike while the iron's hot for Arsenal, then?
Hold on, what did you just say?
Strike while the iron's hot.
Right, well, it's hot.
Okay. Wow, my English is slipping. That is not what I understood out of that. Yes, if you're Arsenal, I think this is key. If you're Arsenal, don't go into this game with fear or fear of failure or trying to protect. No. This is a time in which you can actually get after Manchester City. And if you had any reservations about that, if you had some qualms about that or some doubt about that, just watch the second half of the game that Liverpool played against Manchester City a couple of weeks ago. Just watch that and how Liverpool made it so incredibly uncomfortable for Manchester City. And Manchester City, who we think are the best team in the world, we're having difficulties with that pressure. And the possession was not nearly as clean. And now they're not winning 50-50 challenges. And now they're not building out of the back. They're losing the ball in bad areas. You can do that if you're Arsenal, but you have to have the mindset of actually getting after Manchester City. Now, it's easier said than done, because when they play through you, now they can expose some of the things in the back line because of the qualities that Manchester City can have in the attack. But don't go out there protecting yourself if you're Arsenal, to be honest with you. If indeed you're going to beat Manchester City, and if indeed you're going to win this title, go and get it. Don't just back your way into it. Go and get it. I think you can be aggressive enough against Manchester City. I know what you're going to tell me. Stevie, that, why would you take that risk against Manchester City? Well, this is why I would take that risk if I'm Arsenal. I want to lose. If I'm going to lose, I want to lose playing my game, not accommodating myself to whatever Manchester City does. I want to dictate if I can and when I can. Not all the time, but I want to dictate when I can. And when I can, I want to take chances to pressure higher. And when I can, I want to be able to force turnovers in bad areas. And when I can, I want to commit numbers forward. I have to be a threat in the attack if I'm Arsenal, if indeed I'm going to have a chance of winning this game.
There's one reason why I disagree with you.
Okay. That's why we're here, Steve.
The game's in Manchester. If this game was at Arsenal, I would be thinking along the same lines. And I don't think it's a case of you sit on top of your box and defend. No. You figure out, without being too high and too deep, where your line of confrontation is, and then you go from there. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that against pace, City can't handle it. And so that's the way I would go about it. That's the way I think Arsenal will go about it. I don't see them going. Particularly the fact that Arteta knows exactly what happens to any team generally. There's always the exception, but any team that generally goes to Manchester and tries to play toe-to-toe gets wiped off the map. So, if it's at Arsenal, I'm going to go the alley route. It's not at Arsenal. It's in Manchester.
What I would say is, and my concern is more about the mindset of Arsenal, that they don't just forfeit the ball and forfeit the possession, that you believe in yourself to be good enough to carry the possession sometimes and to carry the game forward sometimes and to push Manchester City because you're good enough to do that. That's all I want. I want a mindset of Arsenal that is not just protecting, that is just sitting back. No, you have the players to play in the face of Manchester City. Go ahead and do that because it's part of your personality as a group anyways.
Yeah, obviously we've been talking about the players that are missing for Manchester City, but Arsenal could have some players missing themselves when it comes into this game. We're still waiting to hear if Saka, if Martinelli, if they'll be fit, if Gabriel will. Let's talk about that if we can then, Kieran. How big an impact is that going to be if these players aren't fit enough to start?
I mean, it will be huge, of course. Obviously, these are like the most influential players, especially Bukayo and Gabriel, especially if Kyle Walker doesn't play. You definitely want Martinelli on there because he's the real threat in behind for Arsenal, and without the pace of Walker, it's nice to see for a change that hopefully Arsenal come in with a fully fit squad. And then of course it's going to just go down to team selection, and what Mikel decides to pick. But I think that this is the healthiest looking Arsenal team going into a game of this magnitude for a long time.
Stuart is going with an Arsenal win for this one. When we take a look at the predictions, let's talk a little bit more about this, Mr. Robson. Why have you got Arsenal winning it?
I think it'd be interesting to see how Arteta starts. Does he play Rice and Odegaard in front of Jorginho, or play him next to Rice next to Jorginho? That would tell us how he wants to go and close the ball down and press the ball. But I just think Arsenal at the moment are playing with confidence. The fact that Walker's not playing and Stones isn't playing, so they haven't got. In recent weeks, Manchester City have had one of their centre halves, usually Stones, coming into midfield to create that extra body in there. They haven't really got a player to do that in the players that they've got available, unless Lewis plays at right back and does it, but he doesn't do it anywhere near as well as Stones does, or Walker does at times. So I just think that Arsenal at the moment are playing with confidence. They can have I think a fully fit squad. I think Saka will play, and he's going to be an absolute threat. Just got that feeling this is Arsenal's season.
Let's take a look at Ali, who's the only one on that list there that said Manchester City would win. And obviously we just saw their stats against Arsenal at the Etihad, but when it comes to top 5 teams this season, they've not been at their best.
Well, the other way to look at that, Kay, is they're due. they are due for their best performance of the season, and I beat Arsenal. I would take the words of Stephen Nicol, who said, at the Etihad, at Manchester City, it's being played at home. I have to imagine that if there was ever a time for Manchester City to showcase who they are, who we think they are, the best team in Europe, the favorites to win Champions League, this is the moment. If it's not against Arsenal at home, then I don't know when it is. They're due for that best performance that we keep waiting. I think this is the time Manchester City win it at home.
Kieran, is it a title decider?
I think if Arsenal don't win, then they don't win the league. So yeah, in that respect, I think it is a title decider.
So if they lose, you're going to send me my money?
Well, okay. This just got real.
Hey?
How much was it, Stevie?
You just conceded. $1,555.
Wow.
I mean 50. Okay, I'll expect to check that.
Is it a title decider?
He can Venmo, you know.
If Arsenal lose, yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with Kieran.
Yeah.
What about you, Mr. Robson? Title decider?
I think it could be the title decider, yes. If Arsenal win, I think they will go and win the title. If Arsenal lose, I think it gives Manchester City far more confidence. I think they will then have a good end to the season. But we've got to remember Liverpool as well. They're in the race. They're not out of it so far. They're still a very good side. So it's not quite a title decider, but if Arsenal lose, I think they probably won't have a chance.
Well, obviously, when it comes to Xabi Alonso and his future, there had been a lot of speculation that he would be joining one of his former clubs of Bayern or Liverpool next season. Both teams reported to be hoping to recruit him. They'll have to take their respective searches elsewhere now. But for more reaction to this news, let's get word from Archer in Tut and Anna Friedrich in Germany.
Anna, let's talk about Xabi Alonso. It's Good Friday, but it's a great Friday for Bayer Leverkusen fans because he has decided to stay at the club for another season. Did this surprise you?
I think it's not just good news for Bayer Leverkusen, but the Bundesliga in general. So I was really happy as I heard of that. And to me, it's also for all the football romantics out there, it's just great. I mean, he decided to stay. He knows what he has with Leverkusen. And I'm really excited to see what's going to happen next year. I mean, Bayer Leverkusen had a great team, and Bayern Munich probably is not upset, but they're a little disappointed, I guess.
Will Bayern regret the decision to say, Thomas Tuchel, at the end of this season, we're not continuing anymore, given the candidates that are out there right now?
I doubt that, because actually from the day they announced that, first it was a little bumpy, but after that they played way different football, and I think it was the right decision to make. You see the players, they're showing a different face, and obviously now it's a very big challenge to find a proper and good coach for next season, but I think they're pretty creative and they will find a good coach.
So who's top of your list to take over at Bayern? If it's not Xabi Alonso any longer, then who's it going to be?
As of now, I would say it's Rangnick, obviously.
Ralf Rangnick, the Austria
Ralf Rangnick,
coach.
of course. You've read a lot about him recently in the paper, and there's a couple of reasons for that. First, he's in a really good relationship with Freund, the sporting director, and also the youth academy, the leader of the youth academy, Jochen Sauer, and also Eberl wanted to sign him 3 years ago in Gladbach, so that's a good sign. And I've also heard that his biggest wish is to become a Bayern Munich coach. So therefore, I think he's an experienced coach. And the other option, I would say, at least in my opinion, maybe Nagelsmann. Why not Nagelsmann again? So depending on the outcome of the European Championship this summer, you see his potential, what he does with teams, and I think they even regret him letting go in Munich.
We know that Roberto De Zerbi is another name that's also been linked, but we can categorically now rule out that it will not be Xabi Alonso here in Munich next season.
Thanks, guys. No, it won't. But we do have Stuart Robson with us ahead of the Klassiker tomorrow. It's obviously Borussia Dortmund against Bayern coming up tomorrow. Stuart Robson is going to be on the call for that. But we want to stick with the Xabi Alonso news first, Robbo. What was your reaction to him staying?
I was pleased, and I think I was on the show a few weeks ago when I think Stevie gave me a bit of stick when I said he should stay at Bayer Leverkusen, because even though he's done a great job for a year and a half, he's still a very inexperienced manager. So I think he needs another year. He needs another good season at Bayer Leverkusen, build up his confidence even more. And I think he's made the right decision. He could easily have gone to Liverpool. He could easily have gone to Bayern Munich and failed very quickly, and his stock would have gone down. I think he's done the right thing. I think it's good for the Bundesliga. It's good for Bayer Leverkusen, and I think it's good for Xabi Alonso as well.
I wonder why Stevie had that little set to
somebody
with
else.
Stuart Robson. I bet it wasn't somebody else. Before we get your thoughts on it, what did you make of it, Ale?
Of all the things that Xabi Alonso said in his press conference, I think what was most important towards the end of his statement was that this is about feeling. It's a feel. You can go on all the statistic and data analysis, and you can have all the conversations that you want, but in the end, you have to be very comfortable with your decision, because it's a decision that is life-changing for everybody. It's life-changing for Xabi Alonso, for his family, for Bayer Leverkusen and whatever club he's going to. And so, yeah, there's a lot that comes to it, but in the end, you got to trust your gut. You got to trust your heart and your soul. And in his heart and soul, that feeling that he was referring to was telling him, nah, it's not quite ready just yet to take that leap. I also think that there is something for Xabi Alonso in which he is trying to figure out and see where Bayer Leverkusen goes from here. Let's not forget that when he took over Bayer Leverkusen, they were flirting with relegation. And now, a year and change later, they are probably, potentially, going to be Bundesliga champions not too far from now. And so he has this growth and he has this upward trend with this team. I think he wants to see this through and see what happens and what becomes of this group of players and how they can build from here. He's taking on the challenge, he's taking on the opportunity. It's also a way to thank Bayer Leverkusen for providing him with the opportunity to be a manager that hadn't been quite proven at this sort of level and was given a true responsibility when they needed a manager at sort of the worst time possible. You needed a change. You went looking for a manager. You gave the opportunity to Xabi Alonso. He has performed for you, and I think in some ways Xabi Alonso is saying to Bayer Leverkusen, this is my way of thanking you and thanking the club for giving me that opportunity.
You did say at the top of that press conference, Stevie, that he is a young manager. Is this the smartest move for him right now? Well, there isn't a move.
Look, I think if you were to sit down and write a script of how you want your coaching career to go, the majority would say get some experience at a good level, maybe go up another level, get more experience, then maybe start challenging for a title somewhere, and then getting into the Champions League. I mean, all of these things and all the things he said are really sensible, really smart, and kind of the blueprint, if you could actually write it out, of the steps to get to the top. The problem is, it doesn't work that way in football. And the fact is that in 2 years' time, he could be on the heat. I mean, what if they have a complete and utter shocker next season? What if the club, which I don't believe they will...
But do you really think that would put people off him, even if they did?
It does. Football changes like that. I was listening to Craig yesterday, and I was dying for somebody to 100% agree with him, but nobody seemed to. Things change so quickly in football. They really do. It would shock you. If he turned around next season and they had a shocker, and maybe they sell the players, but in 2 years' time, Bayern Munich job might not be available to him. Real Madrid won't be available. Liverpool might not be available. You don't often get these opportunities. And I understand saying all the right things and, as I said, the blueprint, but you know what? It doesn't come around all the time. Sometimes you only get one chance.
I understand what you're saying, Steve, but if it doesn't feel right to him, right? Because I'm sure he has had multiple conversations with those around him, but most of all, he's had conversations with himself. I'm sure there's an inner dialogue going on. And if it doesn't feel right to him to make this jump at this very moment, then who are we to say, you know what, you're missing out on an opportunity?
I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying that in 2 years' time, the opportunity to be the head coach of Liverpool, Real Madrid and Bayern Munich could have long gone. Could be long gone.
OK. Stuart, what do you think of the names that are being mentioned for the new Bayern coach now that Xabi Alonso's out of the running?
Well, I quite liked what Arne was saying about Nagelsmann, because Nagelsmann was not liked by Oliver Kahn. Oliver Kahn's now has left Bayern Munich, so the people in charge like Nagelsmann. Nagelsmann was a good coach. I didn't think he did that much wrong at Bayern Munich. For some reason, they decided to get... There was other things going on off the field, but I think he's now back in favour. He's doing an OK job with Germany at the moment, and he's a young coach that everybody, before he got sacked last year by Bayern Munich, said was going to be a top-class coach. There's nothing that could stop him than being a top-class coach. I think there's every possibility he could go back to Bayern Munich, and I think he'd be the best fit at the moment. He's a manager that knows some of those players. He did well with some of those players. He didn't do quite so well with some of those senior players, but some of the senior players might be past their best days. So, for me, Nagelsmann is the right person to go back in there.
What do you think of that, LA Nagelsmann going back to where he was let go so soon?
Man, I have to imagine that there are more reasons than somebody just disliking you as to why Julian Nagelsmann was let go. And while I understand that, yeah, Oliver Kahn was very much in the decision-making department of this club, there must have been other things going on. Because it's a major change, and it's a major shifting change for Bayern Munich to do that in the middle of the season in the manner in which they did. For all the things that Stewie just mentioned, that Julian Nagelsmann was thought to be this genius, that he was sort of the up-and-coming and the guy that was going to have all the answers for Bayern Munich for years to come. And then you quickly turn around and say, nah, we're not quite sure about this. I don't think it's just because Oliver Kahn didn't like the guy. There must be other things. And to go back down that path, to dip your toe back into that pool, I suppose it says that the pool of coaches out there is very limited and that you're not quite as comfortable as with the other choices, and you sort of kind of go, yeah, we'll have a little bit more of Julian Nagelsmann because at least we know him, we don't know the other guys. I don't know that that's the right way to go about making a decision.
How can you go back to a club that fired you just so soon if you are Julian Nagelsmann, Stevie?
I don't know how you do. I'm with Ali. You don't fire a guy at Bayern Munich because somebody doesn't like you. I just find that really, really hard to believe. I just don't. I've got to say, though, I nearly fell off my chair when I heard the name Ranić.
Yeah, you did.
Ranić? Really? Why? Just because he want... Oh, well, he's always said he wanted the job. I want the Liverpool job.
What happened, Stevie?
Well, apparently I don't think I'm in the running.
Oh.
But I wanted it. I seriously, I nearly fell off my chair. Ranić, yeah. But the Nagelsmann one, I'm with Ali. I don't understand why you let somebody go because somebody doesn't like you. That's got nothing to do with anything. The fact that they were still in the Champions League, the fact they were still in contention to win the Bundesliga and they got rid of them isn't because somebody didn't like them. I don't believe that.
So obviously there's a domino effect as well of Bayern not getting Xabi Alonso now that Xabi Alonso is staying put. It means Liverpool can't and won't either, Stuart. What do you think of the names that are being linked for the Liverpool job with Klopp's departure looming?
Well, I'm not sure who the managers are that they're talking about at the moment. I mean, there's not too many people that are going to do as good a job as Jurgen Klopp.
Let me throw you a few of the odds then. Let me throw you a few, Stuart. We've got Ruben Amorim at the top of that list. We've got Ruben Amorim at the top of that list there. Roberto De Zerbi's also on the list for the Liverpool job as well. They're two of the names that we're seeing linked with the Liverpool role here. Nagelsmann himself behind them. Linders, Postecoglou, Gary O'Neill and Andoni Iraola at 18-1.
It's not inspiring, is it? I mean, that's the problem. Liverpool and Klopp has decided he's had enough. But the people that they're talking about, the only one that you can really say that we've seen in the Premier League is De Zerbi to a really good over a period of time. And he's had over a year there now at Brighton. And he plays good football. They've played progressive football. He's developed players. But they've also been outplayed on occasions. They've sometimes been tactically flawed when they've been counter-attacked. So there's lots of things wrong with his game plan. But he's probably, in my view, the best of the bunch that you just talked about there. Iraola's done OK at Bournemouth. He had a poor spell, but he's starting to get much better. But it's not inspiring. If you were a Liverpool fan, you wouldn't be inspired by those people you're talking about. Maybe Nagelsmann would be a better fit at Liverpool than he would at Bayern Munich.
Stevie, what do you make of the list? Who's the best fit on the list? Or off it?
I'm with Robbo on this, De Zerbi. I think the way that he wants to play, you know, the fact that Brighton have struggled this year, you know, shouldn't be that big of a shock. Come on. I mean, how do we expect Brighton to be able to play and challenge in the Premier League and be in the Champions League and Europe, whatever? It's impossible for them. And they lose the two of the best players. The guts of their midfield was taken out. So it's not a surprise that Brighton are not quite at their best. But the fact that De Zerbi's been in England in the Premier League, the fact that the way he wants to play the game, the fact that he knows now what Liverpool's all about. It's one thing to be over the water watching the TV. It's another thing to be involved in it and understanding what Liverpool's all about. So I'm with Robbo. I think De Zerbi's the closest thing to Klopp. And I think it's important because somebody like him is taking over a group of players that actually know all about playing the game the way he wants it to be played. So that has to be a box tick, surely.
Let me talk about Xabi Alonso not being the next Liverpool boss right now then. Is that a loss for Liverpool at this stage?
I don't think you can turn around and say this is a complete disaster. You know, let's be quite honest. Alonso doesn't have the experience of managing a giant club through a Premier League championship, Champions League, the whole thing. He's going to find out what it's like to be expected to be sitting at the top of the league and to be in the Champions League next year. This will be his first taste of that. Is that really what Liverpool need? A guy to take over a club the size of Liverpool that has no experience of dealing with so many games and a smaller squad and all of these things. So would I have loved to have him? Yes, I would. But the fact that they're not getting him, is it the end of the world? No, it's not. I would suggest De Zerbi has got every bit of chance of keeping Liverpool successful as Xabi Alonso was.
So Xabi Alonso did the right thing in staying put at Leverkusen.
I never said that. You're turning into Thomas. Do not turn into Dan Thomas.
All right,
Can we agree that you don't want to be the guy after Klopp, though?
Yeah. I'm not in that camp.
I am
in that camp. I really am not in that camp. I think if you can get a good man manager, a good coach taking over a good group of players, that's different than all the other stories that we've been talking about with your Fergies and all that. That team needed broken up and starting again. But that's hard to do when you break up a team that's just won the Premier League and start again, and you're expected to win the Premier League. Who does that? So I'm not in this. Oh, I don't want to follow him. It's not going to be easy, don't get me wrong, but I think if you bring in a manager who knows what it's all about, and again, I said it last week, there's two things that are the most important. One is the players. You picking the right players. You've got to bring in and get rid of the right players, which has nothing to do with the coach, really. He has some sort of say. And after that, you've got a guy who plays the type of football that every single person in that building is playing and wants to play. That's a huge start, huge.
A lot of talk going into this game is Man City and when we're going to kick into gear in the last 10 games, and it's almost inevitable. But Arsenal right now, top of the league, you've got the best defence, you've got the best scoring record. Does it frustrate you a little bit that no one's talking about Arsenal as if they are being favourites? Because right now you're top and City are chasing you right.
No, they have earned the right for 7 or 8 years with what they've done. To everybody believe that they're going to do it again. They have given no reason to anybody else to think that they cannot do it. So we have to give them those reasons.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a chance to change that narrative, isn't it? You want to be spoken about like City are right now.
Yeah, but we haven't done it, so we cannot expect to be talked like City or Liverpool at the moment because we haven't done it.
And before big games in the past, when you first came in, you tried different things. When you went to Anfield, you tried to play You Never Walk Alone to try and change your mindset. Right now with the squad, it seems like you don't need to do that. You don't need to try different things. Is that just a testament to how good this squad is right now, and they don't need to adapt and try to just go and play how they play?
And if I tell you that I did something when we beat Man City at home, I might did.
What did you do?
And maybe it was needed because we won. It doesn't work like that. We have to do what we feel and what the team needs and try to shape that up so they are in the best possible mindset and they are convinced and they have the feeling that they're going to beat any opponent, and we can use different tools to do that.
And just finally, at the Emirates, you were very physical with Erling Haaland and Williams League, especially right on top of him. Is that the way you stop him? That's how you've got to be again. You can't sit back and protect. You have to be as aggressive and as physical.
There are moments that you can be aggressive. There are moments that they have the ability to get in other zones of the pitch, and you have to adapt to that. We have the same qualities to do that. So at the end, you have to defend certain spaces in the way that you have to in relation to what they are doing, and you cannot behave the same way in every zone of the pitch.
Just to follow up briefly on Jordan's question, what do you feel Arsenal need to achieve to be recognised to be on the same level as City?
Win 4 or 5 Premier Leagues, win Champions League, and be there consistently like they have done.
The games like this stage of the season, how much are they a test of nerve?
Yeah, you cannot play the occasion. I think you have to play the game. There's still so many games to go, and we are learning that we are playing some big games. We play some big games in Champions League for the first time for the majority of this group, and those experiences are necessary. And try to learn quickly. That's what we have to do.
So you think learn from the experience of last year, going into this run in this time, in Europe and in the Premier League?
For sure. And hopefully we are constantly learning, and we learn something from the game we play against Brentford and Porto, and that's going to help us for the next one against Bayern Munich, and try to be better every day. I think psychologically it's important, and it gives you confidence, and I think it sets, you know, a different kind of belief within the team that you can play those games and you can actually beat them. And when we are at our best, we have the capacity to do that. Not nice, I guarantee you. I don't want to go through that again. Because we knew that after that it was going to be very difficult, something that we fight for that many months, and it's a different timing as well. For that. Timing.
And what's going to be key on Sunday? I mean, everyone picks out different patterns. Bukayo against Ake, there'll be Everton, and then Saliba against Haaland. What would you say is going to be the kind of key on Sunday?
Hopefully I could tell you this and this, but it's not. It's a lot of things, and it's a lot of detail, it's a lot of individual performance. You have to be at your best individually in those matches to give yourself the chance to win it, and as a team the same, and we will prepare it to try to exploit the weaknesses, that's for sure.
Gary, very good last one.
Hi.
You mentioned you need to how much do you think it's talent
Well, it's a bit of both. His experiences, his individual quality, that they have the collective quality, they have the experiences and what they've been through as a club as well, the resources that they had, the hard work that they put in. Because mentally, to win once or twice is okay, but consistently, that's something else to do it repeatedly, and that's what we have to do.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Good question.
Now, the news about Xabi Alonso is set to stay at Bayer Leverkusen. This is a quote from him in his presser. I am convinced it's the right decision. I am happy. I am in the right place at Bayer Leverkusen. I want to keep growing with the club, growing with the players. We have speculated enough. I want to enjoy wherever I am, and I am enjoying things at Leverkusen. Now, Jurgen Klopp had something to say about this and was asked about Xabi Alonso, decided to stay in Germany, and the Reds boss is understanding of Alonso's decision.
The one part I can speak about is like a young manager being at a club where he's doing really well. So that's what I can. I had a similar situation and did pretty much the same, if you want, and never regretted it. So that's everything, pretty much everything I can say about it. The club is doing an incredible job there. Leverkusen has a good team. Probably will keep the team together. I think that's possible this year as well. So it's not in every year like that. And not all years like that, and so I understand that he wants to do that, and for the other stuff, it's nothing I have to say. To be honest, that's it.
Liverpool boss Jurgen Klopp, of course, is leaving at the end of the season. A lot of speculation about who's going to take his place in Xabi Alonso, for understandable reasons. But from what you know, Bayern Munich were also flirting with him as well. But he's decided to stay at Leverkusen. I'd love to hear any thoughts from Liverpool fans on this. And there's a lot of speculation about who may still join. You need a manager. It's the most important decision, the biggest decision the club will ever make. I know from my time, in recent times as Chelsea fan, and Flex, you'll know that if you get the decision wrong, David
puts
Moyes,
you back years.
It takes a while to kind of get out of that shadow. Not saying 1 second that Liverpool are going to get it wrong, but if it isn't the right fit for the right time. For example, when Brendan Rodgers left and Jurgen Klopp come in, whoever made that decision, whoever got that over the line, that is one of the best decisions they've ever made, right?
Absolutely.
And they're going to try and do that again. And sometimes
it's not easy.
It's not easy.
It's not easy. And you couple that with maybe some senior players leaving at the same time, sort of the end of it. Right? Exactly. The Salah situation. You're not sure what Virgil van Dijk's going to do. There's been rumours. If people come knocking for Trent, what happens there? Listen, it's a period of transition for Liverpool. But I want to say this: I do want to give a lot of respect to Xabi Alonso, because I think that in this country, maybe some Liverpool fans did it as well. It can't be anyone else but him. Why would he want to stay in Germany? What's the point? He's done the unthinkable. He's going to do the unthinkable. He's like 10 points clear in the Bundesliga. He's going to win the league with Bayern Leverkusen. of course, how could you not want to come to Liverpool? Or, why would he not want to go to Bayern? But I love the fact that he said, it's not the right time for me. I'm fine where I am. I'm building this team. I've got unfinished business here. And I don't see that as he's bottled it or don't quite fancy it. He's such a young manager. Go to Madrid in a couple of years.
Oh, no, that's exactly what he's waiting for.
Exactly. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. So
and that is a bigger state of what's actually happening here. Whereas Liverpool probably thought, Liverpool fans, a lot of Liverpool fans, rightly so, but thought, why would he not want to come here? Liverpool legend.
It may still turn out to be the case, but I agree with you. But right now, he's in the right place. He is still very much in the infancy of his managerial career, doing a remarkable job. They've not lost a game in any competition all season.
Unbelievable.
We're nearly in April. That's insane. Not one game has he lost all season. And by the way, in the Europa League,
probably going to face Liverpool.
Every chance. The Europa League, they got West Ham, haven't they?
Yeah.
There's been a couple of games in the Europa League where they had to score 2 late goals. So he's getting. There's a little bit of good fortune going his way at the moment. But I'd love to hear from Liverpool fans. Is that? I mean, whoever you appoint now, does it feel as though maybe that Xabi Alonso one has gone for the time being? Because you have to appoint a manager. You're not going to sign a 1-year contract. You need some sort of.
How do you think? It'd be interesting for people calling in Liverpool fans. I want to get their take on this. How do you think they feel that they keep seeming to miss out on top targets? Whether that be, it's been like midfielders and some players recently, a manager that they probably thought they were going to get quite easily. Is the allure of Liverpool, is that fine? Is there any situation there?
I think so.
I
mean, you're obviously talking about Caicedo, right?
Caicedo, Lavia.
I think
thought there was in for Bellingham.
Well, I think, I mean, the Bellingham one,
money-wise, probably.
I think there is. The money, I think from what we know, Bellingham's had that pretty much mapped out.
Yeah.
That stepping stone from Dortmund. I think that was already in place. I think Chelsea just offered more money.
Simple as.
I think when you're throwing big dollars around or a longer contract, big long contract with the contract's worth was huge.
Yeah.
That's
and to be fair to Liverpool, look how well they've done in revamping the midfield with those losses.
And they're not going to break their budget. They've got a wage structure, they've got a plan, and that's to be admired. But whoever comes in, they're walking into what appears to be a very young, promising squad, a well-coached squad. I just wonder whether the only thing that would, if I was Liverpool, concern me a little bit is when you've seen managers that have had such an influence on that club from top to bottom. Sir Alex, you'd know, Arsene Wenger, where their DNA runs through the whole of the club. And I just wonder whether that's they need a manager to come in. That's how important. I'm not saying they can't get it right.
No.
But Man United didn't get it right. Arsenal didn't get it right. It's
period of uncertainty. They've got to get it right, and it's not easy. But they do have a good foundation. They do have a good squad. They do have some good young players coming through. They've got some established players as well. You probably think Liverpool will be all right, but there's no given.
No, indeed.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app, and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
First, how far will Sunday's game go to deciding where the title goes?
Welcome to Manchester. We're going to take it on Gabriel. Right-footed shot. Oh, what a goal! What a fantastic goal!
2 ways of playing us. If you come toe-to-toe with us, you're beaten. Simple as that.
I think City this season are really, really good. We're without De Bruyne, but I think with De Bruyne we're very, very, very good.
I just happen to think that Manchester City probably have too much at the end.
Probably just favour City, but again, Arsenal are making a great fist of it.
So they aren't going to let go of their iron grip on this Premier League just that easily. It's 5. They are just goal machines right now.
10 games to go. It's how much do you really want it? We're close. We're in a good position.
More importantly, that we now have our Arsenal back again, if you're an Arsenal fan. So this is the Arsenal now.
They're scoring more goals than the other two. They're conceding fewer goals than the other two. They're better than the other two, playing better than the other two.
So all these challenges that they keep coming up, they keep coming over.
Foden! Screamer!
Fine, like we have one more month to play for the title, but not define anything.
It's absolutely beautiful from Bukayo Saka.
To be around April, May, up there.
What a climax to this championship challenge we're in for on TalkSport.
Yes, the 3 best sides in the country all play tomorrow. Liverpool host Brighton in the early kick-off. They can go top of the table, and then Arsenal travel to Manchester City. Those two battle it out. We could see 3 different leaders at the top of the table, potentially tomorrow. That's how tight things are. Myself and Flex will be talking about it in a second. If you want your thoughts heard, there's only one place to do it, right here. 03717223344. Now, just as I mentioned there, Flex, on Sunday, I keep thinking it's Saturday. They feel so like a Saturday. It's a massive game. Liverpool can do. I think Liverpool beat Brighton, right? For the sake of this conversation, let's accept that's because they are favourites, and I think they will. Their home record is astonishing.
Yeah.
Then they've taken care of their business. Then it's over the two other heavyweights this season. Arsenal travel to Man City. Injuries for City: Stones and Walker out.
Yeah.
That is a big loss.
Big
for
boost
them.
for Arsenal.
It's a big boost for Arsenal.
Yeah. Big loss for Manchester City, and Pep Guardiola's going to have to shuffle his pack. He's not a stranger to having to do that, so we shouldn't look too much into that. But if you're Arsenal, they're two big players for City to be missing, especially at the back as well, where you can be got. City can be got at even with those two in there. They absolutely can. I've seen many teams go to the Etihad, do well for long periods, make a game of it. Yes, they might come unstuck, but those teams aren't as good as Arsenal. And Arsenal, if they really want to prove that they've kicked on, let go some of them demons from last year, like Adrian Durham said in that little clip there, they're playing better football, they're scoring more
they're the
goals.
best side right now, Arsenal.
Right now they are, yeah.
Yeah, them and Liverpool, they're the best two. City haven't quite hit the heights, but we know. Look, if they're going to miss Stones, they've still got Akanji, they've still got Guardiola can come in,
Rico Lewis
can come in. They've still got.
They've got options.
They've got options, right? So no one's going to be listening to this crying for Manchester City because they've got the strength in depth. On the flip side, Saka is in contention. Martinelli's in. Saliba, I think.
They're all going to play.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
They're all going to play. Let me tell you that. They're all going to play. Arteta's been on the phone, right? Sir Alex style.
Yeah,
Gary Neville confirmed that. That happens.
A lot of Arsenal players, look, Rice played in both.
Different gravy.
So he's top draw. The boy, yes, he has been a huge difference to Arsenal.
Yeah.
But in terms of the players that Arsenal have got coming back and the players that are missing for City, I think that really does level it up. I felt City, and I said on the show last night, I felt City would have too much for Arsenal, but now I've seen the injuries, I think it really is a 50-50 call.
It is. I'll be honest, Jace. Even before them injuries, I look at Arsenal. I think it's a different Arsenal. I really do. I think that the question marks that Mikel Arteta has had over changing the playing style slightly, changing the goalkeeper, what's Havertz doing, then getting to January, they had that little wobble against Fulham and West Ham. Little wobble. We need a striker. Then they come out of the Christmas period. Go, actually, no, we don't. Then they're free flowing, scoring loads of goals, hardly conceding. Arteta seems to have got every single bit of his decisions correct, and his team are buying in. And I think, even without them injuries, I think they give City a good game. I've always thought that, especially now.
Well, the goals for they've scored more than Liverpool and City, and they've defensively got a better record. So if you do that, and of course football's not played like that, but if you just use those two metrics there, you'd say, well, Arsenal got to be favourites, or slim favourites.
Well, I wouldn't say favourites. I still wouldn't say favourites at the Etihad.
You still think City are favourite? I mean, I've got, like I said, I've got City, but I've got to say, 70 goals to City 63.
Yeah.
And City, the most free-scoring team you feel like it, but when you look at it, you go, I mean, that's incredible.
One thing I will say,
they had those run of games where they kept scoring about 5 and 6, didn't they?
In a row,
which bumps that up,
which does bump it up. One thing I will say, we do this a lot with Manchester City. Sometimes it's usually earlier in the season when we go, they haven't quite got going yet. Sometimes in the middle, they're a little bit off it. Then a little bit later, a couple of injuries. But every single season, they find a way. And these last 10 games now, this is where City come into their own. When City know they have to win, and those home games, because their record against the sort of top six isn't that great this year.
It's terrible.
But now, but now, it's there's no movement forever, and that is a dangerous Manchester City.
I think maybe Arsenal can go and get something.
I think they will. What do you mean? You're only starting to think that now?
I know they can, but I felt that over the last couple of days, I felt City would, just because they're City and they're at home, I felt this is the type of game. But when you look at some of the results City have had, they've not been the shiny, sparkliest best. Arsenal feel as though they've just, since the new year. So what happened to Dubai, by the way? What do they get up to out there? What was happening in Dubai?
The warm weather.
We might not want to know. I'm joking.
Wherever it was, it worked.
Yeah, whatever it was, certainly is. Now, ahead of that huge game on Sunday, Mikel Arteta has been speaking to the media, and the Arsenal boss has explained why his relationship with Pep Guardiola had to be taken in a different direction.
It has to change. My admiration and what I feel for him, certainly not. My opinion, he's the best coach in the world by a mile. And he's one of the nicest persons I have met in football, and certainly one of the ones that I have had more fun love working with, and that's going to stay there forever. But obviously our roles at the moment are what they are, and you have to adapt to the situation. It's what it is, but that happens the same in relationship with players, when I have some teammates here and then you become the coach, and that relationship has to be adapted. You cannot feel different about the person, but professionally you have to act differently.
Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta, they're top of the table as they go into the weekend's games. As I said, Liverpool got Brighton at home. They're on 64 points. The goal difference for Arsenal is marginally better. I say marginally, 7 goals.
Yeah.
It's quite a nice.
Nice little
cushion to have at that stage. City, but way behind actually, 11 goals behind Arsenal. So if it does go down to goal difference, as we know, Manchester City won it and goal difference against your mob 10 years ago, 8 years ago.
12. Yeah, 12.
So, we know that can be a big factor. So a couple of questions. Is it a title decider? Let's assume Liverpool win the game. I think whoever loses that game, I think it's going to be hard to catch both Arsenal and Liverpool, or Liverpool and City, whoever loses that game. What do you think, Arsenal City fans? 03717 223344. Is that one of those games you look at and say, no, there's too much football to be played, there's too many points up for grabs for it to be considered a title decider if you lose? Have Arsenal overcome that mental hurdle, or that mentality hurdle, after beating City last time out? And Declan Rice more or less alluded to it in the week, saying they've got to try, and these are the games where that tag, they kind of not bottled it last year, that's unfair I think a little bit, but kind of stumbled and tripped when the results really mattered. I'm going to ask you quickly before we go to a break, whoever loses this, if Liverpool win, can they catch both again, or do you think that's psychologically a bit too much of a blow?
I do worry for Arsenal if they lose in a bad way, which I don't think they will, but if they did, I think that would be more damaging than if City lost.
Over to you, Gooners and Man City fans, or even if Liverpool fans. Love to hear from you guys.
Because they could be the biggest winners. There'd probably be a draw between City and Arsenal, and Liverpool will be laughing.
Liverpool if they assume again. I don't want to annoy Brighton fans, but I'm just assuming, for the sake of the conversation, if they do win and it is a draw, wowzers, Liverpool then, they're in the box seat. Loads of football to be played. Keep the calls coming. 03717 223344. Let's go and speak to Rachel, who's a Manchester City fan. Rach, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Hi, evening. How you all doing?
Evening, Rachel.
Are you going, Rachel, on Sunday?
I am going. I've got a weekend of sport lined up, so I've been at Saints Wigan today, which was a great match for Saints.
Right.
I'm at City Arsenal on Sunday, and I'm at Alty against Oldham on Monday. So
Where are you Monday? Altrincham
against
Oldham. You're loving your sport.
Well, that's what Easter's for, isn't it?
Yeah.
That and eating chocolate.
That and eating eggs. eggs and sport. Yeah, fair enough. All right, what do you want to say, Rach?
So, no, just looking forward to Sunday's game. Obviously, like I say, you don't want it to be a season-defining game, but I think ultimately it's our biggest game of the season so far. There's no getting away from that. If Arsenal win it, I think they'll really be taken seriously as contenders now. For some reason, I don't think people are giving them enough credit just at the moment. They're at the top of the league on merit and for a reason. So, and they'll have learnt from last year. They've probably had a little bit more luck with injuries this year as well. Obviously, Rice has come in, done a phenomenal job. Don't think it will be as much of a pushover last year. If you remember, we played them at a not dissimilar time of the season last year, and we wiped the floor with him. We were played, I think we beat him 4-1, and I'm pretty sure that Ramsdale was their man of the match as well.
He had a bad game, yeah. Rachel, do you, be honest, it's only us and, the whole of the nation listening, but are you fearful of Arsenal this time as a City fan?
Yeah.
Do you look at them and think, actually, I'm quite scared for Sunday?
I don't think I'm scared for Sunday, because I think if anything, there's two things that worry me. Our injuries, obviously playing pointless friendlies and coming back with a huge injury list, that's dented my confidence a little bit. And the fact that if we don't win, I think, like I say, it's Liverpool and Arsenal. We've got two teams that are competing with us this season as well. So I wouldn't say I'm fearful of them, though. No.
Do you think you can recover? Do you think you can recover if you lose?
I won't bet. I'd never bet against City. I always remember, if you remember, cast your mind back to 2012, I think it was.
Can't remember it.
When we won it.
What happened?
Yeah.
When we won the league for the first time with the Mancini, we had a game against Arsenal away and we lost 1-0. I'm pretty sure Balotelli might have got sent off. and we had 6 games to go after that, and we were 8 points behind, and everybody had written us off. The difference being we were up against United, and we still have to play United, which was why we could catch them. I don't think it. I think we can still get back from it, but I think it will make it incredibly hard for ourselves.
One thing I've noticed about City,
though, is this time of year, this is when we really come into our own. I don't think we've played that well this season, in all honesty. But we've limped through the season so far with Haaland and De Bruyne not available for the majority of it, and yet we're still in the running.
All right, Rach, listen, enjoy the weekend. Happy Easter.
And to you, enjoy all the chocolate, and fingers crossed for a win on Saturday for City, on Sunday for City.
All right, Rach, cheers. Enjoy the sport. Let's go speak to Simon, who's a Manchester City fan. All right, Si?
Good evening, gents. How are you?
I'm very well, matey. What made you pick the phone up and say you want to speak to Flex and Jason?
Well, I'm a Man City fan, and the last lady stole my thunder, really. But I think that Arsenal are absolutely at the top of their game. I've watched them. I think they've been playing some wonderful football, great results. And I think anyone who writes them off at the minute's a fool. Yep. But I really do feel that we're a level above. I think we're a level above Liverpool as well. I know the league isn't quite reflecting that at the minute, but we haven't really got out of second gear, I don't feel, this year. It's just not quite connected yet. You know, people like Kovacic and Nunes and Doku, these people under Pep usually take at least a season to get into the game. And I'm saying that, and we're FA Cup semi-finalists, we're Champions League quarter-finalists, and we're right in the title race, and we're in second gear.
Is that what people are forgetting? Is that what people are forgetting? Because we were talking a bit about that. It's like every single year, there's always parts of the season whereby someone goes, maybe City aren't quite clicking, or this player's not quite doing this. City have dropped off. But like you just said there, Simon, it's the business end of the season, and you're where you always are at this stage of the season.
Absolutely, and I just feel like, you know, for a couple of years when we first started doing well, you just feel like, right, this has got to come to a natural end.
Yeah.
Well, now we're 10 years, 12 years on, and we're getting better and better. And all right, we're not hitting the heights we did last season, which was a treble-winning season, but we're right in those three again. I mean, I'm not suggesting it's going to happen, but there's a double treble on the cards.
I hate that term. I hate that term, mate. It's a new term that's come to football recently, and I tell you what, it stinks.
It's a ridiculous term. I mean, treble was ridiculous to a City fan 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Now we're double trebles, and you know, and I just feel like the last few weeks I've seen glimpses in some of the games of, hang on, this is coming together a bit now. Okay. Kovacic has really settled a bit, and I think it's a cracking game. I think we've got a real good game ahead.
Do you know what? I cannot wait. If you love football, you know, whatever team you support, you just can't wait to see it. It really is. I mean, the game that I thought, the same game, City-Liverpool I thought was an amazing game. Liverpool-Arsenal was an amazing game as well. So, listen, Si, I appreciate it, mate. Merry Easter.
Thanks, nice one, Si. All the best. Have a good Easter, lad.
Cheers, bud. And let's go and speak to a gooner. Ibrahim has phoned that number. Ibrahim, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Hi, Candy.
Right?
Hi, Flex.
How you doing, Ibrahim?
You right? You good?
How you guys doing?
You sound nervous, Ibrahim. You sound nervous.
To be honest with you, this is the first time I would actually say that a little bit, like maybe 85% confident going into that game, to be honest with you.
How much? You 85% confident, you say?
Yeah, 85%, because Etihad is not just, it's just the psychological aspect of it for me, basically,
Sorry, can I ask you, when you say 85% confident, does that mean you think 85% chance of winning?
Yeah, no, not winning. I wouldn't say winning.
Getting a point.
That's a good result.
Getting something out of it.
Yeah, 85%. I mean,
can we go higher? Can you get 87?
Maybe I could say 87. Yeah,
87.
Get him to round it up. Can you get 90?
Round it up, 90%, Ibrahim. Come on.
Ibrahim, do as an Arsenal fan, do you feel that people, mainly Manchester City and Liverpool, because there's this sort of situation where Liverpool fans sort of say Arsenal don't know what it is to go with Man City toe-to-toe. Do you think people need to put respect on Arsenal now that they are ready to go toe-to-toe with Liverpool and City for this? Is that just a given now?
First of all, let's try and clarify something, right? With Liverpool and Man City, these are serial winners. They've been there before. Liverpool have gone toe-to-toe with Man City. So These are the caliber of clubs that have been there. They've done that. So now Arsenal, this is a new team. Arteta has done well. If you look at our position from where we are right now, nobody ever thought we'd be, for us to be competing at the minute. I mean, this is amazing. So but if you look at what happened last season, I'll just give you 2 facts for last season. The first issue last season was the fact that Partey was injured as well last season, if you noticed, when we went to the Etihad. And the second decision I would say that Mikel Arteta made a mistake was benching Martin Odegaard, which was unjustified.
And you lost Saliba as well last year.
And we lost Saliba as well. You see, so let's just put it into perspective. We're not going with Rob Holding at the back this time around.
Yeah, big difference.
It is.
You see what I'm saying?
Ibrahim, listen, enjoy the game. I mean, I'm cheering on City. You know that, right?
I'm cheering on Arsenal.
I'm cheering on City. So
come on, Ibrahim. You can do it. You can do it.
Enjoy Easter as best you can.
Thank you. Thank you. Flex, take care.
Nice one, take care.
There he is. Tuna. We got it from 85%. We rounded up to 95%. Confident there. The game. Massive game, of course, you can hear updates here on TalkSport.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
We're going to start today with some breaking news that's happened over the past couple of hours, and a lot of people, including myself, thought that Xabi Alonso would be on his way from Leverkusen in the summer, but he's not. He is staying put for the time being. He won't be going to Bayern, he won't be going to Liverpool, he won't be going anywhere in the summer. Here's why, from him himself, he came to that decision.
We've been pretty busy, we've been pretty focused, and I wanted to use that time of the international break to reflect a little bit better and to take a decision. And last week I had a very good meeting with Simon, with Fernando, with Sir Merin, when I informed them that my decision to continue being coach of Bayer Leverkusen. For sure, all the decisions you need to analyze well, and I try to take the right ones. I try to take them that I feel that they come in a natural way, and at this moment I feel that this is the right place for me to develop as a coach. I am a young coach, but I have to feel it, and right now I feel that this is the right place.
Are you surprised by his decision, Ali?
Not really, actually. I know a lot of people would be because of the options that were out there. You're talking about potentially Liverpool, potentially Bayern Munich, maybe in the future Real Madrid. That was part of the conversation as well. But if you hear from him there, he's essentially telling you, look, I had these conversations and I'm very meticulous and I'm very careful in the way I go about making decisions. And it's not just about the opportunities that are available, it's what I feel. And that is something intangible. That is not something that we can analyze. That is a conversation that he's had with himself, with his loved one, with his pillows. When he's about to go to sleep and thinking, what is best for me? Then you have to go back into beyond the analytics, beyond the data, beyond all the things that come into the decision, what you feel in your heart and your soul. And obviously in his heart and in his soul, he wants to see where this Leverkusen experience is going to go. Remember, when he took charge of Bayer Leverkusen, they were flirting with relegation. And now they're on the verge of winning Bundesliga. So the trend is obviously upwards. And so how better can it get for Bayer Leverkusen and Xabi Alonso? Well, he wants to explore that with his young players and the group of players that he has put together. I don't blame him. He's talking about continue to prepare himself as a manager in order to then move on into what would be perceived as a bigger job or a bigger position. But what is there for Leverkusen to achieve? I think he wants to find that out himself, and he wants to lead this group of guys in doing so. Maybe Leverkusen becomes a dominant team. We don't know. We really don't know that that's going to be the case or not because of the economics of the game. But regardless, he wants to feel it. He wants to sense it. He wants to go with his heart and his soul, and his heart tells him to stay at Leverkusen. So I don't blame him.
They could win the treble this year. The likelihood is they'll win the Bundesliga. They're in the semi-final of the Pokal, and they're through in Europe. So I don't know how you improve upon a treble. So is it a gamble? Is he playing the long game here?
I don't see it as a gamble. Even if let's it's not my style, but let's go down negativity corner. Let's go down the negative way of thinking, and let's just say that Leverkusen blows up next year, and they're not nearly as good as they were this year, and he has struggles and injuries and suspensions and absences, and the players are not playing at the same level. I don't think that reflects very poorly on Xabi Alonso. I honestly don't think that he loses value or luster because, again, as I just mentioned, you just have to go back to the original point of the conversation. He took a team that was near relegation to a title in a matter of a year. That, I think, speaks for itself. And even if he were to have a difficult season with Leverkusen next year, or if Bayern Munich were to get better, or Dortmund were to get better, or Leipzig were to get better, and they were not competing at the top of Bundesliga, I don't think the opportunity stopped for Xabi Alonso. I think he's impressive enough, and he has built enough equity to where when the opportunities come about, he's going to be a name at the top of everybody's list.
Yeah, that's a good point you make. Regardless of what happens next season, if he has this success this season, which he's having, he's not going to be a one-season wonder. He's going to be someone that is of interest. But you look, since 2011, that was the last time both Bayern and Liverpool had vacancies in the same summer. So it basically tells you these jobs, certainly Liverpool, Bayern maybe a little bit more, don't come around too often. So we'll see what happens with Xabi Alonso. But as you heard from the man himself, he is staying put with Leverkusen on the back probably of a first ever Bundesliga title.
An absolute monumental tie. Huge title deciding. We're going to say it right now. It is title deciding. Man City against Arsenal. Harry and Kwaku join me. This is as big as it ever gets. I don't think I've felt this way towards a fixture that's not related to my club in as long as I can remember. Let's just start with how you feel, because I feel like you feel a lot of things at the moment, Harry.
Stressed, nervous, all of the above. It's I'm not going to say it's a title decider, because I don't think it is. I think there's too much football still to be played. I think everything is really tight. And obviously, when you've got three teams in the race, it's quite different to if it was just a straight shootout between, two clubs that were gunning for the title. So I don't think it's a title decider. And I don't even think it's a must win for either side. I do think it's a must not lose, though, because psychologically, the impact that could have, probably more so on Arsenal because they've not been there and done it. That could be massive. And I think Arsenal need to go there and get something from the game at the very least. And if they do, then I would say that Arsenal are in with a shout going into the back
Crazy.
end.
Crazy. We'll come back to that. Last season, when they met, Kevin De Bruyne had that moment where Tommy Asu played a short ball back to Ramsdale. That day, it felt like Arsenal, I don't want to say capitulated, but I feel like they did a little bit. But this time round, they've beaten City already this season. They've done well against Liverpool in both fixtures. And most people would argue that in big games, Arteta has it nailed. So in a lot of ways, you go, if he's had it nailed up until this point, Arsenal are unbeaten, if I'm not wrong.
In the new year, yeah.
In the new year. Scored 17 goals, did you say, before we started
recording? Something like that. In away games.
In away games. So, hey, quick, the stars are aligning.
The stars are aligning for Arsenal, but this is the trap that Arsenal fans don't want to fall into. Because they have been very, very good since the turn of the year. But people forget how good Man City have been. They haven't lost a game since the beginning of December. And that just goes under the radar because it's Man City. But I think the difference between this season and previous seasons is that when Man City normally go on that run, they can pull away from teams. But there's still two other teams in this title race in the form of Liverpool and Arsenal. I think City as well, they've got something to prove. Because I think people kind of write them off. The narrative's not with City. I know that they've got the opportunity to win 4 in a row that's never been done before in English football. But I feel like the Klopp last dance narrative is more prevalent. I feel like Arsenal finally getting over the hurdle, that narrative is more prevalent. And so City might have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. And I remember the game last year at the Etihad where they turned Arsenal over 4-1. Granted, Rob Holding started that game as centre-back for Arsenal. This is a very different Arsenal side who've got a bit more know-how this season. But this is a City team that have been there and done it, have got incredible experience at this level, at this stage of the season. So don't be surprised to see City go out there and dominate the ball against an Arsenal side that likes to dominate the ball, and Arsenal maybe have to try and take their chances like Liverpool do when they play against City. I know the last game at Anfield was slightly different, but Liverpool have been more than content to let City have the ball but then make most of their opportunities. And I feel like Arsenal have to be opportunistic when it comes to taking chances against City in this game.
I think there's a maturity to this Arsenal side that we didn't see last season. If you go back to the clash between these two sides at the Emirates earlier in the season, where Arsenal did come out on top thanks to that deflected winner from Gabriel Martinelli, it was a lot more like a game of chess. In recent years, under Arteta, we've seen Arsenal go for Manchester City's throats and just not be good enough to lay a glove on them and end up conceding on the break or leaving spaces, making mistakes like the Tomiyasu one that you referenced. I think this time you go into the game knowing that Arsenal are actually capable of saying, we'll have the ball in this area, we'll allow you to have it in certain areas too, but we know what risks we can take and what risks we can't afford to take. And that's what they did in that game at the Emirates earlier this season. It was very much, we'll keep you at arm's length, we'll have a little bit of a go at certain points, and City were very much the same. And in the end, it was a deflected goal that made the difference. But you've got to stay in games that long to be in with a shout of something like that happening.
That's why I think it's really interesting, because we come into this game, and I think you touched on it earlier, Kwaku said it off air as well, Arsenal need to not lose. City also need to not lose because there's another horse in this race. But actually, for a lot of fans, whichever team wins this, people are going to immediately go, my hat's on them. Which is why I look at this and I go, who's going to win this for Arsenal? As I spoke to Harry before and I was saying, City have been there, like Kwaku just said, and they know how to get past these fixtures. De Bruyne did it for them last season. De Bruyne's done it for them year after year. They've got Haaland, they've got Foden in good form. For Arsenal, I look at Martinelli and I think he was the difference maker against City. He's been the difference maker against Liverpool on multiple occasions because he stretches the pitch. He's more dynamic, and potentially Walker might be injured. Akanji might be injured. Who knows, by the way? That could very quickly change on Sunday. But they may have to bring in a makeshift right back. There's been talk about potentially Rico Lewis. I look at Martinelli and I think you could be the guy that stretches City. You could be the guy that gets Arsenal on the counter. And this could be the game for you because prior to injury, he was in great form.
Yeah, I mean, it's touch and go whether he's going to be fit or not. You know, there was talk that he suffered a cut and then we saw him on crutches at the Emirates Stadium after a recent game and he hasn't been seen since. So we don't know if he's going to be available. Obviously, he wasn't involved in the internationals. But you do feel like, especially if Kyle Walker's not available, that could be a real key area in deciding this fixture, because we saw Manchester United even not so long ago against Manchester City kind of stretch them down their left-hand side, City's right-hand side, and Kyle Walker's pace and ability to get out of trouble was City's saving grace kind of thing. But for Martinelli to be on the pitch, I think is really, really important. Arsenal like to build an overload down that left, and without Kyle Walker, that's certainly a weak spot for City.
100%. And the difference with Arsenal this season as well is if you look at the traditional contenders, Arsenal have left those games as the happier side. Think about the draw at Anfield and then you beat them at the Emirates. You think about the game against Man City that you've already touched on at the Emirates as well. The United game where you got that late winner. Even the Spurs game where you drew. You didn't play well in that game. You were happy to come out of that game with a draw because Spurs could have really got all 3 points. Even against Chelsea where you're 2-0 down, got a draw out of that. So in all the big games against the traditional big sides, Arsenal got good results. If Arsenal go into this game against Man City and they beat them, that would have been 8 points out of a possible 12 against Liverpool and Man City. If you're unbeaten against those two big sides that you're chasing down the title for, then you should really go on to win this league. And so I think Arsenal got that confidence. I'm throwing the bait out there. I'm seeing if you're nibbling. Arsenal got the confidence of these big games. They've got big game players now that can turn up in these moments. And I feel like for Arsenal, this is the culmination. This is the final boss. To nick a WWE term, the Rock's come back as the final boss. And this is it for Arsenal, because if they beat Man City, I think they'll be full of confidence. And I know there's potential pit holes in terms of the game against Spurs, against United, against Chelsea potentially. But I think that if Arsenal get this win on the weekend, then they will be title favourites in my opinion.
That pressure that Kwaku's pushing over to me, you can take it back over there. Look, you're right in that Arsenal have been much more competitive in the bigger games against the traditionally bigger sides. The problem is that that's not really where the pressure is. Now, if Arsenal were to go to the Etihad and get beat at the weekend, it will be disappointing. It would be a psychological blow. But nobody's going to say, oh, wow, they bottled it, because it's Manchester City. The problem comes when you face teams that you're expected to beat. You face low blocks, games get a bit nervous, things get a little bit tetchy. That's when, you have to examine Arsenal through a slightly different lens, but it's still equally as important. And if you look across this season, some of the games that Arsenal dropped points in, West Ham at home, beaten. Nobody saw that result coming at the time. West Ham were in a poor run of form, and then going away to Fulham and getting beaten. If Arsenal had put those points on the board, we'd be talking about a very different title race. So it can swing either way, can't it?
It is. It's the standards that have been set, though, because we're picking out these games. But I remember back in the day, you could lose 5 games and win the title. These days, it's very, very different because of the levels that Man City and Liverpool set. And now you're picking out specific games. I know Arsenal fans at the end season points in Newcastle game, for example, where you drop points as a signifier. Or like you say, the Fulham robbed. We're not starting that one. Or the Fulham game, like you touched on as well. A Fulham home and away, no?
Fulham, it was a draw.
Yeah, and so it's so tight at the top of the table, and the standards are just absolutely incredible. And yet Arsenal will maybe feel aggrieved if they don't go on to win the title, if they do beat City, and then you look at the other results that they didn't pick up points in. But I just feel like with the confidence that you'd gain by beating the reigning champions, the current treble holders, Arsenal should be favourites of the title if they win
It
Sunday.
also speaks to what you said in the sense that, because there's 3 horses in this race, it really is critical to take points off the other teams. And if Arteta does that, he'd be more successful than Klopp and Pep at this point. On Pep and on City, the one area that I look at for City and I go, what will he do there? We've seen Doku come in and out the side, but Foden is the key man. Does he play him centrally? He didn't against Liverpool, then he brought him central, and things happen against United exactly the same. He had a very good game against Newcastle, 87 touches in a central area of the pitch. Then they pushed Bernardo Silva out wide right. Then, of course, if Walker's injured, does Bernardo play out there? That's one area where I go, City have a lot of game breakers. FIFA Street term. You have Kevin De Bruyne, you have Erling Haaland, you have Bernardo, but Rodri in big games. Foden's now one of these characters as well. How do they shovel him into this team? Do they play 2 10s? Does he fully risk it?
I think it depends on how the game's going. Because teams kind of make a business decision when it gets to the 70th minute. Do we want to go for all 3 points, or are we both happy to take a point out of this? But we've seen Phil Foden in games where Man City have needed to get all 3 points. You think about the United game where he almost had a free roll. I know he did most of his damage on the left-hand side, but he was drifting in centrally and picking up the ball and doing the kind of job that Kevin De Bruyne would do as a game breaker in previous seasons. We've seen Phil Foden do this, and we've seen KDB come off in crucial situations where you normally think that he's the man to take the horse by the reins and be the man to bring City out of trouble. It's been Phil Foden this season, and so it's hard to pigeonhole him in position. I've seen him do some great work down the left, but I think centrally is the position that he can create the most damage and create the most mayhem for Arsenal in terms of players having to drop, they can pick them up and be in position that they don't necessarily want to be in. I feel like it's going to be interesting to see who Arsenal play in midfield. Does Jorginho start centrally? Because I think Jorginho is great in terms of dictating the tempo of the game, but I don't necessarily think that that's what Arsenal will need against a City side that I think will dominate the ball at the Etihad. So I think it's all dependent on what Arsenal do and how they line up in terms of where Phil Foden will pick up space in areas.
I think that's a great point about, it depends on what Arsenal's midfield looks like. If you go back to that game when they met earlier in the season, Arsenal did go longer a little bit more often than they normally do, and they used Kai Havertz at points in that game as a bit of a target man to bring the ball down and get people in and around him, and ultimately that's where the goal came from, having Kai Havertz, and Tomiyasu for some reason was up there at that point as well, and the ball dropped to Martinelli from which he scored. But I think with Phil Foden, for me, he does his damage in central areas, but I don't know if I'd start him in a central area, particularly if Arsenal are going to play with controllers like Jorginho and Rice. And I expect Jorginho to start. Thomas Partey is back in the picture, but how fit can he be? He's played a behind closed doors friendly during the international break and got a handful of minutes in a couple of games recently. He's not ready to come back into the side. And I think if I was Pep, I'd start Foden on the left with a view to him obviously drifting in field, but you can't have... I don't want to call Phil Foden a liability because he's not that, and he never would be that. He's such a talented player. But defensively, against the very best, he could be seen as that. So maybe that's not the right move in terms of playing him from the beginning in the central area. He can drift there, but to start him, there's a risk, I think.
It is a risk. I think where Arsenal can also gain the advantage on City, and it's strange to say this about an Arsenal side, is physicality. That's the difference between Arsenal this season and last season. Jorginho in that midfield.
You've loved this all season. You've loved this aspect of Arsenal.
Mate, it's because you look at Arsenal's fullbacks now. They've got centre backs playing the fullbacks. They've got Kivior and they've got Ben White as their fullbacks, and they're all of a sudden like that, one of the most physical teams in the league. City were that for the last couple of seasons, and I feel like that's where Arsenal can gain an advantage, because at the Etihad, City are going to have the majority of the ball. But like you say, when Kai Havertz came off the bench against City in the first game, that physicality was what disrupted City, and we saw that in the Community Shield game as well. So I think that's where Arsenal can gain an advantage, and you maybe lose that if you start Jorginho in midfield. I know Partey's not fit enough to start this game, but that could be the kind of curveball that could win Arsenal this game as opposed to drawing it.
Kai Havertz, by the way, I think he's got history with Man City. At Chelsea, scoring that goal. He's got 7 goals in his last 8 games from club and country. People seem to have gone, Kai Havertz is the real deal now. I love it, by the way. I love it for the narrative. So I think he could be crucial in this fixture. In the same way, I think Haaland will be crucial, because Haaland, I thought, was poor earlier. I mean, generally this season, I've been absolutely crucified for saying this. I don't think he's played well, but he scored goals. And I think Kai Havertz is playing well, but doesn't put the ball in the back of the net every single time. And this is the sort of fixture where those things become important. Like, Haaland needs 1 chance in this fixture, and Kai Havertz might need 2. And in these fixtures, you don't get 2.
I've got a different perspective on that. I think that Erling Haaland's the kind of striker that gets you the 3rd goal with a 3-1 win. But when we've seen these big games, Erling Haaland's very rarely the striker that gets you the first goal or the winner. It's always the ice on the top of the cake. And so I want to see Erling Haaland turn up. I want to see Erling Haaland do dirt against Arsenal, who he's again.
To be fair, he did last year at the Etihad.
Yeah, when we took the hairband off and the hair was flowing, and we remember that. But I want to see Erling Haaland really stamp his mark on this game, because you think about last season, he played in a few semi-finals and a few finals, didn't score goals in those games. This is basically a final. It feels like a final anyway. And so I want to see Erling Haaland turn up. I remember last time you were on the show, Harry, though, we had a debate about Kai Havertz and asked would he get to double figures in the Premier League. I said, no way, no how, it's not happening. He's on 8 right now, and I'm feeling very, very nervous. He's done well this season. I think Arteta deserves a lot of credit for what he's done with Kai Havertz.
I was going to bring that up, but I didn't want to be seen to be gloating, so I thought I'd leave it to you. But yeah, look, I think for Kai Havertz, it's been a difficult season. It's been a transitional season, because not only has he joined another club and been playing in a totally different system and setup, he's been playing as a number 8 at times. And that was always going to take him some time to adapt to. I think his best football has come recently, where he's been playing as a false 9, but you have to have the right ingredients around you to be able to play that role in the way that he does, and for it to be successful. If you've got Saka and Martinelli coming in from either flank and getting close to you, and Martin Odegaard getting up alongside you as well, then it makes that job a lot easier. But with the confidence comes the level with Kai Havertz, and I think he's in a really good place right now. And a lot of Arsenal fans, even that were super critical of him at the start of the season, are eating humble pie now.
Man, I'm excited for this one. I'm excited to hear your predictions, because I just start with you, Craig.
It's boring. It's boring, but I'm going to go for a draw 2-2. Sorry, sitting on the fence firmly there.
I'm going to go for Manchester City 1, Arsenal 2.
Oh, brave boy, brave boy. I've been here so many times with Man City, not personally. I can't see past them. I'm going to go Man City 3, Arsenal 1. Let us know what you think in the comments.
We're going to preview the big one on Sunday, Manchester City against Arsenal. What have you made of the two sides' respective last couple of weeks when they've not been playing Ali, but they've had players away on international duty? In City already without Walker and Stones for this one. So City favourites in your eyes, but Arsenal very dangerous. What do you make of it?
Yeah, that Manchester City favourites to win at home, but Arsenal a dangerous team, and a dangerous team that was carrying some momentum going into the international break. We will see if they're able to maintain that momentum. It's going to be interesting to see how Pep Guardiola deals with the absences that you just mentioned. I think if we're going to, in my opinion, if we're going to rank these absences in the way that Manchester City likes to play, Kyle Walker becomes critically important to Manchester City, or his absence becomes critically important for Manchester City. The way that Manchester City plays, and they like to commit these numbers forwards, and they like to have possession in the attacking half, and they're going to take some chances because they're committing defenders into midfielder positions, and so therefore they are very open for counter-attacking positions and counter-attacking opportunities for the opposing team, in this case Arsenal. Well, a lot of the times they get bailed out because of the speed of Kyle Walker, who's able to then make up the ground. And even if he's in a bad position, because he has that speed and athleticism, he's able to put himself in a position in which he can defend. With him not being available, those opportunities are still going to be there for Arsenal, and the speed is not going to be quite there for Manchester City. So it's something that obviously Arsenal will look to take advantage of. So yeah, if you look at this from the perspective of what has this international break done for or against one of these teams, you have to imagine and you have to say that for Manchester City, it has been a difficult one. As for Arsenal, it has been an ideal one. Mm-hmm. Everybody came back. They're all feeling good. Everybody's ready. No excuses. And I still don't think that this is a valid excuse for Manchester City either. They're going to find somebody else to do the job. And they're going to have to bring their best level of performance, which I think is the bigger question, regardless of who's playing or not for Manchester City. Their biggest question is performing at the highest level against top opposition in the Premier League. It hasn't quite happened against Liverpool. It didn't quite happen against Arsenal the first time around. Are we going to see the best of Manchester City? That becomes, I think, the bigger question.
Okay, Arsenal has won every Premier League game that they have played this calendar year. Do they keep going the way that they've been going, or does he tweak one or two things tactically for the trip to the Etihad, Mikel Arteta?
Oh, I hope he doesn't tweak anything. I hope that Mikel Arteta says, you know what, this is who we are. Take it or leave it. This is who we are. This is how we're going to play. Let's be aggressive. Let's stay in the face of Manchester City. Let's learn from what Liverpool did a couple of weeks ago and how in the second half against Liverpool, the willingness of Liverpool to press higher up the field, to get the ball away from Manchester City, to harass Manchester City, how many problems and issues that created for Manchester City. If Arsenal are able to do that, even if it is away from home, I think they give themselves a better opportunity to get this result. If they take even a step back, even if they just allow Manchester City to grow in some level of confidence through the midfield, it's going to be very difficult for them. So I think honestly, if I'm Mikel Arteta and I'm Arsenal, I take a lot from that second half in the game by Liverpool against Manchester City. And I say, you know what? This is something that we can do because we have the players to do this and we have the personnel to do this, the personality as a team to do this. Let's get after Manchester City. What's the worst that could happen? So you lose the match, all right. But at least you lost the match playing in a manner that gave you an opportunity to win it. If you take a step back and you start protecting and you're not nearly as proactive as you have been, as you naturally are as a team, I think you're going to regret that if the result doesn't go your way.
It's totally subjective, this, as to who the best team is if everyone is playing at the top of the game. It's probably Manchester City, but they've yet to beat Arsenal or Liverpool this season. Why is that? Is it to do with maybe the fear factor isn't as great as it was when they were sweeping all before them last season, or what else?
I imagine the Manchester City fans would point to the fact that in a lot of those games, Manchester City have had many players missing because of injuries, and they haven't had their best squad available. My response to that is, fair enough, so be it. But again, I go back to that game against Liverpool, in which Liverpool was missing some players themselves, and yet, man, at the end, Jeremy Doku puts his foot on the chest of Alexis McAllister, and for some odd reason, it wasn't given as a penalty. But if that's given as a penalty and that score, then you're losing the game in a match in which you should have been dominating, you should have been winning. And that, I think, was disappointing from Manchester City's perspective, regardless of who was on the field. So I'm looking at Manchester City to really stick their chest out and say, all right, okay, this has all been cute, fun and games, but now let us be who we really are and who we think we really are and who everybody thinks that we really are. The best version of Manchester City, I think, is better than everybody else in the Premier League. It's just we haven't been able to see that consistently. And defensively is where most of my concerns are. As to what they do offensively, I suppose that there's some questions as to how aggressive and how clean their passing game is and whether they're able to isolate Erling Haaland in behind, if they're able to find spaces for him, if they use him correctly, if Kevin De Bruyne is able to find a pass. All those things you can question, and whether Phil Foden is going to carry his momentum. That's all fine and well. I trust that this team is going to be able to find goals, but defensively is where the questions have been, because everybody has been scoring against Manchester City, and if everybody's scoring against Manchester City, Arsenal will give themselves an opportunity to win this game.
Take you back, Ali, to October the 8th, when Arsenal beat Manchester City by a 0-0. Martinelli late on. Do you expect a similar game in this one, or do you expect something a little bit different when the sides meet on Sunday?
I think different, and I really think that Manchester City will bring a different level of performance because it is required. Because it's not just a race with Arsenal; it's also a race with Liverpool, and so you have to be able and you have to be willing to bring the very best of yourself if you're Manchester City. And we all assume, and you mentioned in the intro, that Manchester City is the best team because of what we saw last season, because what we expect from this group, what they expect from themselves. But now we need to see it, and this is a game to see it. It's not against Bournemouth. It's now. This is the sort of match in which you really need to see the best of Manchester City, where they separate themselves from the rest. And I believe that this is a game in which Manchester City produced a whole lot more offensively than they did in that game against Arsenal the first time around, and that they did against Liverpool a couple of weeks ago. Where that's coming from, maybe it's just wishful thinking on my part, but I really do think that the potential for Manchester City is higher than what they have shown so far, certainly in the games that truly matter.
Yeah, the top three in the table separated by just 1 point. Arsenal and Liverpool on 64, Manchester City on 63. I was doing a bit of a deeper dive into the games that they've got left. Games in hand, Arsenal against Chelsea, Liverpool go to Everton, Man City go to Brighton. But it's the last 4 games of the season that get me. And no doubt Arsenal will be happy if they got a point on Sunday right now. But when you look a little bit further along the line, you see this, that City's last 4 games, at Forest, home to Wolves, at Fulham, home to West Ham. On a good day, that's 12 points out of 12 for City. Arsenal, tougher. Spurs away, Bournemouth at home, Manchester United away, and Everton at home are their last 4. And Liverpool have got West Ham away, Spurs at home, Villa away, and Wolves at home. Is it now for Liverpool and for Arsenal, after this weekend, about maybe taking a little bit more of a chance, knowing that Man City have got those last 4 games, and there's some tough ones, including both sides having to face Spurs for Arsenal and Liverpool?
Well, I have no doubt that there is somebody on the staff for all 3 of those teams that is taking a look at the very schedule that you just mentioned. Mm-hmm. When it pertains to the managers and the players, I think, and I imagine that they would have to be focusing on this weekend.
Sure.
Let's focus on this match. Whatever happens after this, we'll deal with at the time that is necessary to do so. Your focus and your concentration has to be on this game. And in the case of Liverpool, they're also paying attention to Manchester City and Arsenal, because it would be great for them if indeed this was a 1-1 draw. And they're both losing points while Liverpool is climbing and is creating some separation. So everybody's paying attention to this Manchester City-Arsenal game. I imagine that that's indeed the case for the managers and players. I don't believe right now that they are focused on the last 4 matches of the season. We'll worry about that when we get there, and we'll see where we are when we get there. At this point, I think it's critically important for them to focus on bringing the very best of themselves in what should be a really good matchup.
Spoken like a true coach, giving nothing away in each game as it comes and looking no further than that. So what's your prediction for this one on Sunday?
It's going to be back and forth. I think it's going to be more open than it was the first time around. There's going to be opportunity for both teams. There's going to be chances for Arsenal on the counter. There are going to be opportunities for Manchester City, given their quality of their possession. I think in the end, they're going to be better about their passing in the final third. They're going to create some isolation for Erling Haaland, which they don't always do. Service is coming from my wide. Haaland is finishing chances. Manchester City win it 2-1.
The real blockbuster this weekend, Liverpool against Brighton. This is the game you're strapping in for. This is the big one, the title. No, it's not. Brighton come to Anfield. Liverpool off the back of a defeat to Manchester United in what was the most bizarre FA Cup game I've ever watched in my life. And Brighton actually come here with a half-decent record. The last 4 games, they've only lost once to Liverpool. They beat Liverpool 3-0. I think that was when Trossard scored a hat-trick, possibly. And then there's been 2 draws, but there's always goals in this fixture. As a Liverpool fan, I just said off air, I don't fancy Liverpool to win this. That's not the spoiler. We're going to look at where this game will get decided. Liverpool have a few players returning from injury. No Trent still, I'm led to believe. Robertson may be out. Brighton have been so injury hit all season. They're one of those teams that no one's been fair. Like, we haven't spoken about Brighton's injuries, and they've done well to some extent to get to this point. Liverpool come into this thinking 2 hours after we play, it's the two big sides in the league. It's quite simply put, Liverpool have to win this game. But how do they beat this Brighton side who have been such a banana skin for them?
This is the weekend, and I always say it to my friends, like, kickoff times matter.
Yep.
They do matter, especially this time of the season, because the pressure is different. And I feel like Liverpool know that they have to win, but the fact they're playing before Arsenal and Man City, I think is actually an advantage. If you take a zoom out and you look at where these two teams in terms of Liverpool and Brighton were last season in this exact same fixture, it's very different. It was De Zerbi's first game. It was exciting football. Everyone's like, what do we expect from this Brighton side that have lost Graham Potter, who's a great manager, but De Zerbi's really showing that they're going to play exciting stuff. And Liverpool were in the mud. Liverpool going through terrible form, and obviously they picked up to the back end, managed to qualify for the Europa League. But it's interesting how different it is. We see these vacancies, and De Zerbi's not really being linked with these jobs because Brighton had such a poor season, partly because of injuries. And Liverpool, like I said, it's date with destiny. It feels like Klopp's last season, they've really got the bit between their teeth. And the Liverpool team that I think lack quality, going to this game against Brighton, knowing that if we just play our best football, we should win this game. And I don't think that was the case for a lot last season. Liverpool not wowed me, the style of football, but what has wowed me is how determined, the grit that they've shown in games where they shouldn't really have won. Obviously, the game against Manchester United was a crazy game that nobody could legislate for. But I think that if Liverpool play their best football, I don't think Brighton stand much of a chance. They went out with a whimper in the Europa League against Roma. I know they won the second leg, or the second leg was close, but the first leg was an indictment, and really telling in terms of where Brighton are this season. They're way off of what they were last year. And I think that Liverpool, with the bit between their teeth and a goal to reach, I think Liverpool will be comfortable winners in this one.
I think so too. And I think with the kickoff time thing, I think Kwaku's got a really valid point. I just think in this situation, where your two biggest rivals are then going up against each other later, and there is a real possibility that finishes in the draw, I think Liverpool have the advantage this weekend, because they can get 3 points on the board, sit back and relax, and whatever happens in that game, they know they've done their bit. If I compare that to maybe Arsenal a few weeks ago, where they were playing afterwards in a game that they were expected to win, it can work out really, really differently. And the pressure is there, obviously, but I look at Brighton this season, and although their league position is very respectable, and you got to factor in the injuries that you mentioned, and you got to factor in the fact they've tried to juggle Premier League with Europe as well. You have to say that they've done okay, but I just don't look at them in the same light anymore. And I don't think they're going to turn up at Anfield and produce any sort of surprise. They just seem to be a little bit more soft-centered than they were at the start of De Zerbi's reign.
I think they've lost a bit of the spark. And when De Zerbi first came on the scene in the Premier League, it was a brand new thing for everyone. And so his style of play, which was complemented by Pep Guardiola as well, people were immediately like, this is the new way to play. And this is the guy. Unfortunately, with the style of play that De Zerbi wants to play, you also demand a certain level of technical quality. And if you're constantly chopping and changing players, the technical quality will drift and come up and down. Yes, we have said Liverpool won't lose this game. There's a great stat here. Liverpool haven't lost back-to-back games since March last year, when they lost to Real Madrid, Man City and Bournemouth in the space of a month. I do want to touch on another area for Liverpool. We obviously spoke about individual quality. Mo Salah's back, which I've said this many times on the show, is more important than anything else in the Premier League, and more important than any other player. 24 goal involvements. Obviously, the stick that people are beating with at the moment is Liverpool survived without him. But how much of a lift is this guy overall at this stage of the season?
It's massive. He's still, for me, the best player in the Premier League when he's on form, when he's fit, and when he's firing. And he's a difference maker. He's proven himself to be that over a number of years now. This isn't a flash in the pan. This is Mo Salah, the real deal. So it's a massive boost for Liverpool to get him back at the right time. I think Liverpool have been quite clever in the way that they've managed his return to fitness. It looked like he was back, then he wasn't. They were really, really careful, really, really cautious. And now they're hoping to have him involved in the running. I think obviously Liverpool have got Europa League to look at as well. But I think the fact that they're in the slightly weaker European competition, and that they can probably make changes in that, maybe not use Mo Salah in that and have him fresh for the Premier League, could be a real difference maker here.
I'm talking about difference makers. Evan Ferguson was supposed to be a difference maker for Brighton. He struggled this season. He hasn't scored a goal for a long, long time. And the amount of hype that he had at the beginning of the season, people were talking about 100 mil in the summer. And that's reflective in the struggles in front of goal for Brighton. They've scored 2 goals in their last 5 games, all competitions. And it's tough, because the Brighton that we knew last season, they were creating chances, they were giving people problems, they were scoring goals. from all angles. And I feel like when there's so much turnover, when you lose the quality of the side, I know necessarily they weren't necessarily goal threats, but you lose McAllister, you lose Caicedo, and all of a sudden the side looks very different. And if you have a few injuries, the side looks a lot weaker. And so I think you can legislate for some of Brighton's poor form as a result of that. But someone like Evan Ferguson, who's supposed to be their difference maker, not scoring goals on a consistent basis, where they would have relied on him this season, is part of the reason why Brighton struggled this season. I say struggling, they're ahead of Chelsea in the Premier League, so I can't really talk, but it's just there's something missing when you watch Brighton. There's a spark missing, and as a result of that, I think that Liverpool will look at this game as a game they have to get 3 points in.
To be fair to Roberto De Zerbi, though, I think he always knew that Evan Ferguson wasn't ready to be that guy every single week. And people used to say, why is Evan Ferguson in and out of the team? Well, Roberto De Zerbi recognised, I think, quite early that he's still very young, still very raw. And, you know, we know that De Zerbi likes to rotate generally, but I think he has shown us that he was not convinced about Ferguson, and maybe there was a bit of hype in the media, maybe that, you know, went above and beyond what he's actually capable of at this stage in his career.
He's been a little bit unlucky though, like because of Brighton's form, they haven't been creating as many chances like Quaku said. There is a couple of positives, and Enciso is back. João Pedro could be back for the weekend's game. He's the top scorer with 8 in the league, and Estupinian is now fully fit, although his form's been very patchy since he's come back. Pascal Gross has been in unbelievable form this season. What a player. Like, I actually think outside of the top 6, he's the most talked about player that we've spoken about.
It's just, I think it's the profile. He's not sexy, his PR's not the highest. Pascal Gross, if he was 4 or 5 years younger, we're talking about ridiculous feet, because he's had to carry a lot of that creative burden for Brighton this season. I think he's got most assists in the Premier League, or joint most assists in the Premier League, which is incredible for a side that are not scoring goals. I think a lot of that came in the first half of the season. But yeah, he's a player that they rely on a lot, and he can do so many different things. We see him dropping into different positions, and he's the one player that I've watched live in the flesh, and he's so much better than when you watch him on TV. He does so many different things for a team, and he's going to have to be at his best for Brighton to get anything in this game.
Brighton currently, you were literally talking about their lack of creativity. Their average XG per game this season is 1.63. For context, if you're wondering what that means, Mo Salah is averaging 1.19 goal involvements per 90. So effectively, Salah's scoring or assisting every single game. Brighton have an XG for that, but they don't actually do that. So really, that we pretty much said since the get-go, Liverpool are massive favourites. I will add a psychological edge to that because Liverpool play early in the easier game, there is still pressure that comes with that. It's not a given that you'd play the sides that are weaker and go, well, we beat these guys. Because if you don't, you've just handed the keys to Arsenal and City to go, this is you two in this title race, and now we're like on the back burner because the fixtures will pile up later and further down the line. I also want to talk about Joe Gomez. I think, have we ever spoken about him? We haven't spoken about Joe Gomez on the Football Forecast. This is a disgrace. Producers, let's fix this. He's been unbelievably good this season for Liverpool. Played left back, played right back, played centre back at times. Some of these stats are unbelievably impressive. I wonder with Joe Gomez, Robertson potentially could be injured, but if he isn't, he's going to be switched out to right back, and I've started to think actually he's a better left back than he is a right back because of the positioning. Yeah. So Liverpool often, you have Conor Bradley and Trent who push on down that right hand side, and your left back effectively becomes your left centre back, which is why Liverpool were desperate for Josko Gvardiol, because he can do that, because he's a right-footed left back. So when the ball comes in from the opposite side, you're sweeping with your favoured side. I think he suits that so much more than being at right back and getting asked to go and do Trent's job, for example. What is the truth with this guy? Is he as good as we're saying? I know James Walcott, who's not here today, doesn't agree with Joe Gomez being underrated. He thinks he's just okay. Yeah,
he's a Swiss Army knife, and he can do a lot. And he was in great form when people were saying he probably should start for England before he had that horrific injury a couple of years ago. There's a Van Dijk tax of everything. There's a Van Dijk tax of everything, because if you think about the Liverpool game against City a few weeks ago, it had Kelleher in goal, you had Conor Bradley at right back, centre back you had Kwanzaa next to Van Dijk, and then left back you had Joe Gomez. Any other centre back who's playing with those guys, I'm not degrading any of those guys, but if any other centre back plays with those guys, that's a massacre against a Man City team that have Erling Haaland up top. Van Dijk makes everybody look better, and I think the leadership that he brings to that back line is the reason why Joe Gomez is flourishing. And when we saw him in his best form a couple of years ago, it was playing as a centre back next to Van Dijk. And so it remains to be seen. I think he's perfectly rated. I think the people are acknowledging that Joe Gomez is playing good football right now, but he's not necessarily a transformative defender. And if Trent and Robertson are fit, then I don't think Joe Gomez starts for Liverpool.
I think systems make players, and somebody like Joe Gomez, as you say, is really suited to playing that left-back role because of what the left-back role entails in that particular Liverpool side. He's played there 43% of his minutes this season. He's played quite a bit at right-back as well. Not that many minutes, interestingly, though, at centre-back, which is what we all thought was his position when he came through. I think he's one of those players that kind of falls into the category of really useful squad player, but will he ever be elite in any one of those positions? I don't think he will be. I think this is Joe Gomez benefiting from filling in the absence of players that play roles that he's just really suited to at this moment in time. I wouldn't be building the next Liverpool if I was coming in to replace Jurgen Klopp around Joe Gomez at the back, for example.
I disagree. We're out of time, thankfully, so I don't have to disagree too ferociously. I'll give my score prediction because I feel like both of you are going to be like 5-0. I think it'll be 2-1, tight game. Brighton will create chances because Liverpool do leave spaces at the back, and there's no Alisson. So that's what I'll go with. Harry?
Liverpool 2, Brighton 0.
3-1 Liverpool.
Welcome in, my friend. Loving the plaid. Where are you going to be watching these games?
I'll be watching it at the ground itself. I'll be at the Etihad, courtesy of CBS. And I'll be bringing you updates before and after the game as well. I can't wait for it. I know we talk about huge games, but in terms of this title race, which has been the best we've had for at least 10 years with 3 real contenders in it, this is a huge game, absolutely huge game. And the ramifications for all the winners or the losers cannot be underestimated.
Who are you giving the edge to then for Man City Arsenal?
Well, I don't want to send Alexis into meltdown. I know he's already quivering in his shoes. I think, look, I going into this game, I can see why both sides have confidence. And you can make a case for both sides as well. But when you look at Manchester City, I think we always think of them, because they are going for their 4th title win on the trot, they'd be the first to do so. Are there any chinks in their armour whatsoever? Well, I mean, I was extremely surprised when I was having a little look at things today. Manchester City have not beaten a top 5 side this season, which I was staggered by. So there's perhaps a little bit of hope there. They are conceding more chances than they have done in the past. So they are perhaps, if you like, there is an air of, you'd be completely daft to say vulnerability about them, but they maybe are not the machine they were previously. Having said all of that, they're on this incredible run right now, 13 games in the Premier League. They are the form team, you've got to say. And in terms of their home form, I think they're 38 games unbeaten, which is absolutely staggering. So it's going to be a fascinating matchup. And what I'm interested to know from you guys is how you think it will be won or lost. Where will this be won and lost? Will it be in the wide areas? Will it be who comes out on top between Rice and Rodri? Or is it about Saliba and Haaland? There are so many fascinating tactical duels all over the pitch. I think it's going to be an absolutely superb game. And what I'm also fascinated as well to see how Arsenal approach it. Because remember, this time last year, they went there, they got absolutely battered. 4-1. That was the end of their title, really. But I think this is a very different Arsenal team this season. They're scoring goals, but they're not conceding as many. So I think Arsenal will go there with more belief than they have had in many, many years. I don't think they've won there for 8 years. So I think their belief is higher, but I don't think they go there. Well, their fans certainly won't go there expecting to win. I just think they've got more hope this time, more belief.
I mean, personally, for me, I think that midfield battle that you mentioned, Charlie mentioned it as well, Rodri versus Rice, it's going to be all of it. Now, I wonder who else will be alongside Rice.
The difference makers of the moment of brilliance, sometimes when the matches are when 2 big teams are pitted against each other and you need someone to unlock it, it's that moment of supreme brilliance. And both teams have those wide players also. That, I agree with that battle, but Foden, or Saka can have those moments that just define the season.
Odegaard, hopefully.
Odegaard.
De Bruyne. Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully, for me, hopefully
awesome.
it falls on the away side. But I guess my question for you, Jeff, is which team do you think is going to have a larger change or shift from their typical tactics or the typical way they play?
Well, Alexis, you know it's nigh on impossible to predict what Pep's tactics will be on the day because also, it depends if Stones is fit, depends if Walker is fit. We should find that out relatively soon. I think also, you look back to the game in October as well, I think a lot of this depends on how much Arsenal press, how much they try and harry Manchester City, because that's potentially when you can unsettle them. You don't want Manchester City to play, if you're Arsenal, you don't want them to dictate the game, if you like, but it's knowing when. Because also, Manchester City, particularly if Ederson returns, and there is apparently a chance as well, they can bypass Arsenal's press with a longer type pass as well. So it's about the moments in the game, knowing when they should go, when they should shut Manchester City down, because I think there's some statistics as well that allude to you can get a great deal of, well, not a great deal of joy, but you'll get some joy if you try and hit Manchester City on the break, on the counter-attack, if you like. But, again, look at the quality Manchester City have all over the field as well. So they know each other so well, these sides. I think it would be difficult to pull anything completely different out of the hat. I think it'll be subtle. I think it'll be nuanced. And you talk about that midfield area as well, Charlie. For you, do you think Jorginho is the right person for Sunday? Because he does change it around. If it's Jorginho, Rice and Odegaard as that midfield three, do you think that can do enough to disrupt them?
I do, Jeff, as long as Jorginho's not tasked with chasing people down, if he doesn't have to follow KDB around because Declan Rice ventures forward. So I think psychologically, though, this is the best place Arsenal have ever been going up against this recent Manchester City side. But I want to switch the point of attack here and look at this Liverpool-Brighton match, the match that's playing before this City-Arsenal match. A lot has been made of De Zerbi potentially going to Bayern Munich, potentially taking Liverpool after Klopp leaves. Where do you see Brighton coming into this game at Anfield, and can they get a result?
Well, they can, because Jurgen Klopp has yet to beat Roberto De Zerbi, hasn't he, in their 4 games that they've had. And also, it would be impossible, given the Xabi Alonso news as well, not to view this as Roberto De Zerbi's audition, if you like, his Anfield audition. The fact he's settled on the goalkeeper as well now, Verbruggen as well, because I think they have the record number of changes for a goalkeeper in the Premier League. That's settled them down as well. And they do have an excellent record against Liverpool, home and away right now. So, look, if Liverpool avoid defeat, they will be top on Sunday ahead of the other game. Of course, they'll be expecting, they're going to want to win. They're going to hope they can post all 3 points. And that only adds, doesn't it, to the intensity of the whole weekend. It's just fantastic. But I think Liverpool fans going into this game will be wary of Brighton. They're just a little bit of a bogey team for them, aren't they?
That's going to be an awesome dynamic on Sunday, because for like half an hour, if Liverpool does win, they'll be top of the table, like adding a little bit extra spice to that Arsenal City game. I asked this question, Jeff, to Alexis and Charlie in the first segment. Do you believe that the loser of City Arsenal will go on to lose the Premier League title?
Do I believe? Well, okay, let's try and break it down. I think if Manchester City lose, the gap would be then 4 points, wouldn't it? Which is a lot to make up. But then there's some very, very difficult fixtures as well. I mean, Nico, if you look at the triangle, Liverpool, Manchester City and Arsenal in this season, this is the last of that. And Arsenal are the only team to have won one of those games. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they'll win the title. So, look, it'd be a massive dent psychologically, wouldn't it? I mean, if Arsenal win, Nico, I think they will come away from the Etihad. If they win, I think they will come away believing that they are going to win the title. I'd go that strong. Wow. I think they will really believe that they will win the... Doesn't mean they will, but I think they will believe they will win the title if they can win at the Etihad. If Manchester City win, it's slightly different because it's business as usual for them, isn't it? We've seen this so often. This is the time of year when Pep puts on the afterburners. This is when they slip into turbo mode. So I think they will feel, yep, that's a big, big game ticked off for us. Huge game ticked off, but doesn't mean they're going to. Honestly, I cannot pick one of the three. I can make a case for all three of them. All three of them. You could argue that Liverpool have the, if you like, the easier running, but as we all know, there's no such thing as easy in the Premier League at all. You know, easy running. They've got Brighton, who've tripped them up, coming up next up. So, honestly,
there's no easy, but there's easier, especially when John Stones and Kyle Walker are confirmed to be out.
Whew. You should have seen while you were giving the answer, Jeff, our producer in our ear confirmed that Guardiola had confirmed that those two were out. And Charlie and Alexis were just quietly in the air. Quietly fist thumping.
Arsenal had to go there with holding in the back line.
That is a massive boost for them, isn't it? So you think then about the pace of Martinelli and Saka. Now, Martinelli, he should be fit, but he is a player that can torment absolutely anybody. So Pep's going to have a reshuffle here, isn't he? I mean, John Stones as well, depending on where he played in the game, whether he was planning to be midfield or back in defence, another big question too. Arsenal, certainly in terms of injuries, look in better shape of the two sides. But Manchester City, they've got so much quality and so much depth. Honestly, I'm driving myself mad here because...
Going in circles. I've never seen you go in so many circles, Jeff. You're usually right on the nail, and you can't make your mind up.
No, but Nico, I think that's the beauty of it. This is such a good title race, and we've got three outstanding teams. I say, Arsenal are a much improved team from last season. Manchester City, been there and done it. Liverpool, you cannot ignore the last dance factor with Jurgen Klopp. So I'm going to bravely stick my neck out and say it'll definitely be one of those three.
Ben, go on.
Right, okay. Jurgen, obviously you've heard Xabi Alonso this afternoon saying that I had a good meeting with Bayer Leverkusen and I informed them that I will stay and continue at the club. After a lot of talks about my future, I used the break to reflect and make my decision. How relatable is it to you, a young manager staying in the Bundesliga at a club where he's done really well, and on the flip side of that, is there any disappointment that it seems that Xabi will not be the manager that succeeds you here at Liverpool?
The one part I can speak about is like a young manager being at a club where he's doing really well, so that's what I can. I had a similar situation and did pretty much the same, if you want, and never regretted it. So that's everything, pretty much everything I can say about it. Xabi is doing an incredible job there. Leverkusen has a good team, probably will keep the team together. I think that's possible this year as well. So it's not in every year like that, and not all years like that. And so I understand that he wants to do that. And for the other stuff, it's nothing I have to say about. To be honest, that's it.
The focus is obviously very much on the football. So how is the injury situation? Thinking Andy Robertson, how serious is that? Kanata, we didn't see it training yesterday. What's the situation there? I'm going to take it. Alisson, Trent, Jota, Curtis Jones.
Curtis is, I'm not sure if he's away, but we'll be in training. Ibu was the extra rest day, nothing else. Robbo, we take it a little bit day by day. So we will see. We'll not train today, but it's not as bad. So that's fine. And the other boys, from next week on, step by step, I think they will join parts of team training and then team training, so we will see what we do with that. So they're not too far away, but not in yet. None of them was yet in close to team training, but they all make their steps, and so it's positive. He's fine. He did his rehab during the week. Trained the first day partially since we are back partially, and then since then he's in full training.
Obviously, we look at this game and think that Liverpool have to take advantage because afterwards, at least one of your title rivals will drop points. So how do you see this game?
Independent of the other game, obviously, because it's a Premier League game, and I can't remember us sitting here and I told you that a point would be great in a home game or in an away game. So we go for 3. That's clear, but we all know as well how difficult it is against Brighton. Robert is doing obviously an incredible job there, and they are one of the. It's a different game against Brighton, definitely. I think we improved over the 18-20 months since he's there, since we play them. The first game was surprisingly when I think we were the first opponent after he joined the club, if I'm right, and we had no clue what we have to expect. We knew how he played in his former club. We knew what Graham did, but nobody knew how that would look in the end. And it was quite impressive how quick he obviously got the team in his way. And since then it only got better, and it's really impressive, a different way of playing football. So we need this, we'll come to that later, but we need a really, really, really good atmosphere and understanding the game as well, because it's about having possession. They want possession, we want possession, and it's about that we really need to have more possession than in recent games against them. It's the best way to defend them. When they have the ball, you have to be ready to suffer. You cannot, it's not a normal pressing game. They play it in a different way. It goes a bit against our rhythm, which we usually like, but we have to break their rhythm. So it will be super interesting. I'm really looking forward to it. But with all respect to Brighton, we want to win this game. It has nothing to do with the other game, obviously. So, like all the other games as well, we want to win. Will it happen? I don't know, but we will give it a try. This part of the season is obviously the one where we brought ourselves in a position where we are in a position to fight for everything, and that's what we want to do. So if you would have told me last summer, after the international break in March, we will be around there with Arsenal and City, I would have said, yeah, give me a contract, I sign it now, and here we are. And nobody knows how it will end up, how it will end. Nobody knows where we will be, but we will give it a proper try, and it starts on Sunday, obviously. And super intense schedule for all of us. It is, but it's not interrupted anymore by any kind of international duties. So that means everybody can focus on club football, and that's exactly what we will do.
On Rice, what makes them such a difficult proposition?
The way they play. The way they play. It's a really different way. I couldn't coach that. It goes against my personality. But it's good. It's a good watch, and it's very demanding for the players. It's clear positioning, hold your position, keep your position, pass in the right position, pass in the right moment, and that is. He's a top coach and he's doing really well. It's super interesting to see. And I like watching them, to be honest. But for the moment, that makes it tricky. It's just a different way. It's possession based, but even more structured from a positional point of view of each player than maybe City or whatever. There's a bit more freedom in, but they do really well, and they on their day they can beat any team. But now, good news, we can do that as well, and so we will try.
And in the context of the title race, you've been in this position before, obviously. What's the one key attribute, if you're going to be successful in this final push, that any team needs to be?
Give absolutely everything and ignore the mess you try to create. With after each game, you won it, you lost it, now you are champion, now you're out, now you have no chance anymore, now you have to do it. So just ignore that, just dig in and go. So we have to give absolutely everything in each and every game, home, away, in England, in Italy, wherever we go. It's for us potentially 12 games for sure, maybe 14, maybe 15. I would say that's not the biggest number, but it's only a short period of time. So it's all tricky, and we need luck. Everybody needs luck with injuries now. We didn't have that so far. Hopefully we have it now. When the boys coming back, we need them. And then it's in each game to find a way to win the game, and not. I think we found for us a way how it's good for us to play, and that's what we have to do. And before the break, we had 2 games, United and City. In parts of these games were the best games we played this season. The City definitely after 15 minutes never played as good against City. United after 15 minutes, outstanding, didn't finish it off. The last 30 minutes or the extra time was too much for us that day. That I saw that as well, but that's normal. We had a really tough period before that. Now we are back. I would love to say we are all re-energized, but the boys had games. But anyhow, it's good because we play on Sunday. Last game was Wednesday morning in America. I think Maka had that. But that's enough time to recover. And now, let's go. I have no idea. I cannot think myself anymore in that situation. Do you think he's staying at Leverkusen because he thinks it's too quick? Nothing. I don't think you can compare that with each other. I think Xabi is now doing I'm not sure how much Leverkusen you watch, but if you watch them from time to time, that's really impressive. It's not that he just built on last year or whatever, stuff like this. So he put an idea on the pitch and they stick to it and they are incredible. On top of that, they created a mentality which is really special. We won a lot of late games. They won a lot of late games. It's crazy. And these kind of things. So you cannot say for former players it's like this or like that. For some it might be too early, for others not, but I don't know.
Yeah, you pointed out the intensity of the footballing schedule between now and the end of the season, particularly in the month of April. How much do you think you can be helped by players that are beginning to come back and you have you have some of the real big hitters, Mo back in the picture, a good sign with some of the others. How much of a help?
Oh yeah, but that's what I mean with luck. We need them back. They need to be back. They're not tomorrow back, they're not Sunday back, but probably not next week, but then step by step we have to get through all these different periods. And then the boys who come back need to actually don't have time to find their feet again, even when they were out for a long time. They're pretty much to deliver. That all works. If we just agree on one fact, it starts all with defending. It starts for us all with counter-pressing. If you do that well, then we have the rhythm to play football. If you just are concerned about playing football or whatever, and these kind of things, then we are out, how is said, these are all finals for us. It is like that. So it doesn't mean you cannot lose one or whatever. It just means it is a final, each of these games. But that should not put us in a rush or whatever, that we have to win the final in the first 3 minutes. We have to play them like normal football games. Thank God we played already 28 games, whatever this season, and learned that as a group together how you can react in a game, how you can find a way into the game, sometimes from the start, sometimes we need a few minutes to learn from the game. And how I said, you ask a lot of times over the year about these kind of things, and as it's not that we don't want to talk about it, we just don't know, but now it's not important anymore. Now we are where we are, and these are last 10 games. It's too early to see the finishing line, but at least we are 28 games further than the beginning of the season. That is, we got a few really important information and a lot of answers I liked on questions we didn't know how to answer the beginning of the season. And yeah, I think everybody is excited about it, and rightly so. So and Anfield will be rocking on Sunday. So, and that must feel all. We have not only home games, unfortunately, but we have still a few, and we must make the difference. And wherever we go, we have to ignore the fact that it's not a home game. Well, because they're all tricky, wherever it is, they're all tricky, and we have to play actually our best football and get results. But that's how it is if you want to win. the Premier League. That's how it is. You want to win anything. You need to play top football. You need to be lucky, but I hope we are from now on with injuries, and then let's see what we can do.
I know you mentioned a couple of weeks ago that you thought there was the possibility of Stefan Bajcetic maybe being able to join him with the group, and he's had horrendous luck with injuries this season after an incredible start to his career with Liverpool. If he is able to join the group and maybe play a part, how much do you think he's been able to learn during the period when he's been out, in different ways?
Football, brain-wise, he's a natural, so that don't think he lost anything. But rhythm is something else. So is now in partial training with the U21s. He will be in full training with the 21s next week, because we pretty much don't train because we play all the time. And then after that, he will join our training. That's the plan. So, and then we will see. But the boy grew, put a few muscles on, so looks good. Conor Bradley didn't need long after he was out for a long time as well. So he's a smart kid. So I think he will be fine. But what do I know? I've never been that long injured in that age group. So he watched definitely a lot of football. But it's not that he played with us now for regularly. So he played early in the season. I forgot it actually, but he did. And then everything went the wrong way. So, but now he's nearly back, and really happy for him and happy for us. Welcome.
Well done for the makeout. Yeah. Next door.
Thank you. You are welcome.
Good afternoon, Mikel.
Hello.
Big game Sunday. Can we just start off with team news? Any chance Gabriel Martinelli, Gabriel and Bukayo Saka will feature?
Yeah, there is a chance they haven't trained, but tomorrow we have another session, so there is a chance that they can be available.
It was 8 wins in a row before the international break. Did it come at a bad time, and has it been a challenge to try and almost reignite that momentum?
Well, you cannot do it. That moment is gone. They had to go to the national teams. We have maximized as much as we possibly could the time we had here with certain players, and now everybody's back. Everybody's so positive about what is coming and looking forward to it.
You had 7 Premier League meetings as Arsenal manager against Pep's Manchester City. The first 6 were defeats, but you managed to get that win this season. Could you just put into words what belief that's given you and the belief and mentality it's given your players?
Yeah, we had some clashes as well in the FA Cup, in Community Shields, and it's all great experiences. They have raised the bar in this league, I think, in football in general, to a level that it haven't been seen before, and that's the beauty of a sport. That makes you better, that challenges you more, and you have to keep up with that pace, and that's what we are trying to do.
When you go back to last season, I know people always ask you to compare what's happened this season compared to last season, but does it feel different for you, and does the belief feel different compared to last season?
Yeah, it is different. Momentum was different. We have certain results and some big injuries as well in that moment, and that's it. But those experiences are there to learn. Sometimes you just have to clap the opponent when they are better than you, and that was the case on the day as well, and learn from it and challenge yourself to be better.
We know about your friendship, your mutual respect with Pep Guardiola. How often do you speak now, and has your relationship changed?
Well, it had to change. It has to change. My admiration and what I feel for him, certainly not. My opinion, is the best coach in the world by a mile, and he's one of the nicest persons I have met in football, and certainly one of the ones that I have had more fun and laugh working with, and that's gonna stay there forever. But obviously, our roles at the moment are what they are, and you have to adapt to the situation.
Because I'm guessing there's certain topics you just can't broach anymore.
For sure not, but
you can't talk about football.
It's what it is. But that happens the same in relationship with players. You know, when I have some teammates here, and then you become the coach, and that relationship has to be adapted. You cannot feel different about the person, but professionally you have to act differently.
Mikel, I must ask you about Ben White. He made himself unavailable for England. Just how is he? He received a lot of criticism. What did you make of that criticism he's received, and have you had to speak to him?
I think he has received a lot of love. and you just have to see what his teammates and what everybody in football thinks of him, the one that they've been close, and I think people have respected his decision, and hopefully one day he's prepared to represent his country in the best possible way, but that's completely up to him.
Just finally on that, there's been a few debates about why he actually made himself unavailable. Can you clarify?
No,
why?
that's a question, and he's the one who has to reply.
Worth a try. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mikel.
Hi.
Nearly a year since you faced Manchester City in April last season. You were in a title race then, but with that distance from that game, what was the biggest lesson you took from it?
The level that we are facing and where we want to be. Certainly that's where we want to be, and you have to make strong steps to get there, and I think we have done some big ones in the last 2-3 years, and we're getting much closer, and now is how you close that gap and actually try to be better than them.
Previously you spoke about the levels that Manchester City have raised football not only in the league but in the world. They've suffered 5 defeats this season across all competitions, of which 2 have been against Arsenal. So how proud does that make you feel to see that your team has inflicted defeats on one of the teams that you said is the best in the world?
Well, that's great, but that's the competition, and the same with Liverpool. And they have earned the right, for everybody to look at them as an example, because what they've done has been phenomenal to do it in this league and to do it consistently like they have done. And I think that has raised our level as well and our demands to try to be like them and beat them.
You mentioned that the players coming back from the international break have been excited. There's been a positive vibe. For fans and neutrals, it's a very exciting time seeing Arsenal in another title race. Could you just put us in your shoes? What is it like being in this position again, going into these final 9 games, and it's so tight between yourselves, Man City and Liverpool?
Yeah, I was just watching everybody walk in the building, and I love the energy. I love the smile. They were glad to be back. They were actually wanted to train yesterday, and the way they communicate and relate with each other is phenomenal. And we have to embrace the moment. We need to go day by day, train really well, prepare for every match, and see where this can take us. We've done a lot already to be in the position that we are, and now we have to embrace and enjoy the moment and go for it.
And just finally, is this the most confident you've felt taking an Arsenal side to the Etihad since becoming the Arsenal manager?
I have full belief and trust in my players and what we are trying to do, but it's something that we have to show on the pitch. Outside is very easy to talk.
Thank you, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Hi. Just a quick one on Ben, if that's okay. Were you surprised that Gareth spoke so publicly about a conversation that actually private?
I don't know. That's something between them. I don't know what the arrangements were there and what they have agreed. That's completely up to them.
And just again, going back to Pep, you talked about that coach. Does that make it even more special for you that you're fighting titles, potentially Champions League semi-finals against someone you respect professionally?
Probably I would prefer to do it against somebody else, that I don't have those feelings. But it's not a choice, and it's what it is, and that's it. We both want to win. We know each other very well, and we'll prepare the game to win it. Sorry? No, he didn't. No.
And then just finally, as well as your game on Sunday, it's a big game for the women's team as well. So it could be a big and hopefully for you guys successful weekend for the club.
Yes, it's a big weekend for the club. Wish them all the best for the final. I think what they're doing is incredible, and I heard that they're gonna get a lot of support as well. So that's great news. So yeah, let's go for it.
Thank you, Simon.
Just on Pep, Mikel, you talk about being the best coach in the world. Is his ability to innovate which makes him that? I think the game last season, playing long balls up to Haaland, which you don't see Man City do. John Stones this season, we've seen sort of marauding forward centre back. Is that what makes him the best, the way he's sort of innovating?
Yeah, one is that, and then because I know that, and the passion that he lives the game, the intelligence, that way he handles the team as well, and the club, and how demanding he is, and then he has an incredible work ethic, and that's something that people doesn't see, but it's a lot of work behind the scene, and he's managed to do it for 3 different clubs at the top elite level every single season, you know, and that's a huge quality.
Just like the last one on Ben, is it your hope that he does get to play for England again? Is that something you'd like to see?
As manager, I want the best for him personally and professionally, and he really needs to feel it. And if one day he does, and that's the case, yeah, I think that would be the best option for everybody, but you have to respect that.
Cool. Let's look ahead now. Kaya, please.
Hi.
This is the first quite tough run of away fixtures during the season, but your side of toughness for Premier League when it comes to away form this season. I just wondered what the sort of the secret is behind that form and how you've been able to get such a good away record this season.
The secret, I don't know, is we probably try to play away like we try to play at home, and have that belief and that aggression in our play. And yeah, you have to play like every team twice, and we know the fixtures that we have, but we are looking forward to it.
It was such a thing before you came that Arsenal was struggling away from home. Obviously, you've been able to transform it. I'm just wondering how you got about doing that in terms of convincing the players that they're able to go and do it when maybe before they didn't have that belief.
Yeah, but I think that belief comes as well by winning, you know, and you start to winning one ground that you haven't won for many years, and then you do it somewhere else. And that belief, it takes some momentum, and now they approach away games very similar to home games. You cannot replicate it, but at least mentally, and the purpose that they play with is very similar.
Momentum, you mentioned there, does that put you now in a better place to beat Man City than maybe in years gone by?
Let's hope so, and it is different actually that the previous game what we did before we went there and this season, and now we have to prove that on the pitch. Hi.
Obviously a big occasion on Sunday. Do you think it will affect the quality of the game at all that it's coming straight after this international?
It's a great question. I don't know. Hopefully from our side, no. And we can maintain what we've been doing, and we are our best.
Because there's obviously been a lot of withdrawals across Europe. I mean, do you think the March international break needs looking at in terms of where it comes in the season?
Yeah, I think in general the whole calendar year has to be looking at, because we are in a lot of games, but that's a topic obviously that we all know, and it doesn't look like we're going to affect it in the right way. But yeah, you've seen a lot of games, a lot of players with different circumstances throughout these international periods.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a lot of talk about players pulling out or deals struck between clubs and countries over availability. Can you give us a bit of an insight into just how much manoeuvring there is with this March break between the clubs and the countries?
Yeah, we try to have the best possible communication with the national teams, but at the end, you know, they have the capacity and to select the players and use them how they feel. I always feel that they want to protect the players as well, but it's true that they have their own pressure, they have to deliver in their roles, and I will never get into their position and to tell them you can give your opinion and explain in the most open way how players are feeling and what we recommend, but then it's entirely up to them.
And just obviously you had this big news this time last year, you weren't able to see it out. You talked before about the need to keep players fit this time being a key part of avoiding that. When you've done your analysis into the back end of the season, can you give us a bit more insight into what you noticed, what you think went wrong, and what you're looking to avoid or improve on this time in this final team?
Yeah, but it's a lot of detail going on. There are moments, there are specific moments. You are in Anfield, you are 2-0. You have the moment to go and win the game. You don't, you end up drawing. And you are West Ham, you are in the same position. You can still win it, you miss the penalty. And it's 2 games, and then the third one comes in with Bournemouth, where we should have clearly won the game, and there were many factors that didn't allow us. We got the injuries, it was a sporting game. It was a lot happening there, and that momentum was shifted to a more negative momentum, and then we struggled to keep up because they kept winning. They won 14, 15 games in a row, and they managed to do it.
Because the games you mentioned there, by the time you then went to the Etihad, it was kind of covered going away from you. Mm-hmm. So in that context, how important is Sunday?
Yeah, it's a massive game for both teams, and that's for sure, because it will give us a huge boost again if we go there and win it. But still, there is a long way after to make all the ground to win it.
Ross, Arsenal rise for now?
I'm going
Hi.
to ask about Kai Havertz, who made a form both on international level. He scored 4 in his last 4, I think, in the Premier League. How important is he for this weekend? Will he to him up top or wherever he is on the field?
Yeah, he's been in great form, as you said. His overall performance, I think they've been really complete, both for his country and us. And then he's got a scoring threat, obviously. So it's a player who's been playing different positions, fulfilling those roles in a great way. And we will see how we use him for this game.
Brilliant. 10:30 last play.
We've been here many times, and it's been a season we have had a lot of speculations regarding my future. And till now, we had so many games. We've been pretty busy. We've been pretty focused, and I wanted to use that time of the international break to reflect a little bit better and to take a decision. And last week, I had a very good meeting with Simon, with Fernando, with Sir Merin, when I informed them that my decision to continue being coach of Bayer Leverkusen. For sure, all the decisions you need to analyze well, and I try to take the right ones. I try to take them that I feel that they come in a natural way, and at this moment I feel that this is the right place for me to develop as a coach. I am a young coach, but I have to feel it, and right now I feel that this is the right place, and I have to thank the management, the club that has been really supportive. I feel really respected by all the departments. The fans that they show a great support during this year, last year as well in difficult moments. I felt that, and they have all the reasons to believe and to dream that we can have a great season, and we are really pushing for that. A great staff that helps me day by day to work better, to improve and to prepare the team, and for sure the players. The players, they gave me so many reasons to keep believing in the team, for their commitment, for their desire, for their hunger to have a great season. I feel that my job is not over here. I want to help them. I want to help the team. I want to help the young players to develop. And if I am part of the process, I'm happy with that. So, putting all the things together, I've taken this important decision. Hopefully, I'm convinced it's the right one. I'm happy, and I'm still young, so time will tell. But right now, I feel like that.
Afternoon guys, hope you're well. Same process ever with Max on either side. Just bear in mind that it's a busy opening section of it being a Sunday game. We'll set the embargo towards the end before 10:30 on Saturday evening. Someone to start, please. Okay.
Pep, good to see you. First of all, if you wouldn't mind just giving an overview of team news and current injury news going into this one.
Injuries. Harrison is much better. Kyle and John out.
How big of a miss will they be for such an important game?
It's what it is.
Football is quite incredible. Everybody in this room will have unbelievable highs, likewise incredible lows at times. I wondered what emotions games like this make you feel at this time of the season, this level of fixture. What emotions come to you?
Good to be here. The season has been really good, winning 2 titles, and after what happened last season, being in contention for the 3 important titles of the season, and now a start where is important because we make an incredible work before of that. Last 10 games in the Premier League, now start the important thing against the leaders of the Premier League of this season at home with our people, and I'm pretty sure they will give us what we need to perform our best.
Does this fixture feel like there's more importance to it? Like I say, given the stage of the season, given the difference between the two sides and how tight it really is at the top?
Right now, every game is so important. And if we are able to do it, so next game will be important as well.
Hi Pep, talking about big games and big players, obviously we saw Kevin De Bruyne back on the training pitch this week. Thinking back to last season, he was integral, particularly in these matches against Arsenal away and then at home. Sometimes gets called the nickname Big Game Kev because he raises his game for these huge moments. I just wonder, how integral is he to this kind of moment? And do you notice any changes in him around games like this to have an extra magnitude to them?
Kevin is really so important player. I've been a tough season for him due to injuries and have an asset back. I've been out for a long. He trained really well yesterday, so we will see what they're going to do next days.
When you look at his performances, again, we'll talk about the Arsenal games last season, is that the benchmark for all young players to kind of follow? Players like Kevin raising the game, playing at that level in those fixtures?
Especially the consistency. So Kevin is playing so consistent for many, many years. This is the most important thing. And the important players, the important games, we need important players, of course. But this is a question of team, for the balance of the team, and everyone has to make a contribution. So we will not put all the responsibility on Kevin or other player. We have to do it all together with our people, of course.
Hi Pep, I want to ask you a question about Arsenal's captain Martin Odegaard. You have talked about him before, that the time he visited you in Bayern, and after that there were some years that it didn't really look like he would get the breakthrough that everyone was waiting for, but now he's the captain for Mikel, obviously, in Arsenal. And what do you think about the development that he's had?
We're not together in Bayern. We make, I think, 1 or 2 training sessions. That's not been together, but
still, what do you think about the development he's had since that time?
Incredible well. So the best season I played, and I think he helped a lot. His pass to Real Sociedad, then there play a lot, confident, and after make this step alone in Bayern, in Arsenal, and after he became a captain and played regularly, consistent every single day. And it's because have become a really important.
There's been some criticism for different Arsenal players for not sporting related events, like Martin got criticism for taking pictures with the club camera, Mikel got criticism for celebrating too much the victory against Liverpool. How do you react as a rival manager when you see that your rivals get criticism like this?
I don't react for nonsense things. So, take a picture. What is the problem, honestly?
John Stones has had a couple of injury issues already this season. Were you surprised at all that he was asked to play 2 international friendlies before such a big game against Arsenal?
Any comments about that?
And just in terms of Arsenal, what is the biggest change that you've seen in them from the game that you had at the Etihad at the end of last season to now, do you think?
Same manager, new players, controlling many aspects of the game, and every time was better and better. So it's normal. When you have a consistent in terms of ideas and managers in the same patterns, at the end always you improve. When you change a lot of managers and players, and after it's more difficult. So, I could not expect differently from the beginning of the start of the season.
Piper, obviously you've not lost a game since December in the league. How close to your peak do you think this team is at the moment? Or do you think there are more levels to go?
We played really good the last month, but international break, and always the first game, not now, always the first game at international break, you think, what happened. But yesterday we trained good, we have 2 more training sessions, and we prepared the game, and ready for it again.
Can I just ask a quick one about Akanji? Didn't seem like he trained yesterday. Is he going to be out as well?
Yeah, it's okay.
He's okay?
Yeah.
Hi Pep. When you come up against a player like Declan Rice, who you tried to sign last summer, I mean, is that something you think back on quite a lot, or is it quite easy to move on?
Since I am here, many players we wanted, and they didn't decide to join us, so it's not the first one. I have a long list. Basically because they didn't want to come at the end, or the prize, or whatever, it could not happen. So he took his decision, a good one, and good luck.
Do you think that the way he's performed for Arsenal has sort of shown why you wanted to sign him to begin with?
I think all the teams in the Premier League would have signed Declan Rice. So he's international captain for the national team from England, young player. Play with a lot of games, so regularly. So that's why Arsenal push in the way they push.
Hi Pep, appreciate you probably don't want to answer on this, but you mentioned sort of the importance of being with our people for the Arsenal game. Do you think it's fair if the people are important to the club, that the club are raising season ticket prices and making it harder for them to support you next season?
The people will forget when we start the game, it will support us unconditionally. So the team is the team. About that, I'm not involved, so we respect absolutely all the opinions and everything. I know it's a sensitive issue, but I know tomorrow they will be with us. Unconditionally, and club will tell what I have to say, but I cannot say more.
Can you understand why the fans are upset
Absolutely.
at the prices?
Absolutely.
Hi Pep, do you know how long Kyle and John will be out for, roughly?
No.
Has the swelling got to go down for you to understand how bad their injuries are, basically?
The Kyle, more tougher than John, but will be out, I don't know how many games.
In terms of Jack Grealish, is he fully available now? Do you get a sense that he's sort of wanted to kind of prove himself again, because he's had such a stop-start season?
Absolutely, the season was not perfect for him, but he still have to come the best. He trained really well, he came fit, and yesterday trained really good. But a long time he still didn't play, but yeah, the decision we're going to take tomorrow, we'll see. Do we want to play, do we want to defend, but it's, you have to see the calendar that we have. We need, we're in a fight, conditions, you need all the players. Unfortunately, it will not be possible in the next weeks, but we have enough, and the calendar doesn't look like really good for us. That is what it is, and we're going for it.
And Mikel, you're right, Arsenal are there because they go to Manchester City on Sunday. Joint top with Liverpool on 64 points. Manchester City in third, trail them by a single point. It's between those three for the title. You have to think Arsenal or Liverpool or Manchester City. And now it's Manchester City against Arsenal on Sunday, and one man who eagerly awaits it, as we all do. But Arsenal invincible Martin Keown looking ahead to this with great relish. So Martin, quite simply, from an Arsenal point of view, is it do or die for their title hopes on Sunday?
I think if they can win it, I think it sets them up, Jim, into a fantastic situation. I think that, more importantly, that we now have our Arsenal back again, if you're an Arsenal fan. So this is the Arsenal now. Not just Arsenal, it's the Arsenal. Always was it a club striving for excellence. If you know the history of the football club and how it all is, remember who you are, where you are, and who you represent. And I think they're doing that very well right now. This is now, obviously, an incredible challenge. You're going to Man City, 5 trophies last time round. If I just widen it a little bit and I just look at Team England, back in our day when we were rivaling Manchester United, there were 7 Arsenal players on the pitch that played against England against France just 7 days before a really important game back for the 98 when they won the treble. And stupidly, we were all playing in it and the Manchester United players all pulled out. Nowadays, I think it's commendable that City had so many players that were involved. And I hope it's not expensive for them because they did it in the right spirit. But you're not going to be, at the end of your career, defined by 2 friendlies in March. You're going to be defined by what you win in your football career. And there's a massive opportunity, huge prizes for both sets of players. Both in the Champions League, could meet again, couldn't they, in the semi-final, if that happens.
Yeah.
So this is a game now where I think it was telling in the first game of the season when Arsenal beat them 1-0, and you didn't have Rodri, you didn't have De Bruyne, and Gundogan was not long left the building. And I think they didn't really look like they had the magic. He's going to want Stones and he's going to want Walker. It's key to their plan. The way that Stones steps into midfield, and then De Bruyne then goes and arrives with the front player, because Haaland, if you think back to when Man City won this game so convincingly last season, Jim, it was De Bruyne joining Haaland that did that. So we're in for a massive spectacle. As an Arsenal former player, I think the fight's there. I think we are now in the fight again, Jim. It's watching Arsenal, they've the goalkeepers faced the fewest amount of shots this season. These things, being top of class in number of goals scored and the goals conceded, it tells you a story. Now they've just got to go and get the right result.
Yeah, of
it's
course.
There in front of them.
The two players you mentioned of City there, Kyle Walker and John Stones, serious doubts after they missed training yesterday. So Pep might have to go in without them. But here's the thing, victory for Arteta and Arsenal would take them 4 clear of City. Would that be it?
No, you're joking, Jim. They've got 9 other. There's 9 other bottles hanging on the wall. Do you know, like you've just got one by one. You just got to hope that you get over those fences. It's difficult.
What makes you think Arsenal can go there and win on Sunday? What makes you think? I know you want it.
Because of what I've seen so far this season. I think the way that they found solutions. It's interesting that all we see now in the papers again today is about Arsenal needing a striker. Well, they've done pretty well, damn well without it, haven't they, Jim? In those 8 games that they just won. It's incredible the amount of goals that they're scoring, and that's worth another point to them. So they're very much in this fight. But I think for them to be champions, they're going to have to win every single game between now and the end of the season, which would mean 18 victories on the bounce. It's that big. They've won 8 so far, another 10 to win, Jim.
To be honest, Simon, Martin's got a decent point about the striker issue. Kai Havertz has 4 goals in his last 4 games, as well as 2 assists.
That time.
But you could argue that,
he's joined the party.
He's gone some way to joining the party and silencing the doubters.
The question is, ultimately Arsenal have beaten Liverpool in the recent run, so this question may not be as pertinent as I'd like it to be. But when it comes to the business end of games, yes, you can beat Palace 5-0, you can beat other sides around you that have had bad days on the afternoon, like West Ham 6-0, and score lots of goals in games. When it comes to unlocking the best opposition in the division, which might separate you from winning the league and not winning the league, I think the question will still reverberate about Arsenal having a top quality striker that can do that in really tight games, in really difficult moments. They were brilliant against Newcastle as a side, and I do believe that if Arsenal were to go to the Etihad and win against Man City, the momentum that they would gain from that would be so significant that I wouldn't put it past them from that point of view to go and win the league there on afterwards.
Oh, there you go. So if they win on Sunday, they win the league. You're inclined to think.
I'm inclined to believe that the momentum it will give them, the belief it will give them, and the signalling to everyone else, if indeed other dressing rooms watch it, which Martin says they do, then I would be suggesting that Arsenal are telling you now, but if they go to the Etihad after the run of form they've been on, and they beat Man City at the Etihad, this is a very significant Arsenal side at the business end of a season that are not doing what they did last year.
Yeah.
That are now capable of overcoming adversity. And I think it's going to be a great game. And I wouldn't be surprised if Arsenal went to win at Man City, despite the record of very few people beating Man City, the last team being Brentford 2 years ago at the Etihad. They're in good nick, Arsenal. Really good nick.
Arsenal have beaten City, Liverpool and United in the league this season already, Martin, as you know.
But I think it's significant.
All of those were at the Emirates.
I think back in the day when we went to Old Trafford and we won, you ended up with a trophy at the end of the season. In 2 seasons there, when we did a double, we did it in '98, we did it in 2002, of course, and we won the league on that day. I think, Jim, just to broaden it out a little bit and just say, okay, I'm all for looking at the game in front of you, but Spurs, interestingly, play all 3 teams. And I think they've only got to go away to Liverpool. And maybe that may be where the significance lies. Arsenal as well have to go to Manchester United. And I just, with the history and the way it is, I think that Arsenal have got 4 or 5 tricky games.
If you go and win these sort of games against Manchester City, that everyone, including me, has got in the box seat, I think it changes the direction of travel in people's mindsets, and I don't think they worry about who they play next.
No, you still got to go and do it. You still got to go and do it. You go into that tunnel where you just have to
the history of it won't make any difference, because you're playing Man United team that you're playing against now does not bear any resemblance to the Man United team.
The recent history helps Arsenal because they've been in this sort of territory just this time last year, and it didn't work out for them. But now they know the expectations.
Am I right, Martin, in thinking, all right, from your point of view, Martin, as a former Arsenal player, and it's in your blood, mate, an Arsenal win. The likelihood is City will win it. Is that not the case?
Sorry, so if Arsenal win the game...
The likelihood is City will do it.
Well, they are the favourite. They're the team that I backed to win the league at the beginning of the season because, Jim, Sheffield United could hardly get on the pitch when they paraded all their trophies recently at the start of this year. There's so many trophies that they've won. This Pep is unbelievable, but Arsenal now got the new man on the block, haven't we? And he's not just a pretender anymore. He is basically, he's showing for the second year running that Arsenal can go the distance.
Yeah.
So, is he the next successor? I think he's a man all on his own, and I think now he's made some really big calls. I think he's ready for this game.
All right.
Look, they're friends. But at the end of the day, that will stay to one side, and he I don't want to sound like Kevin Keegan, but I think Arsenal would love it, wouldn't they?
So
if they
separate
beat
heart and head.
City this weekend.
Don't give me it from an Arsenal invincible point of view.
I think they're capable of doing it.
What's the outcome?
I think Arsenal can win it. I don't see any problems for them. I'll tell you, if Stones doesn't make it and Walker doesn't make it, that leaves them vulnerable at the back for counter-attacks, and it leads their structure in midfield changes. But City they always find a way to win. So in this period, it's tough, but I think Arsenal are capable of doing it.
And you go with Simon, if they do, the likelihood is that would give them such momentum they'd win it.
No, I don't, because there's an awful long way to go after that. You've got to play Villa, you've got to play Spurs, and you've got to go to Manchester United. None of those games are easy for Arsenal.
But winning the Premier League isn't easy. It's not meant to be easy.
Of course.
But if you go win games at this time in the season against the team tipped to win the league, against the blueprint in terms of what everyone is saying is, look, there it is, there's the winners there.
Yeah, but it's about staying healthy.
Yeah.
This time last year, Arsenal lost Saliba. He didn't play the last 11 games of the season.
You can't bake into certain...
I'm looking at the latest odds, Simon.
But
11 to 10 on City to win.
I'm sure it is because conventional wisdom tells you that they will.
Yeah.
But I think this Arsenal side at this moment in time...
Everyone has to stay fit.
Fear no one.
When they took Saliba out, it was like taking the plug out the bath last season. They can't afford him to be not there. And Declan Rice has been quite magnificent in the 6 or the 8, the way that he gets forward.
He started every
Jorginho,
game,
let's not underestimate Jorginho since he's come in. He was playing in that first game of the season against City as well.
Yeah.
And I assume he's going to play in this one.
All right, Arsenal fans, I will briefly throw it out there. If you want to come to air with us on this Good Friday, then why not? Because we're in the company of Arsenal Invincible Martin Keown. 03717 223344. What do you think? Arsenal, well capable of going to the Etihad on Sunday and winning, are they, in your eyes? And if they do, like Simon, do you think that could be it? They then go on and win the league. A bit to go, but they then go on and springboard themselves into a position that can get them winning this league title. Do you agree? 03717 223344 81089.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Brilliant, and
we
good
want
luck with
want
it.
our books to be the best, Jim. That's the thing. It maybe says a bit about us.
Yes. Okay. Well, what's your book entitled?
Well, we haven't found that yet.
How is it? Yeah. Martin Keown, I'm sorry. For
Might
all the
be,
players that you named.
Maybe there's one or two I wasn't that sorry about.
No, true.
Yeah, I'm still working on something. My first book was called Be Careful What You Wish For. I think my next one will be Careful What You Get.
Quite right. Anyway, enough of the Jordan Keown book club. Yeah. Let's get on to matters football. And it would seem, Martin, that Xabi Alonso has turned down the chance to become Liverpool manager in order to continue his work at Bayer Leverkusen. Of course, he's been heavily linked since we heard that very Friday when you were on with us that Jurgen Klopp was vacating the premises stage left. So, what do you think? I mean, you wonder how Liverpool feel about it. You wonder how Liverpool fans feel about it, because I think many of them had bought into the idea, right, Jurgen's going to go, but we're going to take one of our own. It's going to be Alonso.
Well, you have to respect what he's doing, and often when these great managers we've seen in the past, we've seen with Ferguson and we've seen with Wenger, the next guy in has really given much of an opportunity. It never really works.
Yeah.
But is he turning his back on Liverpool? Will they see it that way? I think maybe the bigger picture, if time demands and things don't go well for the next manager, then they probably will be running after Alonso. But he's been magnificent with Leverkusen this year. He's got to keep that success. He's brand new in the job, Jim. I think it's probably right to step back from it because he's looking for a long career, isn't he, as a manager?
Yeah.
And this could all go very wrong for him if he takes the Liverpool job.
Well, I mean, we were, Liverpool fans, Simon, and ourselves were not wrong to think Alonso, the natural successor to Klopp, because back in 2018, just after he'd retired, he spoke about the prospect of managing Liverpool one day to Guillaume Balaguer.
Do you see yourself standing up by the bench with being able to hear all that from the fans as manager of Liverpool? Is that something you dreamt of, you thought of?
Yeah, for sure I have dreamt of. For sure I have to first prove myself. I need to prepare, but if I decide somewhere along the way to take my chances as a manager, my link, my commitment, my passion with Liverpool is there, and why not? We will see if we can cross paths in our ways.
You don't think, Simon, that maybe he was ever a contender?
Listen, I don't think he wasn't something that Liverpool might have considered, but people follow breadcrumbs and they think it leads to the gingerbread house. It doesn't always. The bottom line is that he's made a very sensible decision, I think, to stay where he sat. I spoke to Michael Ballack about 10 days ago, who floated the notion that he thought that he would stay at Leverkusen. I mean, if you're going to go to Munich's all over the place at this moment in time. If for the first time in 11 years it's going to lose a title, it's for getting rid of its manager early in his tenure, and you've got Liverpool that's got a great that's departing. Who the hell, with due respect, wants to follow a great? They want someone else to go in there, potentially have some challenges, overcome those challenges or don't, and then pick up the slack with a more, not so much sedate, but a more balanced environment. I think it shows the sensible thinking of a man that understands that he will get his opportunity and he will earn his stripes and he will have won the Bundesliga, his currency is high, and he also might be showing a bit of loyalty. But I wonder how much was in it in the first place, because Liverpool are not fools. They knew in November that they were going to lose their manager, so they wouldn't have been sitting on their hands waiting to see what opportunities might come from a manager that might do them a favour and join them when it suits him. They would have already done their due diligence and probably knew some time ago that Alonso was someone we might like, but it's not available to us at the moment in time. Let's move on and let the media chitter away about what it thinks it does and doesn't know.
I mean, there's one of many messages coming in on this now. Tony, big Liverpool fan. Liverpool players want Pep Linders to replace Klopp, maintaining continuity with our academy. That would make total sense. They just might, Martin.
Was he taking a poll of Liverpool players, was he? How does he know that?
I mean, other names in the frame, Simon, outside Ruben Amorim, Sporting Lisbon. I don't know much about him, but would he be a comfortable natural successor to Klopp? And of course, this fellow, Roberto De Zerbi at Brighton, is never out of the conversation. I mean, it's anybody's guess, but Alonso seemed to be the out-and-out favourite.
He's seen the natural fit. But I think Simon's right. I think probably his instinct would be to say, I'd love to take that job. A bit like Frank Lampard, fantastic player and wanted to be a manager. But I think this is a more measured approach. I think this is like playing the long game. I do expect him to manage Liverpool at some point in his career, if he goes in the trajectory that he is right now. They're unbeaten the whole season at the moment, aren't they? Leverkusen. It's quite an introduction into management.
Yeah.
So we know that it's there. I mean, sometimes these successful type personalities just feel, I can go there and make the difference. And it might be a little bit arrogant, but that's the confidence. So I kind of like, let's wait and see. It doesn't look like he's going to take the job, but he's looking at maybe the Real Madrid job. So that's not a bad, is it? Collection of jobs that you're going after.
I don't think you see De Zerbi, Simon, as a relevant figure in this conversation at this time.
Does he deserve to be in the conversation?
That's the question.
I don't like what he did before the Roma second leg. I don't like the things that he said after the first leg. I don't think that's particularly constructive or respectful towards Tony Bloom and the environment that he's been facilitated an opportunity. Yeah, he's done a good job, but nobody employed him to do a bad job, did they? So this idea that De Zerbi I think he's a tricky customer. I watch him and I smell a whiff of Conte. And that sort of attitude and that sort of disposition, which, okay, some would say, Conte's a winner. Yeah, he's also a bugger to deal with as well. And he's a challenge. And he's not an easy manager to work with. And that's why he never stays in jobs for very long. And if you think you're going to build a football club like Liverpool around a difficult character, you're not. Because Liverpool, the reason why Klopp has got it and gets it and the fans love him is because he gets it. And that's why he's been there 9 years. Someone like De Zerbi smacks of Conte.
I think De Zerbi's been disappointing this year. Well, I don't think it's quite the heights that they were at. I mean, if we were looking at an overall total of matches that they've won in recent times, the last 20 games, I don't think you'll see many wins.
Well, they'll say the European campaign has diluted their opportunity with a smaller squad. Injuries. They've lost key players. They've lost Matuma, the boy that came in from Barcelona. What's it, Fatsi? You know what I'm
yes,
yeah. He hasn't made the big impact everyone thought he was going to be.
He's got injured as
so
well,
I think you've got to give credit where credit due. There's no doubt. But De Zerbi, you love my pronunciation. De Zerbi came in on the back of a decent platform.
Right.
Potter wasn't a slouch at Brighton. Potter had done a decent job. De Zerbi came through the door.
Yeah,
it's a good base there,
and picked up
great
a decent
foundation
base.
at that football club.
Ironically, this weekend, De Zerbi takes Brighton to Anfield on Sunday. Klopp is yet to get the better of him in 4 meetings. So if he's looking at writing headlines, De Zerbi could do that again, Martin, to be honest, if he can avoid defeat at Anfield, because that will catch the eye of the Liverpool top brass.
Liverpool have to win there, Jim, don't they?
On the day.
The other big two playing against each other we'll talk about later, but in the meantime, Liverpool have to win.
Is it any great disappointment to Liverpool fans out there this morning that Alonso now seems no longer to be in the conversation when it comes to who is going to succeed at Jurgen Klopp? Did you have your heart set on Xabi Alonso? If so, why? And now, who are you turning your attention to? De Zerbi has been spoken about, so too is this fellow Ruben Amorim of Sporting Lisbon, because the clock's ticking. The clock is ticking, and sooner or later, a name will emerge as the right man, or the man anyway, whether he's right or not, to take over from Jurgen Klopp. Have you got your hard and fast ideas out there as to who you would want and why? 03717 223344 810 89. We're working on Good Friday.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
But first, there's some potentially huge news surrounding the future of Xabi Alonso, and it's not something Liverpool fans are going to want to hear, because Liverpool expect Alonso to stay at Bayer Leverkusen this summer and will reportedly consider other candidates to replace Jurgen Klopp. As you can see, I am joined by senior reporter Melissa Reddy now to give us a bit more on this. So, okay, where are we at? What do we know? Is it dead in the water? That's what Liverpool fans want to know.
I hate that phrase when we're talking about as an industry that shifts as much as football. But the strong feeling that both Bayern Munich and Liverpool have been given is that Alonso wants to stay at Leverkusen, continue his incredible project, which is on course to make history, not just in the Bundesliga, but they could actually land a treble. Now, he's been given assurances that he actually can continue to build with them, that he won't see the team broken apart. So for him, I think he just feels like there's still so much to offer and to do at Leverkusen. He's still so early into that project there that the timing just feels off.
Yeah, could it have been the timing? I mean, do we have a real sort of idea as to why we think, I mean, he's decided to turn down 2 of the biggest clubs in Europe?
To be honest, I think this is more about Xabi Alonso than the opportunities that are being presented to him. He wants to stay true to himself and to his work. And if you think about it, when everybody expected him to become manager of Borussia Mönchengladbach, what he actually did was extended his commitment to Real Sociedad B. And he talks about not letting other people control your decisions, make them for you. You need to do things when you have an intuition, when you feel the timing is right, when you think it is your moment, not when other people is saying it is. So I think that's the case here. I have to say, there's a difference between both jobs though. Bayern Munich, I think he feels that opportunity will come around again. In the time that Liverpool have had Jurgen Klopp as manager, Bayern have had 7 different head coaches. Yeah, so that job, it will come around again. Liverpool, more of a rare shot, so it's unfortunate that it's come so soon. But I think we can't ignore the fact that him staying at Leverkusen also fits perfectly into the timeline of succeeding Carlo Ancelotti at Real Madrid. So I think as much as Leverkusen are happy with this news, so are Real Madrid.
Yeah, quite. There's so much to consider, isn't there? But goodness me, we've got Liverpool's. I mean, they're still going to need to find someone to replace Klopp at the end of the season. They've got time. They've known this was happening for quite some time. But it's a question that we're asking every week. Who's it going to be? Who next?
I think in terms of when you look at the stylistic profile of what they'd be after in a manager and his approach, Ruben Amorim of Sporting ranks very highly. Their pressing metrics very similar to Liverpool, how direct they are, the speed of their play. Also, when you look at his first full season at Sporting, it mirrors quite similarly to what Xabi Alonso's done in his first full season at Leverkusen. So there is some symbiosis there. Liverpool also have such a strong understanding of the Portuguese market because of Pep Linders, Vitor Matos, former Sporting director Julian Ward. So they'll have such a wealth of information on Amorim. And he just marks across a variety of factors very highly. Roberto De Zerbi of Brighton is another manager just because of his tactical acumen and his ability to outperform his budget. But those are the two names strongly linked at the moment. I lean more towards Amorim.
Okay. Alonso, he's got a long future ahead of him. He's a young manager. There are so many clubs, I'm sure he will go on to manage on the biggest of stages. So do we kind of feel that the time will come for Alonso? There will be the chance for him to manage Liverpool?
I think he'll hope so, because when he started getting into management, his big vision was that he was going to go and manage all the clubs that he had worked for and played under and felt a real connection to. So Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, and Liverpool, Real Sociedad, where he's obviously worked with Real Sociedad B. So in his long-term plan, yes, but that Liverpool job, like I said, it's very rare that they change often. Something has to go extraordinarily wrong. And with Michael Edwards there and Richard Hughes, I think Liverpool are quite comfortable and confident in their structure, that they'll find the right person to stay for a long period. But yeah, the future is a long time, so one day.
Who knows, but we'll always find out here first.
We're talking about Liverpool at this stage because it now seems that Xabi Alonso has reportedly turned down the chance to become Liverpool manager in order to continue his work at Bayer Leverkusen. I wonder what Liverpool fans going into this weekend are thinking. Liverpool, of course, still very much in the mix in their attempt to win another league title. Jean is a big Liverpool fan. Good morning, Jean. You're through to us. Happy Good Friday, if there is such a thing. What's your take on Alonso now no longer a candidate, and who else might be? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. Yeah, for me, I never really saw Alonso as an option at this point. I think he's done a great job at Leverkusen, and for all we know, it could be a flash in the pan. It's his first season in management. Doing a great job. I think the Liverpool job would have been a bit too big for him at this moment. So for me, I'm glad that he's staying on at Leverkusen. I'm glad he's staying on to continue the good work that he's doing down there. And I'm sure that he probably wants to have a crack with them at the Champions League next season, because he's still cutting his cloth according, right? He's still cutting his teeth, I should say, in football management.
Yeah.
So I think in terms of his decision, it's a really intelligent decision, and I wouldn't have expected any less from Alonso, to be honest with you. He's a thinking man. He's not going to jump. He knows his career is a long career in management that he's got ahead of him. The opportunities will come later on. For me, Julian Nagelsmann seems to be a really good fit at the moment. He took on the job at Bayern Munich. He was released from that job for non-footballing reasons, I believe. And I think that he's the right man to come in. He's used to managing at a big club. He's used to managing on a shoestring budget as well at RB Leipzig previously. And obviously he's only got a contract to the end of the Euros this year with Germany. So I think he's a perfect fit at the moment.
Nagelsmann, that's interesting, Jean. What do you think of that, Sam? That's a name thrown in there. Jean's obviously a passionate Liverpool
the
fan.
zeitgeist on him, or the inside track on him, is he's quite a difficult character to manage. He got himself removed because he got involved with a journalist and then started breaching confidences about what was going on behind the scenes with Bayern Munich. And ultimately, that's what got him into a situation which makes his judgment slightly flawed.
Germany are doing well, though, aren't they, under him?
Well, they were difficulty doing anything. They've won a couple of friendlies. They beat France.
Yeah, but they're looking better. They were poor for long last period.
Well, we'll see how well they look in the European Championships.
I think
but
the
I'm
German
not sure about
fix is not
Nagelsmann. I think
Tough
Liverpool
opening fixture against Scotland.
Yeah, absolutely. Their knees must be knocking.
Yeah.
But I'm not in the camp that a 36-year-old that has been taken out of Munich because there was lots of observations about him, about how difficult he was to work with. And I think Liverpool is a club that unifies. It unites around its manager, and its manager unites the playing squad, unites the club with its fans. I'm not sure Nagelsmann's in that camp.
Okay, Gene, listen, thanks for the call. Judge is a big Liverpool fan. Most of the fans I speak to don't want De Zerbi. But apparently our new sporting director likes him. Judge has got some inside info. I would like Thomas Frank. Thomas Frank for Liverpool, that'd be some step up for him, with all due respect to Brentford.
He's not your new sporting director. He's someone that's come back in, isn't he? Is that right? Or is
Richard Hughes.
He's not like Richard Hughes, because Michael Edwards is the person that will be ultimately responsible, won't he?
Sure. Russell, big Liverpool fan, good morning to you. No longer Alonso, so now who? What do you think, Russell?
Hi, good morning, boys. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Well. Morning.
Good to have you on, mate.
Great. I'm just before I make a point, I'm with the fella who previously called there about Alonso. I've said it to all my friends, Liverpool fans, that it is too soon for him. So yeah, I'm happy with that one. So a name that I want to throw in the hat, which I don't think, you may think differently, is Marco Rose from RB Leipzig. Simply because of the style of football he played. I don't know a great deal about him, his background and everything, but when I've watched him this season, I thought, great, I'd love Liverpool to play like that, very similar to how Liverpool play now. So what do you think of that one?
Yeah, that's a name you've thrown at us from left field to a degree. One thing I'm interested in, Russell, now we know Alonso is not in the mix, is it easy with the benefit of hindsight? Because be honest with me, Xabi Alonso would be perfect, wouldn't he? He's the one you would have loved.
He would, but you're talking about Leverkusen, and then you're talking about Liverpool, a massive worldwide club, and so you've got to cut your teeth properly. You've got to, you look at Klopp, who said how he's worked his way up to Liverpool, and I think Alonso's got to do exactly the same. So maybe, in another 5 or 6 years, great. But not now. It's far too soon.
Yes.
Far too soon.
Thanking you. Russell, thanks for that. Simon, we're about to go into April. The season is marching on. We're down to 10 games to go, or whatever it is now. Do you think the top brass at Liverpool now know?
I think they've got a very good idea. I don't think they're inclined to share it with anybody, because they don't need to. I don't think that Liverpool are going to sit on their hands and allow the progress that's been made with Klopp to dissolve because they were unable to find someone to replace him or to make a decision who that might be. So given the fact they've known since November, given the fact that on the whole Fenway have very significant strategy. Yeah, they make mistakes. They've made mistakes about taking the furlough and the fans didn't like it. They made mistakes about season ticket prices and the fans didn't like that. But on the whole, they've made most of the decisions that they've made, certainly in the last 8 or 9 years, and specifically around Klopp, has been of a forward-thinking football club. So I'd be very, very surprised if they've been sitting around just wondering what's going to fall out of the ether.
The timing of Klopp saying that he was going to go, I think that was generating that momentum. It's helped the football club, but it's also helped them, isn't it, upstairs, to give them longer, Jim, a lengthy time to think about who comes in to replace, for other managers as well, to sort of think about what they need going forward and who is that really wants to go after this job. So there's plenty of time for Liverpool to make the right call here.
Yes, indeed. Of course, for Liverpool, for everybody this weekend, it's a very big weekend, but Liverpool at home to Brighton on Sunday. And of course, Liverpool joint top with Arsenal at the moment on 64 points. So, never mind the future. In the present, Liverpool have a job in their hands to win this thing, to win on Sunday, and then to continue and in an attempt to win the Premier League again at the end of the season. And then Klopp can make his goodbyes in some spectacular style. But anyway, a bit to go before that comes along. We're at 10:30.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Reporter Keith Downey was in Howe's news conference this morning. We can head to Keith. What was said about Tonali then? I'm sure that the first question to Eddie Howe.
Yeah, morning Hayley. Eddie Howe asked a lot of questions about Sandro Tonali, understandably so, after that misconduct charge from the FA landed yesterday. Look, Eddie Howe said it was no surprise. They were aware that this was in the offing and they were expecting the player to hear from the FA. But what Eddie Howe has said is that he hopes that the FA do not throw the book at him. He says, look, he's got a problem. He's admitted that he's got a problem. problem, and an illness was the words he's used, and he feels that the 10-month ban handed down by the Italian Football Federation in October is enough punishment for the Italian international midfielder, who of course signed for Newcastle for £55 million from AC Milan in the summer. We were hearing yesterday that Newcastle don't expect that 10-month ban to be extended further, and that he will return at the end of August towards the start of next season. But Eddie Howe not quite as strong on that today. He said he was hopeful that was the case, but he's not got any information to ensure that he has any clarity. This is what he had to say, Haley.
Yeah, it was no surprise to us. Sandro, from day one, cooperated and was very honest with the club, with us, with the authorities, and what he had done and the issues that he had. So yesterday was no surprise. Obviously, it may have been a surprise externally for other people to hear this news, but we've been supporting him through this process. I certainly hope for Sandro that there is no further consequences. He has suffered during this period. He has sought help. He's been very honest. He's admitted he has an issue, and I think the best thing for Sandro would be to resume his career, having taken his punishment and having learnt a lot of lessons from this.
Yeah, and how is he with that recovery and that treatment plan? I know we've seen him out training here, and you said he's trained very well over the last 5 months, but how is he with his recovery from the addiction that you touched on?
Yeah, he is seeking help on a regular basis. This is something that won't go away for him, so he has regular meetings in Italy and in England to deal with the problems that he has. But I have to say, mentally, he's been very good in his training sessions. He's been very good off the pitch. He's been a brilliant teammate to the people here, in supporting teammates and training really well to set a positive example. His English has improved a lot as well, which has been great. He's communicate now really well with his teammates, which is such an important thing.
OK, so there we go. There was a big blow, wasn't there, Keith, about Sven Botman. He is going to need surgery on an ACL injury. It's been a bit of a controversial one, though, hasn't it? Explain.
Yeah, well, Sven Botman picked up an injury to his ACL earlier on this season, back in September. He said in an interview to me back on the 1st of January when he made his return that there was a lot of damage in his knee. He said he sought advice from a couple of specialists, and there was mixed reactions. I think one specialist said he needed surgery, another one said he would be able to get back to playing with rest. He decided to rest up and did so for a couple of months, and then returned just before Christmas. I have to say, Haley's not looked the same player, an absolute colossus in defence last season. He's not looked the same player since his return. Just looks like he's maybe lacking a little bit of confidence in that knee. And then, of course, the injury was exacerbated just before the international break, when he was taken off against Manchester City in the FA Cup tie with around 10 minutes to go, and then the club announced during the international break that actually he does require surgery, and he's had that operation already, an injury and recovery, Haley, that will keep him out for up to 9 months. But of course there has been a lot of questions as to why he came back without getting surgery the first time. Eddie Howe cleared that up this morning. He said it was the player's decision. The club and the medical staff here at Newcastle advised that he went for surgery, but the player didn't want to have it, and he came back after rest. This is Eddie Howe on the topic.
Yeah, big blow. Quite a complex story around Sven this season since he got his knee injury. Initially had a partial tear of his ACL. We obviously sought a specialist opinion on that injury. And there was sort of conflicting reports coming back on what he should do next. Ultimately, our medical team advised him to get surgery. He himself wanted to carry on playing, and I think that we're always always try and guide and help the players, but ultimately it's their bodies and they have to make the final decision. So unfortunately he succumbed to the injury eventually, but I've seen several players from that injury come back and carry on playing and stay fit. So it's a delicate issue for him, and he now has a long period of rehab ahead of him, and we wish him well, and we hope he comes back in a really good place.
Do you think that was perhaps influenced by the fact that you had so many injuries at that moment and you wanted to get back and help the team?
I don't know. I think that's difficult for me to answer for Sven. No, I think it was related to how good the knee felt. He felt, speaking to him, there was no swelling on the knee. He said the knee felt strong, it felt stable. And so I think from the player's perspective, if I can put myself in Sven's shoes, when you feel the knee is good, and then someone says, yeah, but you need an operation, or you might need an operation and you'll be out for 9 months, but you're not feeling that yourself, I think it's very difficult to then commit to surgery. And that's why it was a really difficult situation for him. And our aim was to try and give the player the best care possible, whether that was an operation or whether that was he wanted to carry on and play. And we backed the decision. And yeah, I think from the player side, the player's in a good mental place. He's got no problems. Of course, he's disappointed, but now he's looking very much to the future.
Yeah, Eddie Howe there on his defender Sven Botman, who will be missing for up to 9 months following knee surgery. Look, I think Eddie Howe, Haley was looking for a quiet international break. They've been over in Dubai, those players who were not on international duty, having some warm weather training, trying to recover from what has been a ridiculous injury list that they've had this season. But of course, the blows keep on coming. That news regarding Sven Botman that you hear Eddie Howe talking about there, and then also yesterday the news about the FA misconduct charge to Sandro Tonali means that the international break hasn't been as quiet as Eddie Howe had hoped. But look, how do they recover from that? They take to the pitch tomorrow against West Ham United, knowing that if they beat them, they go 1 point behind them in the chase for a European spot, and also they'll have a game in hand over West Ham. So huge game for Newcastle tomorrow. Just 10 matches left of what has been a crazy season for them, but there is something left at the end of it. There is something tangible if they do manage to qualify for Europe. A win against West Ham United at St James's Park tomorrow will go a long way to helping them do that.
Taking a look at Chelsea, the latest club under the scrutiny of the Premier League's profit and sustainability rules after Nottingham Forest and Everton have both taken points deductions. CBS's own James Bench is taking a look at their financial situation for a piece on CBSSports.com, and it shows Chelsea will need to make some player sales just to be compliant for next year's accounts, and that's even before making any new signings to bolster the squad in the upcoming summer transfer window. And for more on this story, let's bring in the writer of this piece, James Bench. And James, what did you discover in reporting out this piece in terms of the situation that Chelsea find themselves in financially?
Hi, Chris. Yeah, it was a fascinating examination. We had some independent projections on Chelsea's numbers, and we should emphasise, these are projections. A lot can change, but their numbers and their financial position for 2023-24 and for 2024-25, so next season. And our findings were that in both those seasons, they need an extra £100 million in revenue just to be compliant with the Premier League's PSR regulations. Now, this season in particular, that's going to almost certainly mean that's going to have to come from player sales. And look, there are players on the books that we expect to be sold, Ian Maatson, Conor Gallagher, players like that mean they could deliver that £100 million in revenue. But I think we have to understand that the pressure is on them to do that next season as well, even if, and I know that Chelsea fans will pull me up on this, even if they get their Club World Cup money, our projection included them registering all their Club World Cup money that they will earn for the tournament next year in the 24-25 books, and it included a season ticket price rise, which we do expect to come in the near future. So it is. The stakes are very high for Chelsea. It is important to say we are not predicting that they will not be PSR compliant. We are just sort of giving you a sense of the scale of what they need to do to comply with the rules as they are right now.
James, PSR compliant, you just said, profit and sustainability. We've heard what's happened to Everton. Then it was Nottingham Forest. There's all the conversation around Manchester City that's been rolling for a long time. I think maybe if we just roll it back a second, and if you can explain to us what exactly PSR means and what those rules are and how they apply.
Yeah, so the profit and sustainability rules, kind of as ever when we start sort of getting into these 9-figure sums, they probably feel more complicated than they are. In effect, Premier League clubs agreed some time ago over any 3-year cycle, they could not lose more than £105 million. Now, without wishing to overcomplicate things, that number can be a bit higher because there are certain things, for instance, women's football, academy football, that you can sort of deduct from your PSR calculations. But basically, it's an agreement not to lose loads of money chasing success or just throwing money down the drain. Everton were handed a initial 10-point penalty that was subsequently cut on appeal for breaching PSR rules, and they are currently facing another PSR case. Nottingham Forest have been handed a 4-point penalty. We should say that for the most recent set of PSR calculations, which are relating to last season, Chelsea were fine. But our projections and our analysis suggests they might have been quite close to the line, but they were within the limits. The challenge Chelsea are going to have is that they have these sizable costs on their books relating to the signings they've made over the past 18 months, and that's going to, almost every year for some time now, it's going to make it very hard for them to maintain sustainability without selling players.
Now, the interesting thing is that Chelsea embarked on a strategy of buying all these young players. The footballing world learned of the word amortization because they would sign these players to 8.5-year contracts and spread the money out. And it appeared for the moment that Chelsea had figured something out about the financial system. They found some kind of loophole. How have we gotten to a place where they spent all this money thinking that they had figured the rules out, where now all of a sudden they're up against it, having not figured the rules out?
Yeah, amortization is the key word here. And again, to briefly explain, when a football club buys a player, they view it in accounting terms as buying an asset. So they will spread the cost of that transfer fee over that time. So Wesley Fofana, let's take an example, and I'm going to simplify this, but Wesley Fofana was bought for 80 million euros. Let's say he was given an 8-year contract. In football accountancy terms, the club would register that as 10 million of expenditure every year. Now, like you say, Chris, that kind of meant that in year one, when they were buying all these players for crazy sums, that actually, when you sort of looked on the balance sheet, it said, oh, they're only committing 160 million pounds. The issue is that they're going to be committing 160 million pounds for the foreseeable future every year before they buy anyone else, and that has to be covered. And the one thing I would say is, we've talked about PSR, those rules may change to be more in line with UEFA's squad cost control rules. Those will include amortization as well. So there's a sort of 160 million pounds on Chelsea's books that's only going to really trickle away towards the end of the decade. It's a sort of huge drag on expenditure, on development, on growth. It would all have worked out a bit more effectively if Chelsea had sort of built a Champions League squad with this. And kind of the way out of this for Chelsea is to qualify for the Champions League every year and, ideally win the thing, because that's always worth a lot of money. But at the moment, they have a squad that is mid-table in the Premier League. Underlying metrics say it's maybe the 5th, 6th best squad in the league. You need to, with all the money you spent, you need to be sort of a lock for Champions League football. And I'm not sure that's guaranteed, especially if, squad players, good starters like Conor Gallagher go in the summer.
I just want to pick up on that, actually, because, 2 years in a row, no European football, and you look at that table and you're like, what, Chelsea are mid-table? They've got to sell players to avoid the breach, to avoid this potential points deduction, but then they've got to try and get European football, which you were talking about, challenge in the Premier League, which is also incredibly important for them in terms of bringing in revenue. How big of an impact is this? Never mind the potential points deduction down the line, but with what they actually have to do now, James.
Next year there's a window. A lot of the players that I've sort of mentioned in the piece that could be sold, Maatsen, Lukaku, Trevor Chalobah, they're not necessarily first team starters. The challenge will be that you'll lose a lot of your depth, maybe, because you'll want to sell substitutes as well, an Armando Broja, fringe players. You'll lose that depth, but you'll be able to keep your starters. And so maybe that if you can scramble into the Champions League, then that means that for 25-26, the books look a little bit rosier. But I think what it does is just ratchet up the pressure and the demands for immediate results. And you can't strengthen the squad that easily to get you there. You could, of course, sell more players, sell more academy graduates to cover the PSR hole and then give you some more wiggle room. But it's a fine line to tread to get better while selling players, even when you have a young squad and you're hoping that next season it's not as ravaged by injuries. Because one thing we have to say is Chelsea have had a horrible season injury-wise.
True. James, let's get into the fans a little bit and the reaction that's actually going on, at Chelsea at the moment in and around London. You've got Todd Bowley in. It's almost like the fans kind of lauding up Roman Abramovich, but we have to remember that Todd Bowley took over, some of the problems that he left behind. Do you think it's fair what the fans are taken into task about? Because there seems to be this backlash. Do you think it's, I'd love to know more about what the conversation is within the fans at Chelsea.
Yeah, it's tough and it's riven, and we can see this even not just kind of the usual that you'll see on social media where big club fan bases can argue about anything. Major supporters bodies are arguing with each other publicly. The Chelsea Supporters Trust last week publicly criticised the chief executives and the ownership for their lack of engagement with the fans. The Chelsea Fan Advisory Board subsequently said, actually, ownership is more engaged and more in dialogue with us than it was under Roman Abramovich. But the real challenge that you've hit on there is that there's this sort of culture clash. Roman Abramovich ran this football club with making money at the bottom of his list of priorities. It was a football club that lost £900,000 a week. And even this venture capital firm that's done something quite strange and surprising and loaded lots of long-term costs onto Chelsea's book is never going to sort of run it as a patronage system. Roman Abramovich spends his money on Chelsea because it makes him look good and he has fun winning trophies. That's never going to be the Clear Lake model. And it is a culture clash. And, I think Chelsea fans have got very used to turbulence and drama, but I think there's sort of been an implicit contract with the previous ownership that I will deliver you turbulence and drama and don't get attached to any of the managers because they won't last more than a year or two, but they'll bring you trophies anyway. And not competing for trophies, we have to say they got to the League Cup final and they may well get to the FA Cup final. But, the expectation are sky high at Chelsea, and it's going to be and has been a real culture shock for supporters to adapt to an ownership that can't just and also just an ecosystem with PSR where you can't just throw money at a problem and expect it to go away.
Yeah, the Abramovich days.
Right. I almost wonder if even if Abramovich were still the owner, they might still be running into these problems.
Absolutely, because like James was just talking about, he was doing it because he had a Premier League club. And
right.
he loved that.
And he loved that it won all the time.
Absolutely.
Managers be gone as long as we keep winning things. But James Benge, it's a great story on CBSSports.com. Plenty of depth on this situation around Chelsea. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Good evening, good evening, Mr. Pennant. How are you, sir?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Jam? I'm good, matey. Normally at this
good.
stage of the evening, I come to you, have a little bit of a chit-chat and see what you've been up to and so on and so forth. But you know what? We're not going to do that today. We're going to go straight and speak to our European football expert, Kevin Hatchard, on the news that broke around about half hour, 40 minutes ago. Or certainly we understand that Xabi Alonso is going to be standing by Leverkusen. It looks like they're going to win the Bundesliga. They're 10 points clear at the top at the moment. Let's go and speak to him. Big German. Follows the Bundesliga very closely. It's good evening, Kevin Hatchard. Kev.
How are we, chaps? Well?
Very well
Very good,
indeed, Kev. First thing, are you surprised that this has come out or not? That looks like Alonso's staying at Leverkusen?
Yeah, a little. I mean, we've talked about this for a long time, and I've said all the way through that this was always a possibility. There was no firm indication from him at all about what his plans were, and he hasn't said anything officially. Of course, they play Hoffenheim this weekend, do Leverkusen in the Bundesliga, and he's going to have a press conference tomorrow. Of course, this is going to come up, so I wonder if this briefing is a kind of prelude to him saying something at that press conference. It was always possible. It's a hell of a coup for Leverkusen if they do keep him, because I think what it does mean is that team is going to largely stay together. I think there was a possibility that if Xabi Alonso had moved on, that you might have had some players thinking, well, if the boss has gone, maybe it's my time to go as well, because there'll be offers for some of these players. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And even Lukas Radecki, the goalkeeper, was saying in the international break, you know, if he moves on to Liverpool or Bayern or what have you, you know, I don't think we could begrudge him or stand in his way. So, you know, some of his leading players, his captain, was saying that he thought he might be on the move. So I must admit, I thought, knowing that Liverpool were keen on bringing him in, and certainly he was one of the kind of leading names on their list, that I thought he'd be tempted by that. But it's a hell of a job to try and follow Jurgen Klopp. And we don't know what he's thinking. He's not said anything concrete yet, but if he is going to stay at Leverkusen, you get the feeling that must have played into his thinking.
Kev, it's been a remarkable season for Leverkusen. We've been speaking to you on a weekly basis about this, and there's always that feeling, certainly from my point of view. I don't watch a huge amount of Bundesliga, but there's been a part of me feeling they'll fall away at this stage. There'll be a couple of results where they don't string together. Bayern take advantage and do what Bayern do, as they did literally it was the last game, almost the last kick of the season in the Bundesliga last season. Hasn't turned out to be the way. This now gives real stability, doesn't it, to Leverkusen now going into next season. The squad they've got, how much work have Bayern got to do? Let's assume they win the Liga, Bundesliga with 10 points. How much more work have Bayern got to do to get close to them?
I think Bayern do have work to do, and I think they will do it. Max Eberl, the sporting director, or the kind of senior sporting director, has gone in there and has talked about some quite big changes that they might have to make. It's interesting, he's talked about Jamal Musiala this week and how they see him as the face of Bayern going forwards. Whereas I think a couple of players could move on. You know, there's a lot of talk that Joshua Kimmich, with only a year and a bit left on his deal, could move on. There's definitely talk that Alphonso Davies is going to move on, with Real Madrid targeting him. So Bayern have got a fair bit to do. Harry Kane is a lock. I think there's no chance he leaves Bayern this summer, I don't think. They'll absolutely build next season around him. And they've got a bit to do, but it's a hell of an ask for Leverkusen to do what they've done this season again next season. I mean, what you're talking about with their points total at the moment, or their form, you're talking about, you know, close to an all-time season. You're talking about the kind of levels Guardiola's Bayern was setting. So, you know, they haven't lost a single game in any competition this season. So it's a bit of a freak in that regard. But if he stays, there'll be genuine confidence that they can bring in some more players and really make this a kind of permanent thing to be challenging Bayern at the top end.
Kev, obviously for all Liverpool fans, the news of Klopp leaving was a massive, you know, heartache, and now the news that Xabi is staying at Leverkusen. Where can Liverpool turn now? And I think you're the best man to ask who's out there. Where can Liverpool look to now to replace Klopp? Someone with the same philosophy, maybe idea, so they're not changing things around too much in the club.
I think that's a tough thing to do, because I think Klopp has a very set way of playing. That's quite specific to him in many ways. And again, that comes into the fact that it's very tough to replace him. I mean, he is one of the elite managers, certainly of his generation, and, you know, one of the best managers Liverpool have ever had. I think that's fair to say. I know, obviously, they've had some absolute behemoths of the sport in charge of that football club. In terms of where they go next, there are a few options. I actually said when Klopp announced that he was going, the name that I felt was perhaps a really strong option was Nagelsmann. I still believe that. You guys know that I've been a huge fan of his from the moment he took the Hoffenheim job at 28 years old. Now, he's in a really interesting situation as the Germany boss, because he's only got a deal until the end of the Euros. But the DFB, the German FA, are very keen on agreeing a new deal with him that takes him beyond the Euros. He's been quite coy about that. He actually said on ZDF, which is one of the big TV stations out there, well, it depends on the offer. And he was kind of tongue-in-cheek about that, but he's been quite coy about things. So I don't think he's ruling anything in, and I don't think he's ruling anything out. But what he did say, not that long ago, was if a big club came in with an interesting offer, then he could imagine agreeing something with a club before the Euros so that everybody knows where they stand. So he's been quite smart, I think. He's kind of kept the DFB on side. He's kept the option open. of a new deal with them, but he's also left it open for big clubs to come in for him. Ruben Amorim is being linked. He's done a brilliant job with Sporting, no doubt about it. He's turned them from what they were, which was kind of also Rams. They're a massive club, no doubt, but they weren't really behaving like a massive club in terms of winning the title or even challenging for the title. Not only have they done that, but he's got them into the Champions League quite far. He's managed to have good runs in Europe. Knocked out Arsenal last season, you might remember, in the Europa League. So he's done really well with them. But Primera Liga to Premier League is a big jump. So there is an element of risk there. And De Zerbi will be linked, of course, because of the work that he's done with Brighton. He's taken them into Europe, which is tremendous. He's had a lot of injuries to deal with. So they've dropped off a bit, understandably perhaps, but he has a clear philosophy that I think would appeal to Liverpool fans. So I would expect him to at least be considered. So there are some big names Liverpool could go for, and I think it'll be really interesting to see where they turn next, because they were keen on Xabi Alonso, but it seems that he's briefing he's going to stay.
What about Inzaghi? I know you're a big fan of what he's doing at the moment, but is there any other managers like him that out there, maybe in Italy or Spain, that potentially could come over, or is it quite a small pool?
I like Inzaghi very much. We kind of see how he might adapt. I mean, he's got a really good thing going at Inter at the moment. He's really built something there. Obviously, Liverpool's a massive job. I have huge respect for him. I think he's done a sensational job at Inter. And I think if you look at what he did at Lazio before, he won things with them as well, against the odds. So I think he's right up there with some of the best. But there are other factors there about adaptation or what have you. But I like him very much. So, look, there's talent out there. And, you always felt, we talked about this right at the top, in terms of when Klopp first went, you want it to be a forensic process, right? If you're a massive club like Liverpool, it has to be a forensic process. It can't just be, yes, Xabi Alonso's done really well. He used to play for Liverpool. Great. You can't make him the only candidate. And Liverpool, I think, we're never going to do that. They're always going to have a forensic approach. But he has risen very, very quickly and rightly. And the job he's doing at Leverkusen is really quite extraordinary. And for that club, unprecedented.
Kev, appreciate your time at such short notice, as always, bud. Look after yourself. Have a fab weekend. And happy Easter.
Happy Easter to you.
Cheers mate.
Guys.
Kevin Hatchard there, European football expert, had his beady eyes on Bundesliga. He mentioned Nagelsmann there. I'd love to know what Liverpool fans think. Amorim as well. De Zerbi's name has been linked. Inzaghi, one or two others. Who do you want? 03717 223344. Jammer, get your first words in for the show. Big Liverpool fan yourself. Play for the club.
Yep.
No one lasts forever. Yep. The club's always going to leave at some stage. He's leaving out on a high. We don't know how high that high is going to be at the moment. But how do you think Liverpool fans, what kind of mood, how will they be feeling right now? Because
they'll be disappointed. We had the high hopes of maybe possibly getting Xabi Alonso, and the job he's done at Leverkusen has been absolutely fantastic, and we would like to see that transfer into a new young Liverpool team that we've got. And I think it would have been perfect. His style of play, his philosophy that he's got at Leverkusen would have fit in absolutely perfect at Liverpool, because Klopp's set a great base, a great foundation for a new manager to come in to take over the reign and to push them forward. You don't want someone to come in to change the philosophy too much. Nope. They've got a plan, they've got an idea. Now change it all again, that takes time to get used to.
No, the DNA of the club is there. I mean, Klopp's got his fingerprints all, his DNA right through the club.
So you just want a guy to come in who plays good style of football. And knows the game well. And Xabi Alonso at the moment is, like I said, is doing a fantastic job. So it's a little bit disappointing, but we've got obviously the best recruitment team out there that can fix this.
The Sports Bar with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. Monday to Thursday nights from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Right, well, we're all still here because we were looking at these combined 11s of City and Arsenal a little bit earlier on, but we want to focus on who's going to come up against each other, of course, for real at the weekend. And Sam, you've been doing a little bit of research as well on the Sky Sports app and website. When you look at, you've got Rodri, the linchpin, I think we all had in our team, and Rice as well, and looking at maybe who's going to come out on top in the real battle.
Yeah, it's certainly the most tantalising battle on the Etihad Stadium pitch. Rodri versus Declan Rice. Two players probably going for player of the season as well. And Pep Guardiola and Mikel Arteta describe both of these midfielders as lighthouses. But it's not the only comparison and similarities they have, because as you can see, they go into this game on exactly the same amount of goals, same assists, and the shooting accuracy, passing accuracy and tackles are very much the same as well. So this is how they're similar, but they're actually quite different in terms of how they break the lines. And as you can see from these stats, Rodri is basically the pass master. He breaks the lines, defenders bypass by passes, by basically passing the ball and finding those gaps. Whereas Declan Rice, on the other hand, he's the best player in the Premier League at carrying the ball, and both players sort of enter the final third. Well, Rodri does it a lot more, but that's because Man City have the ball a lot more. So you can see that actually they're both very attacking threats as well. So while they're both coming up against each other in the midfield, they're actually going to have to stop each other in the penalty area as well, you think?
It's a great match-up,
Brilliant.
isn't it?
Yeah, fascinating to look at the numbers there. Absolutely love that.
And what about Rice and his position as well? How different is it to where we were used to seeing him, Mark, because you've been having a little bit of a look at this, I believe?
Yeah, this is the heat map. Not quite as much detail in my screen as Sam's, but you can see this is a comparison between West Ham in the Premier League last season compared to Arsenal. So immediately you can see at West Ham under David Moyes, Declan Rice was playing more as a holding midfielder, didn't get into those advanced positions as much. And as you can see, as well, spent a lot of time out on that left-hand side. So he was sort of pivot down the left-hand channel. That was his role. But you can see how much he's evolved and changed under Mikel Arteta. He's the complete box-to-box midfielder now, not just playing as that holding midfielder, but someone who can punch forward into those advanced areas. He can create things, hang around the box as well, win the ball high up the pitch. His energy, his work rate, his enthusiasm to win the ball, that's what's key for Arsenal. And you can see that in those two heat maps. Very different. And once again, people talk about 105 million being a lot of money for Declan Rice. Already you're starting to see that investment, and why Mikel Arteta and Edu were so keen to get his signature, and why Manchester City were also interested as well. But these heat maps give a real indication of what he brings to that pitch. And quite simply at Arsenal, he is everywhere.
Yeah, he absolutely is. But the big question is, I guess, if you could have only one in your team, you can only pick Rodri or Rice. Who do you choose and why? Do you take into consideration who you just enjoy watching more, or statistically who comes out on top? Because I know that's where you both deal best. Pete, for you,
well, if you look at Sam's stats, there's not much to pick between them, is there? I think maybe the one thing you could say in that area of the pitch is experience. Maybe Rodri just edges Rice in that. He's only a couple of years older. I think we'll forget Rodri's only 27 years old himself, but 3 Premier Leagues, a Champions League. Maybe that just gives him the little edge in that middle of the park. And I think the main thing we say about these players, they're so well suited to their own teams, because we've seen with Man City, they lost 3 Premier League games this season. There are 3 games that Rodri missed for them this season. So when he's not there, he's such a big loss. And then we've spoken earlier in the show about how transformational Rice has been for this Arsenal team in terms of what they do in the middle of the park, even as a leader for them as well. So, you know, neither team would want to lose either of them, but in terms of which one you'd want on your side, maybe I'd just lean towards Rodri.
Has he left you any sort of arguing point here then, Sam?
No, I'm actually going to pick Rice, actually. Not just because I think he's flexible as well. He can play in the number 6, he can play as a number 8, and that's been really, really crucial for Arsenal. It's really crucial for a Premier League title-winning squad. I think he's also better to watch on the ball. The ball carrying, a player taking the ball and driving through the lines, I think is, for me, a lot more pleasing than someone who just passes it through and gives it to a better player like Kevin De Bruyne.
City fans probably enjoyed watching Rodri score in the Champions League final, I'd say, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But as Pep Guardiola says, the holding midfielder should never be in the highlights. So maybe he's actually doing something wrong there.
There you go. Right, you've got to decide.
Declan Rice.
Oh, OK.
Yeah, I've enjoyed listening to the banter between those two and their arguments between, you know, as to why and who. I think just the ball carrying, the fact that Declan Rice is English as well, and he's going to be a massive player for Gareth Southgate in the summer, and he's going to be a part of that successful England team that brings it home.
Wow, there he said it. He said it. He started already.
I've been doing it for weeks.
Hey, welcome back to Morning Footy presented by StubHub. Huge match this weekend. Man City hosting Arsenal 11:30 a.m. Eastern on NBC. I cannot wait for this game. These are two teams in the thick of it for the race to the very top. Who's going to finish in first place in the Premier League? Liverpool also in that title race as well. Chuck, how you feeling for this one? Easter Sunday, too. Why they got to do this to everybody?
I feel the best I've ever felt with Arsenal going to the Etihad.
Even being in the stands last time they went?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You have to account for when Alexis and I went over to Manchester and we watched this match. It was my first time watching Arsenal live.
Was that really?
Yeah. Rob Holding was starting at center back.
Yep.
Wow. So no Saliba, Rob Holding, and Rob Holding had a dreadful performance.
A mare, as they call it in England.
So, and then I think Martinelli as well just absolutely got locked down by Kyle Walker. You know, you think about the growth from that moment on, and I think Manchester City, obviously they won the treble, they're the best team in the world, but Arsenal gained a lot from last year chasing the best team in the world. And this season, you could tell they're playing with an attitude, with a character, with this experience, this wisdom of how to navigate European competition as well as chasing the Premier League title. The biggest change, I think, in Arsenal, not only with the back line and understanding how to defend and keeping everyone healthy, but Kai Havertz has finally adjusted into how to have success with this Arsenal squad, how to move. I think he's obviously been given the opportunity where at some clubs he would not be given this run, given his lack of goals, but he's scoring now and he's figuring out the right pockets to find the ball, to open up the spaces for Bukayo Saka, for Trossard, who's
Let
been
me
playing
add.
it. And then Declan Rice is the biggest piece that Arsenal added in terms of not only protecting the back four, but breaking through, anticipating, winning second balls, providing cover. Just he, from box to box, one of the best in the world. When you add a player like that to the squad, that's a difference maker. And so, given Manchester City has some injuries and some absences, I'm feeling really confident about this Arsenal
And you said
side.
one of the names already, Kyle Walker. What's that going to be like without him for Manchester City if he can't go?
I mean, not only him, John Stones.
Is a big loss.
And Kevin De Bruyne is not 100%.
What I wanted to add before you didn't let me add, Kai Havertz also translated that into the national team, where he's playing a similar type of position up top, and we saw him. We're seeing him blossom at Arsenal. So on Easter Sunday, I don't know if Jesus is going to rise to the occasion.
Wow.
Because,
Jesus.
but
Oh man, that was good.
but that's been constantly been the question. It's like, all right, everybody's been waiting for Gabriel Jesus to be fit, because he's like maybe the solution to this problem that Kai Havertz wasn't in his best form. So I'm seeing a better, maybe the best version, not maybe. We're seeing the best version of Kai Havertz at Arsenal right now.
Absolutely, and I think it comes with the freedom that Mikel Arteta wanted him to play with. The reason he brought him in is because he knew he can find those open spaces. Young Thomas Müller, the position is called a Raumdeuter, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, in Germany. Exactly what he plays for the German national team, he's now playing for Arsenal. It's the ability to move around, find those open spaces, make decoy runs, build spaces by getting defenders to step away from positions so other players can be effective, and we're seeing that happen. In particular, what we've seen happen is also Arsenal become a much more stout defensively team than they were the last time you and I were there. Obviously, Rob Holding not being in the back line already fixes a couple of things, but we've seen Arsenal become so much more stout defensively, and we've also seen Manchester City become somewhat weakened when it comes to the second half against the top 5 teams. They've scored 1 goal in the second half against top 5 teams. They've given up 6. We're seeing a completely different Manchester City than we saw last season, which was put your foot down on the gas and keep it going. They don't have that level. A lot of it comes from injuries. Kyle Walker's not there, but presumably neither will be Martinelli. So that left-hand side is going to be completely different for Arsenal. Probably Leandro Trossard. You're probably going to have a little bit more activity there. What's that really gonna sort of? How's that gonna net out? I think it's a push. If Martinelli's not there and Kyle Walker aren't there, I'm not worried about the left. John Stones being out is a massive miss for Manchester City. There's no other player on their squad that can play center back and roam forward the way he does.
The thing is with the embarrassment of riches that this man has, that he can adjust and put out a team that can compete and can beat Arsenal. Especially when you have the likes of Phil Foden and you have the likes of Rodri. Rodri has been lights out. And Guardiola says he's the best midfielder in the world, and we saw it with the Spanish national team. We're seeing it now. I think his argument is extremely valid, especially after they lost Gundogan. The fact that Rodri has really taken a lot of the burden to facilitate this game for City, the pace of the game, to keep that tempo, to create. And then when you have Phil Foden, it's, I don't know, you said you were very confident given City's absences.
The most confident I've ever been for Arsenal to go to the Etihad and get a result.
That's different.
Yes.
I think I would echo that statement because Arsenal, we've used the theme of evolution a lot. This is an Arsenal team that has evolved into something better than 1 year removed from the game that you guys went to. But City, despite their vulnerabilities, sometimes they're scary. This season they've been vulnerable, but sometimes they do things and you're like.
But then you're adding Raya into the equation. David Raya, I think he's been very good, solid, not prone to those mistakes that we've seen from Ramsdale where he can be super erratic.
Kiwior has had an incredible last few games. Ben White, I think, has a lot to prove, especially with a lot of the chatter going on over there about his deciding not to be a part of the men's national team in England. There's a lot going on for Arsenal, especially defensively. And, you know, I think Mikel Arteta and Pep Guardiola believe the same thing that Cruyff believed, which is if we're not scoring goals, that starts from talk to me about your back line. That starts from the defense. And they've made this defense so structured and so solid. They've given up the least amount of goals in the league. They have the most clean sheets in the league. It feels like Arsenal's coming in at the most stout they've been in a very long time. And that still doesn't mean that I'm very confident.
You want to be honest with me? Ready?
Yeah.
Saka or Foden? Be honest.
Saka. See how fast?
Maybe a little bit of Arsenal bias there too. Though. I don't know. It's going to be a tough match. Man City have only lost one game across all competitions at home going back to last season, but Arsenal off to a historic start in the season. They've won their first 8 since the start of the calendar year, only the 4th team in the Premier League to do so. And this game could really decide a lot when it comes to who's going to finish at the top of the league come the end of the season. We've still got so much more to come here on Morning Footy. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to be, I think, visiting with headlines. Fabio Afghan is going to be with us next.
I was after you going. Yes, no, it was worse. It's worse. Well, I think we need to assess few players like Chilwell that came from the national team playing 2 games after that he didn't play with us and played 2 games and was, I think, got a knock in the leg in his knee, and today wasn't ready to train and see what happened tomorrow. If can be available to be on the squad or not. We need to assess him. Few another players also like Enzo still didn't arrive, and then. Yes, today was a training session that to put all a little bit in the same, level, and to check if for tomorrow to prepare the game and see if they can be available. Not too many new news. You were surprised? You were surprised? Oh no, I saw. surprise, no surprise, I don't know. Is, you know, if Mark cannot play with us or cannot be available, that is the first thing. And because he didn't play after Brentford with us, only play a few minutes in the game against Leicester in the FA Cup. Yes, was a little the situation that, you know, that start 2 games. Maybe it's a surprise for us, but I think it's bad luck because he got a dead leg in the last moment in the game against Belgium. And now we need to struggle and we need to play, you know, in our club. Yes, that is another thing, you know, bad luck that we have, because now we need to see when to see if it can be available. Yes, it's really difficult situation for him, and of course he's sad. He's not, of course, he's not happy because only play 30 minutes. That was for a player that arrived new on the club. But I think it's a thing that you know, that sometimes happen in football. When we signed him, when the club signed him, he arrived with problems from Southampton. If you remember, he has cannot didn't come to train with us in the first months, and then when he started to be ready to prepare, and he suffered a problem in his feet and suffered a surgery, and then when he recovered, play only 30 minutes. And got injured, and from I think it was December, we didn't have the possibility to train with him because never was available for training, never was really close, you know. And that is the thing that is in the last few months, after December, 4 months, that we have never the possibility to train with him. And yes, really sad news because, you know, always for a player that arrived to a new club, want to perform, want to play, want to help the team, and yes, now we need to wait the next season and the next season for him to be available again and try to help the team. Yes, I was talking with him. Yes, he's a little bit disappointed because he cannot play or perform with the national team. I think the first game was with a small problem, you know. And I think he thought that maybe he can play in the second game against Brentford, but didn't play. But now he's okay. Was training well. And hope still one training session more tomorrow, but I think the plan is if he's followed tomorrow in the same way, I think we'll be available to be on the game Saturday.
Just one for me. Last time we saw you play Leicester, Sterling was the subject of some boos from your fans, and I was interested to read the quotes from Nonny this morning.
From who?
Nonny McWethy.
I didn't read.
Yeah,
if you can, yes.
How harsh and unfair and
I think it's about to be calm now and accept the situation, and the most important with our experience to manage and deal with these type of things. And then we are talking about a very experienced player. I think what we cannot do is to create more, bigger things that were emotional in some point, because I really believe the fans love our player and love and support our player, and for sure they're going to support him and the rest of the team. I think I know that the teammate need to be a good teammate, and player can talk and can express their emotion also and their opinion. But I think we need to be careful in the way that we are going to talk and to give our opinion, because I think we need to build a strong relationship in between everyone. And I think things like this, I think we need to, of course, understand, but not to be agree, like I said after my press conference, the game and my press conference. Not agree because I think always the player want to perform well and to play well and score goals, and the keeper save goals, and the defensive player need to save tackles and perform really well. This type of situation is bigger maybe than only to pay attention on what happened. I think I was also suffering the anger of the fans because of the disappointment of the fans and some players also. And I think the whole team were suffering this situation. But I think the most important is that Rain is an experienced player, and for sure he understands, and also he made a statement after the game that explained the situation. And look, but now we need to move on. We need to move on. I think to try for us to help, to protect our principal active that are the player. That is our responsibility, like a club. And then the player to understand that, yes, we need to make the effort to try to convince our fans that we are in a very good way. But I think it's obvious that we all love our players, the teammate love their teammate, and the teammate need to love their fans, and the fans need to love the player, and love the club. And I think it's a connection that we need to create, that because if not, we are going to lose. Not only us, if not the fans, and everyone is going to lose. That is why we need to, to be careful in the way that we go to talk and translate our opinion and our emotion. We understand complete our fans because it's about the emotion and on the pitch, and we pay attention. Also, we pay attention on the street when we are there, because people is a little bit different. But I think when you want to win and you want to see your club doing well, always it's normal that happens, because it's not going to repeat, but it's about the expectation. The expectation is so big. It's like we need to win the game before to start. I think we need to start, before the whistle or the kickoff is 4-0, but we need to play and we need to perform and we need to win the games. But I think we are calm. We are calm always, with feeling the responsibility, and we want to create a very good, atmosphere with our fans. I hope Saturday we can create this atmosphere and be helpful again for our fans.
Alex, PLP.
Hello. Always going to be difficult, and I think it's a team that play very freedom. They feel free to play, and I think they run a lot. They are a very physical team with good players, young players. Yes, I think it's going to be always tough. For us, always is tough. It's going to be tough because I think we need to be in a different place, and we need to win. We need to perform well. And always, because Premier League never you're going to find an easy game. But Burnley is a very good team. It's a very exciting team to watch, and of course, it's going to be difficult. No, I think he's doing well. He was great on the last season on Championship, and now they are doing well. We need to, to see that his job is amazing. He's doing fantastic. Because how we measure the job is not only about result, it's about the process and performance, and see, the potential of the team. And of course, he's doing a fantastic job, him and his coaching staff. Is to win the next game. I think we cannot plan too much and to go to the end. I think we need to plan to win the next game. The next game is the most important, and then we will need to move into the next one. Of course, with all the circumstances, like we were talking before, I think the most important is to try to get the best balance. I think is fighting with these circumstances. I think it's always about to try to be right in our decision every time that we need to pick the starting 11 or in the game plan for every single game. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alex. Last question, broadcast. It's Ron.
Sorry, you can repeat. Sorry. Yeah, I understand, but the last part you say.
Is it the same problem that you arrived from?
No, different problem. It's difficult to explain all the situation. No, it's difficult to explain because I am not doctor, and be precise in the information. But the most important is to make clear that we, in 9 months, only few weeks was with us, directly training with us. And the most important is that he arrived and he cannot train it because I think when the club signed him was injured, and I think it was his hip, or I don't know, it was a problem. And then when he started to train with us, he suffered a knock in his feet and suffered a surgery. When after was training with us a few weeks, he was available again on Wolverhampton, but didn't go in. And then again Crystal Palace goes 30 minutes and got injured in his quad, and then never again has the possibility to train with us. That is why maybe, son, I don't know, you show me, son, all the methods of Pochettino are so hard, no? I said, what if you didn't train with me? But that's the people that need to talk. But it's sad. It's a sad situation, no? It's a sad situation. But hope that he can become stronger. For sure, we are going to help to become stronger. And and be available for the pre-season and then for the next season to show his real quality. Yeah, more, 10, 12. Before? No. Always, no? Something happened after 15 years, being coach. One season maybe happen like this.
Great, thank you. Cameras on, please. That's the end of the broadcast section.
With time, we turn our attentions to the team actually leading the way in the Premier League. Arsenal, they have been in sublime form since the start of 2024. They had that bit of a wobble, didn't they? And they went on to 9 wins from 9, an aggregate score, incredibly, of 38-4, including, of course, beating Liverpool. Why do you think they've been so good, Pete?
Well, that trip to Dubai has really paid off, hasn't it? Maybe we should all go go find some sunshine in January, and really give us a good start to the year. Yeah, because it came at a time, didn't it, where, as you say, there was a lot of question marks about their finishing. There was lots of talk about why can't Arsenal score these chances? They need a proper striker.
That's it.
And we'd seen them against Fulham. Actually, they were really off colour. I mean, they lost that game to Liverpool just before they went away, but the performance against Fulham was real sort of alarm bell sort of time. But they've come back and obviously spent a lot of time working on set pieces. They've been fantastic from those since then. Saka and Martinelli seem to have got their spark back. I think really importantly, they've found the role for Havertz as well, because I think for the first half of that season, it was a real enigma, wasn't it, about how do you get the best out of this clearly skillful player, but he never seemed quite at home on that left side of midfield, Declan Rice sitting behind him, and actually they pushed him forwards and moved Rice forwards, and that's really paid off for them since then. So yeah, opportunity I think that was for Arteta to make some tweaks, a rest, a little break. And we saw it with Man City as well. They went away to the Club World Cup when they were just struggling a little bit in the league, and they came back like a real steam train. So yeah, so that's the trick, isn't it? Go and find some sunshine.
Yeah, before we bring in Sam, he's just dreaming of a holiday right now. That's it. Mark McAdam's definitely not been on a holiday. You've been busy. Going to bring up Havertz, actually, as you've mentioned it, one of their big summer signings. Wasn't immediately popular, was he? But he's become a very, very important player. Talk us through the rise and his position as well.
Yeah, it was one of the surprise moves, really, of the summer, wasn't it? When Arsenal swooped over the course of the summer window across London for Kai Havertz at Chelsea. There was a lot of talk about the position he would play, more as a 10 or an 8 than just an out-and-out striker. But it certainly feels like he's taken his game to the next level under Mikel Arteta. Only 24 years old as well, so you get the feeling he can get even better. Let's take a look at some of the stats and the situation when you compare him to previous campaigns. This is obviously the last 4 seasons, and already you can see when it comes to open play goals, he's on 6 this season compared to the 7 in 21-22, which is his best. The open play XG as well, slightly different at the moment, perhaps because he's playing in a slightly different role. You can see the XG difference. And significantly, the big chances, the percentages there, you can see very different for Arsenal, 47%. This is how he compares in terms of this season in the first 9 games, the middle 9 games and the last 9 games. You can see the difference again. Open play goals, like Peter alluded to there, struggled at the start of his new life at Arsenal, got better in the middle 9. You can see in his last 9, 4 open play goals. The XG, very different as well, compared to 0.67 in the first 9 matches of the campaign compared to 3.68 now. The big chances, very different as well. You can see the trajectory here. Kai Havertz is finally fulfilling his potential. He looks like he's comfortable at Arsenal at the moment. Possession 1 in the final third. Again, that's improved from 4 to 8 to 10. So he's on the front foot, he's pressing high, winning the ball. And you can see again, the aerial duels 1, very different, 13, 20 and 25. So all of that there is really painting a picture that this man is in form, he's enjoying his football, and Mikel Arteta is getting the very best out of him. Arsenal fans will be hoping he carries on his recent form as well. It's 5 goals into his last 8 games for club and country. One of those goals was against France, no less, at the weekend. Favourites for the Euros.
There you go, exactly. See, I mean, what do we think is behind this run of form? We all did think he was maybe going to step in the shoes of Granit Xhaka, playing that number 8, became a bit of a false 9. He's become real the focal point of the attack, hasn't he, Sam?
Yeah, I think so. I think you can see from those stats there, the fact that he's playing as a number 9, as a centre forward, he's getting more chances, he's getting higher XG, he's winning more aerial duels, he's in more dangerous areas in the middle of the pitch, and I think that's been crucial, finding that balance, getting the likes of Jorginho, who he played with at Chelsea as well, so that might be a factor as well, into the team as well, with Declan Rice sort of playing a little bit further forward, looking to move behind the runs. But yeah, it feels like he is the number 9 now, and that's especially encouraging given they've got Gabriel Jesus and Leandro Trossard there, who both had good spells, and Havertz is currently keeping both of them out of the team.
And he looks happy as well and playing with confidence, which is another thing. I just want to ask about these withdrawals for Arsenal in the international break, because you do feel that they're struggling for this game at the weekend, or do we feel like we will be seeing players back, the likes of Saka and Gabriel featuring maybe?
Yeah, because obviously City have had their issues as well. I think the key thing for Saka and Gabriel, who pulled out of their respective squads, was the word precautionary. I think it was almost, they got them out of there before the issues really became a big problem, because obviously you saw Walker and Stones go off in-game for England. So I think that was important. I think we might see both of those on the pitch this Sunday. Martinelli obviously had that cut against Sheffield United a couple of weeks ago. Obviously had a bit of time for that to heal as well. We don't know where he'll be with that. But I think another boost was Tomiyasu and Thomas Partey played in a behind closed doors game during the international break as well. So potentially the injury front not looking too bad for Arteta.
Yeah, I think Martinelli is actually the key one that Arsenal want back. He was obviously missing before the break and Arsenal was still winning, but he scored that winner against Manchester City in the reverse game back in October. He's such a key player, and if Kyle Walker is out, that left-hand side could be a really good area for Arsenal to exploit if Martinelli's back. Remember, Arsenal won against City without Bukayo Saka in their team in October. He was missing, he was injured, he dropped out late. So Arsenal can deal with these little injury setbacks, but you feel that if they walk into the Etihad Stadium with a fully fit squad, talks about the psychological boost, that could be massive for them in one of their biggest games of the season.
We wait patiently for all the little snippets of news that, of course, come out in the news conferences that we'll be there for to bring you it all as well. Do Arsenal have what it takes this season, Mark? What do we reckon?
I think so. You have to remember as well, in those press conferences, the managers aren't always honest with their team news, so you have to read between the lines a little bit. Arsenal fans won't want to be reminded of this, but after 28 games last season, Arsenal were 8 points clear, although Manchester City did have a game in hand. Then they were knocked out of Europe in the Europa League. It looked like they were going to be okay with 2 back-to-back 4-0 wins against Palace and Leeds, but 3 draws and a defeat ended their hopes of the title. In the final table, they were 5 points off City. This is after the March International. This is a situation you can see not as many W's as Arsenal fans would like. They picked up just 15 points out of a possible 30. Arsenal fans will be hoping they don't see something like that once again this season. So my question to Sam and Peter, what is the difference now between this Arsenal side and the team that fell away last season?
Well, it's quite simple. They're better in every single department. Goals, expected goals, goals conceded, expected goals conceded. They're literally beating their records from last season every single time. And I think Declan Rice, such an excellent signing. He's given them a lot more control. But also, let's not forget, that run after the March International break last season, William Saliba got injured. If he hadn't got injured, there was a really strong case that Arsenal could have still gone on to win the title, irrespective of City's form. So keeping players fit this season, especially those core key players, is going to be crucial for Arsenal.
I think confidence as well. I think after what they went through last season, they learned so much from that. I think really Arsenal now feel like they belong at this level as well. Before, I couldn't believe it, this stat, 15 out of their last 16 matches with Man City, Arsenal had lost going into this season. You think that Community Shield win on penalties just felt so important to them. Obviously, they beat them at the Emirates, and they don't go to the Etihad now really believing that they can win these big title-deciding games, really. And I guess that's the next hurdle, because they've lost their last 8 at the Etihad. So another hurdle to overcome this weekend.
Yeah. We're going to have a look at the run-in now. Of course, remember last season they lost to Brighton towards the end. They lost to Nottingham Forest after the heavy defeat to Manchester City. They cannot afford to be...
It was 50-50 yesterday on Walker. It has been confirmed that he's out. John Stones as well. There's a few people out of this one. How does it impact things, Stevie, for City?
No, it's huge. I think it's all about what City do defensively to what the outcome of this game will be, and the fact that Stones is out and that Walker is out is absolutely huge. And I'm 100% with Robbo. They have shown this year, and even at times with Walker playing, that against genuine pace, they struggle. So if you're Arsenal, this is huge. I mean, not only are City going to...
It was 50-50 yesterday on Walker. It has been confirmed that he's out. John Stones as well. There's a few people out of this one. How does it impact things, Stevie, for City?
No, it's huge. I think it's all about what City do defensively to what the outcome of this game will be.
Thursday, the 28th of Wales and gnashing of teeth. Tom So sorry about how it turned out on Tuesday. The bitterest way for you to miss out.
Yeah, I mean, penalty shootouts, obviously pretty painful. And also just, I don't know, you just makes you realise what a cruel thing sport is, and what a cruel sport football is in particular, that after, 120 minutes of deadlock, it all boils down to one poor unfortunate soul, Dan James, not scoring a penalty.
Well, yeah.
And, Welsh dreams were dashed.
So they were. Benji, have you got any words? Any words of comfort for Tom?
Yeah. I was sort of thinking about saying this before. I don't know if it's patronising.
Is it about Pickfair?
No. I mean, listen, Jimbo, we can talk all day about.
Get a picture of Tom now,
Pickfair.
looking really upset.
Have you ever noticed how difficult it is to print and produce your own photography? No, sorry. I thought, considering this was the first sort of tournament run post Gareth Bale, it's pretty decent to get to where you got to. Were Welsh fans expecting that, or were they expecting to get there at the beginning of the campaign?
I think that the bar has been raised so high in recent years that there's an expectation that Wales will be in the mix for automatic qualification. They weren't drawn in a particularly difficult group, and they didn't make a great fist of it. Obviously, no Gareth Bale and no Aaron Ramsey, although he was fit on Tuesday, means that you don't have those sort of magician footballers who can get you out of a hole on their own. But some of Wales' recent performances, we beat Croatia in October, who are one of the best teams in the world, very convincing against Finland last week. I think, and also, it is easier to qualify for European Championships than it was before they expanded the tournament. We knew that we had the backup policy of a playoff place via the Nations League. So, in the wider context of the Welsh national team, getting this close is a decent effort. But I think because we've, almost got used to qualifying in recent years.
And you were that close as well. You were one kick from glory.
Well, in actual fact, Rob Page has said this a couple of times, that we were one kick away. But technically speaking, we were at least two kicks away.
2 kicks, right, yeah.
But you can see where he's coming from.
Question: when you are watching a penalty shootout, and the thing you don't want to happen happens, is on telly. Sorry, Tom, I know you were there. I immediately turn off. Like, as soon as I saw Dan James's face, and it's like horrible when you see the face of this guy whose world is just collapsing in on himself, right? I don't want to see anything else then. Turn it off. I know some people that are like, no, I want to sit there, I want to absorb and watch the pain. You're a sicko, Jimbo.
No, I was just going to ask the question do you think ever during a penalty shootout when it goes the wrong way, any of those players, including possibly even the person who's taken it, thinks, oh, I've got the summer off?
No, I mean, some of them.
I think it happens.
It's the worst thing in the world.
I think it happens.
No, not. I don't think it's an immediate thought. But there are some players dislike going to big tournaments, being away from home for weeks on end.
Or some might have a wedding or something that they were like,
For example.
now I get to go to that wedding. That would
one thing I would say is that if you scored your penalty in the shootout, it was quite notable that like when Nico Williams scored his penalty, I thought he was going to be the one to miss, by the way. But when he scored his, he sort of was going back to the halfway line like with a big smile on his face.
100%. I thought exactly the same thing. And because Szczesny's trying to psych him out, and he deals with that really well, I do think he could probably sleep quite well that night, knowing like I did put mine away.
Was Szczesny shouting at Dan James before? I heard some shouts. I wondered if it was Szczesny.
I don't know. I've not seen any.
It's possible. He was definitely doing the kind of mind games. But I do think as well now, football has changed in the sense that I don't think, well, Tom, you'll know this much better, but I don't feel like Dan James will become a kind of figure of hate. Well, in the way that, you think of like now Saka missed that penalty. I know in the immediate aftermath, but there was horrendous abuse then. But I feel like now
do you think other things were conflated with that beyond the fact that it was other societal issues?
Well, yes, but I mean, I think nowadays people, in the moment it's horrible, but people move on.
Right.
Whereas like Paul Bowden was a sort of bogeyman of Welsh football for years and years after.
That was a penalty in
it was
game rather than a shootout. And also we shouldn't forget that penalty shootouts were still a relatively new phenomenon in international football in the 80s and the 90s. Whereas now we're used to them. You're used to the dramaturgy of the penalty shootout. We now know that it's unfair to slam the guy who misses or fails to score the fatal penalty.
Because that was such an unfortunate position. Usually, if you miss a penalty, it's not the end of the world, unless you happen to be the guy who's last. But because it had been 9 good penalties, 5 perfect Polish ones, and 4 good ones from Wales, so it was down to the first one that gets missed is out.
And that, I think, was what was particularly unfortunate. And as, because when you're watching the game, you have no idea who's going to take the next penalty until they start the walk towards the penalty area. And as soon as I thought it was Dan James, obviously you're thinking don't miss, because you think that for every player who goes up. But for Dan James in particular, who is such a curious footballer, like remarkable physical attributes, one of the fastest footballers in the world, but the stick that is used to beat him, time and time again, is lack of composure. And, when the pressure's off, he can do it. And he scored a beautifully taken goal against Finland at the same end of the ground in front of the Canton stand last Thursday. Robs the centre-back, rounds the keeper, slots it in, 4-1 through to the final. Everyone's very happy. And so for a player whose composure specifically is repeatedly kind of, zeroed in on, to have his composure tested in those circumstances. Yeah. And to, I don't think he'll be sort of, massacred in the press like he might have been if this had been the 1990s or something. But it's unfortunate for James because he is this kind of sort of perennial nearly man. He does loads of great things, and I think if he's in a really kind of supportive environment, he can be a game-changing footballer. But there is this, he just doesn't really, occasionally goes to pieces in the penalty area, occasionally makes the wrong decisions.
And this is the most brutal exposing kind of that.
Yeah.
Why did Brennan Johnson come off when he did?
Brennan Johnson came off because he wasn't having a particularly influential game. I mean, his form for Spurs of late has been brilliant. He's in the best period of his, his nascent career as a Spurs player. But he wasn't having a huge amount of joy. Wales weren't getting the ball to their most creative players in dangerous areas. So Brennan Johnson was pretty quiet. Harry Wilson was pretty quiet. And when Page sent Dan James on for Johnson, there was no sort of sense of, what's he doing? Because I think Wales fans know what Dan James can do, and he can be a game-changing figure. What was slightly curious with regards to the substitutions was that about 15 minutes after James came on for Johnson, and that was like for like, James just played off Kiefer Moore, who was the lone striker. Page had to take off Connor Roberts, who was playing right wing-back, and he sent on David Brooks. And I thought, he's going to switch to a back four now. He'll move Nico Williams, who is a right back by trade, over to the right-hand side from left wing-back. Ben Davies will move out to left-back, and you'll have slightly more attacking players around Kiefer Moore. But he didn't. He put Dan James at right wing-back, which meant he was just a million miles away from Kiefer Moore. And Poland had an awful lot of the ball in extra time, so there was space in behind them that Wales could have potentially exploited. But the fastest player was spending all his time tracking Poland's left wing-back back towards his own goal.
Do you, in the aftermath, have you begun to kind of think back about why Wales let it get to a penalty shootout?
Like during the game? Or just during the campaign in
during specifically that game, that Wales looked the better side, no?
I mean, I thought there were two very evenly matched sides, two quite unspectacular sides, like very solid. I mean, Poland didn't have a shot on target in 120 minutes. Not that Wales had, that many themselves. It wasn't like Wales created chance after chance to put the game to bed. Poland were kind of constantly keeping them at arm's length. And it was one of those games that just felt like it was heading to penalties once you got to about the 70th minute. So I think the regrets in this campaign are with regard to losing at home to Armenia last summer, drawing against Armenia late on in the qualifiers. Those were the games that really sort of torpedoed Wales' chances. And, even despite beating Croatia, which was a phenomenal result, they weren't able to build on that. So, there is a sense that I think Wales and Wales' players and Wales' coaching staff, they don't get the free pass they might have got in years gone by when we weren't used to qualifying for things.
On the plus side, you were rubbish at the World Cup, so Poland might be a better component for this.
Going into a really tough group as well.
We were awful at the World Cup, and we have missed out on a pretty terrifying group with France, Netherlands, and Austria.
Ralph Rangnick's reborn Austria.
But Wales have looked a lot better, and the kind of post-Bale, I hesitate to say post-Ramsey transition because he's still there, although the suggestions he might be about to announce his international retirement. But this team has moved on since the World Cup. They're not you don't look at them and think, oh, if only Gareth Bale was there. They're capable of winning matches without him. So I feel like
had third and go through the group.
Yeah.
So it's not.
Yeah.
You know.
So I feel like had we qualified, we wouldn't have stunk the place out quite as much as we did in Qatar. But I guess we will never know.
Who will you be rooting for this summer?
I mean, having a book about French football that comes out
Have you, Tom?
2 months before the tournament, it would be helpful for me if France either win it or have a complete meltdown. Everyone turns on each other and they go out in the group phase. So as long as it's not a kind of meek quarter-final exit, I'll take it.
Tom's book, Va-Va-Voom, A History of French Football. The Modern History of French Football will be available on April
25th.
April 25th.
Making sure that all the
it's a really nice cover and a nice spine as well.
Sometimes you should judge a book by its cover.
Yeah, I mean, obviously one should not judge a book by its cover, as we know. But if you want to,
that's a good
before
one
you've had a chance to read it and you like the cover, then
it's going to look good on your bookshelf, which is
judge away.
Half the job of a book. I'm going to suggest.
What do you think, Tom's the over/under during the tournament for a tweet of sort of like enjoying watching France play? Why not tuck into this book of it? It's hard.
There probably
will
will be
do
some.
it.
I think as long as you do it in a self-deprecating way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
then,
not been tried.
Yeah. That's the sweet spot.
Nah,
you've
go
got
out.
to hit.
Just full salesman.
Said the man in the Pickfair
Well,
t-shirt.
exactly.
It's the truth.
What are you trying to hide? Sell your books.
All right. Well, you know what? There were other international matches that took place this midweek. For a start, there were 2 more finals for places at Euro 2024. Georgia picked up one of them, beating Greece after a similarly goalless 120 minutes. They then went to penalties. They won 4-2 on spot kicks, claiming thus their first ever major tournament place. Woohoo! Which is nice, bit of variety. They're in a group with Portugal, Turkey, and the Czech Republic. So, not easy. Ukraine also will be at Germany 2024. They came from behind to beat Iceland 2-1 in their final. Genoa's Albert Gudmundsson opened the scoring. He's in some rare form. 4 goals in 2 internationals for Iceland over the last week or so. Ukraine then came roaring back with a gorgeous curling shot from Viktor Sagankov. And then, Mudryk out of Chelsea got the winner late on. And there was much rejoicing. They go into the group of Belgium, Slovakia, and Romania. And given the huge numbers of Ukrainian folk who've moved across because of the Russian invasion to Germany, they've taken in, I think, more refugees than any other nation, the Germans. They will probably have their games will probably have quite the home atmosphere.
And they're probably going to be everyone's second team, aren't they?
Hope.
Yeah.
Maybe Tom's first team.
See, Tom, you weren't selfishly plugging your book.
I am in the market for a
You'd be
team.
behind
So
poor old Ukraine.
It's a pretty presentable looking group as well. I mean, you definitely back them to get through that.
Belgium, Slovakia, and Romania.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay. What else happened in internationals? Listener, we'll be rounding up the rest of the big headlines next. So, Euro 2024 host Germany continued their recent bounce under Julian Nagelsmann after beating France the other day. They then had themselves a comeback 2-1 victory over the Netherlands. Bart Verbruggen did his best to hold the Germans at bay. The Brighton keeper, he looked very good, but they were too strong. Maximilian Mittelstadt with a lovely shot to equalise after his error had led to Joey Verman volleying in early doors. And then Fulkrug, who can't stop scoring as well, headed in a winner in the 85th minute. Stop me if you wanted to leap in because you really enjoyed any of these games. France, who, as I mentioned, were beaten by Germany last weekend, also came from behind. They beat Chile 3-2. A game which featured, probably, Tom, you were across this in some way, shape or form because you're a big expert on French football and its modern history. Did you appreciate Randall Kolo Muani's performance in the match?
Yeah, I mean, that was the big sort of question mark going into this international break, was whether Marcus Thuram and or Randall Kolo Muani would succeed in making a case for a starting place at the World Cup, because I think the feeling is that Olivier Giroud is probably not going to go into this tournament as France's first choice striker. Thuram didn't have a great game against Germany, although, France on the whole didn't really show up. But yeah, Kolo Muani was man of the match against Chile, and he's had pretty tough time of it since he joined PSG last summer. I mean, unexpectedly, Luis Enrique decided that he was going to start using Kylian Mbappe as his first choice centre forward. Bradley Barcola has emerged as first choice on the left hand side. You've got Ousmane Dembele on the right hand side, and so Kolo Muani is like barely gets a game for PSG, but Didier Deschamps really likes him, and I think he likes his, he's got a slightly atypical profile. He can be a number 9, he can play wide, he's got pace, he's got creativity, and he showed both sides of that against Chile, heads in the goal that puts France 2-1 from a Theo Hernandez cross, and then fantastic assist for Olivier Giroud to tap in the third goal. And Kolo Muani is quite unusual as a modern footballer in that he is a right-footed attacking player who prefers to play on the right rather than on the left. He doesn't want to be kind of cutting in, like curling in, as so many right-footed, left-sided modern players do. He's quite happy, kind of ploughing a furrow. A bit like Brennan Johnson, yeah, and the assist for Giroud sort of exemplified that perfectly. So I think that was the main kind of take home for France over the international break. Really disappointing performance against Germany, shaky performance against Chile. They're letting in loads and loads of goals at the moment. Important players sort of underperforming. Antoine Griezmann wasn't available and was badly missed, but at least Kolo Muani is showing that he might be an option for the Euro.
Deschamps was quite critical of Saliba publicly, and obviously from a Premier League perspective he's had such a good season. What's the view on that and on Saliba, I guess, generally in France? Because it does feel like for the national team he's either not really playing or his manager's criticising him, whereas in the Premier League it feels like he can do no wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that Deschamps has actually kind of expanded on what it was in Saliba's game that displeases him. Because he basically talked about, said, there are still some things that he needs to improve on. I guess the situation that France have is they have a really talented collection of centre backs. First choice at the World Cup was Dayot Upamecano and Ibrahim Konate. That will probably be the case at the Euro. You've got Benjamin Pavard as well as another option. So he doesn't have quite as high a profile with France as he does with Arsenal, for example, where he's clearly one of the main men. But yeah, kind of interesting that Deschamps felt that he was deserving of a little kind of public prodding. He obviously isn't quite at the level that Deschamps is looking for, but given that none of France's defenders are really doing the business at the moment, it's not as if he's everyone else is outperforming him.
Interesting. San Marino, did they win? No. They played, though, against St Kitts and Nevis, depending upon your preference. They drew this time. So, baby steps. Liechtenstein, Latvia. Did you see the remarkable opening goal in that? 14 seconds into the match, Latvia defender Marcus Oss decides to pass back to his keeper. He's pretty much on the goal line himself. Somehow he slots it into his own goal because the keeper's gone wandering off the other way. But yeah, 14 seconds in, what a way to begin a match.
Very, very entertaining, yeah. Seek that out if you haven't seen it.
Also very entertaining was Spain-Brazil. That finished 3-3. Spain, again conceding, but looking really impressive going forward. Yamal was fantastic. Danny Olmo's goal was absolutely magnificent as well. Spain, you had your fella Lucas Paquetá with a penalty really late on, to earn it wouldn't be a point, but to earn a draw. Endrick came off the bench and scored a brilliant goal. That's 2-2 for the young teenager. I just think he's got a future ahead of him.
You've always said it.
I've always said it. And and also England drew with Belgium. Woo!
Which I quite enjoyed.
Did you quite enjoy that, Charlie?
There was loads going on.
There was.
I mean, England were shaky defensively, created loads.
Yeah.
It wasn't one of, often traditionally England friendlies, there's not a lot happening. But in this one there was.
Okay. 4 goals. 2 defensive howlers, setting up Yuri Tielemans. To paraphrase Cat Stevens, it was 2 for the Tielemans.
Very good, yeah.
But then you had
an incredible cross, that Lukaku.
Oh, lovely.
Really
sensational.
Gorgeous, yeah.
Yeah.
Which he had done before. There was a clip circulating him doing it before for Everton. Similar kind of cross.
Yeah.
And there's something about a diving header, a back post diving header like that in the rain, that just kind of
lovely.
Just kind of
elevates it.
Elevates it a couple of notches.
Generally for England though, I thought England were great. I thought there were loads of positives to come out of this game, and I think, obviously the last minute equaliser from Bellingham puts a nice gloss on it, so no one's moaning afterwards. But first,
that'll stop him.
Well, I think it kind of has. Like, there would have been a lot of nonsense about 2 losses in a row, despite the fact that England were they were much better than Belgium in this game. And some positives to come out of it. Kobbie Mainoo, I think now it's very hard to argue that he doesn't start
I think he will.
for England. Like, he basically showed in this game against top opposition that he can do a bit of everything, like everything that we need from that role. He can tackle, he can play the simple pass when he needs to, he can burst into space when it's available. He's more sort of dynamic than Henderson. He's more disciplined than Conor Gallagher. He's got to start, and he was man of the match against a top 5 team. So yeah, absolutely brilliant. There are other positives. I thought Tony, he's sort of, I think over these 2 games has won the battle of who is the backup striker, just because he's much more Harry Kane shaped. He can drop deep and hold the ball up. He's not as much of a front foot striker as Watkins, but that's not what Kane is. And if the team is kind of built around a Harry Kane, I think it's got to now be Ivan Toney in the awful situation that Kane doesn't play, and penalties.
I was going to say, yeah, it could be useful for a shootout.
We are exactly. If you want to win a tournament these days, it's pretty likely you're going to have to get through a shootout. So yeah, I think Toney definitely played his way into it, and there were other positives. Bowen really well. Good. I'm very, very proud of him, Jimbo.
Yeah,
because he hasn't had that game for England yet. He's looked okay, but he was really good, and I think again has put his name down as the number 1 replacement for Saka, and that's probably ahead of Cole Palmer, by the way, which some people might not like. And Chilwell was much better. He was a bit dodgy against Brazil. So yeah, loads of positives. Because Chilwell, again, he will play some part in the Euros, because Shaw, even if he's fully fit, isn't going to last a full tournament.
Is this, by contrast, the last time we'll see Lewis Dunk in an England shirt?
Oh, it's really sad, because he actually wasn't that bad apart from that mistake. And the problem, this is one of the only negatives to come out of this. If yes, he was the one to flunk the audition, well then there's a question mark over who is the number 1 guy to replace Harry Maguire if he's not fit. And I think we should have at least had a look at Branthwaite over the 2 games.
That was weird.
It was weird. Like, why call him up if you're not even going to have a look at him? The next 2 games England plays after the squad announcement.
Right.
Because I think that
Bosnia and Herzegovina is one. Is that right?
Bosnia is the big ones. Bosnia and Iceland.
Oh yeah.
And because I think that if Stones is injured, I think the natural next in line is Guehi. But Guehi again is he's had knee surgery. I'd be very worried about taking him to a Euros if he's barely played. Then there's Colwill maybe, who's another natural replacement for Stones.
Gomez.
Do you want Gomez at centre back starting in a Euros? I don't think you do. Remember a few years ago, somebody made there was this kind of absolute glut of right backs, and someone made the right back at English 11. It's funny that fast forward a couple of years, and we got Ezri Konsa playing at right back.
Yeah.
Who I'm pretty sure wasn't on it in that 11. There's a major caveat to the 2 goals that we conceded in this game. A back 4 of what was it? Konsa? No, Gomez who came on.
Yeah.
Konsa, Dunk, and Chilwell. That is probably not even our second choice, back 4. So that I think forgives the 2 goals.
In Konsa's defence, he's been playing at right back quite regularly for Villa this season and doing really well. And England don't have a glut of options at centre back. You kind of look at the team every time Harry Maguire is starting and think, how is Harry Maguire still starting? You look at the other options and there aren't all that many. And I wonder whether
the one I thought was going to. I thought he was brilliant last season at Brighton and just hasn't really kicked on.
Guehi, Dunk, there's now maybe a question mark, but Branthwaite, I think, just to slightly repeat myself, he reminds me so much of when Harry Maguire was coming through at Hull, his emergence this season at Everton. Branthwaite, he's got all of those things that really brilliant younger Harry Maguire had. So he's just the natural next in line, I think. But I think Dunk is still probably ahead of him just because of his
What are the
seniority.
brilliant things of a young Harry Maguire?
Young Harry Maguire at Hull was really, really good. The same as the young Harry Maguire at Leicester was really, really good.
Yeah, but so what were the...
Dominant in the air, fantastic and aggressive at set pieces, surprisingly calm when advancing with the ball. He still kind of is. It's just he hadn't built up this body of errors that we now slightly associate Harry Maguire with. Don't forget, Man United paid 80 odd million for him for a reason. He was one of the best kind of young to middling.
That wasn't the reason.
Say again?
No, I was when you said for a reason, I went Ed Woodward, but I'm just being
Sure.
But I mean, I remember like early Harry Maguire when he was at Sheffield United and Hull. The thing that stood out the most was how much he would get on the ball and just go for it. Just barrel through teams.
Right.
And it was a very unusual thing to see from an English centre back. And what's notable now is that when, on the rare occasions where he allows himself a forward foray with the ball at his feet, he looks really cumbersome. Like there was a clip that did the rounds on Twitter a while ago. He'd found himself on the left wing during United game. It was like, what is Harry Maguire doing? It's like the polar bear in Arkansas or whatever that does the rounds every now and again. But that was like a big part of his game. You're not familiar with this?
Polar bear in Arkansas.
It's like a meme. It's a picture of a polar bear. Yeah. And the caption is like, what the hell is a polar bear doing in Arkansas or something?
Right.
And every now and again, people will use it when something unexpected happens in sport.
And that's Harry Maguire on the left wing?
That's what it looks like now. But I mean, that used to be his natural game.
Okay. Very brief word on Belgium. What did you make of them?
Yeah, I don't think they'll be... I don't think they're one of the big favourites at the Euros. I thought they were good in parts, but I also thought England created a huge amount against them, and they've
England were way better.
They've got. What is a polar bear doing in Arlington, Texas? Not
that makes more
Arkansas.
sense. Down south.
Sorry.
Okay.
Get your memes right.
But Belgium, no.
Yeah,
not for you, Charlie.
I think, they've got players playing there like Jan Vertonghen, who, incredible career as a whole.
Yeah.
But, if we're sort of complaining about Harry Maguire and, as being a bit past his best, then...
Well, the penalty, Tony just completely exploited him,
Indeed. The injuries that have been picked up by Man City defenders in these past two friendlies, John Stones this time and Kyle Walker in the previous game, what's the word on those ahead of the fairly important fixture coming up on Sunday?
Well, both doubts, I think. Kyle Walker, hamstring. John Stones, I think Southgate said it was an adductor issue. And as ever, when these international breaks come around, and particularly when it's friendly games, you get the familiar glut of players withdrawing from the squad.
Yeah.
Sometimes, shortly before it's announced, sometimes shortly afterwards. And there's, degree of criticism. Bukayo Saka pulled out of the England squad this time around. Looks like he's probably going to be okay for that game against City. I guess there probably weren't doubts over Stones and Walker when they were called up and when the squad first got together. But it does, this is not to defend clubs that basically in borderline invent excuses for withdrawing their players from international squads. But when you see the consequences it can have, you kind of see why they do it.
City, De Bruyne wasn't playing for Belgium. It sounds like Walker was quite positive, the initial. I'm sure there are good reasons to not do this. But having this international break now just invites this kind of exploitation by clubs. And by the way, it's often kind of borderline things. A player's been carrying an injury for a long time. Now would be a good time to rest. But why not put this 2 weeks? Why not let the season finish and then have it all internationals? Have the 2 weeks then, and then you've almost got a camp, right? 2-week camp, and then you decide your squad. You play the games then. Players aren't going to be withdrawing from that because it's like, well, you can't really. You need to be in the squad. And you don't have this weird situation. Like a lot of fans would have been watching these friendlies, basically player camming their player, saying, please don't pull a hamstring, like don't get hurt. Like it really devalues it. Whereas these games would have a lot more going for them and at stake. If they were played in late May, the club season's done, and now there's no club football to think about or worry about. It's international football time, and suddenly these friendlies mean a whole lot more.
Well, indeed. There was a push a few years back to try and take all the internationals out of the domestic calendar and stick them in a large block in the summer. But that didn't.
I just think we'd be a lot more engaged in international football then.
I hear
Doesn't
you,
give you
Charlie.
much time to pick your squad. That might be.
Does it give you less time? You'll have two.
You just have to do it more in a snapshot.
Anyway, it's not happening.
It's not happening.
Let's move on, because next up we're going to hit that Premier League Matchday 30. Hey, welcome back, Premier League. It's been too long, right? Hasn't it, Tom?
It feels like it has been a long time. Well, it has been a long time since we had a full round of Premier League fixtures, because the last Premier League games pre-international break were on that weekend that also had all the FA Cup quarterfinals, many of which were,
that's
very high-profile
here's what we've
games.
got coming up. Saturday lunchtime, feast your eyes on Newcastle West Ham. At 3, scan the internet for news of Chelsea, Burnley, Sheffield United, Fulham, Nottingham Forest, Crystal Palace, Bournemouth, Everton, and Spurs, Luton. At 5:30, why not enjoy the Midlands stylings of Aston Villa Wolves with your tea before at 8 p.m. settling down to some Brentford, Manchester United. 8 p.m. though. How are the away fans going to find? Oh yeah, no, that's okay. 2 games on Sunday. At 2, Liverpool face Brighton, and at 4:30, yes. Let's just get straight to it. Man City, Arsenal, which is, I just think, is quite important.
It has that feeling.
The big 3, you will recall, separated by just 1 point. And this is the last of the head-to-head meetings between your Arsenal, your Liverpool, your Man City. Arsenal, who've been very much the dominant team when they faced the other sides. A couple of draws and victories. So they beat Man City already. They beat Liverpool, drew as well with Liverpool.
Whereas the other teams have, in Arsenal's case, taken the maximum points off each other when they played each other. City and Liverpool drew both times. So yeah, they've done well out of these big games.
All right.
It's huge. I mean, especially as this... So beating City in the league was the big thing Arteta hadn't done, and then they beat them in October. But then the really big thing is going to the Etihad and getting close. So they've played them 4 times under Arteta, lost 3-0, 1-0, 5-0 and 4-1. That one goal was a late consolation. So that's an aggregate 13-1 they've lost these games. And this equivalent fixture last year settled the title. They got battered. And so it does feel like, well, how far have you come? This is such a good test and a chance to see where they are relative to City.
What do you think the difference might be about this Arsenal this time?
Well, I think Rob Holding not playing centre-back and then having Saliba there is enormous as a difference. There is also a feeling that whereas then they were completely running out of gas and exhausted physically and mentally, this time they've paced themselves a bit better, dare I say, in a slightly City-esque way. That's very much been Arteta's aim, that rather than last year peaking really early and then faltering to do more what Guardiola City do or what Fergie's United used to do. Their squad generally is stronger, assuming there aren't sort of injuries from the international break. If Martinelli's fit, they'll actually have players they can bring off the bench. And they're so much better off the ball. I mean, the big thing in this game last year, Partey, who looked spent, De Bruyne was just running through him the whole game. This season, obviously, their big issue last season was off the ball. So they went and spent 105 million on probably one of the best off the ball players in the world, and also brought in Kai Havertz for a lot of money, and he's very good off the ball. So
Declan versus De Bruyne is going to be fun.
And Declan versus Rodri. I mean, those are probably the 2 best central midfielders in the Premier League. Possibly in Europe, they'd be right up there. So that's going to be, in theory, the big difference, that they won't be steamrolled in the way they were.
Going back to Kai Havertz, who's in rare form at the moment, scoring 4 in his last 4 Premier League games, a couple of assists, and has a bit of history with Man City as well.
Yeah.
What's been the difference about that, and why would he be so key in terms of them beating the press, or what?
Yeah, that's a huge part. I mean, he started actually up front for Arsenal in the Community Shield against City and did really well. He's far better in the air, obviously, than Gabriel Jesus is quite good in the air for someone of his size, but he's 5'9". Havertz is 6'4" and good in the air. They can beat that press, go direct to him. That's what they did in that game. Obviously, he's got the Champions League final goal against them, but things have really changed. He's basically had to go and play as the number 9 because Jesus has been out for most of this 8-game winning run. And they've looked really good doing that, and he gives them a lot off the ball as well. He works really hard. Him and Odegaard often play almost as like 2 10s up front is the system. So yeah, that is the idea, that if City are pressing them, they have that out ball. I think Martinelli being fit or not is massive because City do leave those big spaces in behind.
Is he fit?
We don't know. I mean, he's been out for a little while with a deep cut to his foot. He hasn't played. Yeah. So I think that hit him and Walker. If one of them's out, that's massive for either team. But I think Arsenal will look at, City played United recently, and obviously they won and they were far the better side. But there were a lot of times where Marcus Rashford's running in behind, and if they'd had a bit more composure, there were chances there. City are not as formidable defensively as they've been in most of the previous few seasons.
Sounds like you're making Arsenal.
Well, no, I think
favourites.
I think it will be close. I think City I think Arsenal will push City to play at a level they maybe haven't done this season. I think it's going to be really high quality, really high level, and I think City might just about come through it. But I don't think it'll be like anything like that 4-1 game last season.
I mean, it's easier to make a case for Arsenal going into this game than it has been at any time in recent years. I think, as Charlie mentioned, one of the big evolutions in Arsenal's football this season has been the extent to which they control their matches. You go back to that game at the Emirates in October when they beat City, albeit it took a deflected shot from Martinelli right at the end of the game. But they restricted City to a single shot on target, and when they beat Liverpool at the Emirates in February, it was the same again, single shot on target for Liverpool. So there is a greater sort of control to their game, and also form-wise. Okay, City have been winning games, but they haven't been particularly impressive. And we used to talk about teams being in title-winning form. Arsenal's form this year, 8 straight wins. Some ridiculous scorelines, 5-0 against Palace, 6-0 against West Ham, apologies Benji, 5-0 at Burnley, 6-0 at Sheffield United, put 3 goals past Liverpool, past 4 goals past Newcastle. They're beating every team that comes up against them, and you can imagine it happening again. They had a big wobble, this season, at the end of December. They looked absolutely spent, a couple of defeats to West Ham, notably, the yin and yang of the West Ham supporter experience, and then at Fulham, and they looked done. And since then, they've looked sensational.
Warm weather training.
Warm weather training, that'll help. And yeah, this thing, Havertz playing through the middle, which was not, I don't think, what Arteta had in mind when he first signed him. I think his vision was that he would be one of the number 8s. And he's pushed him. And I think it was the Liverpool game in February that we saw that. For the first time during this recent run of games, and it's worked brilliantly. So, yeah, I think City would still be favourites because it's City. But in terms of form, in terms of momentum, in terms of the way that Arsenal have progressed as a team over the last 12 months, I think they'll go into this with more realistic hopes of victory than for a long time.
Very quick note: Havertz doesn't feel like a 6'4" player, does he? Like some players seem shorter than they are. Is it because he's a bit skinny and he's a bit slopey shouldered?
Jorginho talked about this actually. He said it's misleading because I think his demeanour, there's almost like a bit of the Ozil sort of demeanour about him. He can feel a bit
languid.
A bit languid and like he doesn't care. From what Jorginho was saying, he's a lot kind of tougher and harder than he appears. He gets a lot of bookings.
Harry Maguire's 6'4". You don't think of Havertz as being the same size as Harry Maguire.
Havertz for me is quite ghostly.
Fantastic.
And quite kind of knock-kneed. In his way of running, despite and occasionally a sickly child. But if a ball is fired into Havertz, you think one of two things is going to happen. He's going to it's either going to hit his knee and bounce out for a throw-in, or he's going to produce this gossamer touch.
Yeah, he can.
That'll have the entire stadium off their feet, and I think that adds to his charm as a footballer.
All right, that's happening Sunday at 4:30, and it's big. How big is the match which precedes it on Sunday, which sees Liverpool entertaining Brighton? Brighton always seem to do well against Liverpool. They famously drew 3-3 at Anfield in De Zerbi's first game in charge. They beat Liverpool 3-0 last season at the Amex as well, knocked them out of the FA Cup. This time around, they've had a bit of an up and down campaign, but they did have a 2-2 draw at the Amex back in October with Liverpool.
And I do think this game could slightly change the feel of the City-Arsenal game coming just before. If Liverpool were to drop points in that, suddenly for both Arsenal and City, a win becomes that bit less imperative, and I feel a draw might become a bit more likely. Whereas if Liverpool go and smash Brighton, then I think one of us or City is thinking we really kind of need to win this game, or it becomes that much bigger. But this should be interesting. I mean, Brighton are such a hard team to read. I mean, they just veer, certainly last season and a bit this, veering from really good result to a really terrible one. And so, it's hard to know which one will turn it. They've been really unlucky with injuries as well, Brighton.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens. Meantime, Benji, you've come correct with a bunch of research on Liverpool's physical approach this year.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Right?
We're going to go into a brief tunnel, but we're going to come out in Liverpool.
Okay.
So,
what's this about?
Watching the...
But what's it really about then?
Going back to international football, sorry Jimbo, in the Brazil versus England game,
yeah,
I was really
Brazil-England England us.
Yeah, I was really impressed by Brazil's fouling.
Yes.
Because they kept on doing
Because
these
it
little
was
fouls.
Lucas Paquetá out
Yeah,
West Ham
exactly.
who did it.
But they were sort of getting away with it. And at the end of that game, Brazil had committed twice as many fouls as England, but they both got a yellow card each. So for me, everyone was saying, dirty whatever. I was like, no, this is really clever. This is smart. Like, smart fouling is a really interesting thing. So I did some analysis and looked at the Premier League, players in the Premier League, to try and work out who the best and worst foulers are.
Well, traditionally it's Rodri, isn't it?
Well, no, you'll be surprised. So
I'm going to be surprised. Listeners, stand by for surprises after this.
Just do some definitions to start with. Right?
Okay.
A good fouler is somebody who commits lots of fouls and gets few yellow cards.
What about Robbie Fowler? How does he fit?
Robbie Fowler is a player from the 1990s for Liverpool.
Yeah.
And a bad fouler is somebody who doesn't commit many fouls but gets lots of yellows, right? And the baseline is that on average it takes 6 fouls to get a yellow card.
Is that right?
And obviously not like in a single game. If you did 6 fouls in a game,
6?
well, because it's often over a number of games. You do 2 fouls in one game, 2 in the next, 2 in the next, and then in one of those you'll get a yellow card. So 6 is the baseline, right? So I looked at the top 50 best foulers in the league.
Stay with us, listeners.
And also it's much funnier looking at the top 50 worst foulers in the league. So
Okay, yeah.
the best foulers in the league. Liverpool had the most players in the top 50.
Right.
So their 7 players in the top 50 have accumulated 147 fouls between them, which has yielded only 5 yellow cards.
Amazing.
That's almost 30 fouls per card. Remember, the baseline is 6, right?
6, yeah.
And the top is actually, it's forwards.
Who are these people?
Well, the smartest foulers are usually forwards because they do.
Yeah,
ones
but
that
your name is Benji.
Diego Jota, 27 fouls, 1 yellow card. Cody Gakpo, 22 fouls, no yellow cards.
That baby face.
Szoboszlai, 23 fouls, 1 yellow card. More impressive for a central midfielder, I think. He's the best midfielder. He's better than Rodri and the rest at fouling. And going back to my original thesis, there was only one England player in the entire top 50. One England player. And that was Jared Bowen. Now,
sorry, Shelley, that's your fault.
Now we turn to the bad foulers.
Jared Bowen.
Jared Bowen is the only England player in that top 50. Now, on to bad foulers. These are people that don't foul much, but yet get yellows. 8 England players in the top 50. 9 if you include Ben White. But the top 2 is really quite funny. So I think, anyway. In at number 2, Trent Alexander-Arnold has committed 5 fouls this entire season and picked up 5 yellow cards.
But hang on a second. Are the yellow cards always for fouling?
Mostly. I couldn't tell that from the data. But then in at number 1, wonderfully, is Jack Grealish, who has also committed 5 fouls this season.
And how many fouls he had against
6 yellow cards.
I wonder if he's produced more yellow cards than he's actually...
Almost certainly.
Yeah.
But looking at the team, so what players were in the list of the worst foulers in the league?
Right.
Chelsea, again, 7 players, same as Liverpool, but in the opposite direction, right?
Oh.
So they have accumulated 128 fouls, these 7 players, and picked up 37 yellow cards. That's 3.5 fouls per yellow card versus Liverpool's 30 fouls per yellow card.
I think Pochettino's talked about this, that his players need to stop giving away silly yellows.
Is it something you can teach?
Well, it's kind of testament to the virtues of gegenpressing. Why do Liverpool commit lots of fouls in areas of the pitch where you're unlikely to get a booking? It's because they press so aggressively as soon as they lose the ball, and this is kind of borne out by that.
As well, you think about the City teams the last sort of 10 years, or the Guardiola City teams. They're always doing little fouls.
Yeah, run out for it.
And it's where you do them.
Completely, it's about having a proper...
Anywhere else on the pitch, that would be
Exactly.
a foul.
No, but it's having a proper shape. Like, look at someone like United and Casemiro. The reason he's not protected, he's having to cover spaces that are just way too big for him. So he's being exposed. And you saw that actually with Arteta's Arsenal. One of the big things he did was you think of that like Emery, late Wenger that you mentioned, and Xhaka's just getting bookings all the time because he's being asked to play in a way that he can't. Once you actually control the spaces in a better way. Like, I think Arsenal's something mad. Last season, they barely got a red card in the Premier League, whereas for Arteta's first 2 or 3 years at the club, they were the worst for red cards. But once you learn how to play in that City way of not leaving yourself exposed, you can get, or Liverpool, you can get away with Rodri, Fernandinho, the best in the business.
But also, it's funny that English, this is predicated on being worried that England weren't good at fouling. It's funny how English football has improved and moved forward in so many different ways. Maybe look at our national side.
But
We're
I thought
really
you
good.
were saying that loads of England players were in the worst foul.
Yeah, exactly. We're bad at fouling. England needs to become good at fouling.
Which is funny, though, as you say. That's
it's not our reputation.
But then this is the history of football.
Right.
This is the entire history of football right here. England invents the game and invents all the different aspects of the game. Teaches foreigners how to play football and do the other football-related things, and foreigners get better at every single aspect of the game, including fouling. And then England have to relearn
doesn't
it.
that speak to this idea that we're not cute enough, we're not smart and streetwise enough?
That's exactly what I think it holds up. Fouls can
groundbreaking research.
It's amazing. That's amazing. It's genuinely mind-expanding and eye-opening. Hasn't left us too much time.
Sorry.
No, but I mean in a good way, because all we would have been doing is just running through the fixtures that are coming up and suggesting what we think might happen, but it's all just chitter and chatter, isn't it? Those games are going to take place.
Ultimately futile.
It's not raw data, is it?
It's not raw data, you're right. But just in case you would like to hear a word or two on the other matches coming up this weekend, we'll do that next. All right, so kicking things off Saturday lunchtime, Newcastle West Ham. Boy, hasn't the pendulum swung again for West Ham. I remember recently you were in Benji and it was all doom and gloom over in East London, but now you've only lost one of the last 6, scoring loads of goals. You have drawn Bayer Leverkusen in the Europa League, which is challenging. But by and large, these are good times for the Hammers.
Really simple, Jimbo.
Yeah.
Paquetá.
Yeah.
He was out for 2 months, didn't win a game, got knocked out of the FA Cup by Bristol City. Since he's been back, we're unbeaten in 4 in the Premier League, and we smashed Freiburg to get into the quarters of the Europa League. That's kind of it. When you've got him, Bowen, and Kudus, probably the best forward line outside of maybe the top 5, probably better than United's. And I had this sort of startling thought the other day that West Ham's forward line is probably worth about £250 million.
£250 million.
In today's market, you could get close to 100.
Exactly.
For
Tom put his little finger in his mouth. Yeah.
Paquetá and Kudus, you could get close to 100.
Nice. Are you gonna do Newcastle away Saturday lunchtime?
I think we've got a really good chance. We're on good form, and they're riddled with injuries, and no Trippier, which I think really diminishes them as a side. So yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I said a couple of weeks ago, Benji, on this podcast, I thought Paquetá was up there with João Paulinho as the player that a team can most not do without. Now, Paulinho, actually, Fulham went and proved me wrong because they won some games without him. But Paquetá absolutely has proven that point.
I just think that Paquetá is so important to West Ham. Tom?
He is. Well, I think one of the most enjoyable things about Paquetá is how slow he is. Because at a time when football is quicker than ever, the fact that you've got a guy who basically only has 2 gears but is still able to just boss things, and I would thought of this watching highlights of the Brazil-England game. She's playing alongside Bruno Guimaraes, and they were both at Ligue 1. They were both at Lyon, not at the same time, unfortunately for Lyon, but they both arrived, and Lyon were like, okay, we've signed these 2 Brazilian midfielders. And so when someone says Brazilian midfielder, you get an idea in your head, flamboyant, step-overs, etc., etc. But actually, they're 2 very gritty footballers, Bruno Guimaraes. And I think that's one of the reasons why they've both had so much success. But they're both extremely slow. And I remember thinking, watching them in Ligue 1, it will be difficult for them to succeed in the Premier League. And once again, what do I know?
His
about
aggression has
anything?
been the thing that I think surprised West Ham fans. I've told you this is a segue. I've told you the anecdote about, I've told you the story about Paquetá in Alkmaar.
When he waded in when there was the trouble last
year.
season.
And the idea was that the West Ham players were all protecting their families who were in the stands. He had no family there. He just wanted to scrap.
It's a West Ham
Didn't even like his family.
Sorry.
So Bruno
He just wanted to
Guimaraes,
tear up.
will Bruno Guimaraes be featuring for Newcastle?
Yes.
He's fit, isn't he?
I think.
So
Yeah.
they'll be
He
up against
plays.
each
Yeah.
other potentially.
Yeah.
All right. West Ham are currently 7th, a little bit further up the table. You've got Villa, Spurs, and possibly, if you squint a little bit, Man United battling for 4th and 5th. Villa currently in 4th place on 56 points. Spurs are 3 points behind them, but they do have a game in hand. 6 points behind Spurs are Man United. So, yeah, probably a prohibitive margin that.
Yeah,
Villa,
that Spurs Luton game.
you're going to Spurs Luton.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is, I mean, history. This is Luton's first visit to Tottenham since November 1991. Charlie.
Yeah.
Do you remember what happened then?
I do, because we talked about it the other day.
Did you?
From the Lane.
4-1. 4-1 for Spurs. Gary Lineker scored 2, as did substitute Scott Houghton.
Yeah.
Those are the only goals he ever scored for Tottenham. Producer Ben points out that after he hung up his boots, he became a police officer. That's an unusual career path. And he also starred in Cop Squad on Sky. I imagine, was that a kind of police football team type thing, was it?
I mean, it's unfortunate that footballers are no longer obliged to
become posties.
Do jobs after.
To embark upon peculiar secondary careers. I remember Norman Whiteside, former Man United winger, became a podiatrist, became a foot doctor, which makes a lot of sense because, you know, footballers, they do know a lot about feet. They're no strangers to a foot.
Desailly became a detective, I think.
Is that right?
Yeah, the Wigan centre-back, Aaron Desailly.
I imagine that plenty of footballers do still take up work after. Anyway, none of this particularly informs our expectations of
one
Spurs
thing of this
Luton.
game, Spurs Luton.
No, thank you. Ben.
So,
is it about fouling?
No, bear with me. Again, we're going into a small tunnel.
Oh yeah.
I play a fantasy football game that is not like normal sort of muggle fantasy football. It takes in all of the Opta data and forms scores for the players. So like, it's not just goals, assists, clean sheets. It's like aerials won, it's key passes. It's about 25 different metrics or whatever, and it spits out a score. Right now. Since the turn of the year, the player with the highest score based on this kind of accumulated, the highest score based on this this method is playing in this game. Who do you think it is?
Alfie Doughty?
Close.
Ross Barkley.
It's Ross Barkley. And I feel sort of, I'm sorry not sorry to mention him pretty much every time I come on this podcast because but he's having a sensational season. And if Luton stay up, PFA Player of the Year.
They're currently 17th, sandwiched between Everton and Forest.
80. Oh, wait, sorry,
Yeah, points deduction.
Yeah, because of the changes since our last set of fixtures.
But also, going back to the conversation we were having before about England and Kobbie Mainoo now looking like potentially a nailed-on starter because he has such a unique skill set. What he's doing is not that dissimilar to what Ross Barkley is doing at Luton. They're very similar kind of roles, and I guess there's a feeling that the boat has left the key when it comes to Ross Barkley in England, but he's doing similar things.
Ironically, this, as far as I can tell, is the best Ross Barkley there's ever been, right? And ironically, he was getting into the England squad for ages and into the team when he was always sort of almost brilliant, but in fact, no, he never even got to almost brilliant. He was always almost brilliant, but now he's actually a brilliant footballer. And it's sad that now he probably won't get into the team when he was getting into the team when he wasn't as good.
Luton had a phenomenal run, but it's kind of come to a crashing halt, and they haven't actually had a victory since the end of January, that 4-0 over Brighton. They've only picked up 3 points in their last 8 matches.
They've been
they were
unlucky in a few of them.
3-0 up at Bournemouth, lest we forget.
And they've had games like in that run, like United at home, where they were pretty unlucky not to get anything. Villa at home, they should have got something.
Speaking of teams, though, whose form has fallen off dramatically, Charlie, Spurs, whose performance against Fulham, you dubbed the worst you'd ever seen by any football team ever. Oh, no, possibly it was just Spurs underhand.
Spurs underhand, yeah. It's the worst performance of this season.
So what's happened at Spurs?
Well, that was that was only one game, so...
Okay, but it's not been a good run of form.
They've been in okay form.
Have they?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a little bit up and down, but they'd won their...
They just won at Villa.
Yeah, they'd gone and battered Villa,
right.
and they beat Palace just before then. They had lost at Wolves, they beat Brighton. So yeah, it's been 3 wins, 2 losses from the last 5. Fulham was weird. It kind of came out of nowhere because they had beaten Villa so convincingly. That felt like a real moment they'd kick on. Fulham were really good. I mean, but they just ruthlessly exploited Spurs down the flanks where Tottenham can be vulnerable. They invert both their fullbacks, and Fulham were brave. They stuck both their wingers out there. They kept their position. They stayed high, and they just created overloads, which is happening all game.
Speaking of Fulham, they're away at Sheffield United this season. Something that jumped out looking at Fulham stats. Anthony Robinson
he was superb.
Well, I think he's maybe the best left back in the league this season, the highest performing. So, looking at his stats, I was pretty struck. He's made more interceptions than any other player, more ball recoveries than any other defender. He's 3rd in the list of tackles won. Going forward, he's 3rd in successful take-ons, i.e. beating a man, and 3rd in successful crosses, and he's got 6 assists.
He's got the joint most assists in open play by a defender in the Premier League this season.
Is Soufal the other one, possibly?
Yeah, Soufal and Trippier.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's sort of esteemed, well, maybe not Soufal, but that's esteemed company. Robinson has been fantastic, and I'm sorry to say this, Fulham fans, just as Andy Robertson at Liverpool is starting to get a few more injuries and possibly declining as a player, I could sort of see him in a Liverpool side, Anthony Robertson. So, yeah, Robinson, sorry.
No, Robertson.
Robinson.
Yeah.
Robinson. Yeah.
Which one are you talking about?
Anthony Robinson.
Replacing
Andy Robertson.
Andy Robertson.
Right.
He was so good. First half, he was where the press box is at Fulham. He was on my side, and he was really impressive. And he set up the first goal in that game. Yeah, I mean, though he's
Anthony.
Yeah, though
Two
he
E's.
Oh, 2 E's.
Though he grew up in Liverpool. I think.
Yeah, it's annoying because I'd probably have him over Ben Chilwell, for example. But hey ho. Are we sure about that? Because I think he was British American.
Yeah, so he was born in Milton Keynes,
Oh, there you go.
and then was part of the Everton youth setup, but represents the States. Got 40 odd caps for America.
Yeah.
Well, Spurs, if they win that, will pull level with Aston Villa, who at 5:30 on Saturday will host Wolves at Villa Park. Can Villa hang on to that Champions League 4th spot?
I don't think they will.
Because I was wrong about Spurs, but Villa genuinely are on a terrible run of form.
I mean, they looked so cooked in that defeat against Spurs, and that was the real sort of, this is the shootout for 4th place. And it wasn't that long ago that you thought, well, Villa have got this, nailed on because the injuries really biting for Tottenham, and Man United were in pretty poor form. But ever since, I think the signs were there before, but that game in particular, they were so comprehensively outplayed, and physically they looked so spent that the thought of Villa sort of completely sliding down the table.
And no John McGinn now. What silly sausage.
Yeah.
That sending off was so stupid.
Yeah, it was. I mean,
he's their captain. He's probably he's arguably, after Watkins, their most important player. And in the real sort of the most important part of the season, he's now just ruled himself out for 3 games.
They go away to City after this as well. I mean, that game against Spurs, not only did they lose, they wiped out their goal difference advantage and lost probably their most important player for 3 games. It was a pretty bad afternoon.
City next, as you say, and then a couple of games after that is Arsenal. So
yeah, which he'll be back for. But yeah, I mean, they've got a big run, and also they're now navigating Conference League knockout ties in amongst Premier League, and that Spurs game was sandwiched in between the 2 Ajax games, and it very much looked like that. And obviously earlier on in the season, when you're in the Conference League, you can manage it, you can heavily rotate.
Their bench
can't really do that.
Their bench isn't very strong.
No, and it looked, I mean, in that Spurs game, they didn't have a lot. I think Spurs will outlast them. I just think their legs will go.
But 5th place might be enough anyway. Could be enough anyway. Quick check on the situation down the bottom end. Of course, there's been a further points penalty for Nottingham Forest. There's a potential for, in the next week or so, Everton receiving another alteration to their tally from a separate set of profit and sustainability breaches.
And Forest also said they're going to appeal.
They have indeed.
And that means that the scenario in which the season could finish and there's still appeals outstanding, I think now will happen, right?
I don't know, Benji.
I'm pretty sure it now makes that entirely possible.
Okay. Yeah. As it stands, barely worth me even reading this out, but as it stands, Blades are bottom. They're 8 points off safety. They do have a game in hand, but that really only matters if you can win games, which they're not traditionally very good at. Feels like there's not a PSR penalty big enough to save Sheffield United. Burnley maybe are a different kettle of fish. They're second last, but after that -4 for Forest, they're 5 points from safety.
And
they've
just beaten Brentford, which is the first victory in quite a long time, and the gap is only 5 points.
Yeah.
And with the potential for further points deductions, I think that that victory against Brentford could it prove a platform? I mean, probably not. Almost certainly not, but who knows?
Burnley 19th, in 18th place are Nottingham Forest, just a point behind Luton on the right side of the dotted line. Then you got Everton, who are 4 points from the drop, but with another potential penalty on the way. They do have a game in hand, the Toffees.
11 games without a win now, Everton, in the league.
Games. And then above them are Brentford, who have a 5-point cushion over the bottom 3, but they also have 1 point from their last 5 games, no wins since the 10th of February, and Man United visiting on Saturday. Is this going to be more bad news for Brentford, or is it going to be that time when Man United turned up in the lime green kits and with a team featuring, who was in it? Ronaldo and Sancho and Fred and stuff.
It's amazing that's only last season. That feels so long ago.
And Brentford absolutely smashed them, 4-0.
Yeah, Brentford are weird. Like they've against the biggest teams, they often change their formation and make themselves really hard to play against. I mean, you saw they very nearly got a point at the Emirates in that game a few weeks ago.
I think Pinnock's back.
Yeah.
Makes a big difference.
Yeah, it's tricky to say. Like, I think you can say with confidence this will be a very difficult game for United, but United have won a lot of games this season, including the home game against Brentford where they scored 2 goals in stoppage time.
Right.
So it's just whether they're able to kind of scrape through and dig out a win.
United coming off that 4-3 victory over Liverpool, of course,
Yeah.
prior to the break.
Which, you know, in a different context, you might say, well, that's the kind of result, the kind of performance that you could really build on, but you can't, because it was just such a completely ridiculous game that United were not in control of at any time. I think that the positive sort of impacts that result has had is more to do with sort of the mood around the club, because they're, you know, for good reason, there's been a lot of negativity around United this season, but that was a real win for the ages.
So, yeah, good for the vibes. Everton, as you mentioned, 11 games without a win. They at 3 o'clock go to Bournemouth, who also aren't in the best of form. And Bournemouth is Sean Dyche's favourite opponent. He's beat them 8 times in the Premier League. That's significant. Yeah, big weakness for Everton, as we mentioned. More penalties perhaps on the way. Chelsea are up against Burnley. If Burnley are going to work a great escape, an upset here would be a pretty nice way to get that thing underway. It did finish actually 1-1, this fixture at the Bridge last season. That's taking place at 3 o'clock, as is Forest against Crystal Palace. And Sheffield United against the aforementioned Fulham. Wow. Very nice. A reminder that Tom's book Va-Va-Voom is available on April the...
By the way, can I just say, I've just spotted the quotes in the front of his beautiful book. So we've got, first of all, from the esteemed Simon Cooper, excellent. I'm doing this in order. From Glenn Hoddle, fabulous.
Yeah, lovely.
And this I love. From Christian Carambo, the definitive story.
The definitive story.
It's amazing.
That's a very brief. He could have written this was not. I was expecting the definitive story.
And what was I left with?
Any more Paul quotes?
Who's your forward? Clarence Seedorf.
Oh my goodness, on the back, Jonathan Wilson.
Yeah, Clarence Seedorf did the introduction to his last book.
Oh, for goodness sake.
He did.
Yeah. Who wrote the forward on this?
Straight into the prologue.
Boom. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to awaying to read my copy of Va-Va-Voom and perhaps sharing some pictures on Pickfair and reading Charlie Eccleshare on The Athletic. Listen, I don't know what you're going to be doing, but perhaps you'll find time Sunday evening, Monday morning to join us as we round up all those matches. So, yeah, great. Have a great time in the meanwhile. Many thanks, Benji and Tom and Charlie and Liam and guest producer Ben, old school, in the booth. And you, listener, we'll be back with you soon. But now, from all of us here, it's goodbye. The Totally Football Show podcast is available 3 times a week, bringing you all the football news you could reasonably be expected to care about. We've got views, we've got stats, we've got analysis, we've got some of the best football writers around, and the whole thing is absolutely free. So have a listen on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or all the usual places by clicking on the link below.
Taking a look at Chelsea, the latest club under the scrutiny of the Premier League's profit and sustainability rules after Nottingham Forest and Everton have both taken points deductions. CBS's own James Bench is taking a look at their financial situation for a piece on CBSSports.com, and it shows Chelsea will need to make some player sales just to be compliant for next year's accounts, and that's even before making any new signings to bolster the squad in the upcoming summer transfer window. And for more on this story, let's bring in the writer of this piece, James Bench. And James, what did you discover in reporting out this piece in terms of the situation that Chelsea find themselves in financially?
Hi, Chris. Yeah, it was a fascinating examination. We had some independent projections on Chelsea's numbers, and we should emphasise, these are projections. A lot can change, but their numbers and their financial position for 2023-24 and for 2024-25, so next season. And our findings were that in both those seasons, they need an extra £100 million in revenue just to be compliant with the Premier League's PSR regulations. Now, This season in particular, that's going to almost certainly mean that's going to have to come from player sales. And look, there are players on the books that we expect to be sold, Ian Maatson, Conor Gallagher, players like that mean they could deliver that £100 million in revenue. But I think we have to understand that the pressure is on them to do that next season as well, even if, and I know that Chelsea fans will pull me up on this, even if they get their Club World Cup money, our projection included them registering all their Club World Cup money that they will earn for the tournament next year in the 24-25 books, and it included a season ticket price rise, which we do expect to come in the near future. So it is, the stakes are very high for Chelsea. It is important to say we are not predicting that they will not be PSR compliant. We are just sort of giving you a sense of the scale of what they need to do to comply with the rules as they are right now.
James, PSR compliant, you just said, profit and sustainability. We've heard what's happened to Everton. Then it was Nottingham Forest. There's all the conversation around Manchester City that's been rolling for a long time. I think maybe if we just roll it back a second, and if you can explain to us what exactly PSR means and what those rules are and how they apply.
Yeah, so the profit and sustainability rules, kind of as ever when we start sort of getting into these 9-figure sums, they probably feel more complicated than they are. In effect, Premier League clubs agreed some time ago that over any 3-year cycle, they could not lose more than £105 million. Now, without wishing to overcomplicate things, that number can be a bit higher because there are certain things, for instance, women's football, academy football, that you can sort of deduct from your PSR calculations. But basically, it's an agreement not to lose loads of money chasing success or just throwing money down the drain. Everton were handed a initial 10-point penalty that was subsequently cut on appeal for breaching PSR rules, and they are currently facing another PSR case. Nottingham Forest have been handed a 4-point penalty. We should say that for the most recent set of PSR calculations, which are relating to last season, Chelsea were fine. But our projections and our analysis suggests they might have been quite close to the line, but they were within the limits. The challenge Chelsea are going to have is that they have these sizable costs on their books relating to the signings they've made over the past 18 months, and that's going to almost every year for some time now, it's going to make it very hard for them to maintain sustainability without selling players.
Now, the interesting thing is that Chelsea embarked on a strategy of buying all these young players. The footballing world learned of the word amortization because they would sign these players to 8.5-year contracts and spread the money out. And it appeared for the moment that Chelsea had figured something out about the financial system. They found some kind of loophole. How have we gotten to a place where they spent all this money thinking that they had figured the rules out, where now all of a sudden they're up against it, having not figured the rules out?
Yeah, amortization is the key word here. And again, to briefly explain, when a football club buys a player, they view it in accounting terms as buying an asset. So they will spread the cost of that transfer fee over that time. So Wesley Fofana, let's take an example, and I'm going to simplify this, but Wesley Fofana was bought for €80 million. Let's say he was given an 8-year contract. In football accountancy terms, the club would register that as 10 million of expenditure every year. Now, like you say, Chris, that kind of meant that in year one, when they were buying all these players for crazy sums, that actually, when you sort of looked on the balance sheet, it said, oh, they're only committing £160 million. The issue is that they're going to be committing £160 million for the foreseeable future every year before they buy anyone else. And that has to be covered. And the one thing I would say is, we've talked about PSR. Those rules may change to be more in line with UEFA's squad cost control rules. Those will include amortization as well. So there's a sort of £160 million on Chelsea's books that's only going to really trickle away towards the end of the decade. It's a sort of huge drag on expenditure, on development, on growth. It would all have worked out a bit more effectively if Chelsea had sort of built a Champions League squad with this. And kind of the way out of this for Chelsea is to qualify for the Champions League every year and, ideally win the thing, because that's always worth a lot of money. But at the moment, they have a squad that is mid-table in the Premier League. Underlying metrics say it's maybe the 5th, 6th best squad in the league. you need to, with all the money you spent, you need to be sort of a lock for Champions League football. And I'm not sure that's guaranteed, especially if, squad players, good starters like Conor Gallagher go in the summer.
I just want to pick up on that actually, because 2 years in a row, no European football, and you look at that table and you're like, what, Chelsea are mid-table? They've got to sell players to avoid the breach, to avoid this potential points deduction, but then they've got to try and get European football, which you were talking about, challenge in the Premier League, which is also incredibly important for them in terms of bringing in revenue. How big of an impact is this? Never mind the potential points deduction down the line, but with what they actually have to do now, James.
Next year there's a window. A lot of the players that I've sort of mentioned in the piece that could be sold, Maatsen, Lukaku, Trevor Chalobah, they're not necessarily first team starters. The challenge will be that you'll lose a lot of your depth maybe, because you'll want to sell substitutes as well, an Armando Broja, fringe players. You'll lose that depth, but you'll be able to keep your starters. And so maybe that if you can scramble into the Champions League, then that means that for 25-26, the books look a little bit rosier. But I think what it does is just ratchet up the pressure and the demands for immediate results. And you can't strengthen the squad that easily to get you there. You could, of course, sell more players, sell more academy graduates to cover the PSR hole and then give you some more wiggle room. But it is a fine line to tread to get better while selling players, even when you have a young squad and you're hoping that next season it's not as ravaged by injuries. Because one thing we have to say is Chelsea have had a horrible season injury-wise.
True. James, let's get into the fans a little bit and the reaction that's actually going on, at Chelsea at the moment in and around London. You've got Todd Bowley in. It's almost like the fans kind of lauding up Roman Abramovich, but we have to remember that Todd Bowley took over, some of the problems that he left behind. Do you think it's fair what the fans are taking him to task about, because there seems to be this backlash? Do you think it's, I'd love to know more about what the conversation is within the fans at Chelsea.
Yeah, it's tough and it's riven, and we can see this even not just kind of the usual that you'll see on social media where big club fan bases can argue about anything. Major supporters bodies are arguing with each other publicly. The Chelsea Supporters Trust last week publicly criticised the chief executives and the ownership for their lack of engagement with the fans. The Chelsea Fan Advisory Board subsequently said, actually, ownership is more engaged and more in dialogue with us than it was under Roman Abramovich. But the real challenge that you've hit on there is that there's this sort of culture clash. Roman Abramovich ran this football club with making money at the bottom of his list of priorities. It was a football club that lost £900,000 a week. And even this venture capital firm that's done something quite strange and surprising and loaded lots of long-term costs onto Chelsea's book is never going to sort of run it as a patronage system. Roman Abramovich spends his money on Chelsea because it makes him look good and he has fun winning trophies. That's never going to be the Clear Lake model. And it is a culture clash. And, I think Chelsea fans have got very used to turbulence and drama, but I think there's sort of been an implicit contract with the previous ownership that I will deliver you turbulence and drama and don't get attached to any of the managers because they won't last more than a year or two, but they'll bring you trophies anyway. And not competing for trophies, we have to say they got to the League Cup final and they may well get to the FA Cup final. But, the expectation are sky high at Chelsea, and it's going to be and has been a real culture shock for supporters to adapt to an ownership that can't just, and also just an ecosystem with PSR where you can't just throw money at a problem and expect it to go away.
The Abramovich days.
Right. I almost wonder if even if Abramovich were still the owner, they might still be running into these problems.
Absolutely, because like James was just talking about, he was doing it because he had a Premier League club. And
Right.
he loved that.
And he loved that it won all the time.
Absolutely.
Managers
Yeah.
be gone as long as we keep winning things. But James Benge, it's a great story on CBSSports.com. Plenty of depth on this situation around Chelsea. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Good evening, good evening, Mr. Pennant. How are you, sir?
I'm very good, thank you. How
Do you
are
know
you?
what, Jam? I'm good, matey. Normally
Good,
at this
good.
stage of the evening, I come to you, have a little bit of a chit-chat and see what you've been up to and so on and so forth. But you know what? We're not going to do that today. We're going to go straight and speak to our European football expert, Kevin Hatchard, on the news that broke around about half hour, 40 minutes ago. Or certainly we understand that Xabi Alonso is going to be staying by Leverkusen. It looks like they're going to win the Bundesliga. They're 10 points clear at the top at the moment. Let's go and speak to him. Big German. Follows the Bundesliga very closely. It's good evening, Kevin Hatchard. Kev.
How are we, chaps? Well?
Very well
Very good,
indeed, Kev. First thing, are you surprised that this has come out or not? That looks like Alonso's staying at Leverkusen?
Yeah, a little. I mean, we've talked about this for a long time, and I've said all the way through that this was always a possibility. You know, there was no firm indication from him at all about what his plans were, and he hasn't said anything officially. Of course, they play Hoffenheim this weekend, do Leverkusen in the Bundesliga, and he's going to have a press conference tomorrow. Of course, this is going to come up, so I wonder if this briefing is a kind of prelude to him saying something at that press conference. It was always possible. It's a hell of a coup for Leverkusen if they do keep him, because I think what it does mean is that team is going to largely stay together. I think there was a possibility that if Xabi Alonso had moved on, that you might have had some players thinking, well, if the boss has gone, maybe it's my time to go as well, because there'll be offers for some of these players. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And even Lukas Radecki, the goalkeeper, was saying in the international break, you know, if he moves on to Liverpool or Bayern or what have you, you know, I don't think we could begrudge him or stand in his way. So, you know, some of his leading players, his captain, was saying that he thought he might be on the move. So I must admit, I thought, knowing that Liverpool were keen on bringing him in, and certainly he was one of the kind of leading names on their list, that I thought he'd be tempted by that. But it's a hell of a job to try and follow Jurgen Klopp. And we don't know what he's thinking. He's not said anything concrete yet, but if he is going to stay at Leverkusen, you get the feeling that must have played into his thinking.
Kev, it's been a remarkable season for Leverkusen. We've been speaking to you on a weekly basis about this, and there's always that feeling, certainly from my point of view. I don't watch a huge amount of Bundesliga, but there's been a part of me feeling they'll fall away at this stage. There'll be a couple of results where they don't string together. Bayern take advantage and do what Bayern do, as they did literally last week. It was the last game, almost the last kick of the season in the Bundesliga last season. Hasn't turned out to be the way. This now gives real stability, doesn't it, to Leverkusen now going into next season. The squad they've got, how much work have Bayern got to do? Let's assume they win the Bundesliga with 10 points. How much more work have Bayern got to do to get close to them?
I think Bayern do have work to do, and I think they will do it. Max Eberl, the sporting director, or the kind of senior sporting director, has gone in there and has talked about some quite big changes that they might have to make. It's interesting, he's talked about Jamal Musiala this week and how they see him as the face of Bayern going forwards. Whereas I think a couple of players could move on. You know, there's a lot of talk that Joshua Kimmich, with only a year and a bit left on his deal, could move on. There's definitely talk that Alphonso Davies is going to move on, with Real Madrid targeting him. So Bayern have got a fair bit to do. Harry Kane is a lock. I think there's no chance he leaves Bayern this summer, I don't think. They'll absolutely build next season around him. And they've got a bit to do, but it's a hell of an ask for Leverkusen to do what they've done this season again next season. I mean, what you're talking about with their points total at the moment, or their form, you're talking about, you know, close to an all-time season. You're talking about the kind of levels Guardiola's Bayern was setting. So, you know, they haven't lost a single game in any competition this season. So it's a bit of a freak in that regard. But if he stays, there'll be genuine confidence that they can bring in some more players and really make this a kind of permanent thing to be challenging Bayern at the top end.
Kev, obviously for all Liverpool fans, the news of Klopp leaving was a massive, heartache, and now the news that Xabi is staying at Leverkusen. Where can Liverpool turn now? And I think you're the best man to ask who's out there. where can Liverpool look to now to replace Klopp? Someone with the same philosophy, maybe idea, so they're not changing things around too much in the club.
I think that's a tough thing to do because I think Klopp has a very set way of playing that's quite specific to him in many ways. And again, that comes into the fact that it's very tough to replace him. I mean, he is one of the elite managers, certainly of his generation, and, you know, one of the best managers Liverpool have ever had. So I think that's fair to say. I know, obviously, they've had some absolute behemoths of the sport in charge of that football club. In terms of where they go next, there are a few options. I actually said when Klopp announced that he was going, the name that I felt was perhaps a really strong option was Nagelsmann. I still believe that. You guys know that I've been a huge fan of his from the moment he took the Hoffenheim job at 28 years old. Now, he's in a really interesting situation as the Germany boss because he's only got a deal until the end of the Euros. But the DFB, the German FA, are very keen on agreeing a new deal with him that takes him beyond the Euros. He's been quite coy about that. He actually said on ZDF, which is one of the big TV stations out there, well, it depends on the offer. And he was kind of tongue-in-cheek about that, but he's been quite coy about things. So I don't think he's ruling anything in, and I don't think he's ruling anything out. But what he did say, not that long ago, was if a big club came in with an interesting offer, then he could imagine agreeing something with a club before the Euros so that everybody knows where they stand. So he's been quite smart, I think. He's kind of kept the DFB on side. He's kept the option open of a new deal with them, but he's also left it open for big clubs to come in for him. Ruben Amorim is being linked. He's done a brilliant job with Sporting, no doubt about it. He's turned them from what they were, which was kind of also around. They're a massive club, no doubt, but they weren't really behaving like a massive club in terms of winning the title or even challenging for the title. Not only have they done that, but he's got them into the Champions League quite far. He's managed to have good runs in Europe. Knocked out Arsenal last season, you might remember, in the Europa League. So he's done really well with them. But Primera Liga to Premier League is a big jump. So there is an element of risk there. And De Zerbi will be linked, of course, because of the work that he's done with Brighton. You know, he's taken them into Europe, which is tremendous. He's had a lot of injuries to deal with, so they've dropped off a bit, understandably perhaps. But he has a clear philosophy that I think would appeal to Liverpool fans. So I would expect him to at least be considered. So there are some big names Liverpool could go for. And I think it'll be really interesting to see where they turn next, because they were keen on Xabi Alonso, but it seems that he's briefing he's going to stay.
What about Inzaghi? I know you're a big fan of what he's doing at the moment, but is there any other managers like him that out there, maybe in Italy or Spain, that potentially could come over, or is it quite a small pool?
I like Inzaghi very much. You know, we kind of see how he might adapt. I mean, he's got a really good thing going at Inter at the moment. He's really built something there. Obviously, Liverpool's a massive job. I have huge respect for him. I think he's done a sensational job at Inter. And I think if you look at what he did at Lazio before, he won things with them as well, against the odds. So I think he's right up there with some of the best. But there are other factors there about adaptation and what have you. But I like him very much. So, look, there's talent out there. And, you know, you always felt, we talked about this right at the top, in terms of when Klopp first went, you want it to be a forensic process, right? If you're a massive club like Liverpool, it has to be a forensic process. It can't just be, yes, Xabi Alonso's done really well. He used to play for Liverpool. Great. You can't make him the only candidate. And Liverpool, I think, were never going to do that. They were always going to have a forensic approach. But he has risen very, very quickly and rightly. And the job he's doing at Leverkusen is really quite extraordinary. And for that club, unprecedented.
Kev, appreciate your time. Cheers, at such short notice, as always, bud. Look after yourself. Have a fab weekend. And happy Easter.
Happy Easter to you.
Cheers mate.
guys.
Kevin Atchard there, European football expert, had his beady eyes on Bundesliga. He mentioned Nagelsmann there. I'd love to know what Liverpool fans think. Amorim as well. De Zerbi's name has been linked. Inzaghi, one or two others. Who do you want? 03717223344. Jammer, get your first words in for the show. Big Liverpool fan yourself. Played for the club.
Yep.
No one lasts forever.
Yep.
The club's always going to leave at some stage. He's leaving out on a high. We don't know how high that high is going to be at the moment, but how do you think Liverpool fans, what kind of mood, how will they be feeling right now? Because
they'll be disappointed. We had the high hopes of maybe possibly getting Xabi Alonso, and the job he's done at Leverkusen has been absolutely fantastic, and we'd like to see that transfer into a new young Liverpool team that we've got. And I think it would have been perfect. His style of play, his philosophy that he's got at Leverkusen would have fit in absolutely perfect at Liverpool, because Klopp's set a great base, a great foundation for a new manager to come in to take over the reign and to push them forward. You don't want someone to come in to change the philosophy too much. They've got a plan, they've got an idea now. Change it all again, that takes time to get used to.
No, the DNA of the club is there. I mean, Klopp's got his fingerprints all his DNA right through the club.
So you just want a guy to come in who plays good style of football. And knows the game well, and Xabi Alonso at the moment is like I said, he's doing a fantastic job. So it's a little bit disappointing, but we've got obviously the best recruitment team out there that can fix this.
The Sports Bar with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy, Monday to Thursday nights from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Right, well, we're all still here because we were looking at these combined 11s of City and Arsenal a little bit earlier on, but we want to focus on who's going to come up against each other, of course, for real at the weekend. And Sam, you've been doing a little bit of research as well on the Sky Sports app and website. When you look at, you've got Rodri, the linchpin, I think we all had in our team, and Rice as well, and looking at maybe who's going to come out on top in the real battle.
Yeah, it's certainly the most tantalising battle on the Etihad Stadium pitch. Rodri versus Declan Rice. Two players probably going for player of the season as well. And Pep Guardiola and Mikel Arteta describe both of these midfielders as lighthouses. But it's not the only comparison and similarities they have, because as you can see, they go into this game on exactly the same amount of goals, same assists, and the shooting accuracy, passing accuracy, and tackles are very much the same as well. So this is how they're similar, but they're actually quite different in terms of how they break the lines. And as you can see from these stats, Rodri is basically the pass master. He breaks the lines, defenders bypass by passes, by basically passing the ball and finding those gaps. Whereas Declan Rice, on the other hand, he's the best player in the Premier League at carrying the ball, and both players sort of enter the final third. Well, Rodri does it a lot more, but that's because Man City have the ball a lot more. So you can see that actually they're both very attacking threats as well. So while they're both coming up against each other in the midfield, they're actually going to have to stop each other in the penalty area as well, you think?
It's a great match-up,
Brilliant.
isn't it?
Yeah, fascinating to look at the numbers there. Absolutely love that.
And what about Rice and his position as well? How different is it to where we were used to seeing him, Mark? Because you've been having a little bit of a look at this, I believe.
Yeah, this is the heat map. Not quite as much detail in my screen as Sam's, but you can see this is a comparison between West Ham in the Premier League last season compared to Arsenal. So immediately you can see at West Ham under David Moyes, Declan Rice was playing more as a holding midfielder, didn't get into those advanced positions as much. And as you can see as well, spent a lot of time out on that left-hand side. So he was sort of pivot down the left-hand channel. That was his role. But you can see how much he's evolved and changed under Mikel Arteta. He's the complete box-to-box midfielder now, not just playing as that holding midfielder, but someone who can punch forward into those advanced areas. He can create things, hang around the box as well, win the ball high up the pitch. His energy, his work rate, his enthusiasm to win the ball, that's what's key for Arsenal. And you can see that in those two heat maps. Very different. And once again, people talk about 105 million being a lot of money for Declan Rice. Already you're starting to see that investment, and why Mikel Arteta and Edu were so keen to get his signature, and why Manchester City were also interested as well. But these heat maps give a real indication of what he brings to that pitch. And quite simply at Arsenal, he is everywhere.
Yeah, he absolutely is. But the big question is, I guess, if you could have only one in your team, you can only pick Rodri or Rice. Who do you choose and why? Do you take into consideration who you just enjoy watching more, or statistically who comes out on top? Because I know that's where you both deal best. Pete, for you,
Well, if you look at Sam's stats, there's not much to pick between them, is there? I think maybe the one thing you could say in that area of the pitch is experience. Maybe Rodri just edges Rice in that. He's only a couple of years older. I think we'll forget Rodri's only 27 years old himself, but 3 Premier Leagues, a Champions League. Maybe that just gives him a little edge in that middle of the park. And I think the main thing we say about these players, they're so well suited to their own teams, because we've seen with Man City, they lost 3 Premier League games this season. There are 3 games that Rodri missed for them this season. So when he's not there, he's such a big loss. And then we've spoken earlier in the show about how transformational Rice has been for this Arsenal team in terms of what they do in the middle of the park, even as a leader for them as well. So, you know, neither team would want to lose either of them, but in terms of which one you'd want on your side, maybe I'd just lean towards Rodri.
Has he left you any sort of arguing point here then, Sam?
No, I'm actually going to pick Rice, actually. Not just because I think he's flexible as well. He can play in the number 6, he can play as a number 8, and that's been really, really crucial for Arsenal. It's really crucial for a Premier League title-winning squad. I think he's also better to watch on the ball, the ball carrying. A player taking the ball and driving through the lines, I think, is, for me, a lot more pleasing than someone who just passes it through and gives it to a better player like Kevin De Bruyne.
City fans probably enjoyed watching Rodri score in the Champions League final, I'd say, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But as Pep Guardiola says, the holding midfielder should never be in the highlights. So maybe he's actually doing something wrong there.
There you go. Right, you've got to decide.
Declan Rice.
Oh, OK.
Yeah, I've enjoyed listening to the banter between those two and their arguments between, you know, as to why and who. I think just the ball carrying, the fact that Declan Rice is English as well, and he's going to be a massive player for Gareth Southgate in the summer, and he's going to be a part of that successful England team that brings it home.
Wow, there he said it. He said it. He started already.
I've been doing it for weeks.
Hey, welcome back to Morning Footy presented by StubHub. Huge match this weekend. Man City hosting Arsenal 11:30 a.m. Eastern on NBC. I cannot wait for this game. These are 2 teams in the thick of it for the race to the very top. Who's going to finish in first place in the Premier League? Liverpool also in that title race as well. Chuck, how you feeling for this one? Easter Sunday, too. Are they going to do this to everybody?
I feel the best I've ever felt with Arsenal going to the Etihad.
Even being in the stands last time they went?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You have to account for when Alexis and I went over to Manchester and we watched this match. It was my first time watching Arsenal live.
Was that really?
Yeah. Rob Holding was starting at center back.
Yep. Wow.
So no Saliba, Rob Holding, and Rob Holding had a dreadful performance.
A mare, as they call it in England.
So, and then I think Martinelli as well just absolutely got locked down by Kyle Walker. You know, you think about the growth from that moment on, and I think Manchester City, obviously they won the treble, they're the best team in the world, but Arsenal gained a lot from last year chasing the best team in the world. And this season, you could tell they're playing with an attitude, with a character, with this experience, this wisdom of how to navigate European competition as well as chasing the Premier League title. The biggest change, I think, in Arsenal, not only with the back line and understanding how to defend and keeping everyone healthy, but Kai Havertz has finally adjusted into how to have success with this Arsenal squad, how to move. I think he's obviously been given the opportunity where at some clubs he would not be given this run, given his lack of goals, but he's scoring now and he's figuring out the right pockets to find the ball, to open up the spaces for Bukayo Saka, for Trossard, who's
Let me add.
And then Declan Rice is the biggest piece that Arsenal added in terms of not only protecting the back four, but breaking through, anticipating, winning second balls, providing cover. Just he from box to box, one of the best in the world. When you add a player like that to the squad, that's a difference maker. And so, given Manchester City has some injuries and some absences, I'm feeling really confident about this.
And you said one of the names already, Kyle Walker. What's that going to be like without him for Manchester City if he can't go?
I mean, not only him, John Stones is a big loss.
And Kevin De Bruyne is not 100%.
What I wanted to add before you didn't let me add, Kai Havertz also translated that into the national team, where he's playing a similar type of position up top. And we saw him, we're seeing him blossom at Arsenal. So on Easter Sunday, I don't know if Jesus is going to rise to the occasion. Wow. Because,
Jesus.
but
oh man, that was good.
But that's been constantly been the question. It's like, all right, everybody's been waiting for Gabriel Jesus to be fit, because he's like maybe the solution to this problem that Kai Havertz wasn't in his best form. So I'm seeing a better, maybe the best version, not maybe. We're seeing the best version of Kai Havertz at Arsenal right now.
Absolutely, and I think it comes with the freedom that Mikel Arteta wanted him to play with. The reason he brought him in is because he knew he can find those open spaces. Young Thomas Mueller, the position is called a Raumdeuter, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, in Germany. Exactly what he plays for the German national team, he's now playing for Arsenal. It's the ability to move around, find those open spaces, make decoy runs, build spaces by getting defenders to step away from positions so other players can be effective, and we're seeing that happen. In particular, what we've seen happen is also Arsenal become a much more stout defensively team than they were the last time you and I were there. Obviously, Rob Holding not being in the back line already fixes a couple of things, but we've seen Arsenal become so much more stout defensively, and we've also seen Manchester City become somewhat weakened when it comes to the second half against the top 5 teams. They've scored 1 goal in the second half against top 5 teams. They've given up 6. We're seeing a completely different Manchester City than we saw last season, which was put your foot down on the gas and keep it going. They don't have that level. A lot of it comes from injuries. Kyle Walker's not there, but presumably neither will be Martinelli. So that left-hand side is going to be completely different for Arsenal. Probably Leandro Trossard. You're probably going to have a little bit more activity there. What's that really gonna sort of, how's that gonna net out? I think it's a push. If Martinelli's not there and Kyle Walker aren't there, I'm not worried about the left. John Stones being out is a massive miss for Manchester City. There's no other player on their squad that can play center back and roam forward the way he does.
The thing is with the embarrassment of riches that this man has, that he can adjust and put out a team that can compete and can beat Arsenal. Especially when you have the likes of Phil Foden and you have the likes of Rodri. Rodri has been lights out. And Guardiola says he's the best midfielder in the world, and we saw it with the Spanish national team. We're seeing it now. I think his argument is extremely valid, especially after they lost Gundogan. The fact that Rodri has really taken a lot of the burden to facilitate this game for City, the pace of the game, to keep that tempo, to create. And then when you have Phil Foden, it's, I don't know, you said you were very confident given City's absences.
The most confident I've ever been for Arsenal to go to the Etihad and get a result.
That's different.
Yes.
I think I would echo that statement, because Arsenal, we've used the theme of evolution a lot. This is an Arsenal team that has evolved into something better than 1 year removed from the game that you guys went to. But City, despite their vulnerabilities, sometimes they're scary. This season they've been vulnerable, but sometimes they do things and you're like.
But then you're adding Raya into the equation. David Raya, I think he's been very good, solid, not prone to those mistakes that we've seen from Ramsdale where he can be super erratic.
Kiwior has had an incredible last few games. Ben White, I think, has a lot to prove, especially with a lot of the chatter going on over there about his deciding not to be a part of the men's national team in England. There's a lot going on for Arsenal, especially defensively. And, I think Mikel Arteta and Pep Guardiola believe the same thing that Cruyff believed, which is, if we're not scoring goals, that starts from, talk to me about your back line. That starts from the defense. And they've made this defense so structured and so solid. They've given up the least amount of goals in the league. They have the most clean sheets in the league. It feels like Arsenal's coming in at the most stout they've been in a very long time. And that still doesn't mean that I'm very confident.
You want to be honest with me? Ready?
Yeah.
Saka or Foden? Be honest.
Saka. See how fast?
Maybe a little bit of Arsenal bias there too, though. I don't know. It's going to be a tough match. Man City have only lost one game across all competitions at home going back to last season, but Arsenal off to a historic start in the season. They've won their first 8 since the start of the calendar year, only the 4th team in the Premier League to do so. And this game could really decide a lot when it comes to who's going to finish at the top of the league come the end of the season. We've still got so much more to come here on Morning Footy. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to be, I think, visiting with headlines. Fabio Pagan is going to be with us next.
I was after you going. Yes, no, it was worse. Worse. Well, still we need to assess few players like Chilwell that came from the national team playing 2 games after he didn't play with us and played 2 games and was, I think, got a knock in the leg in his knee, and today wasn't ready to train and see what happened tomorrow. It can be available to be on the squad or not. We need to assess him. Few another players also like Enzo still didn't arrive, and then yes, today was a training session that to put all a little bit in the same level and to check if for tomorrow to prepare the game and see if they can be available. But not too many new news. You were surprised? But you were surprised? Oh no, I saw the result. Surprised, not surprised, I don't know. Is if not cannot play with us or cannot be available, that is the first thing. And because didn't play after Brentford with us, only play a few minutes in the game against Leicester in the FA Cup. Yes, was a little bit the situation that that start 2 games. Maybe it's a surprise for us, but I think it's bad luck because he got a dead leg in the last moment in the game against Belgium. And now we need to struggle and we need to play, in our club. Yes, that is another thing, bad luck that we have because now we need to assess if it can be available or not. Yes, it's really difficult situation for him, and of course he's sad. It's not, of course, he's not happy because only play 30 minutes. That was for a player that arrived new on the club. But I think it's a thing that that sometimes happen in football. When we signed him, when the club signed him, he arrived with problems from Southampton. If you remember, he has cannot didn't come to train with us in the first months. And then when he started to be ready to prepare, and he suffered a problem in his feet and suffered a surgery. And then when he recovered, play only 30 minutes. Got injured, and from I think it was December, we didn't have the possibility to train with him because never was available for training, never was really close, and that is the thing that in the last few months, after December, 4 months that we have never the possibility to train with him. And yes, really sad news because always for a player arrived to a new club, want to perform, want to play, want to call the team, and yes, now we need to wait the next pre-season the next season for him to be available again and try to help the team. Yes, I was talking with him. Yes, it's a little bit disappointed because he cannot play or perform with the national team. I think the first game was with a small problem, And I think he thought that maybe he can play in the second game with the bench, but he didn't play. But now it's okay. He was training well. And hope still one training session more tomorrow, but I think the plan is if he's followed tomorrow in the same way, I think he'll be available to be on the game on Saturday. From who? I didn't read. If you can. I think it's about to be calm now and accept the situation, and the most important with our experience to manage and deal with these type of things. And then we are talking about a very experienced player. I think what we cannot do is to create more, bigger things that were emotional in some point, because I really believe the fans love our player and love and support our player, and for sure they are going to support him and the rest of the team. I know that the teammate need to be a good teammate, and player can talk and can express the emotion also and the opinion. But I think we need to be careful in the way that we are going to talk and to give our opinion, because I think we need to build a strong relationship in between everyone. And I think things like this, I think we need to, of course, understand, but not to be agree. Like I said after my press the game and my press conference, not agree, because I think always the players want to perform well and to play well and score goals, and the keeper save goals, and the defensive player need to save tackles and perform really well. This type of situation is bigger maybe than only to pay attention on what happened. I think I was also suffering the anger of the fans because of the disappointment of the fans and some players also. And I think the whole team were suffering this situation. But I think the most important is that Raheem is an experienced player, and for sure he understands, and also he made a statement after the game and explained the situation. And look, and now we need to move on. We need to move on. I think to try for us to help, to protect our principal active, that are the player. That is our responsibility, like a club, and then the player to understand that yes, we need to make the effort to try to convince our fans that we are in a very good way. But I think it's obvious that we all love our players. The teammate love their teammate, and the teammate need to love their fans, and the fans need to love the player, and love the club. And I think it's a connection that we need to create. That because if not, we are going to lose. Not only us, if not the fans, and everyone is going to lose. And that is why we need to, to be careful in the way that we go to talk and translate our opinion and our emotion. We understand complete our fans because it's about the emotion and on the pitch, and we pay attention. Also, we pay attention on the street when we are there because people is a little bit different. But I think when you want to win and you want to see your club doing well, always it's normal that it happens because it's not going to repeat, but it's about the expectation. The expectation is so big. It's like we need to win the game before to start. I think we need to start, before the whistle or the kickoff is 4-0, but we need to play and we need to perform and we need to win the games. But I think we are calm. We are calm, always, with the feeling the responsibility, and we want to create a very good, atmosphere with our fans. I hope Saturday we can create this atmosphere and be helpful again for our fans.
Thank you. Alex,
Hello. Always going to be difficult, and I think it's a team that plays very freedom. They feel free to play, and I think they run a lot. They are a very physical team with good players, young players. Yes, I think it's going to be always tough. For us, always it's tough. It's going to be tough because I think we need to be in a different place, and we need to win, we need to perform well. And always, because Premier League can never you're going to find an easy game. But Burnley is a very good team. It's a very exciting team to watch, and of course, it's going to be difficult.
You have a lot of experience managing in the Premier League. This company doesn't, but what do you think of him as a manager?
No, I think he's doing well. He was great on the last season on Championship, and now they are doing well. We need to see that his job is amazing. He's doing fantastic. Because how we measure the job is not only about result, it's about the process and performance, and see the potential of the team. And of course he's doing a fantastic job, him and his coaching staff. Is to win the next game. I think we cannot plan too much and to go to the end. I think we need to plan to win the next game. The next game is the most important, and then we will need to move into the next one. Of course, with all the circumstances like we were talking before, I think the most important is to try to get the best balance. I think is fighting with these circumstances. I think it's always about to try to be right in our decision every time that we need to pick the starting 11 or in the game plan for every single game. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alex. Last question, broadcast to Armin.
Sorry, you can repeat. Sorry. Yeah, I understand, but the last part you say.
Is it the same problem that he arrived?
No, different problem. But it's difficult to explain all the situation. No, it's difficult to explain because I am not doctor, and be precise in the information. But the most important is to make clear that we, in 9 months, only few weeks was with us, directly training with us. And the most important is that he arrived and he cannot train it because I think when the club signed him was injured. I think it was his hip, I don't know, it was a problem. And then when he started to train with us, he suffered a knock in his feet and suffered a surgery. When after was training with us a few weeks, he was available again on Wolverhampton, but didn't go in. And then against Crystal Palace, goes 30 minutes and got injured, is what, and then never again has the possibility to train with us. That is why maybe, son, I don't know, you showed me some, the methods of Pochettino are so hard, no? I said, what if you didn't train with me? Yeah, but that's the people that need to talk. But it's sad. It's a sad situation, no? It's a sad situation. But hope that he can become stronger. For sure, we are going to help to become stronger. And and be available for the pre-season and then for the next season to show his real quality. Yeah, more, 10, 12. Before? No. Always, no? Something happened after 15 years, being coach. One season maybe happened like this.
Great, thank you. Cameras off, please. That's the end of the broadcast section.
Time we turn our attentions to the team actually leading the way in the Premier League. Arsenal, they have been in sublime form since the start of 2024. They had that bit of a wobble, didn't they? And then went on to 9 wins from 9, an aggregate score, incredibly, of 38-4, including, of course, beating Liverpool. Why do you think they've been so good, Pete?
Well, that trip to Dubai has really paid off, hasn't it? Maybe we should all go to go find some sunshine in January, and really give us a good start to the year. Because it came at a time, didn't it, where, as you say, there was a lot of question marks about their finishing. There was lots of talk about why can't Arsenal score these chances? They need a proper striker. And we'd seen them against Fulham, actually, they were really off colour. They lost that game to Liverpool just before they went away, but the performance against Fulham was real sort of alarm bell sort of time. But they've come back and obviously spent a lot of time working on set pieces. They've been fantastic from those since then. Saka and Martinelli seem to have got their spark back. I think really importantly, they've found the role for Havertz as well, because I think for the first half of that season, it was a real enigma, wasn't it, about how do you get the best out of this clearly skillful player, but he never seemed quite at home on that left side of midfield. Declan Rice sitting behind him, and actually they pushed him forwards and moved Rice forwards, and that's really paid off for them since then. So, opportunity I think that was for Arteta to make some tweaks, a rest, a little break. And we saw it with Man City as well. They went away to the Club World Cup when they were just struggling a little bit in the league, and they came back like a real steam train. So, so that's the trick, isn't it? Go and find some sunshine. Yeah,
before we bring in Sam, he's just dreaming of a holiday right now. That's it. Mark McAdam's definitely not been on a holiday. You've been busy. Going to bring up Havertz, actually, as you've mentioned it, one of their big summer signings. Wasn't immediately popular, was he? But he's become a very, very important player. Talk us through the rise and his position as well.
Yeah, it was one of the surprise moves, really, of the summer, wasn't it? When Arsenal swooped over the course of the summer window across London for Kai Havertz at Chelsea. There was a lot of talk about the position he would play, more as a 10 or an 8 than just an out-and-out striker. But it certainly feels like he's taken his game to the next level under Mikel Arteta. Only 24 years old as well, so you get the feeling he can get even better. Let's take a look at some of the stats and the situation when you compare him to previous campaigns. This is obviously the last 4 seasons, and already you can see when it comes to open play goals, he's on 6 this season compared to the 7 in 21-22, which is his best. The open play XG as well, slightly different at the moment, perhaps because he's playing in a slightly different role. You can see the XG difference. And significantly, the big chances, the percentages there, you can see very different for Arsenal, 47%. This is how he compares in terms of this season in the first 9 games, the middle 9 games and the last 9 games. You can see the difference again. Open play goals, like Peter alluded to there, struggled at the start of his new life at Arsenal, got better in the middle 9. You can see in his last 9, 4 open play goals. The XG, very different as well, compared to 0.67 in the first 9 matches of the campaign compared to 3.68 now. The big chances, very different as well. You can see the trajectory here. Kai Havertz is finally fulfilling his potential. He looks like he's comfortable at Arsenal at the moment. Possession 1 in the final third. Again, that's improved from 4 to 8 to 10. So he's on the front foot, he's pressing high, winning the ball. And you can see again, the aerial duels 1, very different, 13, 20 and 25. So all of that there is really painting a picture that this man is in form, he's enjoying his football, and Mikel Arteta is getting the very best out of him. Arsenal fans will be hoping he carries on his recent form as well. It's 5 goals into his last 8 games for club and country. One of those goals was against France, no less, at the weekend. Favourites for the Euros.
There you go, exactly. See, I mean, what do we think is behind this run of form? We all did think he was maybe going to step in the shoes of Granit Xhaka, playing that number 8, became a bit of a false 9. He's become real the focal point of the attack, hasn't he, Sam?
Yeah, I think so. I think you can see from those stats there, the fact that he's playing as a number 9, as a centre forward, he's getting more chances, he's getting higher XG, he's winning more aerial duels, he's in more dangerous areas in the middle of the pitch, and I think that's been crucial, finding that balance, getting the likes of Jorginho, who he played with at Chelsea as well, so that might be a factor as well, into the team as well, with Declan Rice sort of playing a little bit further forward, looking to move behind the runs. But yeah, it feels like he is the number 9 now, and that's especially encouraging given they've got Gabriel Jesus and Leandro Trossard there, who have both had good spells, and Havertz is currently keeping both of them out of the team.
And he looks happy as well and playing with confidence, which is another thing. I just want to ask about these withdrawals for Arsenal in the international break, because you do feel that they're struggling for this game at the weekend, or do we feel like we will be seeing players back, the likes of Saka and Gabriel featuring maybe?
Yeah, because obviously City have had their issues as well. I think the key thing for Saka and Gabriel, who pulled out of their respective squads, was the word precautionary. I think it was almost, they got them out of there before the issues really became a big problem, because obviously you saw Walker and Stones go off in-game for England. So I think that was important. I think we might see both of those on the pitch this Sunday. Martinelli obviously had that cut against Sheffield United a couple of weeks ago. Obviously had a bit of time for that to heal as well. We don't know where he'll be with that. But I think another boost was Tomiyasu and Thomas Partey played in a behind closed doors game during the international break as well. So potentially the injury front not looking too bad for Arteta.
Yeah, I think Martinelli is actually the key one that Arsenal want back. He was obviously missing before the break, and Arsenal was still winning, but he scored that winner against Manchester City in the reverse game back in October. He's such a key player, and if Kyle Walker is out, that left-hand side could be a really good area for Arsenal to exploit if Martinelli's back. Remember, Arsenal won against City without Bukayo Saka in their team in October. He was missing, he was injured, he dropped out late. So Arsenal can deal with these little injury setbacks, but you feel that if they walk into the Etihad Stadium with a fully fit squad, talks about the psychological boost, that could be massive for them in one of their biggest games of the season.
We wait patiently for all the little snippets of news that, of course, come out in the news conferences that we'll be there for to bring you it all as well. Do Arsenal have what it takes this season, Mark? What do we reckon?
I think so. You have to remember as well, in those press conferences, the managers aren't always honest with their team news, so you have to read between the lines a little bit. Arsenal fans won't want to be reminded of this, but after 28 games last season, Arsenal were 8 points clear. Although Manchester City did have a game in hand, then they were knocked out of Europe in the Europa League. It looked like they were going to be okay with 2 back-to-back 4-0 wins against Palace and Leeds, but 3 draws and a defeat ended their hopes of the title. In the final table, they were 5 points off City. This is after the March International. This is a situation you can see not as many W's as Arsenal fans would like. They picked up just 15 points out of a possible 30. Arsenal fans will be hoping they don't see something like that once again this season. So my question to Sam and Peter, what is the difference now between this Arsenal side and the team that fell away last season?
Well, it's quite simple. They're better in every single department. Goals, expected goals, goals conceded, expected goals conceded. They're literally beating their records from last season every single time. And I think Declan Rice, such an excellent signing. He's given them a lot more control. But also, let's not forget, that run after the March International break last season, William Saliba got injured. If he hadn't got injured, there was a really strong case that Arsenal could have still gone on to win the title, irrespective of City's form. So keeping players fit this season, especially those core key players, is going to be crucial for Arsenal.
I think confidence as well. I think after what they went through last season, they learned so much from that. I think really Arsenal now feel like they belong at this level as well. Before, I couldn't believe it, this stat, 15 out of their last 16 matches with Man City, Arsenal had lost going into this season. You think that Community Shield win on penalties just felt so important to them. Obviously, they beat them at the Emirates, and they go to the Etihad now really believing that they can win these big title-deciding games, really. And I guess that's the next hurdle, because they've lost their last 8 at the Etihad. So another hurdle to overcome this weekend.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at the run-in now. Of course, remember last season they lost to Brighton towards the end. They lost to Nottingham Forest after the heavy defeat to Manchester City. They cannot afford to be losing any of these. They cannot afford to be dropping points against any side. If anything, draw would do nicely against Manchester City, especially if you're a Liverpool fan or there or thereabouts. But just focusing on these key games then, and particularly towards the end of the season, Spurs and Manchester United, they have to go away to both of those.
Yeah, I think if you look at it, I think Arsenal have got a real tricky period in April, haven't they? But certainly those games jump out in terms of teams motivated to stop them. Tottenham, absolutely. Man United will be surely challenging for European spots at that point as well. And then Everton on the last day. Well, Everton have had some big final day results recently to stay in the division. Who knows, with points deductions and things like that, they might be fighting for their lives again, obviously at the Emirates there. And, will it be a celebration at the Emirates or another frustrating end to the campaign for them?
I mean, even after next week, it's still pretty difficult. Away to Roberto De Zerbi's Brighton, that's not an easy game. And then Aston Villa at home, Unai Emery back at the Emirates. There's a story and a half. And of course, also going to Gary O'Neill's Wolves. Mateus Cunha's been seen back in training. He Chang Huang could be back as well. So that could be a pretty strong Wolves side that face Arsenal.
Different to the Wolves that they played towards the end of last season, though, but they did end on a high there, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sunday's title showdown between Manchester City and Arsenal pits some of the world and Premier League's best players against each other. As you can see, Nick and Doogie are going to be looking at some of those key battles for us. So let's start, shall we, should we start with an Arsenal attacker and a Manchester City defender, shall we?
Yeah, why not? Okay. Yeah, let's talk about one of the key clashes this weekend, Ruben Dias against Kai Havertz. Now, in my personal opinion, Ruben Dias has taken a slight drop-off in performance level versus last year. You've seen his aerial duel win rate fall from about 61% to 49%. His tackle success rate is still very solid, but it feels like Nathan Ake is potentially the only City defender that's really kept their level at the same from last year. But Ruben Dias, loads of experience now. But he is coming up against a man in great form in Kai Havertz. He's got 4 goals and 2 assists in his last 6 games for Arsenal. He scored during the international break against France, linking up really well with Jamal Musiala and Florian Wirtz there. So he comes into this game full of confidence.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Havertz as well has a good record against Man City in recent times, at least. He obviously scored the winner in the Champions League final for Chelsea against them. And this season, he did well in the Community Shield as that central striker. As Arsenal won on penalties, he also came off the bench and set up the Martinelli winner at the Emirates Stadium. He does give them that physical sort of ability up front, that outlet that they maybe don't have otherwise. He can win headers, he can win duels, he can bring others into play, he can run in behind as well. So I think Diaz is the man they will look to, Man City, to stop him. He's they're probably their best defender in the air, even if his numbers have dipped, as Doogie mentioned. So that will be a really interesting battle. Obviously, Diaz dropped against Liverpool. Klopp said that was more about needing pace against Nunez with Akanji, but in this instance, Diaz looks like the one who will be asked to stop Kai Havertz.
Yeah, because they will certainly pay Kai Havertz a lot of respect. You mentioned the Champions League final, that ball through from Mason Mount, Kai Havertz on the end of it and scoring to give Chelsea the Champions League trophy. But has the thought been of there's never any doubting that he's a very talented player, Kai Havertz. It's where do you play him and what do you do with him? And has Mikel Arteta unlocked that conundrum?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I think he's in many ways a victim of his own versatility, as you say. He's played well in a number of positions over the years. For Bayer Leverkusen, more as a withdrawn 10, sometimes on the left or right of a 4-2-2-2. For Arsenal, he's played very well in that Xhaka role more recently, but it's really at centre-forward where he's put in his best performances for Arsenal now. As you mentioned, pretty much every manager that he's played for, either at international level or at club level, has made him a key part of their side. He hasn't always delivered on a consistent basis, but it's great to see Kai Havertz, who was so maligned when he joined Arsenal for huge money in the summer, really start to repay that transfer fee, with only Saka scoring more league goals than him this season for Arsenal.
OK. No shock to see who's involved in the next key battle that you've picked out.
Yeah, this is a huge one, isn't it? Absolutely huge. Now, Erling Haaland obviously destroyed Arsenal in this game last season, didn't he? He set up the 2 goals for Kevin De Bruyne. He scored the 4th goal himself. But, of course, William Saliba was not playing that day. He was injured. It was Rob Holding instead. So this will be a really interesting duel at the Etihad Stadium. And you have to say, looking at the Emirates game in October, Saliba had the better of it, didn't he? That day, Erling Haaland didn't manage a single shot, let alone score a goal. In the Community Shield as well, Erling Haaland didn't manage a shot in that game. So Saliba does have something to fall back on there. You know, the Arsenal fans will remember that body check on Haaland that went viral at the time of that game. He's had an excellent season, Saliba. A bit of criticism from Didier Deschamps, the France boss, this week, but for Arsenal, he's been absolutely superb. And his task will be to shackle Erling Haaland again. Of course, that's not an easy feat. Haaland is having another spectacular season, and Arsenal know how dangerous he can be. But I think they will be a lot more confident going into this game with Saliba fit and available for sure.
It will be interesting, though. I mean, Saliba didn't necessarily put in his best performance against FC Porto in that second leg, which was a game of huge magnitude as well. I do think he's been pretty imperious, as Nick correctly points out this year. He's been pretty much faultless, but that was a sign of a little bit of shakiness. Erling Haaland is really interesting. More shots on target than this time last year. Higher expected goals per 90 than this time last year. But just underperforming his expected goals, just not being clinical enough in the moment for his first time since joining Borussia Dortmund. There's actually only 3 players in the Premier League, Calvert-Lewin, Nicolas Jackson and Bruno Fernandes, that have underperformed their expected goals by more. You write off Erling Haaland at his peril. He still scored 18 league goals this year, but at this stage last season he'd scored 28, so there has been a notable drop-off. And if Man City don't win the title this year, his performances will come under scrutiny.
Interesting. If it was a battle of the best songs, Saliba, I think, would take it. Yeah. OK. Let's move into the engine room, shall we? The midfield. And this has got me excited, this battle between these 2 players.
Yeah, this is a great one, isn't it? Great one to look forward to. I mean, it's interesting because Rice may not necessarily play as the 6, as Rodri does, of course. He may be more like an 8 with Jorginho in that number 6 role, but that only would mean that he is in direct competition with Rodri more, probably, you'd say, on the pitch. So it will be really interesting to see how this battle pans out. Now, Rodri is kind of the gold standard in his position, isn't he? He's absolutely outstanding. He's top for passes in the Premier League, top for pressured passes as well, which shows his ability in those tight spaces. He is so good on the ball in those situations. So it'll be interesting to see whether he is able to dictate the game to the same extent playing against the midfield containing Rice, because off the ball, of course, Rice is just so effective, so good at anticipating danger, so good at snuffing out counter-attacks. He has added a major strength to Arsenal in that sense and allowed them to dominate games more. So Arsenal will look to him to do those things again, but City for sure will be looking at Rodri to control this game. And remember, Rodri pops up with goals so often, doesn't he? Rice, we've seen his attacking output increase this season, but Rodri, I think it's 18 goals in the last 3 seasons overall. Incredible numbers for a holding midfielder. So, yeah, it's going to be fascinating. Yeah, it really is. I mean, we mentioned goals, but it does need to come into this discussion, despite both of them being more naturally defensive-minded. I mean, Rice this year scored against Man United. He scored against Chelsea. He scored in that really emotional game for him against West Ham. Rodri is now 60 games unbeaten in all competitions for Man City. Their 3 league defeats this year came when he was suspended. He hasn't lost since February 2023 against Spurs, which is just a mind-blowing record. But I think Rice has said it himself in interviews. He is the gold standard in terms of that position. But we're probably looking at, along with Tchouaméni, along with potentially a fit and on-form Kimmich, we're looking at 2 of the best 4 in that position in world football. And for Declan Rice to be in discussion for probably transfer of the season, despite costing £100 million, just goes to show how excellent he's been for Arsenal and what a difference he's made.
Yeah, very quickly, if he's fit, who's got the job of keeping Bukayo Saka quiet then? Because that will be quite a significant head-to-head. Yeah, it will be. Nathan Ake has been brilliant this year for Man City. As I say, he's played in a number of different positions for them. He's really proved his worth. Saka, with that injury issue during the international break, he's under a little bit of pressure in this one. Doesn't have necessarily the best record against Man City either. No, that's right. And Ake did a bit of a number on Saka in the Emirates game last season when Man City won 3-1. He started at centre-back but moved over to left-back as the game went on, and Saka really wasn't able to wield his influence as he normally does. I think Ake, one-on-one, is an excellent defender, and there's a good stat here. He's played roughly 1,700
minutes this season, Ake. A lot of those minutes at left back, but he's only been dribbled past 5 times. So I think that is one of the reasons why Pep Guardiola may look to use him at left back against Saka, if indeed Saka is fit. Now, Saka, remember, is in incredible form, more goals and assists than in any previous season at Arsenal. So it will be a fascinating duel again. These two could be battling it out on that side.
Yeah, that's some of the key battles we expect this weekend. But you never know with Pep or with Arteta. Sometimes they come up with something a little left field, which throws everyone. So it might change. But that's the key battles we've looked at ahead of Manchester City against Arsenal. Thank you to you two.
Some massive games coming up at the weekend. Liverpool welcome Brighton at Anfield, 2 o'clock on Sunday, and then it's a remarkable game to look forward to. Arsenal head to the Etihad for the later kick-off. The Gunners currently lead the way ahead of Liverpool in goal difference, with City just a point behind. John, Andy, I mean, in all seriousness, what a title race we've got.
Incredible. Exciting. I think you could almost throw 3 balls in the air. City, Liverpool and Arsenal. I think it's so tight, it's so difficult to call. Arsenal, I feel, this year have probably got the best opportunity than what they've had previously. I think if you look at them, Declan Rice has made them better. Havertz has come in of late, and all the questions asked about him, his feet. He's played well lately. Jesus is on his way back. Saka is a magnificent player. And for me, if I had to go with one, I would probably still go with City, only because they've been over the course quite a few times in recent years.
I'm with you. It's amazing, right? You can't split them. I'm just leaning towards City because I went for them at the start of the season, right? But if you're a Liverpool fan and you watch the way your team played against Manchester City, you've got to fancy your chances. And bizarrely, Andy, John, I don't know whether this will make sense, but I actually think Arsenal have got a better chance with 3 teams involved than last year just with City. I just think they might enjoy the added pressure of the teams involved.
John, I just got the fixtures up, Ali, for Arsenal in April. Now, obviously, they've got City this weekend, back end of March.
Yeah.
They then got Luton home, Brighton away, Bayern home, then they are home to Villa, Bayern away, Wolves away, Chelsea home, Spurs away. All of that lot in the month of April. That's a test, isn't it? It's going to be a test of the squad and the resources and everything.
100%, Andy. I think Villa's a tough game. Bayern Munich, quarter-final of the Champions League in between them. But I would almost say, they want to continue going as far as they can in the Champions League. But I think the league is so important to Arsenal. It's been so long since they won it. Arteta just seems to have... All the players are working really hard for him. I think the impact that he's made, considering they wanted him out 2 or 3 seasons ago, they stuck with him. Just goes to show if you stick with a manager. And they finish then with Chelsea and Spurs, which are very, very tough games. Because Spurs will be trying to get into the top 4 as well.
Do you know one of the biggest changes for me, boys, that I've noticed? Arteta's obviously got his team firing. You speak about Odegaard, Saka and boys like that who have been sensational. I actually think probably the key to Arsenal are the 2 centre-backs. I genuinely do. Gabriel and Saliba, I think their importance cannot be understated. I thought that's when they struggled a little bit last year, when they lost one of the centre-backs and Holden came in. I just felt they lost a little bit. But the point I was trying to make, and you'll have been there, John, obviously far better team, good brand of football, but the difference within the stadium, the Emirates Stadium, is the last 18 months, 2 years, is absolute night and day.
Yes, it is.
The place is rocking.
Yeah, and when they get behind them Arsenal there, the Emirates is a £60,000, but it's 60,000 seater. It's like a bowl, isn't it? There's no gaps around, and they do really, really make some noise there. But also, you haven't mentioned the goalkeeper. I think he was pretty questioned. He was pretty much questioned when he moved Ramsdale out. I'm surprised Ramsdale, by the way, didn't ask for a move on the back of that, because he'd have been very, very disappointed. And if I was him, I'd have been saying, look, you prefer another one to me. I'm good enough to play every week.
He's surely the chat with Gareth, though. I mean, the first thing you do, you're Alan Ramsdale, you're going to say, look, is this going to affect me going to Euros? That must have been a conversation there, surely.
Yeah, because if you're a good goalkeeper, which he is, you've got to back yourself. You want to play every week. You don't want to be a second choice goalkeeper if you're that good. Do you know what I mean? And I thought he was a fantastic. But Ray has come in, and he's been excellent. Big signing from Brentford, and he hasn't let anybody down.
This game, John, for Arsenal against City at the weekend, sometimes when I've watched an Arsenal team under Mikel against Pep, I think sometimes previously Arteta has got a little wrapped up in trying to outdo Pep.
Maybe in his head a little bit.
Yeah, tactically coming up with something that's going to maybe throw Guardiola off scent a little bit or whatever. I don't know. So I'm really intrigued to know how they're going to go about this one at the weekend. It's such a pivotal game. It's such a colossal game.
I actually think Arsenal got to get on the front foot.
Really go for it?
I think so, because it's such a hard game anyway. Arsenal could lose, but at least you lose having a real go. Try and play Man City's half, which is difficult because City keep the ball so well.
Yep.
But I think when Arsenal get the opportunity, they've got to get it forward, get the ball out to Saka, Havertz, Rice, try and control that midfield, but it's just difficult because he's up against Rodri,
Bernardo
Silva, Foden, and City. I think have probably got more match winners if you look at Haaland, Foden, De Bruyne. What do you see them against Manchester United?
Doku looked dangerous last night.
He was different class last night, Doku, wasn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He did.
Prediction time, John.
I have to go City. I know I'm a former Arsenal man, but I think it's really important that City try and get going on a run and try and get ahead of the other two.
What do you think, mate?
I think we might get a draw at the weekend.
Yeah.
I could see 1-1, even 2-2. I think I'm seeing a different Arsenal that don't always operate at their absolute max, but still win and pick up points. At the weekends, it's not going to be easy, but I think they could draw that game.
What do you think, Al?
I'm leaning towards City. But with no real conviction. I just think it's. We're talking about Liverpool side also, who have only lost 2 games this season in the league, and one of them they shouldn't have lost. With all due respect, the game at Tottenham. So I just think we're in for one. What a ride we're going to get all the way to the end of the season. I
think if he was at the Emirates, I'd be siding towards Arsenal.
Yes.
The fact it's
home advantage.
The fact it's at the Etihad. City turn it on them most weeks, don't they?
Absolutely do.
Talk Sport Breakfast, waking you up Monday to Friday morning from 6 a.m. on AM, on DAB, via the Talk Sport app and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport.
In the last years, I got 3 finals. One day after I left, I was ready to go. I wear the shirt and I fight for them. Cristiano opened the door in terms of people believing that it's possible to be there.
Hey guys, Fabrizio Romano here, welcome back on the channel. Special moment, special day. We are here with an exclusive interview with Jose Mourinho, thanks to Talks. We are here for the special launch of the UEFA Euro 2024 cards and collectibles. It's a special day for Tops, it's a special day for us, with the legend Jose Mourinho. Enjoy the interview. Jose, pleasure to see you.
My pleasure.
Thanks a lot for your time, thanks for being here. What I want to start to ask you is, you already look, and I can see that in your eyes, ready for next chapter, ready to return. What's your feeling now? What's your feeling on what's next?
Your feeling is right. I'm ready to start. And sometimes when you end in a club, you feel the need of a rest, of a think, process things. In this case, one day after I left, I was ready to go. I feel strong. I feel good. I love the work. I'm really ready. But I don't want to make the wrong choice. I cannot accept something just because of the feeling and just because of the passion to be back. So I have to be patient. And normally we are in March. Is is something going to happen March, April.
Difficult.
It's very, very difficult. So my objective is to start next summer.
You are the only one with 2 European finals consecutive, so in 2 years. What you did is, again, impressive as the entire history. What's the feeling about that? It gives you also the...
You know, the first feeling is that it looked like this didn't happen. Because people, when they speak about me, normally they are more focused on what happened 15 years ago, 12 years ago, 10 years ago, 8 years ago. And this is true. With so many great coaches in Europe. And normally the great coaches are coaching the best teams with more possibilities to get into finals. In the last years, I got 3 finals, the one with Man United and the 2 with Roma. And if we focus just on the past 2 years, I am the only one with 2 European finals.
Yeah.
So I look at it with a little bit of fun, but at the same time with some pride, because especially when you do with a team, with a club without history, in Europe, you realize that was really something special. But this season I'm not going to play a final, but I hope that the next season I can say I'm the only one in the past 4 years that did 3 European finals.
Yes, and as you mentioned, maybe sometimes they speak about you 10 years ago and what you did in the past, but the fans still have in their heart everything you do everywhere, here in Italy, but also in all the other countries. In England, Chelsea fans were chanting your name last weekend, Man United fans still love you, and it's the same obviously in Portugal, in Spain, and Real Madrid. What is the feeling when you see all these fans still loving you after a long time?
The first feeling is, I always say that the best thing football has are the fans. Because the fans, they don't make money with football, they spend money with football.
They lose money.
Sometimes they spend money that the family needs, and they make sacrifices because of the passion for football, and especially for the passion with their clubs. So normally they are fair. When the club fans don't like the player, don't like the coach, for some reason, it's not because beautiful eyes, it's not because handsome guy, they love it or they don't love it for some reason. In my case, independent of results, of course I had the luck to have always something to celebrate, something for the fans to have a good memory of me.
Yeah.
But I think that something that they see is when you are committed to them. Yeah. And I'm always committed to my club. Fans, doesn't matter which country, doesn't matter which club. So I think they have a feeling that I give everything. Yeah. And because of my personality, you know, in the end, I'm always going to be more than a coach. In some club structures, then you have to be the coach, then you have to be the technical director, then you have to be the communication director, then you have to be the image that defends the club, the players. And that is something that people realize. Yeah. But at the same time, it's something that the coach doesn't like. Because myself as a coach, what I want to be is a coach. Yeah. The ideal scenario is when the club has a structure that allows the coach to be the coach.
On the pitch.
On the pitch, on the training grounds, on the dressing room, on the touch line, but be the coach. I was the coach at Inter. I was the coach at Real Madrid. I was the coach in my first spell at Chelsea. I was the coach at Porto. In some other clubs, I was not the coach. So that is very difficult for a coach. Yeah. Very difficult for a coach. But I think my relation with every football club where I've been working, the fan base, I think the base of everything is that they see I arrive, I wear the shirt, and I fight for them.
You are one of them. And the final question I wanted to ask you is when you had to say no, in some cases I guess it's tough when it's about Portugal, if it's still in your thoughts maybe for the future, I'm sure it will return this possibility. And also to Saudi, this new project, they approached you already 1 year ago, they tried again recently. So what's your feeling also on this new world of Saudi into football?
You know, my feeling with Portugal is I had twice the door open, please come, and the place is yours. Once was when I was in Real Madrid, and the objective was to be the Portuguese coach in a part-time, and that I realized when the president Florentino told Jose, it's not possible. It's not possible. Easy to accept. This second time, do I regret not taking it? Because a few months later I was sacked in Rome. I don't regret. I don't regret because the reason why I didn't accept, I'm happy with the reason. I'm happy with the reason. So I don't regret. To coach a national team tomorrow is an objective. If you ask me tomorrow, I'm not sure I was going to be happy. I'm not sure I was going to be. If you tell me before the World Cup, before the Euros, before the Copa America, before the African Cup, I would say yes. You know, I would say yes. But 2 years waiting for that or work, I don't know. Maybe one day I accept, but I'm not sure that I was going to enjoy it. Saudi, I think Cristiano opened the door in terms of people believing that it's possible to be there, to live there, to enjoy the development of a country that wants to be a different country with a football that is a passion but is not developed. I think Cristiano opened the door. When I had the proposal, of course, economically was important. I refused because it was more important for me. Roma, European football, objectives, commitment was more important to me. If you ask me in the future, you know, experience taught me to say never. But if you ask me why I'm traveling today to Saudi, I'm traveling today to Saudi because I'm going to enjoy 3 days watching boxing, watching Formula One, being with some friends. It's not because I'm going to sign any contract, because now I have time until the end of the season to make the right decision for me.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
My pleasure.
Pleasure. And so that's it, guys. Fantastic insights, fantastic comments, as always, by the legend Jose Mourinho. Thanks again to Jose. Thanks again to Tops for this special opportunity. And see you soon here on the channel.
Welcome.
In the last years, I got 3 finals. One day after I left, I was ready to go. I wear the shirt and I fight for them. Cristiano opened the door in terms of people believing.
Talk about a piece that you're across in the Mirror as well. Klopp, I love the way De Zerbi teams play. Cop boss, full of praise for boss who could replace him. He's got a wonderful record against Klopp, hasn't he? 1-2, drawn 2 since going to Brighton. Do you think that could swing Liverpool? Where do we stand on De Zerbi to Liverpool?
I think it's an interesting one. I do think the paper's a little bit split, aren't they, between De Zerbi, looking at sort of Saturday morning's headlines, and Ruben Amorim from Sporting. So, look, I actually think that De Zerbi has had a brilliant spell at Brighton, and it's interesting, it's fascinating to hear. And if you read Klopp's comments, he was saying just how much he enjoys kind of the Brighton style, the way that the players hold the ball, they release it, they're very attacking, they're very tactical, and they're full of praise. It's a common theme. The one that would slightly raise alarm bells is that he does seem very combustible, very excitable. He's just had the season of his life. Brighton are enjoying their best ever time, and yet after the European exit, he's calling out the owner, Tony Bloom, who I think if you speak to most Brighton fans will say the guy's a miracle worker and one of the most formative guys in the history of the club. And I don't know, it just seemed to me that those sort of things would worry me a little bit. Yes, you want passion, and yes, you want sort of kind of tactics, but I do think that Amorim, easy for me to say, basically he's just he's the most sought after guy, I think, right now in Europe. There's a fascinating piece in the Times by Paul Joyce on him, and why perhaps he might be a leading candidate right now, and why they might be moving on from him. His tactical style, his setup, he certainly has a bit of Mourinho about him, because he is also excitable on the touchline. But I just think that he I think because when you put De Zerbi's season into context, the season that he's having with Brighton, that would just worry me a little bit. Whereas this guy can do absolutely no wrong. He's on course for another Portuguese title. He ended a long wait for Sporting to win the title, 19 years I think it was, and now he's doing fantastic things. I love the way they play. It's incredibly exciting. It's very sort of, again, very tactical, very fascinating. And I do think that maybe, just maybe, he might be the preferred choice. But De Zerbi certainly won't have any sort of kind of want of interest in winning parties either.
I'm going to go with saying Ruben Amorim, but we'll get our pronunciation down for him, won't we, in future months over the course of the summer, I'm sure. Mark, quick touch on that. We saw the piece in the Times there by Paul Joyce. Also, Chris Bascom and Jason Burt, The Telegraph, Liverpool could land Amorim for what they say €12.8 million. What's your take on the likelihood of him going there? Is it more of a gamble than De Zerbi or not without that Premier League experience?
They've both got positives and negatives. I'm hearing that De Zerbi's got a lot of support at Anfield, but obviously Amorim as well. And I think, Amorim's got the Champions League experience. He's on course to win another title. He's managing a very big club in Sporting Lisbon. So that puts him ahead of De Zerbi, I guess, in terms of the scale of club he's managed. But De Zerbi's got Premier League experience as well. So it's a tough balancing act. But I do think that ultimately both of these two coaches are better suited to Liverpool right now than Xabi Alonso was. So it might be a good thing that Alonso's decided to stay. And Liverpool might not think so today, but I think the long term it is the best thing for them.
After finishing fourth last season, Newcastle find themselves languishing in mid-table behind the likes of Brighton, West Ham and Wolves, although the underlying numbers do suggest they've been a bit unlucky. Here to address whether their bid to become a major force in the Premier League is still on track is JJ Bull, John McKenzie and Jacob Whitehead. Now, to help give this episode a little more focus, we're going to look at how Newcastle are conducting themselves on two fronts: squad building and tactical evolution. We're then going to map out what they're doing onto the plan of two previous Premier League winners to see what point the Toon are at. But first, Jacob, welcome. You covered Newcastle for the second half of last season. Did fans think that ascendancy would continue, or did they expect a bit of regression this campaign? Can you give us an insight into Newcastle fans' psyche?
Think about where Newcastle fans had been. They had really been in the well under Mike Ashley, not just investment, but also playing style. So suddenly when you're given something good, something to hold on to, imagine then turning around and being like, right, I think we're actually going to slip back a bit. There was an element of understanding. I think that there's an understanding that fourth place was not an aberration, but an overperformance, and that could have slipped back slightly this season. But there's so much other stuff to be excited about. There was big money signings from Italy. There was a Champions League campaign. Even if they were, say, going to finish 5th or 6th in the league, I think there was hope that there were going to be other things to cling on to. Whether that has happened or not, I'm sure we're going to dive into.
I'm interested as to how the fans view that decline, because we can sit here as pundits and talk about it all day long, but I'm always interested to hear why fans think that suddenly these kind of declines happen.
It's become quite weaponised and polarised, as pretty much anything involving Premier League football does nowadays, especially with Newcastle and the situation around their ownership. I'd say loosely there are two camps. There's one saying, look, this has been a regression. Last season, we were proud about this intensity which we had. Like, there's certain games where Big Six teams came to St James's Park and were absolutely harried away from stuff. And this season, it's not quite happened. If they've been 5% off their levels, but at the margins Newcastle are playing at, with that style, just 5% off can leave these absolutely huge holes, which can look really, really bizarre. There's one early season game against Brighton Hove Albion at the Amex where they're absolutely ripped apart, and people are thinking, well, this is not the Eddie Howe side which we've come to know. And that has continued throughout large parts of the season. But, and this is a really big but of mitigation, injuries. Of course, lots of teams have all had them, but Newcastle don't have the squad depth of lots of other teams who might have had to deal with them. And injuries don't just affect the personnel, but they also impact kind of the evolution of a team's playing style. Newcastle have effectively been locked into a way of playing, which they haven't been able to change under Howe when he'd have liked to this season, starting with same midfield three, who are progressively getting more and more exhausted, which leads towards that lack of intensity. The reality, like anything, it's probably a bit in the middle. Howe probably could have introduced other ways to play earlier, but there are a lot of mitigating factors at play.
Feels like it's been a season of extremes. There's been some real high highs. The win over PSG beat both Manchester clubs in the Carabao Cup, didn't they? But then there's been moments where House had an entire 11 out. Like you said, a lot of mitigating circumstances. I wanted to talk to you while we're here about some of the off-the-pitch stuff too that might hinder their progress moving forward, as well as their sort of medium-term outlook. So can you take us for a whistle-stop tour of PSR and things of that nature?
So PSR is effectively a rule which is meant to govern club spending so that they remain sustainable and you don't get situations where kind of these great cultural institutions are going bankrupt. From a Newcastle perspective...
Is that why? Is that really why?
Well...
I'm through the looking glass.
Now, if we get sort of deep into the realms of conspiracy theories, let me explain a very convincing one here.
Yeah.
In the one hand, it is meant to stop clubs going bust, but there's a reason why the league's top 6 teams were so keen to suddenly introduce it, because it does effectively put a cap on spending. The rule is that over a rolling 3-year period, clubs are not allowed to make losses of more than 105 million. There's all sorts of weird kind of stipulations which can make that number go up or down, but that's the essential basis of it. Now, Newcastle have done a lot of that spending right up to the cap. They didn't have many saleable assets in their squad at all. The only sale they've made of any note has been Alan Saint-Maximin, and they have brought in a stack of players over the last 2 or 3 transfer windows, which means that now they're at a bit of a plateau. They've done all of this different stuff to try and grow their revenue. There's been hosting Saudi Arabia friendlies at St James's Park. There's going on tours to the other side of the world. There's signing a new kit deal with Adidas. There's quite a lot of associated moral issues with several of those. This is the reality which they're dealing with as a club, and that is something which can be critiqued. It's probably not the place to dive into it too deeply here. But it means that as they're trying to build their squad, they are effectively going to start running into a brick wall where they need to make sales if they're going to continue to evolve. That's where the big decision's going to happen this summer as they look to both evolve their playing style and evolve their squad.
And they're going to have to do it without the deft touch of Dan Ashworth, who's obviously on his way to Manchester United. Now, like I said at the start of the show, Newcastle have been a bit unfortunate, according to some expected points models, but just how unfortunate? Here's Ruben Pinder as he takes to the streets to ask if anyone can guess.
I'm outside Wembley asking fans if they can guess which team should be in the top half of the Premier League table according to expected points. Let's see what they have to say.
Newcastle move up.
Newcastle go up.
Newcastle down.
Newcastle down, even further down than they are at the moment.
They're playing bad, man.
Liverpool, top. I think Liverpool are going to be top. And if you look lower down the table, West Ham will be sitting a bit lower, like 9th.
At the moment, Villa are exceeding themselves this year.
Newcastle.
Yeah, Newcastle at least 5th.
And Villa, lower.
Villa lower, okay. Any other movement?
Manchester United, lower.
Manchester City move up. Liverpool move down. West Ham go up.
West Ham go up.
Yeah.
What about those ones down the bottom? West Ham, Brighton, Wolves, Newcastle. Any movement there?
Newcastle underperforming this year, without doubt.
I'd say Newcastle should be doing better.
Newcastle should be doing better.
Yeah.
I'd say Tottenham higher expected points.
Man United and West Ham might do better. They might go up. And Newcastle might go up.
I'd probably say Newcastle go up. They probably swap with Wolves.
Manchester City should be I'd say 2nd rather than 3rd. And also I think Brighton should be about 6th. I think 6th, yeah. And also Manchester United, I'd say where 4th is.
Man United would be higher.
I would say Man United should be lower. I think it's going to be weird. I think Wolves are going to be higher.
I thought Wolves would be lower.
I think Villa go down.
Surely we would be in there, top half Chelsea, because we missed so many chances.
Newcastle higher expected points.
I think Newcastle have to be higher.
No.
You don't think so?
I just don't know. I never know with Newcastle. Just Eddie Howe's just changed so much as a coach over the last 5 years.
Yeah, maybe Newcastle higher, to be fair. They are probably better than that.
Newcastle will definitely come up. 100%. I think they're better than Wolverhampton and Brighton this season.
I feel like Newcastle should be about 6th or 7th maybe.
So you've all got something right, and but you've also got something very wrong.
Oh.
So
Was it United?
Newcastle are 5th according to expected points.
Okay.
So you were right there.
Okay. Yes.
Chelsea are 6th.
Wow.
Manchester United are not in the top 10.
Okay, so the model that Ruben and his hat used there was obviously understat, which puts Newcastle as high as 5th. Would you say their efforts this season are representative of that heady height?
Yeah, well, of course, other models are available, and other models will give different heights on the table. But basically, what an expected points model is doing is taking the XG for and against in games and working out the likelihood of what points you would get from those underlying numbers. Interestingly, if you look at, for example, the Opta expected goals tables, Newcastle are very much mid-table on that metric. So again,
51 goals for, 49 against. Basically.
Sure,
Yeah.
they may have been unlucky in individual games, which is why they would get bumped up the expected points table. But they're still performing around mid-table in terms of some of the underlying numbers as well. So I think it's a bit of a pinch of salt on this one. They've definitely gotten worse, even if they have got a little bit unlucky this season.
I'll expect a John Short on Newcastle's game state imminently. JJ, let's talk transfers, because we want to hold Manchester City up here as an example of how to build a squad, turn a middling team into a title-winning team after X amount of campaigns. And if we were to compare what Newcastle are doing now with what City did back then, what point would the tune be at?
Well, Man City are the best example to try and, I guess, compare them to, because they had a similar situation. Lots of money came in, and they had to build a club that was mid-table and turn them into champions. And now, if you look at where Man City were when they were bought, they were mid-table. I think they finished 9th when Sven-Göran Eriksson was the manager, if you recall that. And then Mark Hughes came in, and that's where they were, right? So after that, they managed to win the Premier League within 4 years, and they did it by, we can pretty much divide Man City's club development into 3 distinct categories. One is floor raising the floor. Another is ceiling raising the ceiling. Another is adding more floors to the house to make it taller and shinier, like a flat, like you have
Much
to live
like
in.
they want to add a new stand to St James's Park.
Well, that's exactly it. Or more like no one can afford a house. You have to all live in small boxes and apartments. We're all part of the rat race now. Fantastic. Now, Man City have all the money, but they had a mid-table team, as we said. Now, what they've done is they didn't just splash all the money and go kind of nuts with it. They were quite sensible. When they initially came in, it changed football, maybe culture forever, in that Sky Sports transfer deadline day became a thing because all of a sudden they came in trying to buy Berbatov. They ended up signing a big marquee signing in Robinho at the time, and then they signed Joe as well. So a lot of money went in straight away. But the real first transfer window was in January, when they signed some sensible transfers. And those sensible transfers were people like Nigel de Jong, who was very important in the title-winning game, remember? He came on as a substitute later on when Balotelli passed to Aguero. Another big signing.
Very sensible indeed.
Yeah. Craig Bellamy, Wayne Bridge, Shea Given. Now, Joe Hart was the keeper at the time, but these are players who are Premier League ready. They raise the floor. So you want to try and raise the level of your team at the floor level so that the whole team is better. So that way your average rating of FIFA goes up. Not by adding better ones at the top, but by getting rid of all the rubbish ones at the bottom. That's the idea. You raise the floor, build the foundations, and you build towards what the team is going to be. And you want to assemble a core of players who get on with each other, foster a team spirit of sort, and a kind of team that the fans can bond with, and therefore you can build upon that.
That's step one.
That's step one. Now, from comparison, Newcastle were low spending mid-table relegation, like Jacob was saying, when PAF, is that what you call them? PIF?
Yeah, PIF.
The Magic Dragon, and they bought them in October, but had to wait until January to do the same thing when they spent all the money. Now, they went for a big signing in Guimaraes, but still quite sensible. He's one of the best players, best midfielders in the world, probably, who was be available, because he was at Lyon at the time, and you just be about to get him. So they got him for a bit of money, and that helped them build a midfield, which was the weakest part of the team, I would say, at the time. Then Kieran Trippier, incredibly sensible signing. I'd compare that to Man City signing Gareth Barry in their second season, second window, or third window, really, in that he's not multi-positional, but he can play a couple of positions. He's a leader. He's kind of the leader of the gang that you want in that team. You can build around him. He becomes a captain, and he is just the exact standard of player you want. International level, Champions League level player. So you're already raising the floor and starting to make them a bit better.
Bloody loves a yellow card as well.
He loves a yellow card?
Gareth Barry.
That's good.
Loves it. Laps them up.
Well, that's nice.
I've interrupted.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that. It gives me time to look at what I'm about to talk about next.
Yeah, I thought that. I was trying to buy you a little bit of time.
Well, that's good. Now, the manager at the time was Mark Hughes. Now, Mark Hughes was fired, and in comes Roberto Mancini, who is the Eddie Howe, I would say, of this project, because Newcastle sacked or let go of Steve Bruce, and in came Eddie Howe. Now, this is what they did. So over the next few years, what Man City did very well was sign 3 or 4 key players per window, so no more than that, and really no more than 4 key players over a whole season. Because if you buy them all at once and put them in, you stabilise the core of the team. That's what happened to Chelsea. And that's what they tried to avoid. But over the 3 windows that Newcastle have bought in, well, compared to Man City, basically had Company, who's signed by Hughes actually, but Lescott, Yaya Toure, David Silva, Gareth Barry, James Milner, Carlos Tevez, who were the core of the team that ended up winning that Premier League title. Newcastle brought in Trippier, Botman, Guimaraes, Tonali, Isak, Gordon, Pope, Barnes. Would he count?
Yeah.
As a core? You think so?
There's time still.
I mean, he's so versatile. He can play either side. Seen as good, hard-working, good on his
Good
folk.
squad depth, right?
Yeah.
So that you're raising the floor with Harvey Barnes. He's not going to take you to the next level, but he brings you up and makes your whole squad better. So at this point, Man City, having won the Premier League, they're now in the ceiling-raising section of my TED Talk. And the ceiling-raising bit is probably where Newcastle are at the moment. So they signed Sandro Tonali because they reached the Champions League way ahead of schedule, and this is the problem they've got. So if you are in the Champions League, do you either accelerate your spending and go for players above where you are and possibly disrupt the harmony that you've built, or do you want to continue on a strategic pathway? And Tonali was a ceiling-raising player, do you think, or was it always going to be built this way in strategy?
The intent was that he would be the ceiling-raising player.
Yeah.
The word people were using a lot was unlock when they signed him, not necessarily because of Tonali himself, but what he'd allow the players around him to do. There's theory that having him would allow Bruno Guimaraes to be freed up. Yeah. So rather than always having him at the base, he'd be able to be a bit more creative and almost have Tonali back there to hold the fort. But then the rest of them were all... The rest of the signings that window were more squad players or long-term players.
Yeah, Livramento, Lewis Hall, like really good young players, because this is the other thing. Newcastle are competing in a different world entirely to what Man City were. So FFP, was it not really the same thing, or was it? I don't really know. They just spent loads of money, right? At the time, you got a lot more for your money then. Newcastle looking at spending 35 million on Lewis Hall, Anthony Gordon, good player, a lot of money to spend on him. Harvey Barnes is like 38 million, something like that. It's a lot of money just to raise your floor now. And obviously then they catch up to that ceiling really quickly of the spending ceiling of FFP. So that's kind of one of the big problems they've got. They can't quite grow the way they need to. They get to do it a lot slower. And so they've had to look for players who are younger, who will get to that level. So that costs a bit of money now, and that's kind of the problem. But that's what City did. They grew steadily with steady improvements, started to raise the ceiling. And when they won the league, it was hard to maintain that. So once they hit that title winning thing, they dropped off a little bit the next season. They were in the ceiling raising part. Now, I think you can compare that probably to Newcastle right now, having get to the Champions League is like almost winning a title now, because you can't win against City and Liverpool at the moment. Or maybe someone will this season. But that's the problem, right? So you've hit that ceiling and then you drop off a little bit. So it looks like maybe if Eddie Howe's the Mancini manager, he got dinghied the year after and they brought in Pellegrini when results didn't go the way they want. So Eddie Howe might be their long-term planning manager, but if he doesn't hit the targets along their strategic growth, they'll have a big line they want to climb up the hill.
Do you think he'll be given more time because, like you said, it's harder to raise the ceiling now because you get less bang for your buck?
Well, I think because they're in this period of growth where he has assembled the squad, you want to keep him there so that he's fostering it, because they're not meant to win the league yet. This is the thing, they're meant to be growing, and so you keep some consistency. You don't deviate from what you've got. You've got things like Dan Ashworth behind the scene going away, and they might have, last time I saw they were linked with the Benfica director. It would be amazing, just someone who brings in like young players, develops them, and has got a good eye for. If he doesn't hit his targets, I think they would quite happily get rid and bring someone else in who brings them to the next level. But they'll be there maybe 3-4 years. I think in 4 years will be the time that they should be Champions League every single season. That's what they'd want. Because in the next part, once you've got to that bit where you're solidified as a Champions League team, that's when you start adding to your house and make it taller. Build a skyscraper. Now, Man City did it by putting the blocks in place really early. I don't know how you build a new floor above your roof. You ever tried that before?
No, but I imagine Dan Ashworth was their architect, and now their architect is on gardening leave.
But then you need the builders as well. I guess you have to plan it first. And then Man City planned it with Begoristain and Soriano, who came in as a Pep Guardiola
acolyte.
Colleagues.
It's like on Grand Designs where you've sort of pre-made these really funky things in a factory somewhere in Finland, and then you ship them over and suddenly they're all there and 2 floors spring up in about 2 weeks.
It's exactly like that. It's exactly the same. I agree. And so that's what they did. And Soriano was on Grand Designs and then brought in Pep Guardiola to make his house lovely and sexy. And then, of course, that's where you've got. Now, the equivalent of what Newcastle might be aiming towards would be like, who would be the equivalent of Pep Guardiola now who could take you to another place and establish a playing style? So that's the Newcastle way. Because Newcastle already have their sort of, to me, it's like the Kevin Keegan always attacking way, you know? But like, you can't always do that. I mean, there's elements of what Howe does. It's interesting that they concede and score more per game than Keegan's Newcastle ever did. They are the entertainers, 2x. Or something like that. Anyway, so that's where they are now, and the equivalent might be someone like Xabi Alonso, who you're not going to get right now, but they'll probably be looking for 3-4 years when they can bring that manager in that can take them to the heights and glories of a potential Premier League win when Guardiola and Klopp aren't there anymore.
So to summarise, through the lens of transfers, Newcastle are at step 2 on the Man City buying success O-meter.
I think they should be probably on floor raising, but because they reached Champions League early, they've maybe deviated slightly into ceiling raising, which has made it a complex environment, especially when the ceiling raising player you bring in is then banned for a long time.
They've graduated to step 2 too early. Now Howe has to sort of help manage expectation on that front.
Yeah, they're still,
without his
their
marquee
strategy
signing.
they'll still be in part 1, but they've had to change it a little bit. They even talk about it in that documentary on Amazon where they talk about how they've had to change because the injuries come in, but they know they need to have better players for Champions League and they weren't planning for it quite so quickly.
I think there is one thing here which is worth mentioning though with Eddie Howe and his floor raising, where almost Atlas-like, his superpower as a coach is improving players on the training field, and that is why they've got better so quickly. If you look at when he came in, the amount of players who he's already improved, whether that's Joelinton, but there's also Fabian Schär. I think Joe Willock's a really good example. Before he was injured this season, he was probably on the edge of the England squad. I mean,
Almiron became amazing all of a sudden.
Anthony Gordon this season is a different player to the one who was seen at Everton. I know he's a new signing, but that's all Eddie Howe's work there. So there's an extent to which his own good work doing that stuff on the training pitch has led to this problem where there's not necessarily the infrastructure in behind to support it. But when we're talking about should Eddie Howe eventually be replaced by a better manager, I think that his work actually improving the existing players outside of tactical systems, outside of transfers, really should be noted.
Very diplomatic of you. I like how you've pivoted from Grand Designs to Atlas there. The range on this man, he's got it all, John. Buying good players in isolation not good enough. Obviously have to match that up with a long-term plan on the pitch as well, Jonathan. Something that another Premier League winner in Liverpool did not right away under FSG. Took them a little while to get it correct, didn't it? But then once things married up, they made substantial progression. So looking at
Jonathan, is it?
Yeah. Full named it.
Didn't know that.
Jonathan McKenzie.
Have you ever been a Jonty?
My dad called me Jonty for a bit. I've been called
Yeah,
JJ.
had a
When
few.
I was young, I was known as JJ. My mates now either call me Macca or Jono.
I will
basically.
never call you Jonty, that is despicable. Right, enough behind the scenes chat, Jonty. Looking back at Liverpool's return from relative obscurity then to title winners, is there a similar crossroads that Newcastle find themselves at now in terms of evolving tactically to achieve something bigger in the future?
Well, I want to talk about Liverpool, particularly as they developed under Jurgen Klopp, because I think there's lots of similarities between Newcastle now and where Liverpool were at the beginning of Klopp's tenure. Namely because when Jurgen Klopp comes into Liverpool, he's going to he wants to build a team in the image of the teams that he's built in the Bundesliga, and what that team is trying to do is control games mainly out of possession. So we know that Jurgen Klopp comes in and talks about, the famous quote about gegenpressing being the best number 10, essentially. He's going to come in, build this team where they're going to try and control games out of possession, and that's where they're going to get a lot of their upside. Newcastle, very, very similar. So what I want to do is just show you how similar the Newcastle team of last season were to the Liverpool team early on in Klopp's tenure.
Nice.
Let's start off with the out of possession stuff. So as we know, teams like Newcastle and Liverpool want to press high up the field. They're going to try and destabilise opposition build-up, and they're going to do it in very similar ways. So we've got Newcastle here against Manchester United last season. This is the home game. Newcastle in a 4-3-3, which is very similar to what Liverpool like to use. And we're going to look at an example from 18-19 season where basically they're set up in exactly the same way. The idea is that Manchester United are going to try and build out the back. That's going to trigger a press from Newcastle. Isak's going to come in here, block the pass back across. Saint-Maximin's going to step up. This leaves the fullback free, so you're almost baiting that pass in. When that comes in, often you'll see teams jump up fullback to fullback, but in this instance, what we see is the Newcastle midfield just shifting around. Willock, the outside midfielder on this side, is going to jump up, put Dalot under pressure. This leaves McTominay free, so Guimaraes is going to have to jump up. Again, this is a little bit strange because often the central midfielder in a 3 will stay deeper and it will be the other midfielder who would go, but we've got Newcastle pushing up Guimaraes in this instance, and everyone follows across. And the idea now is you've got everyone is marked player for player, very hard to build up, very intense pressing, and lots of distances as well, right? So Willock has to move all the way across here.
Yes.
We can talk about how Newcastle have fallen off. That's because the amount of distance they're expected to cover is so big that teams are finding those spaces.
Really narrow from the start, right, as well. They start narrow, so it has to go wide every single time,
Yeah, so Man United, very different insofar as that they'll start their wide players much wider in that high press, whereas with Newcastle, they're within the space of the box.
Okay.
And if you go back and watch Newcastle's win over PSG from earlier this season, the first goal where they forced PSG into a mistake is from exactly this setup, forcing
absolutely. So this is in unsettled possession with the opposition because the opposition don't have the ball under control properly, which is why Newcastle going to be happy to jump up. If Manchester United manage to build out and get what we call settled possession, which is when they basically have possession of the ball in their back line and the opposition have dropped off a little bit, what we see then from Newcastle is they do drop off into more of a passive press. So they'll go into something more like a 4-5-1 shape, like this. They'll let the opposition will obviously be pushed up the field. They will let them have the ball. And they're actually quite passive. Most people wouldn't think that presses like this are quite passive, but the idea is that they want to start deep, push the opposition back, and as soon as the ball gets moving backwards towards a goalkeeper, that's when you trigger your really aggressive press. Everyone jumps high again, you try and win the ball back in that instance.
So there was variety to how pressed last season, and it wasn't just all like intensity, which is what people focused on, right?
Yeah, and the same is true of Liverpool, right? A lot of people think of Liverpool's press as being just constantly intense, but as we'll see, similar, they're going to press up high. Well, let's go to the screen now. They're going to press up high in these moments of unsettled possession for the opposition because the opposition doesn't have control of the ball, so it's much easier to cause them problems. Right. As soon as they get settled possession, they'll be a little bit more passive and they'll try and force the opposition into playing the ball backwards. That's the trigger to then go aggressive. As soon as you're playing away from your own goal, it becomes much harder to control it, and those are the triggers that they use to jump forward. So this is an example here of, like I say, Liverpool versus Chelsea in 18-19, and the same things are true, right? We've got the narrow front
the
three.
year 18-19.
Yeah, 18, 19, yeah. But,
the old tactics.
Jurgen Klopp's been around for a while, yeah, you might have forgotten it. But
Playing Newton Heath.
same principles. This is the famous-ish Liverpool team. It's not quite the final iteration of that team, but you've got your front three, very narrow here in this instance. The same thing's going to happen if the ball comes out to Rudiger. Mane's going to push up. Firmino's going to close the pitch on the other side, and then we'll have Milner jumping out to Azpilicueta. Kante jumps in to help out. Henderson follows him. Again, it's unusual that it's not the outside midfielder on the other side who's jumping up. It's actually the central midfielder as well. Wijnaldum will move around, and again, we've got the same situation where everyone's marked on the same. It's literally exactly the same shape. So Eddie Howe's clearly been watching early Jurgen Klopp Liverpool.
Probably like coaching seminars together or something. And shared it.
Yeah, and he'd spent some time out. He probably decided he wanted to play in this kind of way, and was watching some of these early tapes back.
As well, it's similar situations when like Klopp took over Liverpool and they were kind of mid-table, right? And so, well, they finished second under Rodgers and then 8th, and then that's when Klopp came in. So I guess it's the starting point. If you're looking at how to build your club tactics, you look at, well, that's what they did, and so that's a really good thing to...
coming in at a similar point. And does that duality have to exist in terms of the aggressive and the passive press, because the aggressive form of it is so knackering?
I think in terms of like dropping off into this more passive press, which is what Liverpool do as well. So I've shown it on the board here, and now we've got Chelsea in settled possession. The reason why Liverpool wouldn't press aggressively here is because it's just not worth the while. It's much easier for teams to play through you here. So all you're going to do is probably leave spaces open. So you're going to pick and choose the moments after you've got settled possession to then jump. Liverpool's slightly different from Newcastle, I'd say, because I think Newcastle, they tend to be a bit flatter in the midfield, so their wide forwards drop right back. And whereas with Liverpool, we'd see a little bit more of a narrowness here with the central midfielders jumping up to make sure that if the ball is passed through to a pivot, they can jump on them. But the principles are the same, and the idea is that, you know, if the ball comes into Kante here, say he's the pivot, they allow that pass on, but Kante probably isn't, you know, he's under a lot of pressure now because there's lots of players around him, probably going to end up playing the ball back, and that's going to be a trigger then to jump into that high pressing moment again. So in terms of the out of possession stuff, this is basically exactly the same as what we're seeing from Klopp's, from Eddie Howe's Newcastle.
But what are they trying to do with the ball, John?
Yeah, so when you're a team like Newcastle or Liverpool under Klopp, one of the ways that you can play in possession is you can be really direct and aggressive because you have the ability to win the ball back if you turn it over. So a lot of teams will in the Premier League will be patient, picking their spot to go forward, because if you go forward too quickly, you can be in danger of losing the ball and the ball's going to come straight back at you. And you don't want to get into these sorts of basketball games where the ball's going forwards and backwards.
Exact offside as well there.
Yeah, you don't want that to happen. But with Newcastle, similar to Liverpool, under early Klopp, they have the ability to be super direct, to go forward really quickly. If they lose the ball, they then have all of these fantastic, like, aggressive players who can then counter press to win it back. So you lose the ball, don't worry, win it back. If you win it back, you then have the opposition in a bit of a chaotic game state, which creates space for you then to be able to attack as well, right? So if you go forward, lose the ball, it doesn't matter because we might actually generate another attacking play as well. So again, similar from what we see from Liverpool, they're the same kind of thing under early Klopp. Get the ball forward quickly. If you lose it, counter press, and you can generate chances yourself.
Controlled aggression.
Controlled aggression, but it does cause problems, right? Because if you're relying on your midfield in particular to win these second balls, if you lose it going direct, you want to have really physically elite midfielders. And often physically elite midfielders come at the expense of creativity in midfield. So Liverpool had this problem early under Klopp. You know, you've got Jordan Henderson, you've got James Milner, players like that playing in your midfield. Where are you going to get your creativity from in the in-possession phase? And the answer that they found to that problem was fullbacks. So they brought in Trent Alexander-Arnold, they had Andy Robertson on the other side, and they used those fullbacks as a way of getting high up the pitch and then creating chances for strikers from forwards. Same things happened for Newcastle. They brought in Trippier very early on, and again, they play very direct, but how many times do you see Trippier in these kind of areas actually fashioning chances?
He's a huge amount. Highest chance creator, I think, over the last 2 seasons. A lot of it's from set pieces, but like even open play, I think he's one of the highest in the Premier League.
Yeah, I mean, Newcastle really like attacking on the right-hand side half space through these little triangles with Almiron, Bruno Guimaraes and Trippier. That's kind of where he's really proved his weight in 12 million.
I love the stuff they do in that, because how many times do you see, particularly in when they've got settled possession again, but these sorts of balls into the half space in the box, where one of them runs in, or Isak can run out, and then they generate these cutbacks from there. I think they're really good at those kind of things. But again, all focuses around the fullback. The fullbacks are the creative hub. So what we've got here is two teams that are very similar in Liverpool under Klopp very early on, and Newcastle under Eddie Howe. They're teams that are trying to control the game predominantly out of possession, even when they're attacking. there's an out of possession element there that if they lose the ball, they can win it back and generate chances from that as well.
Okay, so say he's taken great inspiration from that Liverpool side, and that was a winning Liverpool side. What's the shortfall? Where's the deficit in terms of just copying it?
Yeah, so Liverpool and Newcastle both encountered problems relying predominantly on out of possession to control games, but for very different reasons. Now let's focus on Newcastle first, because the problem that we've seen Newcastle develop in the last few months has been their pressing has dropped off. They're less able to control out of possession. And if you're relying on out of possession to control the game and you lose the ability to do that, suddenly you're not controlling the game in any phase of play. So this is a nice viz that John Muller, one of our analysts, has run up for me. This is just showing the intensity of Newcastle's press during Eddie Howe's tenure. And as you can see, this season there's been a massive drop off. So you can see last season, huge gains in terms of what they were doing in terms of intensity, high pressing, and now that's dropping off. That's part of the reason why Newcastle are less good this season, because they're unable to control the game in the way that they want to. So this is clearly a massive problem for Newcastle right now, because they want to be controlling games in this way.
And Newcastle fans will be screaming at us that is down to injury. First and foremost, right, Jacob?
Yeah, let's run through it at almost every phase of a team. If you start in midfield, which is probably not a particularly logical place to start, but here we are.
Start in the middle, I like it.
Exactly. We'll fan out, like sort of Dan Ashworth does with his spokes influence. Newcastle have, for long periods, lacked Joelinton and Joe Willock. I think they're really important because they're both Newcastle's most athletic midfielders. John was talking about that earlier, but they're also really technical, especially Joe Willock, although Joelinton last season, his success rate with passing while under pressure was actually one of the very best in the league, which is a side of him which hasn't necessarily been explored that well before. So they've effectively been left with a midfield three of Bruno Guimaraes, of Lewis Miley, who is technically very good, but he's 17 and doesn't have the physical side yet, and Sean Longstaff, who, while he's physically very good, technical play has never been one of his greatest strengths. Tonali should have been that player as well, who was brought in to marry some technical ability and this massive motor, and because of gambling in Italy, he's not been at Newcastle's disposal. In the front three, there's been more injuries. You've got Anthony Gordon, who's an absolute pressing machine, but he has been asked to play every single game on the left. One of Alexander Isak or Callum Wilson is always injured. They're rotating, and you've basically got Miguel Almiron on the right, similar story to Gordon. The other thing which has been really important this season is the loss of Nick Pope. So Nick Pope's, his superpower, he's a good shot stopper, but his superpower is his ability as a sweeper keeper to choose when to come out of defence. And Newcastle are a big team defensively, not necessarily the quickest. So they've got Dan Burn, they've got Fabian Schär, who aren't super speedy, and they've got Sven Botman, who's been dealing with a knee injury for most of the season and so isn't as quick as normal. That means that teams have basically, with Pope out, been able to play it over the top of Newcastle. Dubravka can't react to come out and sweep it away, so Newcastle, as a result, have had to drop their defence slightly deeper. They go into the passive stage even earlier, and it opens up more space for an already depleted and tired midfield to have to cover, and that is why the intensity has dropped.
He's got more minutes now as well, because they had on all the injury time. I wonder if that's relevant. Last season they had the ball in play like the least amount of any team, putting it out for throw-ins, and they recover, so they can do those intense sprints now and again by giving themselves a little bit of time. Quite sneaky, and then got found out, and then people started making noise about it. But I wonder if the extra 8 or 9 minutes at the end of games might be relevant when you're already knackered.
Yeah, and we need to talk about Champions League as well, because it changes the tempo of your training schedule as well. So last season, Newcastle will have spent most of their time working on a 2-game week cycle, so Saturday to Saturday, but with Champions League you then add a Tuesday or Wednesday game in there. As soon as you're doing that, then obviously you're playing an extra game, but you also have much less time to do some of the training as well.
And the thing which really speaks to that is Newcastle's record after international breaks. So under Eddie Howe over the last 2 seasons, I think there's been 8 or 9 games. They've won all of them but one. The other one was a draw, and their goal difference in those games are roughly 25 goals to 2.
Is that right?
So as soon as they've had a break, they're on it. As soon as you get into the meat of it, they're starting to run into issues with the injuries.
But just to quickly bring this back to the board, John, have you seen evidence that Eddie Howe is the man who can bring on Newcastle's style of play, evolve it? Has he shown you anything to suggest he's got that versatility?
Well, let's go back to the Liverpool example, because Liverpool, I think, faced a very different problem from relying on out-of-possession play in their evolution under Jurgen Klopp. They didn't necessarily have that moment where they just dropped off because they weren't able to play intensely anymore. But what they did find is that even just focusing on the out of possession as their form of controlling games wasn't going to be enough for them to really challenge at the very top, which is, I think, a problem that Newcastle would have hit into even if they didn't drop off on the intensity side of things as well. And the way that Jurgen Klopp solved that was not necessarily by compromising on the out of possession intensity, but by finding ways of maybe tempering it by being able to control games in possession a little bit more. So we looked at this game, Chelsea versus Liverpool in 2018-19, and you can see here we've got almost the backbone of their defence that would go on to win Champions Leagues and titles, etc. The season before, so this is what we start seeing from Liverpool from 17-18 to 18-19 is the ability to actually to pick and choose their moments. We talked before about when you're a team who controls game out of possession, you can play direct football and win the ball back quickly with your counter press. But you're relying on your counter press there. If your counter press is off, suddenly you end up in these games where you lose control very quickly. So what Liverpool started doing was developing ways of controlling the ball in possession, deciding the moments when they were going to play the ball forward, and being able to actually eventually squeeze oppositions deeper and deeper with ball possession, not having to get the ball quickly forward as much as possible, but actually picking and choosing those moments. And the big changes that we see here, again, comes back to what we were talking about with JJ, is that they started raising the floor, raising the ceiling. So this season they've got Van Dijk and Alisson in the team. The season before they had Mignolet and they were playing Klavan and Lovren as their defenders like this. They were much less able to play that controlled way because these two on the ball, much less accomplished than Van Dijk and Joe Gomez and Joel Matip, who was the other defender in that
Klavan
season.
being compared to Van Dijk.
Yeah. Which it's an obvious point, but what improving the quality of players in their back line allowed them to do was to be able to possess the ball at the back, to then be able to control the game in possession rather than just having to rely on the out of possession. If the out of possession didn't work, you're sort of up the creek. And so, this is the big question that we're going to now throw towards Eddie Howe. And the question is, can he start developing ways of controlling games in possession as well as out of possession? And I think the way that Liverpool did it was, yes, by bringing in better players. So Eddie Howe will have the same sort of mitigating factor there, and you could argue, with better players he might be able to develop these sorts of ideas. But the big question is, can he evolve? Because Jurgen Klopp, I think, did evolve. He recognised that he couldn't play the way that he wanted to play at the beginning. Later on, if he wanted to challenge for titles or challenge for Champions Leagues, and so he slightly modified his way of playing. Can Eddie Howe do that? And I think this is going to be the question that Newcastle's owners have to ask. Is he the guy to move them on tactically? Give him a few seasons, see if he can do it. If not, then they'll bring someone else in, no doubt, to be able to start adding those in possession control elements.
There's also the thing where other managers and analysts will work out what the other team is doing, and you can then suss that out. And I think lots of teams, when Liverpool had the momentum and the energy and the intensity, it was very hard to stop them, even though you knew exactly what they were doing. But when Newcastle started having the loss of momentum with energy and intensity going with injuries, and lack of coordination even in the pressing, once you start having different players on there, then suddenly you become more vulnerable and you can't do the things you were doing before, so you've got to evolve anyway. And that's probably an issue that we'll have to come up with.
I think there's a really interesting split between Eddie Howe at Bournemouth and Eddie Howe at Newcastle. At Bournemouth, he was constantly changing system, changing formation, and I think pretty much every year it was changing. Whereas Newcastle, they've been wedded to this 4-3-3 for pretty much the last 2 seasons. I think until they played 5 at the back a couple of weeks ago, they'd started 4 at the back and 4-3-3 for 130 successive games. It is very single-minded in his ideology. So it's effectively, has his past been a way of tinkering for him to reach this kind of mimetic ideal of football, which he's now always going to stick with? Or is this just the best thing to have right now and he's going to move it on as he starts to progress Newcastle's system?
I'm glad.
Hello. Hi. Anybody home? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good whatever time it is in your location. Today is another day. God is good all the time. Say hi. Thank you so much for stopping by. Feel free to join us if you have time to do so. All the good stuff. So we're gonna be here for a few hours. We've been here for a few hours already. For sure. I hope you enjoyed the news and everything on the screen, the build up. Now we are ready for the game. feel free to call. Feel free to give us a like, a sub, something, you know. All right. I hope you can hear me and it's not too loud or too soft. Yeah. Trying to fix everything. So today is the 30th of March, and we have Newcastle United against the West Ham United. They're playing right now. I just saw the Isak goal. Bournemouth against Everton is gonna start soon. Chelsea against Burnley. Nottingham Forest against Palace. Sheffield United against Fulham. Spurs against Luton. Aston Villa against Wolves. Brentford against Manchester United. All right. So those are the games, and I will try to find the link just in case somebody wanna call. Let me try to find it. How everybody is feeling? Are you confident about your team? Oh, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. I don't know what is happening, but looks like there's some trouble there. The countdown and the StreamYard. Okay. So the StreamYard was blocking the way, but I think everything is cool now. Let's go. Stop this. Trying to get the link if I can. You can copy this and try to call us if you can. Okay, so the link is being provided there, no problem. No problemo. Let's see where the comments are. Trying to fix everything on the screen. Not easy. Okay. There we have it. I think now it's cool. All right, so you have the link. You can call us if you have time to do so. If you don't have time, no problemo. No problem at all. Like, subscribe, and share. And we're gonna try to find some more news for us. So these games, more very, very interesting games happening right now. It's all action start at St. James Park. No problem. So that's the Premier League. Has anybody got some links for the lineups? What is coming? The lineup for Chelsea, of course. Newcastle United have made 9 first half substitutions in the Premier League. 9 this season, the most of any side in the competition, I think, due to injuries. They've been struggling with a lot of injuries, so you have to understand that. Not as many injuries as Chelsea, but when you make a sub in the first half, that tells you everything. Is that Lascelles? Lascelles. So this is Mr. Isak. Alexander Isak. He made 6 goals in the last 8 appearances in the Premier League. And he scored more than 20 goals, I think, all competition, if I'm not mistaken. So very, very good lad. Been linked with Arsenal. But I don't think Newcastle United are gonna let him go. That is just my opinion. Regardless of the financial fair play, I heard that the financial fair play will be revised because it's just too complicated to understand, and it doesn't really allow teams like Newcastle to spend money. They have the money, but they are just limited somehow. I don't know why you do that, but yeah, so that's the way it is. Let's double check on Chelsea if we can see something. So Chelsea women against Liverpool women, it's gonna be tomorrow. In the final of, let's say, the Carabao Cup in the women terms, but it's called Continental Cup, Conti Cup, but just let's call it League Cup, right? Just like the League Cup for the men. Anybody can buy the right, the naming right. That's why it's called Carabao Cup, Carling Cup. I don't know, whatever bank it's gonna be next. But the League Cup, this is our home. This is our home, and we have to win today at home. No excuses. Kind of tired of excuses from Pochettino. Yeah, we know that. We all know that, yeah, we have such and such and injuries and stuff. But stop giving excuses, because people are tired of that. You still have good players, a bunch of kids that can come and help. So why would you always give excuses? Makes no sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You know, so the boys are ready for the show. Are you guys ready for the show? The show goes on. So the game here between Newcastle United and West Ham, 2-1 for West Ham. West Ham are leading away. The first goal was on penalty. Newcastle United got a penalty 6th minute, and Isak scored. Okay, And then Mikel Antonio scored for the Hammers, and Mohamed Kudus 45 plus 10. That was a long delayed. That's why they gave the first half had like 10 minutes. 10 minutes added. Ooh, added time. Added time. So the first half, West Ham got only 38% possession. They had 3 shots on target. Newcastle United 4 shots altogether, 6 for West Ham, 12 for Newcastle United. So David Moyes is somebody very complicated. He's a guy that people love to hate, you know, the fans. They don't like the brand of football. But the problem is he's getting a result. So regardless of what you said, you have to choose between winning European competition, getting to Europe every single year, and being in the very good position, no relegation battle, or beautiful football and then no result. So West Ham fans are really divided about that. Like one day they are like, Moyes out. The other day, oh, you know, he just won us this and that. Look how we won this game and that. So it's a complicated one. It's a complicated one for them. I understand what they mean, what they want, but it's confusing, you know. Be careful what you wish for. West Ham used to be, you know, to battle in the second part of the table almost every year. No European football for, I don't know, 20 years or so. And all of a sudden, you are in Europe often. What else do you want? You know? So then let's wait and see what's gonna happen. So this is my page here on social media, Twitter. If you wanna follow each other, so that is my page, so we can keep in touch, have good conversation and analysis and fun time and funny videos. So I made a video last night, but it published this morning, and I'm not happy about Pochettino interviews now. It's like crazy. He's talking a lot. He just want to make sure that he defend and fight for himself. But you do the talking on the pitch, not calling Nizer Kinsella every single day and try to deny or try to clarify such and such and try to defend and try. We all know that. We all know injuries. Yeah. We all know young team. But that is not the reason why you should be playing people out of positions and not having tactical knowledge the second half and all the good stuff. So it's just been talking too much, man. For me, he needs just to stay quiet. Stay quiet, man. Just do what you gotta do. Let people talk. You answer on the pitch. That's the way it's supposed to be. Not talk. So the Premier League Summer Series are back again in the US this summer. The first edition was won by Chelsea, remember, in pre-season trophy. People. Mohamed Kudus. Okay, let me double check. Luca, Arsenal FC, get some sleep. So, did you think that I was awake 7 hours ago? I let the show run. When is the call-in show? The call-in show is now. So, as I let it run since when I'm going to bed, I let the news continue on the screen, and the live calling is gonna be like after I woke up. Basically, that is what is happening. So we're waiting for the lineup, and today, no excuses. Today is about winning. Win, 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 win. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. And convincingly. I know some players are not ready or whatever, but hey. This is Burnley, okay? This is Stamford Bridge against Burnley. So 24 minutes more to go before we know who's gonna play and who's not. Amazing day, Saturday, Holy Saturday, Holy Friday. Napoli are losing 3-0 against Atalanta. Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy. And you see, Scamacca, this guy that David Moyes didn't want at West Ham. They sold him to Atalanta. Look at him now scoring goals. So awesome. Awesome stuff. Sergio Ramos is like 38 years old today. Bruno and Paqueta. Bruno and Paqueta are Brazilians, right? Nicolo Zaniolo said that Unai Emery is one of the best managers in the world, at the same level as Guardiola, Klopp, and Mourinho. Not too sure about it. I think he's in the second category. He's not in the elite category, but right after that, you know, he's in the B category. You, Mourinho, Klopp, Ancelotti, you are in A class. I think Emery just below them. He hasn't proven anything in the Champions League. He knows how to win the competition under the Champions League. So it tells you the quality, you know. Some people are just good at certain level, you know. When they try in the top level, you see, he was at PSG and the rest is history. Some of the tactics that you are winning 4-0 and the remontada, you went to lose away against Barcelona, even though the referee and many things that happened, that is Barcelona, and we know how the relationship is with referees. They use even to pay referees millions and millions every single year. Investigations still going on. So that game, I think PSG don't deserve to lose. But from there you could tell, you know, the fear. Not really good in that level in my opinion. He benched Thiago Silva that day. He took, I think, Cavani off to try to reinforce the defense. Something. When he just conceded 2 goals, you could tell he was sweating. He wasn't him anymore. So saying that he's in the same level as Guardiola, not me. Not me, to be honest. Not gonna say that. Guardiola is a genius. Mourinho used to be a genius. Klopp still the GOAT. Mourinho is declining a little bit. Just like anything in life, you have hypes and you have downs, and that is what is gonna. You know, everybody is gonna be. Okay, so Datro Fofana is not going to play today against Chelsea because he's on loan, technically. Wow, this game here is something else. West Ham and Newcastle United. Kudus, what a player. What a player Mohamed Kudus is. He scored a goal, and then he asked the ball boy to give him the ball so he can do his celebration. The ball boy refused. So it's funny. I'm watching the game at some time. So Kudus is something else. Mohamed Kudus, what a player. Chelsea missed out on him. And they went for injury prone. You know, Lavia and whatever. Okay. All right, 16 minutes to go, and we're gonna know. We're gonna know. So, in case you didn't know, Xabi Alonso decided to stay at Leverkusen. Not moving, not going anywhere. And according to some news here, they say that Chelsea even tried to get him. And that tells you that Pochettino's job is not 100% secured. His job is he can stay in the job for a little while, only if he can qualify for Europa League, win the FA Cup. People can give him the benefit of the doubt. But if he continues losing stupid games, let's say like today we lose, and he comes out and starts giving stupid excuses about injuries and stuff. People are tired of his excuses already. Before that, he said that he doesn't want to give any excuse, but now looks like he's giving a lot of excuses. Hello, DJ.
Hey, big up, brother. What's going on? Long time no hear. What's happening? You
Yeah,
alright?
good, man. Good. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm just recovering from I've got a cold. Recovering from a cold, mate. I don't usually do colds, but yeah, I'm just recovering slowly from one.
Okay.
Yeah, nice night. A nice present for me going into Easter tomorrow with a cold, eh? But yeah, I'm all good, bro. How are you and your family? All well?
Yeah, we're doing good. Doing good. Just busy.
That's
but
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good, bro. That's good. Yeah, I was just listening to what you're trying to say about Poch. It's an interesting one for me. Would you give him more time? I don't know, bro. That's a tough one for me. As I said, he'll be assessed at the end of the season. For me, as far as I'm concerned, it should still be the case. If we lose to Burnley today, as I said, I can imagine what it's going to be like at the bridge today. Which I can't go to the game because of my cold, but I can imagine what it's going to be like there today. If we were to lose 1-0 and they're all going to come on Poch. I don't believe in booing in. I don't believe booing in plays is the right thing to do. Like last time, but especially Raheem Sterling. I don't believe any play should be booed. It's the wrong thing to do. But I think fans were just more frustrated. I think the fans' frustration was more towards the owners, more than to and to Poch than to the players. I personally think it's just happened. The players are the ones playing on that pitch, and they just happened to get the brunt of it all for that game. But I think more of that booing was more towards the owners and the and the manager himself. And you heard, you don't know what you're doing. So yeah, it'd be an interesting one today. I don't know if I'd give him the time. I mean, he's got to obviously show today. If we beat Burnley, I would still say come the end of the season. Where we are. Would you give him that chance? Do we risk going into the new season with Poch at the helm? It's the question that really needs to be asked.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what your take is.
My take on that is like, I still believe that if we find a better coach who is available at the end of the season, you let him go in good terms. I'm not somebody who will come here and like call out on people and insult people 24/7. There's nothing I can do now to change it. Some other people are gonna make a decision for us. Even when we hired Poch, I wasn't happy about it. I didn't want anything to do with Tottenham and PSG. But at the end of the day, I decided just to support him because he's there. What?
That's correct.
What am I going to do from my house to change the situation? He's there. So I have to support him somehow. And I still kind of give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt due to injuries, due to, like no team in the world really has to face this kind of injuries. At some point, like 12 injuries, 13, 8 is like the minimum every single game since the beginning of the season. And also a young team, they don't know each other. Poch didn't buy any of them. They just gave them a bunch of kids to develop in a short period of time. And also when I see us getting to positions, creating a lot of chances and not scoring, at the end of the day I'm saying there's something that this guy is doing that is good. Just to get us to those positions, it's not coming from heaven. So you have a Didier Drogba or Diego Costa with those chances. Right now we were going to be comfortably sitting in top 4. So when I put everything together, I don't want to be one-sided of, okay, he's out, bandwagon, he needs to go no matter what. But even if I don't like you and you're doing something good, I have to keep an open mind and give you credit when you deserve credit. So when I put all this together, I'm like, I don't like you, but I support you somehow because you are here, and I'm gonna keep on telling the truth. You don't do anything.
But Augs, do you trust in his in-game?
No.
Do you trust in his in-game management, though, brother? I mean, in terms of what he does. I mean,
That was going to be my second point. Like in another side, that both sides. So when I check on why we are always tired in the second half of the game and what kind of speech he gives them, and why are you playing Colwill from the left back position when you have Ben Chilwell and Kukurea on the bench? Why did you let Jan Madsen go and now complain about we don't have players and we don't have quality? There are so many questionable things that he's doing. That's why I have just to see both sides. By the end of the day, I still believe that we can do better with a better coach. We have an amazing academy, great talent. You have to think outside the box sometimes and find solutions, regardless of injuries. We see Liverpool bring a bunch of kids underage. They can't even buy a beer in America. They came and beat us in the final. You know, like, I don't know what excuse is, and they're talking, oh, they didn't sleep the last night, they did like, too much excuses. Just stop it. You got undone, you are useless. Freaking no strategy, no nothing. You bring the Spurs mentality at Chelsea, that's it. Like, just take it in the chin and move on instead of. And now, like, he's like the best friend with like Nizek and Sela and whatever. So he's just popping all kind of interview, like every single 2 hours. You have a new interview for him to defend himself and fight and show how he's doing great and he's the greatest thing that ever happened to Chelsea. And that is driving me crazy, you know?
Yeah. No, I'm totally in agreement with you, bro. I think what's not 100% everything you just said is spot on, and I think for myself also, he's not been helped. I mean, as much as I can throw things at Poch and throw things at him, I don't think these owners have helped him either. And I know people are going to come on to me and say, oh, you know, why are you starting on the owners? Well, I think it's been proved. I think the supporters' trust letter. I think we've never ever spoken, Borgs, since this support trust letter went out to the fans, to these owners. What did you make of that? Because what these guys' answer to everything is what I thought it was going to be. Is they decided to throw Mr. Jurassic Park out to everyone, and him to come and answer the questions when that was their way of saying we're not going to answer these fans. This other guy, Mr. Jurassic, can go and do it instead. I mean, what did you make of that? That Jurassic Park was the guy who was answering all the questions when these owners had their chance to get onto the fans' to get to the fans' good side of things, or say we're with the fans and come and answer these questions out themselves. They didn't bother to do that. Neither Burnley United did Egbali come out and decide to answer, but they decided to send their right hand geek, the other guy, to go and do it all. And what did you make of that?
Well, I think there are two groups of fans that kind of clash each other. They don't agree. One group of supporters trust, and another group, I forget the name. They are in the board actually of Chelsea. They go to meetings and all that, and those people, they are not happy. Probably they get paid, or they are very associated and close, so they're not gonna like say anything against the owners. And the supporters trust is just like they represent us, they represent our feelings. But if you, like me, the problem with me is I try to see both perspective and not like jump to, because they say something that I like, then I have to agree with them. There are so many points that they said that make sense. We're becoming a laughing stock, the price going up, the ticket and the traveling, all the stuff that they said makes sense. But the other side, when they say it doesn't benefit Chelsea Football Club, when you come up with such a thing, to criticize the owners, to criticize the managers and boo the players like Raheem Sterling and stuff, the people who are laughing now, who are enjoying our crisis is other teams, Tottenham, Manchester United, all of them, they want us to struggle. They want us to be in this way. So I think it's a little bit too early for people to start like get them out. They are useless. Everything they are doing is bad. No matter what you can say now, there is no way you're gonna get them out. So that is a waste of time. You're not gonna get them out. They are there for a long-term project. Another thing that I see is the project is good. It doesn't mean that the execution is good, because nobody is gonna convince me that those people bought the club for, I don't know, 3 billion or whatever they spent, and they spent 1 billion on players, and then their goal is just to make Chelsea a mid-table club. They are making mistakes from the get-go. They are hiring the wrong people, but that is part of the process. They became billionaires for a reason, making mistakes and learning from those mistakes. They are not stupid. And the money is not gone. I think the money, when the project starts clicking, I think everybody is going to look and say, oh, wow, I see what they were trying to do. The problem with us is we are not used to this. There's no process at Chelsea. We don't care about process. Okay, instead of go and get me Andrew Santos or Casadei, go for James Maddison. Right now, we want to win today, this season. So for years now, probably, back in the 1980s when we didn't have money, we had some kind of project with youth and develop and then start winning few trophies here and there. But since Roman took over, we don't know anything about process. It's about winning and winning at any cost now. Now the landscape of football has changed a lot. And any kind of project, any kind of, let's wait for 1 season or 2, it's not going to work for Chelsea fans. It's going to take time for people to understand. But for me, I'm a patient guy, usually in life. And I can see what they are doing, but I'm not happy about the hiring of certain people. Certain sporting directors are coming there just to impose their players and get the entire academy out because they have no connection, no emotions attached to the club. So what they just want to make their influence. They go and get Lavia when you have Gallagher who never got injured, but they prefer to go get somebody who will be in the hospital for 90% of the season and get rid of our soul, So there are so many things, but I still believe that it's gonna click together at some point. And those owners, in order for them to start making money, the club needs to be successful. They are not making money at the moment. And many Chelsea fans are making it sound like they are here for money. I asked them a question. How much money have they made in the last 2 years or a year and a half? How much money we made? We are not even in Europe. How much money? And how many players they already sold to get profit? 0. Kalidou Koulibaly, almost let him go on free. Get rid of his wage. Hakim Ziyech, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, Mendy. They never made any money from them. It's just like get them out of the books. So if they start like selling assets and not buying players or building the team, you might jump and say, well, probably these people came here for money. But right now, I don't see what money they are making. It's just the narrative. Like, let's go and comment on the starting 11 for Chelsea. Welcome everybody else. I even forget to talk about the lineup because I've been just talking and talking. So the lineup, let's go. We have Petrovic in goal, of course. Gusto, Disasi, Badiashile, Kukurea, Caicedo, Enzo, Gallagher, Palmer, Jackson, and Modric. Aziz, what do you think about the lineup?
To be honest, I expected that was the lineup I expected, but I just want a 3 points right now. I don't care how we play. Give me the 3 points. I'll take every season as it goes. You feel me? Yeah. Like we need 3 points. Because my own issue is just the injury list. Chukwuemeka came back from injury. Well, this is like the 3rd or 4th injury he's having this season. Ben Chilwell, another knock. My question is, what training are you giving these guys that are making them injured? That is my own question, because this is not normal no more. You can't just come back from injury, get another injury. Now this is the 4th injury Chukwuemeka has had so far this season. What's his name? This guy from Academy 2, the defender. Injury.
Levi.
No. The one with the dreadlocks. You saw how bad our player. I can't even remember their names no more.
Okay. Chaloba. Yeah. Trevor. Yeah.
Lucas came back from injury to another injury. I was like, what training is the coach giving these guys? Because you know this guy is prone to injury. You know this player is prone to injury. Is there no another method of training them? Because that is why we have a physio coach. That is why we have a sports therapy there. You understand what I'm saying? All of them needs to be held accountable with the coach and everybody and the players as well too. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Let me say hi to Mark, and we're gonna go back and let's react to the lineup, and we're gonna go and discuss about injuries. Mark, welcome. What do you think? Starting 11. Mark, are you still there? No, he's muted. DJ, did you see the lineup?
Yeah, I just heard it now. Also, when you just read it out. To be fair, I didn't even look at the lineup. The only question I have is, I'm happy Badashili's come back. I think my only question is, why is Thiago Silva not being picked? This guy has never been injured, by the way. He's never been injured, by the way. Just to let you guys put it out there. People say he's been injured. He's not been injured. He's just not been back into the team after since Bella Silva, his wife, made those comments. He's been paying the price for it. He's never been injured.
That is a good question, because in my preview I said I want to see Thiago Silva, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Thiago Silva is a legend. He doesn't deserve to go through this. I think we should give him a lot of games. Of course, we want to win, and people tend to blame him if we lose. They don't blame 1,000 chances that we created before we conceded. It's going to be Conor Gallagher or Thiago Silva. They are the target at the moment. But in a game like this, I think Thiago Silva was going to do good. Come on, man. It's Thiago Silva we're talking about here.
I would have thought the same, Hawks. The other thing I was going to say, in terms of your question, I expected the lineup. The only one I'm a bit surprised about is Enzo Fernandez, and the only reason why I'm surprised about it, not because I don't rate him, it's because he only just came back. And according to Pochettino, he said he didn't even see him. So I was a bit surprised he's been pushed into the team so quickly.
And I said in my preview, he flew from California. They played on Wednesday night. It was already like Thursday already in UK, and somebody need to fly for like 15 hours to get to UK, and jet lag and heavy legs and all that, and he probably trained 1 or 2 training sessions, and he's in the starting 11. What is happening with Casadei? Why did you bring him back from? And this is not me being against
100%.
Against Enzo here, because you don't want Enzo to get injured seriously.
Exactly.
When you are fatigued like that, this is where the ACL injuries will come. This is the hamstring injuries will come. So this guy, I don't know if he just think outside the box here, and he's complaining about injuries, but he does nothing to prevent those injuries in a game.
And what did we say earlier on? In-game management, bro.
Yeah. Game like this, you put Casadei there, he's gonna cook, because they are the same age as like Vincent Kompany. Burnley got a lot of youngsters. Put another youngster there and do the business. Let me say hi to Mark. Mark, you were muted. You were gone.
Yes,
like
sir.
We can't hear you. Yes. What is your reaction? Starting 11.
Well, I'm a bit surprised and somehow disappointed to see Badiashile coming into this game. And I think he's a good player, but sometimes when he's pairing with Disasi, we seems to struggle a lot. You can check most of the results. You can check most of the results when Badiashile and Disasi were playing together. And I feel like Chaloba was a bit compatible with Disasi. Sometimes there are certain players you play with and you click so good and it helps a lot.
But Chaloba is injured, I understand.
Okay, like if he's injured, then it makes sense. But I was enjoying their partnership, and I feel like when they started pairing them together, we're getting the results. So if you are a coach, you can just look into that and also try and pair Badiashile with somebody he is comfortable with. But I think it's not a bad, lineup. Enzo Fernandez, one would think that he should have sat down, but I don't know what Poch is trying to do. And most of these South American players, when it comes to some of these things, they are very good at it, because you have to travel from one end to the other end of South America, which is like the same way he was traveling 15 hours to London. So it's never new to them. I can tell you that moving from one Brazilian city to the top of South America is like 10 hours, 11 hours. So they always experience that. Then they go to some of these countries and they play matches, and it's nothing new to them. So for him to come back, I guess probably he's going to fit in well. It's not going to affect him that much. And also, it's the usual, midfielders that we have. I think everybody deserves to be in the team. The one thing I also like is Modric is going to start when he gets some of these low teams. He seems to do very well, and he needs more time. He's a fantastic player, and I believe if Poch should just build a team around this gentleman, he's going to be useful in the future. I don't think they have to sit him in the bench for quite too long, especially playing Sterling, who maybe in the next 2 years will be worn out and he will never be at Chelsea. So I believe Poch should start using this guy. If he really wants to build something for the future around Modric, then he deserves to get more game time. Gallagher in the team, I'm not surprised. He was in the English team and he did well. Cole Palmer, as we all know, he's going to deliver. Jackson, for me, has improved so much. Like, he deserves to be in this team. And I think gradually he's acclimatizing with the English game, and some of his display shows that he's going to be a great player. It's a matter of time. So Jackson, as the leading striker, is also going to help a lot. And I believe this is not a bad lineup. It's quite a decent lineup to face Burnley, who are going to be without their top form player, Fofana. He has been scoring a lot of goals for them recently, and he's not going to play against his own team. So I don't know how they are going to come up to, but they shouldn't be complacent. They should go all out and make sure that we get the 3 points and at least we have a game in hand. So if they are able to do things well, we should see our team coming to the 6th place or maybe the 5th place, which is not bad. And I think it's quite a good, lineup.
Yes, Mr. Aziz was asking about injuries now. What is your take on injuries, DJ?
Yeah, Oaks. It seems to be a play. It seems to be a new player every week, doesn't it? I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, to be honest with you. I mean, the question that was asked earlier on, I think by the gentleman who was here before, is what does Poch do with these players? Now, my understanding is what I've heard is before a match, 24 hours before a big game. So, for example, like if we're playing like we are playing today, on Friday, he'll take these players through their paces again on a Friday. Now, for me, as far as I'm concerned, if you've got a big game coming up on a Saturday, what you should be doing is doing light training sessions on a Friday, not take them through their full whatever, because that will avoid injuries. But he obviously takes them through this full thing. It's apparently the training that Poch does with these players is quite high, and it's quite high intense, I should say. That's probably why they're getting so many injuries. And I say to myself is, he's not helping himself as a coach. If that's what he's doing, and then he's moaning afterwards in his press conferences about, I've got this player's injured, this player's injured. Well, mate, sometimes I can't always just blame it's your training sessions. You also have to look at the medical staff, because don't forget, these players have their own personal instructors as well. So they would know, how far these guys can go, whatever it might be, where to stop, when not to do anymore. So I'm sure they put these all across the Poch, but he still continues to train, still just to say, no, I'm going to do it my way and my way only. And, and I think the more he does it, the more these players are getting injured. And I think for me, he's not helping himself as a manager in terms of that, or as a coach. as he's known as, really. Okay, in terms of this, of our players being injured, so I have to really question. I question Poch, and I question the medical staff as well, and what they do with these players. This is why they've hired this new doctor that's supposed to be very high in advance. That's coming in now to stop all these bad injuries. So let's see what happens. But for now, it seems to be Poch's way, or the if it's not Poch's way, it's never going to be anyone else's way. He does it what he wants to do. So I don't know. I guess
in the press conference, he kind of defended himself because now he's the guy who is giving excuses and defending himself after every single 2 hours. There is a new interview from him. Try to defend himself or deny something. He said that somebody like Lavia, he came with an injury, so it has nothing to do with him, and they only train with him for few training sessions only. So he came with the problem, which I tend to agree with him, because me and Aziz were discussing here when we signed somebody like Fofana. We look at the list, we look at the injuries and all that, but we decided anyways to spend 75 million on him, knowing his medical record. Christopher Nkunku, in the same channel here, came here. This is the guy that I'm literally born with him in the same town. I can't hate him, but Chelsea first. When you try to bring some common sense in the community, people think that you are a hater, and because you love the academy, you want to push Cobham, and we have money, we have to go and buy. Like everybody turn a blind eye when it comes to signing players. We got excited, yes, but on the pitch, they flop or they got injured and everybody's, get him out. But we could have been proactive instead of being reactive. So people like Nkunku, Fofana, Lavia, all of them were injured before even they came to Chelsea. And if I go a little bit back, you will find people like Rudiger, Ross Barkley, Danny Drinkwater, Ben Chilwell. All those players are the players that we bought with injuries and took them like month and month before even kicking the ball for Chelsea. So Chelsea with injuries, it's it didn't start only with Pochettino, but now it's worse. But I also think that we didn't do our homework. We just went with the vibes, we bought them, and now we are paying the price. That is just my take on that. Not only his training regime, because he's not that stupid too. Like when you have so many injuries, I think he also modified his training regime. He got doctors, he got so many people who advise him what to do. I don't think it's that intense anymore. I think the preseason is the time that is very, very intense. But after that, he's not that stupid, and he doesn't wish that players get injured because it's gonna cost him his job. So he's a human being at the end of the day. It's just common sense. So those players also need to take their own responsibilities. Today's players, they don't even sleep anymore. The sleeping regime is bad because you have to play video games the entire night with a high-speed show. There's certain influencers on social media. So their own discipline also depends. So it's many, many factors. Mark, what do you think? Where the injuries are coming from? Is this the children from the village, or what's going on here?
One would say we should go back to Eva and maybe let Mourinho apologize for what she went through back in the days, because ever since then, it seems we've been struggling a lot with injuries. Every season, just as you think Chelsea is about to win the league or will perform so good, something will happen and it gives us a lot of setbacks. And this is not different from the previous year. So to me, I think they have to look into it so good. Like they have to check the medical staff and see what they are really doing. And also when a player is coming back from injury, what are some of the plans they have for the player? Because it's so ridiculous that a player will go on a very lengthy, absence, like the person will be out for so long, and the moment they come, they play 1 game, 2 games, and they are going back, and no one knows what kind of a plan. Like there should be a plan for the players if they are coming back. I'm not there, no one is there, so we can never say, or we can never blame it on anybody. But I guess they should have something in place for some of our, injury players when they are coming back. It's very important because
the
you don't want to
the conditioning, the recovery, the session. Yeah, something need to change. But
they have to have a plan, a very robust plan for the team, so that we don't see recurrences in the future, because this is really hurting our team. And most of the time, the absence of some of our players is giving us a lot of problems. So they have to do something. If the medical teams are not really good, then I guess they have to find somebody else. And if I was
that's the problem, though. They changed pretty much everybody.
So there is this lady from Croatia. There was a time Ghana Black Stars were having a lot of issues like that. And trust me, this lady helped a lot of players. So maybe they can just go and have a specialist for some of these situations. I guess she has a way of treating the players, and when you come back, you're going to feel good. So probably they can have an expertise so that the person will be with a team and probably help them out when they are, having a lot of injury. Other than that, I think we'll come back next season and it's going to be the same thing.
Yeah.
And probably it's not going to be a good thing for the team, because you don't want to start a season performing so good, then all of a sudden with games is out. Look at what is happening to Nkuku. Lavia came in and he had played only 32 minutes or so, or less than that, which is not good. We spend a lot of money to bring in these guys. How many times Fofana has fulfilled his contractual obligations? He came in and he's out for a very long time. Nkuku, you can name it, a whole lot of.
And that's why
you want to know something. Sorry to cut you off.
Yes.
This is just a theory. There's always a clause in all this transfer we do. The certain amount of money they play, the other club receive this. When we are giving them a lengthy.
Those add-ons.
Yeah. So I guess with the injury, we are not obligated to pay all these amounts. I guess that's why we're buying all this injured player. I'm just yeah.
So they are still going to get their wages, which is, to me, like it would have been even better for us to introduce an academy player. Look at what Liverpool is doing right now. Like, Klopp is leaving, but he's leaving a legacy. Like, he has been able to introduce some few academy players. I can name about 5 of them.
Good
you understand?
point.
And those guys can come into a game and play at any given time. So if sometimes we are going through some of these things, people might think that, Chelsea, we need household name, and it doesn't work any longer. If you have a very good coach, you'll be able to introduce some of the academy players. Just put them there, try them. You understand? That's something.
Like games like this. That's why I was very angry at the beginning of the show. What Casade need to do to, if he doesn't start a game like this against Burnley, and you have to take risk for somebody like Enzo who traveled for 15 hours, no matter how strong or Superman you are, you need a rest, because one day it's going to catch up
one
with
good
you.
thing. One good thing about academy players, it's very difficult for them to get serious injuries because they are very young, their bones are very strong. The possibility of maybe Thiago Silva or maybe Ben Chilwell getting injury is totally different from Alpha. You understand? Because their bones are very strong. Some of these young players, it will be very difficult for them to get injury. So if we are going through a lot of situations like that, all you have to do is sometimes you have to introduce some of these young players and let them come in and see how, they can, perform. if especially you have a project, the so-called project we always talk about, then I believe, you have to introduce some of these young players.
Yeah.
Oh, and now it's 3-3. Newcastle, West Ham. They just made it 3-3.
3-2
No, it's
and
3-3.
Kudus, we went to buy Lavia, who never played even one game.
Oh my God!
And then
Kudus
we missed out on like a 32 million. They were asking us to get Kudus.
If Kudus was part of this team,
to bring
it would have
something.
helped.
Yeah.
We talk about this, and sometimes you have to look at the player you are bringing in. Kudus could have play a role in different positions.
Yeah.
The guy was so good. I know Palmer is a good player, but bringing in
They can play together with Palmer. They can play easily together. Kudus can even do a false 9, a number 10. He can drop back a little bit. He can go to the winger. The guy is the whole package. So there is no problem of adapting him here.
When he has the ball like that, you need somebody who will move the team. When he has the ball, it's very difficult for defenders to get the ball from him.
Yeah.
So if you have a player like this, trust me, he was going to kill it in our team. But unfortunately,
remember the celebration is so funny. He went there to ask for the little guy to give him
the shirt.
Yeah, the shirt.
Yeah, but
he
it's 3-3 now. Like Newcastle have equalized, and it's 3-3 now. Unfortunately.
Oh my goodness. Let me double check. Let me refresh. I think I am late in this stream.
Yeah, like 3-3.
Ah, they just bottle it. Oh man.
It's crazy. Like West Ham was doing so good, but there were some few changes. Our boys came in, Luis Ho and one young kid. They came in and everything was, changed.
Yeah.
That's rather unfortunate.
Unfortunately, but
anyway,
it's a good game for the neutral.
Results like this will help Chelsea because it will not let them progress. If they draw, it's going to be good for Chelsea because we have two games in hand.
Both of them drop 2 points. Yeah, both of them will
2
drop
points,
2 points, and they are ahead of us. But it doesn't count, bro. I'm sick of doing this math. The mental gymnastics. I want us to win our games.
Honestly, I feel like Chelsea can get 6th position. And from the beginning of the season, I told you guys that we should look into
I said
6th position.
I said 7th. I didn't believe we
I said 6th, and my brother Ban was like, no, we are going for the 3rd position or 1st. But hey, let's see how it goes. If we are able to win 2 games against Arsenal and Tottenham, that will give us 6 more points, and we can figure out the rest of the games,
Yeah. 35 minutes to go, and we're gonna start this game at Stamford Bridge. Man. So let me remind you, line up Petrovic.
But we were talking about the owners. We're talking about the owners. Like I think you and Aziz were talking about the owners as to whether they are making money or. Trust me, they are making money.
How?
Nobody will come and how?
Yes.
Trust me.
Right now, they will make money. They are not allowed to take any profit for 10 years. It's a long-term investment. Roman Abramovich made sure that the money is there to buy players and build a new stadium. It's in the contract. How are they going to make money? Stamford Bridge is very tiny compared to other stadiums. That's why they are creating VIP, super VIP. You can even bring your own bed at Stamford Bridge right now. They're trying to capitalize and get some money here and there. But right now, in this stage, they haven't made even $1. It's all the money from Abramovich still working for us. How are we making money? No Champions League. And we just published a month ago, we just published a loss of I don't know how many 100 and something million. I forgot. We just lost money. How? Where the money is coming from?
Well, don't forget there are so many sponsorship deals and.
But sponsor deal all is included in it's there. It's in the public domain. You can't hide that. The sponsors that we are getting now, we're getting probably half of the price. Because we are not in Europe. So if you are in the Champions League, the sponsor can pay you 40 million. You are not there, they offer you 10 million or 15 million. Because
but at least we are a big team who used to play a lot of Champions League games. We still have some of this contract. There are a lot of merchandise people buy, TV sponsorship deals, and a whole lot of things. Like, you can put everything together. If these guys were not making money, trust me, they will never, accept to come and buy Chelsea Football Club, because
that's what I said. It's a long-term project. They're gonna make Chelsea a money-making machine, but the project is still in the beginning. They haven't really made anything because the team's still low and no sponsors, no stadium, no nothing. In the future, yes, they came for money, but at the moment, no money.
They have to be very careful with a whole lot of things. It's like when you talk of LA Dodgers, I know it has nothing to do with Chelsea, but the same people who runs LA Dodgers are the same people who are running Chelsea. You remember, you see what happened recently about one of their players and his interpreter. There are so many scandals going on, and if you have owners that have a team and is very scandalous all the time, like, anything can also happen in Chelsea Football Club. You understand? So for me, I think these owners, they have to do a lot. I don't blame them for some of the things that is happening, because they've spent a lot of money, and one would say that, why would you spend money and yet your team is not doing good? And I feel like the 1 billion that we spent, they could have given it to Thomas Tuchel. I know it's a very controversial statement. They could have given it to Thomas Tuchel for him to revamp the team he had previously. I think the 2 years ago team, 2021, the squad that we had. If Thomas Tuchel was supposed to have $1 billion to spend, he could have structured the team very well. But
the problem is, you're talking about giving.
By the way, guys, 4-3 Newcastle. By the way, same guy scored Harvey Barnes again.
4. Man,
But
you are in advance, bro. My stream is just 1 minute delay. What the hell? 4.
This is ridiculous. I just saw the goal. This is one of the greatest comebacks.
Oh my goodness! And they have injuries too.
Harvey Barnes, was he not signed from Leicester, right?
Yeah, from Leicester.
What a player he is, mate. 2 goals. He's come off the bench and he scored 2 goals for them.
The coach read the game, made sure that he made the right decision. He brought in young guys, and everything just stopped. West Ham were disabled.
And this is the problem. The problem. Even if you have injuries, but you have solutions. This is
he brought in 2 young guys, which is Lewis Hall and another young player, and they disabled this West Ham team. And look at the results. There's a coach who really read the game, and wow,
Lord,
what a goal!
What a goal! I'm just watching it like 1,000 years delay, bro.
You see? What a goal!
Harvey Barnes, man, and this Isaac guy is very, very good. He just had an assist, scored 2 goals. The guy is on fire.
But I think Fabianski should move to Saudi Arabia, or he should come to the MLS. For me, he's
still kicking the ball in the Premier League.
Oh no! Looking at his age, I believe he could just call it a day. You understand? He should call it a day. He came in, the game was 3-1, and now it's 3-3. I'm not going to blame him for the second goal, but the third goal, probably he could have done something.
So,
look at.
This is coming from Simon Johnson from The Athletic, right? So he said, Ben Chilwell injury picked up on England duty after Southgate started him for both games. So he has ruled him out for today's game. So some of the injuries are force. Everybody knew that Chile is not 100% fit. He goes to the national team, played both games. No rest, no nothing. And are you gonna blame this on Pochettino?
You know what I was saying? this is why Pochettino doesn't have cojones. You could tell, because it's a friendly game, it's not an important game. You could give instruction to the coach. You can only let him play this amount of minutes. You feel me?
But
no, the problem is they can't do that.
You can't do that. It's illegal. Like you're gonna get a big fine from FIFA. You don't.
Yeah, when your player goes to the national team, you don't tell that. Even England can sue Chelsea, or they can report Chelsea to.
Yeah.
If we try to hold on to the player and we don't want to release the player, the moment
on the clock, if he gets injured at national team, the national team then have to take care of all these players.
Oh yeah, they can take care of the player. Trust me, most of the time they make sure they take care of the player, unless the player
they can even pay some fee, because remember, I don't know, Gavi or the guy from Barcelona, there is a kid that got injured in the national duty, and the national team had to pay Barcelona like I don't know how many million for that damage or something like that. But it's
let me tell you one story. Jordan Ayew's father, he was a very great player for Marseille. And back in the days, 1990-91, anytime he's coming for national duty, his team Marseille have to plead with Ghana that, hey, we know you guys will need this player, but we are going to offer him private jets. The moment he finished with Ghana, we are taking him to Marseille just to go play. That's how important that guy was. And they had no opportunity than to facilitate that trip. So there will be a private jet waiting for Abedi Pele. The moment he's done playing for Ghana, he will just hop in and go straight to France. So sometimes when you have players like that and you think for your own interest, it's not going to work out for you, because the moment they call that player to the national team, he become a national asset, and you don't have any authority about the players, activity over there in the national team. So they can use Benchua the way they want. At the end of the day, we have no saying. If he's in the fourth goal. Sorry. If he's in the national team, that's it. Until his duties are over and he comes back to your team, you can never tell England that, hey, don't play this guy. You can, should I say, diplomatically discuss the issue with the coach secretly and tell him that, hey, please try and minimize his game time.
National team coaches, they have to do their jobs. Their jobs are under threat too. So they want the best they can.
For their team, yep.
They don't care about what is happening in the club. Just like the club literally don't care about what is happening in the national team. They want to cancel all those stupid games. So everybody's fighting for their own, what can save my job? This is my job. I want to win. I want Kudus to be there, even if he played in less than 24 hours with West Ham. I want him here because the guy is going to save me. So that...
Yeah. And now most players fake injury. But some of these English boys, they don't want to do that, because Benchua knows that if I fake injury and I don't go to camp, there is another player waiting. And
that's why they have to send, even if you say you are injured, they send you to the national team to have an evaluation. You go there with the doctors, they're going to assess you because they know some tricks might happen, and they assess you, and then you can go back to your club if the national team doctor said that no, he's not fit to play. But it is what it is.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's what you have to go through.
That's the way it is. 24 minutes or 23 minutes to go until our game start. I'll be on and off. As always, go to the living room, watch the game, and come back at halftime, and then come back again at the end of the game. That's what I'm gonna do, because
I think Chelsea is coming to your state this summer, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, they're coming like 2 or 1 hours from where I am. They're coming to Notre Dame. Notre Dame is like in Indiana. I'm between.
No, I think they are coming to Atlanta as well too.
Yeah. So
I think I will go to Ohio. I will go to the Ohio game.
Because my old lady wants to buy a ticket for me, something like that.
Good.
Yeah,
So-
the tickets are on sales right now. I think I'll go to the Ohio game.
I would try.
I'll
I
go
don't
to the
promise
Atlanta
because
one.
the problem with me is like when they came here, I booked like hotel, I booked everything, and I had to give it away because when you have the Blue Army and your life is gone, right? Like you depend on something else. There is nothing you can do to be free. It's something might happen and then so I'm not gonna do that. Probably I will schedule that, but go buy even expensive ticket, but on the day instead of like spending a lot of money booking everything and then canceling the last
You have to
minute.
cancel it.
So
but if you can secure the ticket first, that would be perfect for you.
well, it's
I don't know
online
how
now.
close
You
you are.
can buy the hospitality ticket always there, even on the match day, because they cost a lot. of
match
money.
day,
But
it costs a lot.
It's always somebody who will miss the game. It's always a ticket that you're gonna find somewhere. So this time, what?
Yeah.
What? Another goal? Somebody just scream. What? Another goal? Oh man, I feel
that's
bad for Kudus after such a performance, losing a game like this.
That's one thing. Most of us who are against him joining a team like West Ham. Just look at all this performance at Chelsea. Obviously, we're going to win against Newcastle. But if you play some of these teams, you put up all your effort. At the end of the day, your teammates are going to let you down. That's the problem.
Are you guys aware?
But we should try.
Yeah,
we should try and see if we can get him back.
DJ,
Are you guys aware Kudus wanted to come to Chelsea? Are you guys aware? Yeah, I was just saying, are you guys aware that Kudus wanted to come to Chelsea?
Yeah.
They made an offer for him.
They
He did accept. He said he wanted to go to Chelsea, but they in the end, apparently they said they opted out last minute and said they went for Lavia instead. But he could have come. He would have been with us in the summer had we gone all the way out for him, and he wanted to come as well to Chelsea, which is worse.
But if we are dropping Kudus, that means we're not going to get Palmer. You know, we got Palmer the last day of the transfer.
They went in for
Kudus is versatile. Kudus is
I
he
was going to
plays
say that.
more like in Kunku, you know, in that free role there. You put him in that 8-10 position or even from the wing position. He's gonna cook in that region. The guy he's the whole deal, the package. So I don't see any problem by getting him. I don't know. I was one of the few people who questioned Lavia. I didn't know that he was injured, of course, but I was like, we have Andrew Santos. We have Casadei, who had a very good preseason. We have still Gallagher in there. Lewis Hall, back then he used to play in the midfield. And we had already, spent a lot of money on Caicedo and Enzo. Did we really need somebody like Lavia? No matter how good he is, I'm sure he's gonna become world class one day. But
Lavia was almost joining Liverpool, but I don't know how.
I don't know.
The owners went in for that deal because
I don't know. In a position that we really don't need, Ugo Chukwu was already there. We had a lot of prospects.
Yeah, that brother too that brother is also gone. Wow, like these injuries, disturbing most of these guys, like their progress and everything. We are not seeing a lot from this guy. Ogochukwu is a good player though.
He's very good. He's powerful. So he just need playing time. Still need to stay fit, of course. When he was back at Rennes, he didn't get injured. He had a perfect injury.
When I realized we are messing up, we're messing up is when we decided to loan out Angelo and Santos. Trust me, these guys, if they were here, they would have cooked. I watched Santos in Philly. There is no way somebody can tell me the boy cannot play in the Premier League around some good players.
They want to show. I think this time, if they were given a chance at Chelsea Football Club, they were going to cook.
Look at Fofana. Fofana, when he came, Potter never gave this guy the opportunity to play.
David Datro Fofana.
Yeah. But if you want a long-term planning, you need somebody who will replace some of our attackers. We don't even have attackers. give the boy the opportunity, throw him out there. The more he plays, the more he will become more like experienced. But you can't just sit him or put him in another club and you expect him to come out good. It doesn't work that way. You understand? They should have given Fofana the opportunity. And last season, he would have done well and he would have continued from this season. But we chose not to give the guy opportunity. He went to Burnley. He's been playing day in and day out. And look at his performance.
Yeah.
So sometimes I believe we are our own enemies. Sometimes we have the solutions right in front of us, but we choose to do different things.
Oh,
and
I missed out in this one. Gordon got a red card.
Yeah.
Good for him. That guy too nearly joined Chelsea, and I'm glad he didn't come to Chelsea.
No, he's good, bro. He's good. He got a lot of energy.
Oh, nah.
I see the same fight, but the same fight that people were complaining about Gallagher and Mason Mount. They only run. But if we bring somebody who run from another team, and it's all good because we spent money. And we
if Gordon had come to Chelsea, obviously Cole Palmer wouldn't have come. You understand? So I believe Cole Palmer at Chelsea is a very good thing.
They are not the same players, though. They don't play the same position.
They are not the same, though. But sometimes Palmer can play at the flanks. So obviously you can put him in a team and it will like equate the whole situation. But what I'm trying to say is Pep Guardiola will be so mad right now if he knows Palmer was going to perform so good.
Guardiola is a guy who don't care. He got a limited fund. They are selling well. They don't really overspend.
You think so?
Chelsea. Yes, because
I think they will be concerned about Palmer's
if somebody who is
situation.
capable of letting somebody like Cancelo go in the middle of the Champions League, knowing that this guy was probably the best. He can play from the right. He can play from the left, he can play in the midfield. The guy was basically the best player in the Premier League and in Europe, and because of bad attitude, he told him, you know what, you are out. You're not gonna play. Sent him on loan and ended up by winning like the treble. I don't think Pep Guardiola is the kind of guy that will say, oh man, I let somebody go and I regret. No, he's gonna create somebody else. I mean,
is City having like a buyback clause from this
Cole
guy?
Palmer?
No,
they don't. They didn't have that in this time. No.
Oh, then that's good.
No, that's the one thing they did not do this time round. He's got a buyback clause, which is good for us.
That's very good, because if they knew he was going to perform like this, obviously in the future they can say, hey, we are coming back for our player. And I guess no player will say no to like Man City. He would have also gone back to City. So it's good they don't.
Palmer is very grateful. Palmer is very grateful because at City, he was never going to have this kind of playing time, and we were never going to discover his full potential. Now at Chelsea, the situation suits him perfectly. A lot of injuries.
Yeah.
And also he's playing week in, week out, and he's like the main guy. So he kind of accelerates his development process. At Manchester City under Guardiola, you don't play with freedom the way he's playing at Chelsea. Pep Guardiola is gonna give you strict instruction what to do, what not to do. You don't listen to him, you are on the bench frozen, and he's gonna sell you. Look at Jack Grealish when he was free at Aston Villa, unstoppable, probably the best in the Premier League. He went there, he was given instruction, he doesn't listen to instruction, you are on the bench. Matthews Nunes, did you see how he was good at Wolves? He came with Pep Guardiola, he gave him strict instructions, you have to do what I'm telling you or you are out. Look at him now, he's looking like the worst in the world now because he's not playing.
Guy,
you can go
the
on.
Leeds guy.
Huh?
The guy from Leeds, what's his name?
Yeah, Kevin
Harris.
Phillips. Kevin
Phillips.
I always
and even Gvardiol, Josko
man.
Gvardiol. All of them, you have to go perfect, inch perfect under Guardiola, or you are out. If you watched the interview from Samuel Eto'o, he was telling Samuel Eto'o even how to position himself. You can't do this. You have to be in a certain angle. You have to do this and that. Samuel Eto'o is like, bloody hell, I'm the best in the world. I score goals for fun. You can't teach me how to freaking score a goal. And that's why the fight between Guardiola because he's so tense. But
he and Abramovich also got into it, and
you have to be a certain way. All the details need to be on point for Guardiola. But I don't think Palmer, unless if somebody else took over there and wanna give him freedom to play, he's not going to have.
Nkuku was the Messiah, but for some reason, because of the injury, now Palmer has been our best, player so far, and we even bought him very cheap. He was one player we got him so cheap. I don't know the amount, but I don't think it's up to even £30 million. I stand to be corrected.
Who?
Cole.
No,
how
he's
much
about around 40 million or something like that. But
40
still
million.
good.
Okay.
Still
Yeah,
a
so
very good bargain.
He was the cheapest. Yeah.
And I heard, DJ, did you hear that Chelsea are offering him already a new contract? Like they wanna give him more money because he's like on 70k or 60k a week or something like that.
Correct. You're spot on, August, and that is right. And what's happened now is because the contract hasn't signed already and it's been done at this minute, it has also been in the news that apparently in the summer, the likes of Arsenal, Manchester City and Liverpool are all looking at his situation and may come back in for him again. Man City might even come back in for him again in the summer. Oh, wow. So because he hasn't signed his contract yet, those three clubs are going to try and take advantage of Chelsea's situation. But good luck, because they're going to have to still fork out his 7-year contract that he signed with Chelsea. There's no way they're going to be able to afford it because of FFP rules. So ain't going to happen. But yeah, he'll sign his new contract, and hopefully that'll be in the next couple of days or weeks.
Yeah.
And I was arguing with my friends about Alphonso Davies. That guy is a Chelsea guy, but me.
What a player!
I think he's a good player, but he also has like this injury situation, and I don't know how.
Worst injuries ever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's very good, but as to him coming to Chelsea and go injury free is another question.
Also, I think he's going to Real Madrid. When Real come calling,
I don't know if.
Yeah.
I don't know if he will really go to Real Madrid, but if you listen to him lately about some of the interviews, he pointedly blank, like he said, I grew up as a
Chelsea fan,
watching Chelsea,
like, and he would like to play
they asked him about the
Premier League. But the problem is, as you grow, that is a child dream, right? As you grow, you will realize that football is business at the end of the day. And even if you love the club, but you do your job in another club, there is no problem. Declan Rice wanted to come back. His entire family are Chelsea fans or whatever it is. But he decided to go to Arsenal because that's where he sees himself, his development and winning trophies. So,
this is what the owners should do. Like, you see Real Madrid, although they have the money and everything, attached to that is some form of like a dream for most players. They want to join Madrid. What it takes for them to attract young players like Madrid and Barcelona, if you put those teams out there, a player can go there and they'll be paying him like 50,000 a week. That same player, you can offer him 100,000 to come to Chelsea, and the player will tell you no. So this owners should like build an empire where it will attract, young players. They will be eager to like young English players, young European players, young South American players. They will feel like, hey,
this is what we're trying to do. The problem we have now is we buy players, we don't give them a chance. And look at Hendrik. Hendrik, we missed out on a very good talent, and we went to buy some age. We went to buy some injury-prone players, but we didn't buy that future. And if a Chelsea Football Club, when you look at the situation of Washington, okay, David Washington, and Angelo Gabriel, Andrew Santos, Ugo Chukwu, you look at how other kids are buried alive, basically in the academy, doing nothing, being sent to useless loans here and there, and you like, no, I'm going to where I'm going to have a chance to play. At Chelsea, where you don't have a chance, they just buy you probably to sell you one day and to send you on loan and make money.
Like Omari Hutchinson, when
another one, yeah. Look at Omari.
When
Hutchinson.
Tuchel was
What
there,
a player.
he gave him opportunity, like he was playing a little bit, and I said, "Wow, this guy should be in the first team. Like he should have first."
That guy, but we would prefer to go and buy somebody like Vince, okay, Florian Vince, because he looks good now. He's scoring a lot of goals, and it's a feel-good factor. We spent 80 million. The guy already had 2 ACL injuries at the age of 21. And when you go with the vibes, because he's from another country, you neglect your own academy, you pay the price.
It's really painful. Like they have to plan very well. Some of these things they can avoid it. They can give the young guys the opportunity. Just throw them, give them the opportunity. Let them play. If they don't play, how are they going to have the experience of playing in the Premier League? I can tell you that there might be some good players in the academy. There might be a lot of them who can even come into the first team and fight for a position. But the point is, we are not willing to give those boys that kind of opportunity. We feel like Chelsea is a team where we always want to bring in, the household names, and that's how we want to go. But sometimes you need to give these young boys the chance. Give them the chance. Let them play. You understand? Other than to bring some players. Look at Nkuku. Our hope was on Nkuku. We thought Nkuku was going to take the 2023-24 season for us. But at the end of the day, it took Cole Palmer to at least stabilize our situation right now. Look at Cole Palmer's situation. He has come into our aid. He has helped us a lot. He's scored so many goals. If we had not brought in Cole Palmer and we thought Nkuku was going to be our savior, look at it. Would have been at the 18th position or 17th position. So sometimes they have to pay attention to the young guys. Manchester United went on that route and they were successful. One of the successful, teams in Europe. But the moment some coaches went there, like Mourinho came in there, Mourinho doesn't believe in academy players. Look at Manchester United right now. They are really struggling. They are not supposed to be there, because if you talk of Manchester United, you can just compare them with Real Madrid or maybe Barcelona. But now they are struggling. They shouldn't have at the 7th
Chelsea,
position.
we have a long way to go with the youngsters. I'm reading a report here, scouting report from RB Ref. Alex Matos is just killing it also in the championship right now.
Just look at
awesome. If you look at the green here, defensive work, offensive work, XG, tackles, dribbles, tackle won, dribble challenged, interception. He's in the 99, 97, 98%, killing it. So nobody is gonna convince me that all this academy and the loan army, we can't find the next germs. We have players, but we just don't give them a chance. Listen, people, we're gonna go and watch the game and come back at halftime. That's what I'm gonna do. So give me your score prediction in this game. Let's go, Mr. Mark.
I'll do it.
I will say we're going to win 4-1.
4-1.
And get our 3.
Who's gonna score?
Yes. Well, Cole Palmer will score. We're also going to have Modric scoring. Who else? Jackson is also going to score. Then one of our defenders is going to score. I don't know who. So
Jackson,
Modric, Palmer, and one of our defenders.
Okay. All right,
Yep.
brother. Listen. Get your popcorn ready. Get your drinks ready. Watch the game. Analyze. Take notes.
Sure.
And come back if you have time. All right.
No problem.
Thank you so much for helping, my brother. DJ, you're not gonna give me the score. You're gonna say we're gonna win. Are you positive?
You know
Still
already,
positive?
bro. Chelsea win, 100%.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I
I
hope
always
that
am
you
when it
feel
comes
better.
to my, always August. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, I
Thank
hope
you
you
very
feel
much.
better,
I
bro.
hope I
If
do
you
my Easter's up 2 wins.
praying for you, I understand that you are.
Thank you.
Are
Thank
under
you,
the
brother.
weather now. Thank you so much, DJ, for helping, my brother. And people, we are going to. I'm going behind the scenes, but everything is going to be on a screen. If you don't have TV to watch, or you can listen to amazing commentary here. It's going to be amazing, and I'll be back again at halftime, taking your calls, having good time here. I'm not going anywhere. The end of the game also, I'll be back here talking to you and then having good time. 2 minutes to go. Let's get ready for the game. Come on, you Blues. Don't let us down. So, Mr. Alf is 100 years old. Wow. The Chelsea fans came for the first time at Stamford Bridge. 100 years. Wow, that's amazing. Amazing. That's quite an achievement. Quite an achievement, brother. Thank you. Nice to see you here. And you see the boys at Stamford Bridge warming up and all the good stuff. You want to follow your brother is going to follow you back. Okay, Aziz, your score prediction, bro, because I'm going to watch the game with the family in the living room.
Oh, let's win 3-0 by the grace of God, man. Let's get this month a bang.
Okay. All right.
3-0 by the grace of God.
3-0. I'm gonna be
Modric should score a hat-trick.
Hat-trick for Modric. All right. Listen, bro. I'm coming back at halftime. I have to go watch this game, take note, and then prepare myself for halftime. Kick from the studio. Bam. So people enjoy the game. Amazing commentary, and I'll be back in a little while. 45 minutes. I'll be back here. All right.
And then goes, plays long. Oh, the ball was on. Plays it out. Finds Gusto just over the halfway line. Brilliant first touch. Cuts inside. Chance for attack down the middle. Palmer down the middle. He's got some support with Mudryk on the left-hand side. Can't quite find the pass. Finds Enzo. Jackson's offside, so he goes out to Cucurella, plays a little 1-2, bounces the ball off Palmer, who cuts inside, goes on the outside, drills it, hits the side netting, half a chance, bright start from Chelsea. And it started from that early throw-in, actually didn't reach its target. The ball out to Gusto, it starts from Petrovic, plays out to Gusto on that right-hand side. He's had a brilliant season, Gusto. His first touch comes inside, then there's a link-up play, allowing Chelsea to get higher up the pitch. Cucurella was the support. In the end, the shot from Palmer hits the side netting, and Burnley, and this is the naivety I was talking about in the game at Turf Moor. The keeper, it's a poor kick, it's cut out by Caicedo, can't quite bring it under his spell, and in the end Cullen brings it down and they play the ball out to De Silva on the left hand side. Chelsea's good position tactically, set up well, but they managed to work it quite well actually. Burnley, a little bit of good fortune, they win themselves a free kick on the left hand side, just in their half, just in front of the West Stand. Chelsea regroup. It's a back four, and Enzo's just dropped into that back four to make a 5. And they are a side that try to use their physical strength from set pieces. They're a team that, if you think sometimes, they're not going to break open play down. The goal kick plays the ball, Muric plays it down. It's over hip, but you know what? It's kept in play. And Gusto's been done, and they're on the sideline, cuts out to Dizazi, and Caicedo does well actually to block it off. A little bit of panic at the back. Chelsea a bit disorganised. Gusto clears it, but it was the goal. It was the kick from Muric gives it away. Now it's a chance for Conor Gallagher. Can't quite. The game's a bit scrappy in all honesty. Both sides giving the ball away under no real pressure. It goes back to Muric, the keeper. Chelsea's shape. Conor Gallagher's pressing higher up. Palmer on the right, Mudryk on the left. It's overhit. Gusto wins the head. Doesn't really get connected well, and Mudryk. Gusto's out of position. Caicedo tucks inside, just inside their box on the left-hand side. He's got Dizazi for company. Cucurella comes across. Good defending. A little scrappy when Chelsea look a little bit dishevelled. In all honesty, it's been a bright start. You can hear the Burnley fans away to my left. Comes inside. Conor Gallagher gets a poor free kick, given away. He's tackling from wrong side, and Burnley got a free kick. It'll be 10 yards outside the box, just to the right-hand side. Bryn Larson is over it. The referee down in England uses his spray. He's now marching Chelsea back, and we're going to be on the edge of the box, which tells me it's about 12 or 13 yards just outside, just to the right-hand side as you look at the goal. Petrovic lining his wall up. Looks like Bryn Larson is putting it down. And Dumi is over it as well. Enzo is talking to Petrovic, trying to line the wall up. Every single Chelsea player back. It's a long way out. It's a good 30-ish yards out. And Dumi is over it. This is Bryn Larson. He takes it, hits the wall, does its job, goes out for the first corner of the afternoon. Cullen comes across to take it. Mudryk's coming over. They're looking maybe for a short one. It's 3v1 if they do it. Enzo's recognised that. He's just in support, tucked in behind. Mudryk slows it down. Bryn Larson is going to take this. They're going to go short, they're going to go long. The linesmen are not particularly happy with it. Looks like they might try. They've gone long, edge of the box. It's been pulled down by De Silva. Some poor first touch, and he plays the ball back out to where it came. It's a lovely first touch inside. Cucurella covers, and in the end clears it. Chelsea. It's not been the start. We're 5 minutes in here, and Chelsea we haven't really established ourselves in this game. Not real contained possession of the ball. O'Shea plays the ball out to the left-hand side to Esteve. A little bit of space for De Silva down their left. Cole Palmer's there for company. Don't let the cross come in. He does well, Palmer. Gusto in support as well. They're forced all the way back to Esteve. And this has really been the start that Company would have liked. Nice, knocking it about well. Chelsea haven't settled into this game yet. De Silva comes inside on the right side for of Gusto. Mudryk reads it. It's got to be a free kick. The referee says no. Felt that there was a free kick there. Chelsea fans only. Bit of space on the left-hand side for Burney. Overhit by De Silva. And there's an arms up in apology. Well, look, we're 6 minutes into this game, and Chelsea have yet to really establish themselves in this. Sustained possession, moving the ball. You haven't always got to. I've always liked the fact that get players touching on the ball. Yes, you need to move the ball with purpose. Enzo plays the ball out to Gusto. A bit of space for him. The 4-4-2 formation allows Burnley to cover the wider areas because they've got that man in the wide space. Where we should dominate is the middle of the park. It should be a 3v2. Gusto plays it out to Mudryk. Not the best ball in the world. And the ball is played back by O'Shea. Back to the goalkeeper, who's looked a bit shaky, but he does well on that occasion. And I have to say, Burnley have settled the better, knocking the ball round. Very comfortable, very confident. Bit of space on the right-hand side for Aston. Mudryk for company, cuts inside, given away. And now Conor Gallagher in the straight with Berger. Can't quite get there. Berger was slightly deeper. The ball again goes back to the goalkeeper, Muric. He's 10 yards outside of his box. Plays the ball out to Esteve. There's not a lot of movement in front. Back to Esteve, back to the goalkeeper again, plays it back to Esteve. Now out to Berger, who's dropped a little bit deeper from the midfield. Ball in, it's nicely played. Ball into Amdouni, who's dropped deep. De Silva's had seen plenty of the ball early on. Nice little chip ball in, Badiashile reads it, comes across. You know, it wasn't the worst ball in the world at all. It's a run from... It's come from Cullen. It's in this wide area. Free kick. Been taken out. Gusto, a bit of space on the right-hand side, cuts inside. Casado plays a nice 1-2. Can't find it. Chelsea's pass at the moment is off point, and there's some moans and groans at the moment, and understandably so. A little bit of space on the right-hand side. Oh, shot comes in from Brun Larsen on his right foot, and he snatches at it slightly, but the shot was on. He's been forced wide. The pass is slightly overhit, but he only had the goalkeeper to beat. The angle's narrow. Chelsea have not settled. Cole Palmer giving the ball away. This has not been a good start. Someone somewhere in this game right now has got to put their foot on the ball. Is it down to Enzo, who's on the ball right now? Plays the ball over the top, finds Palmer. No, he doesn't. Plays it out of play. Well, this has not been the start, 8.5 minutes into this game, that we would like to see. De Silva on the left-hand side. Pochettino is out, remonstrating. He's out of his technical area, almost on the pitch, waving the players forward. No control at the moment. No one's put their foot on the ball. No one has. It's a poor throw from Burney. Given into Mudryk. He's had a shot from Jackson. Edge of the box. Conor Gallagher finds Enzo. Can he pull the trigger? He does. Here, it's a brilliant save. It's deflected. Muric tips it over on the right-hand side. He goes flying in to the top corner. It looked like it was going in from the angle that we've got. It's come from Burney's throw-in. It's a block shot from Enzo. Yes, it looks like it is going. He actually tips it on to the crossbar. Is that the moment that sparks Chelsea into some sort of performance here? Because at the moment we're nearly 9.5 minutes in, not seeing anything. Chelsea's first corner of the game. Mudryk's takers on the left-hand side, in front of the shed. Near post. It's cleared. Good header clear. Gusto receives the ball. Mudryk's first touch is not the best, but he retrieves it. Finds Cucurella. Bit of space for Enzo if he decides to find him. He does. Puts his foot on, clips it towards the middle of the goal. It's not a great cross at all. Muric gathers it, and the attack is over. Trying to organise things in front of him. Cole Palmer goes out to the right-hand side. So the 4-2-3-1 shape is pretty obvious to see. Casado on the left of the two in the middle of the park, Enzo on the right. De Silva's poor touch. Palmer, ball into Jackson, 3 yards outside the box, plays out to Conor Gallagher, has a touch. Palmer on the apex of the ball, but Cucurella arriving. Oh, it's been cleared. Do you know what, Chelsea now, all of a sudden, I would say partly down to the fact that Burnley have allowed Chelsea into it with that throw-in from De Silva on the left. Mudryk makes his way, walking every single Burnley player back in defending this, all of them. Except I think it's Cullen near the penalty spot. They're crowding the 6-yard box there, Burnley. Gusto on the edge, as is Casado and Cucurella. Mudryk taking it, turns short. Palmer comes short with him, bounces it off him, plays the ball, drills it. Cucurella goes across. On the edge of the area. Enzo then left foot drills the ball in, it's cleared. This game is, in the opening 11 minutes, Chelsea we've been pretty poor in the opening 7 or 8. All of a sudden, Burnley throwing on their left, give the ball away, and now Chelsea have had the best bit of possession that we've had. Enzo, a little bit of space on the right, plays the ball over hit. In the end, it's cleared. Space, Cole Palmer pulls the trigger, edge of the box, doesn't quite get his shot away the way that he would like, tries to drill it with his laces on that right-hand side, cutting inside. It's actually Gusto that forces the mistake off him, cuts inside, drilling on that right-hand side as he loves to do so well, Cole Palmer. He's actually gone with the kind of his instep, trying to whip it, gets it all wrong. Goal kick for Burnley, Steve plays it to Muric. It looks like he's going to go long, he shapes up, he does go long, forced into it, really didn't want to do that. It's Chelsea's press that has done that. And Dizazi wins the header. A little bit of space, brilliant challenge from Enzo in the middle of the park, and Chelsea got a little bit of space on the left-hand side. Finds Palmer, he's got De Silva for company, cuts inside, the referee decides no. Conor Gallagher's made a challenge, brilliant challenge, it's not a penalty. It's a really good challenge from Steve. Gusto picks it up on the right-hand side. Casado plays the ball back to Dizazi, some space for Bediashil. Enzo's in support, he's been everywhere by the way, first half. First opening exchanges, Enzo, left and right, cuts it inside to Casado, bounces the ball back to Bediashil, and he does the same to Dizazi, just over the halfway line. Palmer on the left hand, on the right hand side, sorry, controls it with his left, into Gusto, who's playing slightly inside. Enzo, it's good possession Chelsea, first time in the game. First time we've actually had some sustained pressure and possession and moving the ball. Better space, really good. Palmer inside the box. He's got De Silva company. Cuts inside. Conor Gallagher bounces off it. Palmer shots, gets it wrong. It's a lovely little bit of interplay from Chelsea, and that's the first time in this game, 13 minutes in, that we've had possession when we put Burnley on the back foot. We've managed to work them out to the right-hand side. Lovely little interplay. Palmer he hasn't got his shooting boots on. Plays a little 1-2 with Conor. Gets behind De Silva. Lovely little touch. It's on his favourite left foot. And he scuffs it. Doesn't quite get it right with the instep of his foot. De Silva, as I said, has seen plenty of the ball. Seem to be saying his name a lot. Palmer on that right forces all the way back. And a free kick given. Referee Darren England judged. Maybe Cole Palmer has fouled him. Well, that's exactly what he said. Chelsea regroup. Muric is coming all the way back. He's taken it quickly, we've gone to sleep. The ball is played out on the left-hand side. And Dooney cuts inside, and Gusto cuts inside again, has a shot! Oh, it's a good save from Petrovic. It's on that left-hand side, we go to sleep. That's the second time Muric's done that. It's a free kick early, plays the same ball. This time Dooney cuts inside on the right-hand side, comes inside Gusto. He shapes it to go one way, has another touch, cuts inside Dizazi, and Petrovic makes a really good save. Tips it away for their second corner. It goes to the overarm, and Dave Rowe has joined me. Dave, welcome.
Good afternoon, thank you. Been enjoying the under-21s who have gone through in the cup. In the meantime, Burnley have a corner which Bryn Larson will take from the right-hand side. Here comes the corner by Bryn Larson, flipped across towards the far post. Darren O'Shea will try and retrieve for Burnley, and he will play it back towards Coutinho. Coutinho and O'Shea combining. Ball will be tipped towards the left-hand side again. Chelsea have switched off there from that incident. Sander Berger knocking it around for Burnley towards the left once again. Ball clipped towards the edge of the area. Bryn Larson is there at the far post, and Bryn Larson will maintain possession. Should be turned out and won back for Chelsea by Fernandes on their left-hand side. Good play by Fernandes. Now Chelsea will try and bring it forward. Picked up by Mudryk. Mudryk hanging between two. Gets a free kick to Chelsea.
Brilliant play from Enzo. We go to sleep, Dave, on set pieces at the moment. When the ball's gone dead, they go alive. When the ball goes dead, we stay dead. That's the problem at the moment. We've got to liven up from dead balls, and that's 3 or 4 times. Whether it be a corner or a set piece, Muric's come out with his goal, Dave. He's taken 2 free kicks, and both of them gone down our right, their left, and they're alive. It's something they've worked on. But they clearly feel that we allow ourselves to the concentration to dip when the ball goes dead. Something that Poch needs to really hammer home in a half time, or even now. It's happened 2 times.
Badiashile in the centre circle for Chelsea. playing it towards the right-hand side. Disasi collects now from Caicedo. Disasi can move it further towards the right once again. All a bit too slow. Played back towards halfway, and Badiashile once more. Cucurella in support on the left-hand side. Badiashile again. No real challenge from a Burnley player alongside him, but Cucurella retrieves once more. Now Mudryk towards halfway again, and Badiashile. Chelsea patiently trying to build up here. There's loads of space over on the far side.
Gusto's got acres there. You can see there's one ball that, and that's he almost plays. He's had to come deep to get it, Dave, but he almost plays as a winger, Gusto.
Well, he was there. He was virtually the furthest man forward there. Ball has gone back to Petrovic with a short ball out, playing out to Fernandes, and now Chelsea will play it away down there right. Chance for Caicedo to stride through midfield, and now Gusto is away on the right-hand side. Chance here for Chelsea. Gusto towards the right-hand side, ball across to Cole Palmer, left-footed shot, hits a Burnley defender and bounces out towards the edge of the area. Picked up once again now by Mudryk onto his right foot, curler over the crossbar. Stays 0-0.
Best bit of play for Chelsea. Really well done down that right-hand side. It starts with Petrovic, and then he plays the ball into Enzo, who bounces the ball out to the right side. It's a lovely ball over the top into Gusto's feet. He then cuts forward. Caicedo actually he latches onto it. It's a ball into Jackson. He latches on, takes it off his toe, plays the ball back towards the edge of the box. Cole Palmer brings it under his spell. Left foot, drills it. I think it may well have been a Steve, that blocks that. Best bit of play for Chelsea.
Yeah, Burnley have actually changed their defence quite dramatically in January, and Esteve, one of the players who's come in along with Aston, they have been conceding stacks of goals in the first half of the season. They've won it back there for a mistake by Gallagher, and now it's played down the left-hand side for Burnley. They're breaking forward, actually got 3-on-3 here towards the edge of the area. Fernandes with a challenge. It's a challenge that Burnley are left asking for a free kick against Lyle Foster, not given, and Chelsea will bring it away down their right, and the chase on now for Nicholas Jackson. Jackson taking on Esteve now down the right-hand side. Support from Palmer on the edge of the area. Palmer looking to play it back through to Jackson in the area. One touch, two touch past the keeper, and somehow Burnley survive, and it goes out over on the far side for a corner.
Oh, what a brilliant attack from Chelsea. Give the goalkeeper credit, but really Jackson should finish. It's a lovely piece of skill. In from Cole Palmer, lends the ball, he nutmegs play, cuts inside Jackson on the left-hand side. He should finish, he should score. It's a good save, but really Muric shouldn't get nowhere near that, Dave. Should be 1-0.
Muric just into the Burnley side for the last couple of games. James Trafford was the goalkeeper for Burnley for much of the campaign, but he played last time out in the win over Brentford, and now appears to have reclaimed that shirt. Now here comes the corner for Chelsea, which Mudryk will take over on the far side. Corner kick comes in short, and ricochets back off a Burnley man. Second corner here.
I can't work out, Dave, whether that was a brilliant corner or a terrible one. The reason I'm saying that is that the corner's come in from Mudryk on the right-hand side. It's hit low and hard towards near post. They've got to take the short one. Palmer's alive. They've switched off now, Burnley.
Yeah, they won that one well, and Palmer did read it well, but then he just couldn't quite get past the challenge there. And Chelsea with a third corner in quick succession. Again, the short one is on for them. If they take it quickly, they do. Mudryk can now move it across the left-hand side. Puts the ball into the box, right to far post, and turn in. And Chelsea have got the goal with Disasi at the far post, and they've made that corner kick routine work. And Burnley did switch on. Axel Disasi about 2 yards out at the far post, putting it home, and Chelsea has the advantage. Chelsea wins.
Well, we're talking about Chelsea switched off on set pieces. Burnley have just done the same. There is, for me, an inquest over offside. The reason I say that, it's bounced through, and Disasi looks offside, but of course it's when the ball is kicked. We'll see this now. My eyes go straight, David. I don't know what yours did. Oh, he's onside. He's a mile onside.
He's run well from around 8 yards out.
He's a mile onside. Absolutely. It's because so the ball's the corner's taken quickly. Mudryk's cut inside. It's not the greatest delivery in the box, but what it does to it bounces in front of the first. Oh, it's come off his arm. This is going to be disallowed.
This could. Meanwhile, the Burnley players have all gone to the touchline for an inquest with Vincent Kompany.
I think this. I have to see this again, Dave. First instincts are that this has come off his arm, and I think Disasi knows it. Let's have a look.
Well, the game obviously not restarted yet. The referee is standing away from any of the players, really.
Yeah, I think this has come off his arm, and he knows it. Disasi.
He's got that kind of look about him.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
This might get...
it's one of those, am I going to get away with it? I don't think you are. I think it comes off his elbow.
That is the check. That is the check is being made, and
yeah, this won't count.
It's too low down the arm, isn't it?
It's on his elbow. It's on his elbow. It won't count.
So unfortunately, pre-VAR, that was going to be counted and would have been awarded. No. But no, we're watching it again and again, and it's unfortunate. It's above the t-shirt line. No, you'll get away with it, but it's not.
No, this won't count. This won't count, I'm afraid.
So they're taking their time over it, of course.
Yeah, they want to get it right.
But it may be good news for Burnley here. Should be, it almost certainly will be good news for Burnley. Down in England, as Jace mentioned, the referee VAR is John Brooks over in Stockley Park. And they are certainly taking their time over it and watching it again and again and again. But as that ball comes across...
I can't believe they're taking as long over this as they are.
It looks relatively clear-cut, to be honest, once you've seen it from the angle that we have.
Yeah, and I am stunned that this has taken as long. You and I called it.
Yeah.
I'd say about a minute ago.
As soon as we saw the first replay, we thought that's going to be certainly dubious.
Look, I understand they've got to get it right, and this is the angle to tell us. So the ball bounces in. Muric is... Are they?
I think they're only check. I mean, is there a possible penalty there?
I wonder whether they're looking at a penalty.
If that's handball, which we think it is, he is being dragged back by a defender.
I wonder whether they're looking at a penalty here.
And the referee is sort of moving back towards the penalty area.
I wonder.
Well, that would be a free kick, or he's making the TV screen. Handball is the call, and the goal with chalk.
Yeah, and I personally, I don't think it is a penalty. But you can see that there might be, but it's a contact sport, Dave, and we don't want to take that away from the game.
No, I tend to agree, but certainly was a talking point. In the end, Burnley will have a free kick, which Muric will take. The big screens in the stadium. It's definitely being held by the defender. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. But as you say, there is contact, and some element of contact is allowable. So that's what they've chosen. They've penalised the handball, and it stays 0-0 here.
Brilliant from Palmer, under real pressure from De Silva. Plays the one at Cucurella. Some space on the left for Mudryk. Go on, run it.
Mudryk will run down the left-hand side. Jackson is into the ball. Mudryk cuts inside now, looking to find Fernandes. Picked up by Gallagher. Shot takes deflection and goes through to the goalkeeper.
Connor's got to make the right call, Dave. It's brilliant play on the left-hand side. Conor Gallagher owns the ball up. It's not the pass that he intended, but Conor finds some space. He's got to lay in Cole Palmer. Has got to. It's a poor decision from Conor. He's got to give it to Palmer. He's got acres of space. He plays it to Palmer. He's got a shot 1v1 with the goalkeeper.
Stays goalless. 23, nearly 24 minutes played at Stamford Bridge, and Burnley will get the free kick over on the far side, over on the left, and a chance to swing the ball into the penalty area from there.
Football's always about decision making and making the best decisions in those areas that really matter. And that, I'm going to bring the best in. Players like Zidane, players like Messi. They make the best decision. Conor has got that so badly wrong. He's on the edge of the box. It's got to be an unbelievable strike, but actually the pass is a simple one. Chose the wrong decision, made the wrong choice. Anyway, Burnley have a free kick on the left-hand side.
Free kick which Bryn Larson will take. One-man Chelsea ball is Nicholas Jackson, but you sense this free kick will be coming up towards the far post. Bryn Larson chipped it into the penalty area, looking for O'Shea to head across the face. He got lots of bumping and barging in the area. Berger tries to get a shot in. Badiashile was involved in trying to get it clear. They've done so halfway towards the midway point in the half. Picked up by O'Shea once again now for Burnley. That's really well played down the right-hand side. Chance for Assignon to get a cross in. Well defended by Fernandes, getting back for him. Burnley saved 0-0.
Don't look comfortable, do we, in set pieces? We just...
First ball, wasn't it? First ball was one, and from that point on...
We just about deal with it, There was so... you can make a very good argument to say collectively, we've done enough. Long throw by Assignon, going to fall towards the edge of the area. It's whacked back goalwards and saved by Petrovic. That was a chance there for Burnley. Cohen with the effort. And Chelsea will try and break straight away, and they have it with Cole Palmer on the right-hand side. Support from Gusto. Palmer cuts in field from the right on his left foot, picked up by Enzo Fernandez midway inside the Burnley half. Across towards the left it goes, and Cucurella finding Mudryk. Mudryk attacking the
Burnley back line of Assignon, chips the ball in right-footed. That's nowhere, neither a shot nor a cross nor anything really, and picked up by Muric, who rolls out towards the left once again.
Again, football back decision making. He's done well, Mudrick. Palmer does well on the right, and because they're so well organised, or they've got bodies back, we're forced to cross about 10 yards outside the box, and the ball works its way to the left. As soon as he has his touch, Mudrick, and see what he's trying to do. He's cutting inside on his favourite right foot. He then opts for some sort of ball into the box. Not hit with any great conviction.
And Burnley with a chance here with Lyle Foster spreading it out towards the right, and it's been collected here by Assignon, challenged by Mudrick, and free kick in fact goes Chelsea's way as Cucurella is brought down. Elsewhere today, Paris lead at Forest by 1-0, and Luton lead at Spurs by 1-0. That's bad news for Burnley, who are only 5 points off the safety margins, despite the wretched season they've had, with the 4 points they've taken from the last 2 games and the points deductions elsewhere. Burnley are not without some hope of staying up, but Luton winning is bad news for them. Chelsea in midfield with Caicedo towards the left and Enzo Fernandez finding Conor Gallagher. Gallagher back to Fernandez once again. Chance to spread out towards the right here, Badiashile. Look at Gusto over on that far side again, looking to time his run. And I think instead the ball might be coming towards the left as Gallagher looks for the run of Cucurella maybe. Instead lays it short to Fernandez. Now the ball's on to Gusto over on the far side. They've picked him out. He controls on the right-hand side now. Can he get past the challenge? Palmer back to Gusto once again. Gusto's got to the byline now. Can he deliver? He can. Jackson can't control, and it goes out for a goal kick, and it stays goalless.
This feels like it's going to be a feature of my commentary today about decision making. Really well played down the right hand side. Gusto bounces the ball. It's not the best cross, but Jackson's tried to control the ball on the outside of his right foot. You've got it's a difficult. Brilliant skill from Gusto, brings it down over his shoulder.
Touch by Gusto, superb to win it back when he'd have been in trouble from Odobera over on the far side had he not. But that was superb, and Chelsea win possession back, and they have it with Badiashile looking for the left-hand side once again, and Mudrick, he's got Palmer in support, he's got Cucurella going down the left-hand side, instead he comes in field.
Jackson's got a chauffeur in there, Dave. Everyone's come close to the ball, it's a lovely ball. Gusto again.
Picked out towards Gusto on the right-hand side, controls and gets inside on a bear, goes the other side now on the right, now turns back once again, Palmer in the area, onto his left foot, Palmer's shot is blocked, Burnley will get it away, and now they'll try and chase it away with Lyle Foster, and it's worked back to Petrovic for Chelsea outside his penalty area to Badiashile midway inside his own half. Fernandez is there with the ball in centre field. Little one touch there from Gallagher. Back to Fernandez once again. We're approaching the half-hour mark. Still goalless. Chelsea having one ruled out for handball. Mudrick beyond Jackson. Cucurella can't control either. Out for a Chelsea throw down by the corner flag.
The small margins, the space out on the left-hand side. Mudrick's pass. It's over hit. It needs to be perfect, and these are the little things. If that pass is hit perfectly into the flow of Cucurella, he finds himself on the end of it, over hit. Hey, Palmer, a little bit of space. It's not at the moment. Our final decision making in the final third, whether it be the final choice of pass, selection of pass, weight of pass, shot, cross, whatever it is, we're off it.
Just slightly off.
We're off
in everything.
Yeah, and them's the margins. The best players make the best decision. I feel as I'm doing the same thing again, but it is a reoccurring theme, I'm afraid, at the moment. In those vital areas when you're attacking, encouraging moments, but those encouraging moments turn to dust very quickly because the right pass or the right choice is not selected. And in this league, if you don't get the right pass or the right selection, it's snuffed out pretty quickly.
And that might be the right pass here for Burnley down the right-hand side. Bryn Larsen's got a chance now to put the ball across the area. Oh, the ball across was just beyond Amdouni, and Chelsea will clear down their right. From Burnley's point of view here, you stay in the game, and who knows what might happen. It's up to Chelsea to put their quality ball across the area.
Dave, exactly the same rules apply this here. It's the wrong. What I think he needs to do there is Amdouni on the right. Just whip it across. Whip it across. This game at the moment, in terms of quality, in the areas that really matter, is sadly lacking.
Burnley have it in midfield. One back for Chelsea with Gusto over halfway. Gusto tries to spread the ball up towards the right-hand side. Palmer has it for Chelsea. Gusto is just backward of him in support and gets it once more. Up comes Caicedo as well. At the moment, Gusto and Palmer playing it between themselves on the right-hand side. The back heel there comes off on a bear, and out for a Chelsea throw down there right, which is taken towards halfway, and DSRC stays 0-0. 31 played here at Stamford Bridge on Easter weekend, Easter Saturday, crunch time of the season, crunch week for Chelsea, with Manchester United to come on Thursday, with Sheffield United away next Sunday. These are key games trying to make it up that league table, with West Ham, of course, beating an extraordinary game at Newcastle earlier, going down by 4-3, having been 3-1 up. That opening is there to move up the league table with a consistent run. They've got to try and break down Burnley here first and foremost. Burnley Shield just over
Burnley
halfway
well
line.
set. Look at their shape. Look at the yellow shirts. Gusto's now travelled 15-20 yards further up the pitch. Connor's having a bit of one of those games, a little bit sloppy, Connor, at the moment.
Here's Fernandez being forced all the way back to Petrovic. And the crowd trying to raise Chelsea at this stage. A frustrating first half hour, punctuated by the goal they thought they'd scored through a DSRC ruled out due to handball. And Petrovic clears forward long, looking for Jackson, and Muric outside the area forced to head clear. It might be picked up by Gusto here. He's done really well, couldn't quite find Jackson, but retrieved by Palmer. Knocked back there towards the right, and DSRC to Palmer once again. Left-footed ball towards the edge of the area. Kukurea battling for it. And there will be a Chelsea throw-in if that's so. The referee's given a free kick against Kukurea.
It's not a push. It's not a push, referee. Understand the game. It's not a push. He's held his ground. He's got no. There is no law in the game that says you have to move out the way of a player. Kukurea has held his ground. Is it Assignon that it is? It comes off it. He doesn't have to. There is no reason for Kukurea to move his ground. He's held his ground. Referee's given the signal, the international sign for push. Poor decision.
Burnley have taken their free kick, but it's been won back by Kukurea on halfway anyway for Chelsea, and Mudryk has it. Foot comes in though from
Honestly,
Assignon.
the sloppiness of us at times.
Chelsea have gone to sleep. Burnley are coming forward. They've got 5 in this attack now down the left-hand side. Coutinho makes a good overlapping run. He puts the cross in, half away by Badia Shield, but only half away. Cohen will retrieve now for Coutinho once again. Tries to go around Gusto. Comes off of Gusto, who will clear down the right. Did well there. Did Gusto, and now a chance for Chelsea to come forward, and they've worked it out towards the right, and Jackson, can he keep it in down there? Yes he can. Nicholas Jackson, and now got players steaming up into forward. Jackson towards the right corner of the area, onto his left foot. Great break by Chelsea. Mudryk with a great chance, straight down the throat of Muric, and it stays 0-0.
Well, the best break of the game. It's the ball that was overhit into Jackson. I thought it was going out of play. Jackson does so well to retrieve it. The cavalry arrive. He dances inside on the edge of the box, cuts across, plays it into Mudryk. Mudryk's gone safe. It's goalkeeping practice. He's gone side foot. It's a tepid shot. You've got to put whip. You've got to put disguise on it. Does neither. In the end, it's an easy save for Muric.
Stays goalless, 34 played, really good breakaway by Chelsea, but no end product, or no serious end product on the finish. Now Odobert for Burnley.
Too much space, by the way.
Yeah, Odobert with space to work into, and they've got Assignon free on the right-hand side. Again, they've got 3 forward, and he can pick somebody out here. Assignon's gone into Kukurea, wins, buys the free kick, gets the free kick. Really dangerous situation, and Kukurea will get a yellow card for that.
Kukurea there, he can't.
He's got sucked in, doesn't he? He's got.
No, but he's made Assignon's decision for him. He can't argue with this. So when there's grass in behind, if you can't win the ball, you need to then give yourself a little bit of space. Assignon wants the grass in behind, and there is plenty of it. There's 20 yards in it, and get yourself in the half. What he does, he squares up his body instead of getting himself in the position where he's got the half and half, where he can spring off one foot or spring the other. He squares himself up, but as soon as he does that, how can you turn? Assignon's got the run on you. It's a poor decision there from Kukurea, and this is a dangerous free kick.
Yeah, Brendan Aston stands over the free kick. It's about 5 yards outside the penalty area on the right-hand side. Chelsea have a 2-man wall. This will be clipped, I would think, into the box. I don't think it's a goal effort here from Bryn Larson.
No,
but
it's not a shot. Bryn Larson,
be
this is one of these that the heavy artillery have arrived on that far side.
Dara O'Shea looking to try and head one back.
Yeah,
and
as well.
So Bryn Larson with the Burnley free kick clipped in He went for goal actually, and he went straight to Petrovic after all the build-up. And they did surprise us, but it went straight to the goalkeeper.
Well, he's taken it quickly and he's tried to catch Petrovic unawares. Ball over the top. I think Jackson's onside. Muric has come out. He's got to get there.
This
he
could
can't.
be interesting. He's got round the goalkeeper.
Oh, he does.
And Muric did really well outside the area to hack it out for a corner.
Well, he shut the goalkeeper out. It's a ball over the top. It's a lovely ball that's played. Jackson gets in behind. He gets there first. Brings it down his chest. It's a Banashur that plays that. He's not getting there. The goalkeeper. You cannot leave your area as a goalkeeper. And I've experienced, whenever my goalkeeper is the area, you've got to get there. He doesn't. In the end, toes it behind eventually for a corner.
Here's the corner taken from the left-hand side by Mudryk. It's headed half away there for Burnley by Aston. Picked up over on the far side for Chelsea, with Palmer trying to get it across back onto his left foot. He's got support here from Fernandes with the ball in towards the near post, but that one is easy for Muric, and it stays goalless with 36 on the clock.
Yeah, set pieces. There's not been a lot to show for it really in terms of chances created. You know, they're little nuggets of gold, set pieces. These are real moments that you can take advantage of a position where you can practice. I think he might be onside,
for Burnley,
I think he's onside.
And Cohen has stayed onside down the right. It's Bryn Larsen, in fact. Bryn Larsen moving up against Badiashile, turns inside. Bryn Larsen almost laid it square to Berger, and Chelsea got it clear, and the flag is up now against Jackson just over halfway.
Yeah, they've got to be alive there, Jackson. And nothing more frustrating as a back line, but when a ball is cleared and it's just a clearance, it actually turns it into a good ball, because you'll find a centre forward, but they are north of the centre half, north side. Get yourself in front of the centre half. So whatever happens, worst case, you can pressure the ball out to the back.
Burnley coming forward again here with Odobert up towards the left-hand side and Bertinho. Odobert gets it again down by the byline, pulled across the area, headed over the crossbar there by Bryn Larsen. Clear chance for Burnley, stays 0-0, but they open Chelsea up down the left-hand side. They clip the cross in, and Bryn Larsen heads over the bar.
Well, that's an area that they've definitely targeted. They feel that Gusto, and they're right, he gets in advanced areas, but this time Chelsea was set. This is Chelsea have had chances, but so have Burnley. I mean, I wouldn't say clear cut, but Burnley have had.
Once again, Muric is way outside the area.
I have to say that
interesting positioning.
Dave, that is an area that they need to be. His starting position is right. Decision making. Stand with your line. Let your centre half deal with that. It doesn't have to come out that far.
Well, Chelsea have possession on halfway with Enzo. And again, the space over on the right-hand side is with Gusto if they can find him. He said he's gone short to Palmer. Back to Badiashile, approaching the final 5 minutes of the first 45 here. Chelsea coming forward with Palmer looking up towards the right-hand side, and Gusto is there now. Gusto needs to deliver into the area. Cucurella sliding in with a diving downward header. And Muric makes the save and bowls out towards the left-hand side.
Well, brilliant play from Palmer. I'm not sure it's the pass he meant. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because he sees things that I can't. But Gusto's on that right-hand side. It's an overhit pass. You think it hasn't found its target, Jackson, but in the end, it does work its way to the right. Crossing from Gusto on the right. Cucurella, of all people, diving header on the edge of the 6-yard box. Doesn't quite connect the way that he wants it. Kind of bounces feebly into the arms of Muric. But Muric, do you know what really struck me there was when Palmer comes centrally. Palmer centrally, and as he is now, his creatives.
Can he slot it left outside? He can to Mudryk, who takes an awkward first touch but still racing into the area, bundled into, and in fact he is given a penalty. Given a penalty for the challenge on Mudryk by Aston.
Not sure about this one.
I think this will be checked.
Not sure about this one.
I think this will be checked. There's a yellow card about to be shown.
I have to say, Dave, as you won't get a bigger Chelsea fan.
A red card is shown. Would you believe it? What is going on here? Well, Burnley have now had Aston sent off. So he's given him a second yellow for the challenge. This is extraordinary.
Well, Dave, our position up here, we only see from we got a brilliant vantage point. But I've got to say to you, Macy, and I'll see this again, Mudryk.
I'm not sure that will get overturned. Aston comes across, he puts his arm over his shoulder, Mudryk goes down.
I don't.
It's soft, but I'm not convinced that'll be overturned. And if that's the case, Chelsea have got a penalty, and Burnley down to 10 men.
I have to say, mate, I think that's a terrible decision. I'm with my blue hat on. And I've got to say, if it was the other way round, I would be absolutely raging with this.
Sure you would.
Raging.
I know in commentary we both stopped and we were like, what's the referee doing here? Because no one expected a penalty. And I was thinking, is he giving it the other way?
This, for me, gets overturned.
I just play devil's advocate and say the hand on the shoulder.
No.
Now, I'm not saying that hand on the shoulder actually forces Mudryk down, but...
I'm sorry. Not a red.
Well,
I don't even think it's a penalty, Dave. I'm going to be
obviously...
Dave, I'm going to be brutally honest here. For obvious reasons, I hope it stands. But I've got to say to you, matey, I don't think that's a red card.
Well, obviously, if they overturn the penalty, they'll overturn the red card.
Indeed,
because it won't be a second yellow. But
indeed, I don't think this is. If we want, look, I want this to go our way, but I've got to say, is this what we want to see?
Well, the crowd are making their feelings known.
Is this what we want? Is this the way we want our sport to?
Everyone's hanging around. Players don't know what's going on. The referee is talking to both sets of players.
My instincts, I have to say, I trust my instincts. My instincts.
Well, the penalty stands. Chelsea have a spot kick, and Burnley are down to 10 men. And the referee is now coming across because I would suspect that Vincent Kompany has been having his say as well, because the referee is coming across to talk with the assistant down here, and I think Vincent Kompany may have said too much, and he's being sent off as well. Vincent Kompany is about to see red. The referee has got a red card. He's off too. This is a bit of a farce, in all honesty, because it's a passionate game, it's a controversial moment, and we don't know what Kompany has said, but the referee and the officials have to understand this is important. This is important to Burnley's survival as well. And so, yes, the Chelsea fans will wave him goodbye, but really, it's a bit too much for one low-key incident.
Well, it's amazing, really, how games can swing, and look, I don't know what to say to you, Dave. I trust my instinct. Normally, when I feel it's a penalty, I'm up, I'm shouting, I'm telling you. There wasn't anything in my body that felt I've got to get up and appeal for a penalty here. Nothing. Well, not only a red card. I feel for Burnley. Look, it's football. This happens. I remember exactly the same end against Spurs a couple of seasons ago, when Romero pulled the hair of Cucurella, and we didn't get the sending off. Now it's the same end.
Well, here's the chance for Cole Palmer to put Chelsea in front. They'll be playing against 10 men. Whatever happens, it's taking an age for this penalty to be taken. The referee is still standing, guarding the ball in the penalty spot, and now he finally moves away. But Burnley are incensed. Chelsea fans round up.
Got to finish it now, though, Dave. Got to finish it.
The golden
got to
chance
take advantage
to put Chelsea in front late in the first half. The referee now gets outside the area. Here's the spot kick, controversial it may be, but Chelsea with a big chance. Referee blows his whistle. Palmer steps up and he digs the penalty home, and Chelsea lead. And Cole Palmer gets his 20th goal involvement of the season and puts Chelsea in front. Chelsea 1, Burnley 0.
OMG! What is that? What is that?
Well, that's okay as long as you score.
Do you know what he sees? I remember Pirlo taking a penalty against Joe Hart, and Pirlo said after it was in the Euros or the World Cup, I remember him saying that he noticed how much Hart was moving up and down his line, and he went down the middle because he knew he was going to dive one way. I'm watching Muric here. He's standing one side, the other. In the end, I mean, nerves of steel, and in those nerves of steel runs cold ice. It's a brilliant penalty. It's a brilliant penalty, and we take the lead. I'll take it. I've got to say, I'm not sure we deserve it.
It's a split-second judgment to see the goalkeeper just move slightly, and then you'll dink it down. Burnley have made a change. They've brought on Charlie Taylor to replace Coutinho because they've had to restructure, having lost their right back Assignon with that red card. So they've made that substitution to return to a back four. In the meantime, Chelsea lead 1-0. We've now got 7 minutes of stoppage time, most of that caused by the penalty and the red card, and there's now going to be a free kick over on the far side. I think a yellow card over there for Chelsea. Is that Connor over there that's gone in a bit late on Charlie Taylor?
Let's have a look at this.
He certainly gone in with, he went in with quite a high foot, but then the foot came down. Well, you never know now, do you, I suppose?
I think he gets the ball. Oh, well, at the moment, Darren England, look, I'll take it because he's given us a huge advantage. I'm not sure that's even a free kick. I think Connor gets the ball. It's a contact sport. Goes into Taylor. Taylor goes down. He's up. I'm sure it's a free kick. It gives a yellow card.
Well, the yellow card is.
It's cold happy at the moment, Taylor.
Yeah.
That's a free kick, by the way, though.
By
the way, that is a yellow card.
Well,
Let me tell you.
Mudryk has gone in there. And the Burnley bench, what's left of them, because of course they've lost Vincent Kompany, they are up in arms about that challenge on O'Shea.
Yeah. Benny Shields, the one that goes on O'Shea.
Yeah.
That is a yellow card.
But it's not been given. It's not been given, but it will be a free kick in a very, very useful situation indeed for Burnley.
Well, this is the sort of game, Dave, where I've seen this before, where we have to go and win this game. Spurs away, have to win it. There have been situations in games this season where we cannot even begin to think about dropping points. But you watch, things change now, and nervy things will get.
And Burnley will be desperate to make the most of set pieces.
Yes.
Down to 10 men, this is their best chance to get back into the game. Free kick clipped in by Cohen into the area, and the header goes across the face of goal and out for a goal kick.
Not the worst, I have to say again. Unconvincing from us, Dave, on that occasion.
Yeah.
There's work to be done here. We'll take the lead, of course we will, but we need to get that second goal. In fact, watching Chelsea this season, we need to get the third goal. Ball out to the right hand side for Gusto.
Yeah, Gusto in space to run up potentially Charlie Taylor or Odobert. Plays it back towards the right, and here's Caicedo. Just a correction, by the way, it was Amdouni who came off for Charlie Taylor, and Vitinho has switched over towards the other side. That's how they've reorganised their back line. So Vitinho now playing on the right with Taylor on the left. Chelsea in possession with Disasi to Gusto, and Gusto looking for Conor Gallagher, who is the victim of a crunching challenge there by Taylor, and the referee happy with that crunching challenge because Chelsea get a throw in instead, not a free kick. Caicedo is now brought down. That will be a free kick by Josh Cohen.
They need to be careful, Burnley.
Absolutely, yellow card for
they
Cohen.
need to be careful. The manager's lost his rag. I understand why the decision making from the referee. I've said decision making all game, and it's not something that it's not a good challenge that's come in there. But they need to be careful because once the manager gets sent off, you need to set the example. We've seen already this season Poch getting sent off. I think it might be Newcastle away we set the stand, and the performance was terrible. You need, as the manager, you need to set those standards. You need to apply those. You're the voice that is to say you need to keep your discipline, right? And I know it's difficult because it's such an emotional sport. But once you go down to 10 men, your manager gets sent off, you can see the penalty. Things can unravel very, very quickly, and they need to make sure that doesn't happen at the moment. Chelsea now need to take advantage of that, Dave.
Yeah, it's very, very hard in Burnley's situation to concede a penalty and a red card to what was such an innocuous incident. They will feel like the world's against them here, but that is not Chelsea's concern. They lead by a goal to nil. Cole Palmer's audacious penalty has them in front. We are deep in first half stoppage time as Badiashile has the ball on halfway, and wouldn't they love a second before the break. But Gallagher's let that ball go over his feet, and Burnley will now try and break, and they can try and break, and they've got almost 4 against 3 here as they go down the left-hand side with Odobert. Odobert has got Lyle Foster in support inside the area now. Foster back looking for Odobert, and Chelsea just about to get clear with Badiashile, and now the break could be on with Palmer over on the right-hand side. Jackson made the run in front of him. Palmer tries to spread the play. Sander Berger cuts out that pass across the pitch from right to left, and the ball goes out instead of for a throw-in on this near side in Chelsea's favour. Stays 1-0.
Still look vulnerable, don't we? Even that numerical advantage, we still look very vulnerable. And this is a Burnley side that almost certainly will be playing their football in the Championship next season. Yet still look threatening. There's been the one save from Petrovic that's coming from their left-hand side. It was Odobert that had the shot. Other than that, I've got to say, Dave, we've not dealt with set pieces. We've not dealt with open play. We look. I'm not saying that Burnley look they're going to score, but they look they carry a threat. We need to control. This is something that I've spoken about all season. I feel that we don't control games enough. Now is the perfect time to control a game, pick and choose your Matchday, false passes.
Gusto combining with Jackson, gets it back now. Gusto in the area. Gusto shot saved by Muric and goes out for a corner.
Brilliant piece of play. We have done this at times. We have, in moments, Gusto more often than not on that left, and on their left, our right. He's down that right-hand side, cuts inside. There is absolutely no way he's getting caught by Taylor. Has the shot. Muric does well to stand his ground, holds his ground, stands up, stands strong and big. Is there a better selection in the box, Dave? Is there? I mean, do you know what? Right, I get why he shot. Anyway,
Corner's been taken short. Chance here for Cucurella on the edge of the area onto his left foot, and a chance now for a shot to be curled over the crossbar by Gusto from the edge. That goes over, and we are at 51 minutes in the first half. Still 1-0. We're approaching half time.
What a strange game.
Yeah.
There's been a number of these. You know, there's been moments for both sides. Referees had a huge impact on the way this game is going to go. There's been some, I would say, largely pretty average performances from some of the Chelsea players out there. This is not, you know, you're playing against the side at home, the side you should really go in and deal with reason. I'm not saying all the time. Brilliant play, Gusto. He's been good. Gusto's been brilliant, by the way.
Excellent. He's got the ball down the right.
He's been Chelsea's best player today, Gusto.
Taylor. Yeah, he has. He's been excellent, and he's kept possession. And Disasi has it as Chelsea play the ball across the back line in the centre circle as we approach half time. And the referee does now blow the whistle to end the first 45. Chelsea lead by 1-0. Loud boos from the Burnley fans, which is no great surprise. There'll be a lot of talking points there. The key moment is the penalty. It's innocuous. It's a challenge by Aston on Mudryk, which has been punished by a penalty and a red card, which does seem somewhat harsh. Cole Palmer with an outrageous penalty to put Chelsea in front. Chelsea lead against the Burnley side, who will now try and stay in the game at 4-4-1 and try and take their set pieces when they can. Chelsea need to go on and win this. They lead 1-0 at the break.
Yeah, so now that, you know, we'll chat about the first half in a sec, but I want to talk now about where we move forward going into this second half. What Remember I said to you about control? That's not having control. That's a percentage pass. That is a pass that you're going to hit, especially against 10 men. But you don't need to do the space. Oh, it's a terrible throw-in. Give it to Mudryk.
Well, they've given it away completely, but Mudryk can't make the most of it, and Muric will retrieve for Burnley, and he'll get the ball away. Very nearly made a mess of that. Thrown out towards the left-hand side. Here's Charlie Taylor. Taylor will look to spin it forward for Lyle Foster. They win the throw-in. Brownhill will lead for Taylor on the left-hand side. So Foster, is going to stay as the only man up, but I think that Odobert will be the one who offers the most support. And they will try and stay in this as long as they can. 1-0 to Chelsea, playing against 10 men. Taylor with the throw-in for Burnley. Brownhill to Berger, chesting it down in the centre circle and finding space to find Dara O'Shea and working out towards the right-hand side. And that was neat play. And Coutinho is coming in field now from the right towards the corner of the penalty area. Knocks it square. Here's Cohen. Cohen gets it back. Right-footed shot. Oh my word! That's the equaliser from Josh Cohen early in the second half. And Burnley have got back in the game with 10 men. And Chelsea cannot believe what's going on. Ball work down the right-hand side and then laid back to Cohen on the edge of the area. Drove it home. Petrovic, incredibly. Chelsea won. Burnley won.
No words, Dave. No words. This is a disastrous start to the second half. And then we don't get the ball again. Mudryk's challenge is a brilliant goal.
It's a great finish.
Brilliant. But this cannot happen. This cannot happen. And let me tell you now, if we don't go on and win this game, we know what we've been, how things have been. We know how frustrating performances have been, and this is now we found ourselves in a position that we shouldn't find ourselves in. This is
Well, there are no words. We will see. We're back to 1-1, so Chelsea have the game to win once again against 10 men, and they've got still the best part of 45 minutes to do it. Cole Palmer in the centre field, playing it through towards the edge of the area. Jackson is forced out by Dara O'Shea, by Esteve, I should say, and he will try and look for Lyle Foster battling with Disasi on the halfway line. Disasi to Caicedo. Now Badiashile, but what's the one thing that Mauricio Pochettino will have said at half-time?
But keep the ball. You know, it's that pass. I'm not blaming Badiashile because it's not, but that pass really does typify. But I say that pass does not need to be made. It's a 30-40 yard, but it's a percentage pass. You're going to find that pass. I don't know, maybe 60% of the time because there's space. But that doesn't keep the ball. Keep the passes where you're going to keep possession. We've got a numerical advantage. Certainly in and around the middle. Stretch them, make them work. Don't give the ball away easily.
They've worked it right-hand side now to Gusto, attacking up against Taylor, trying to go inside him now. Plays it into the area now, and Conor Gallagher just down by the byline. Back to Gusto once again. Gusto again takes on Taylor. Takes him around the outside. Now tries to turn back once more. Gallagher is there. Won't deliver a ball in. Chance for Caicedo, edge of the area. Gets it back from Cole Palmer. Patient play here by Chelsea. Gallagher back to Palmer again.
This is what we should have been doing this. This is what we should have been doing at 1-0. Now we've got to do it at 1-1 because they're going to sit deep.
They now have something to defend.
They're going to play 4-4-1. They get a point. That's
laid off by Mudryk.
Absolutely crucial to their survival hopes. Absolutely crucial. They'd have taken a point. They'd have taken the point if they'd given them 12 men before the games. No, they would have done, Dave. Now they've got 10.
Goal at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, one apiece there. Spurs 1, Luton 1, an own goal by Kabore levels things up in that game. Thrown out by Muric to Esther. Burnley playing out from the back with their 10 men. Taylor on the left-hand side.
Let me tell you, Burnley become the better side in this second half with 10 men. This Stamford Bridge is going to become a very difficult place.
But they have given it away, have Burnley, to Gallagher, who wasn't quite on his normal form in the first half, but has managed
Not many were, by the way. I don't want to single players out because other than Gusto, for me, everyone has been pretty average.
Here's Cucurella for Chelsea. Back to Enzo Fernandez with... Oh, Enzo plays it across, and it went just beyond Lyle Foster. It's picked up by Disasi away on the right. He's got Gusto into Bourne. Here is Gusto now with space to get a cross in. Gusto does get the cross in, and O'Shea heads it away.
Someone's got to try and get across that near post. You know, there's one thing putting balls in, brilliant from Gusto. His crossing really has improved, I've got to say, since he's been here. But someone's got to get across the near post. You've got Cole Palmer on the penalty spot. Jackson, they're pretty much holding hands. Got to get someone across the near post.
Here have Chelsea have the ball again with Badiashile finding Cucurella just over the halfway line. Enzo Fernandez, Burnley, everyone of course back defending as you'd expect. Now Caicedo towards the right, they've got to give it to Gusto, and they do. Gusto again taking on Taylor, going around the outside, now turning in field, finding Caicedo, short ball to Fernandez, clever ball into the area, miscontrolled by Gallagher, which really sums up his day so far, and out for a goal kick, and it stays 1-1.
A little bit of sympathy for Connor, except he zipped that ball in, and sometimes you have to, I'm not sure he needed Enzo to put the pace that he did in that pass. He really did drill it into, he tested his touch. Also, not totally sure. Well, Connor asked for it. He's got to do better. Yeah, Connor's got to do better with that.
Long ball forward this time for Burnley, with Foster trying to head on against Badiashile. That's been picked up by Disasi, finding Cucurella. Chelsea will have a lot of the ball in this second half. Sheffield United take the lead against Fulham. 1-0.
But Dave, we would have said that literally as the whistle blew for half time for the second half. Yeah, we'd have a lot of ball. We gave the ball away. We give the ball away again. This is a passing. This has been a feature all game. This is not something that we just talked about second half. This has been something that's been missing in our game. Our game has been way off point.
Still one apiece, 52 on the clock, and a throw into Burnley over on the far side, which Vitinho will take. They'll certainly take their time now. They've got a point to sit on. Who knows how important that point could be, but who knows where they could go beyond that if Chelsea get more and more.
I'm so sick of these people.
You know. Back into the lead quickly indeed.
I'm so sick of these people. You know.
Back to again.
I'm so sick of these people. You know.
Brownhill playing on the left-hand side.
I'm so sick of these people.
We've got to try and penetrate. We've got to try and get him. The shape that they've got, this is going to be a very tough afternoon's work for Chelsea now. Not because Burnley are brilliant, because the shape of the team, it's set in stone. The way that they set up, Disasi giving the ball away now. We're in danger here of really finding ourselves in a position where, you know what, even Burnley must be feeling they can get not just 1 point, maybe 3.
Palmer to Cucurella. Cucurella's got Mudryk in support down the left. He finds Fernandez, who gets out towards the left, and Mudryk, and now Cucurella gets down the left-hand side. Cucurella's ball across. Coutinho defending well for Burnley, goes out for a Chelsea corner.
Yeah, Mudryk's found his way on the left, says Cucurella, and there's I looked up in the box. I'm looking for more bodies in the box. He's drilled it across. It was cleared behind for, I think it's Chelsea's first corner of this second half. It's going to be Mudryk. He's taken all of them on that side. It's short on this occasion.
Short by Mudryk, gets it back from Palmer. Mudryk now drives it into the area, but drives it straight at Charlie Taylor, who clears for Burnley, and it will go all the way back to halfway, and Chelsea will have to start again as the clock moves on. 54 minutes on the clock, one apiece between Chelsea and Burnley again.
I'm now looking at the bench, Dave. Yep. Yeah, I'm looking at the bench now. I think we've got to get Cole Palmer more central. He's central at the moment, just wandering in there. He has got. If we're going to get anything out of this, and I've seen this game thousands of times, well, not thousands, I'm exaggerating, but maybe exaggerate the point to prove the point. Teams that sit deep, we struggle against. We need creativity, and the only one that I'm looking in this team that's got genuine creativity quality in an area that's so tight is Cole Palmer. And from the right-hand side, he's less effective. And he is at the moment. He's in that 10. He's almost playing like a double 10, along with Connor. We need to get him on the ball.
Fernandez trying to find Gallagher now. Important foot in by O'Shea for Burnley, looking for the hard work running Lyle Foster.
I think he is our key player.
But on the sidelines, standing on the touchline at the moment.
Yeah, Palmer is more central. We've gone two up top, it looks like, doesn't it? It looks, the four, it looks like we've just a 4 at the back, definitely. In the middle of the park, really not sure what is the shape of the team. But one thing is for sure, Cole Palmer has gone more central.
Damn it!
He's now
yet again.
Central.
Yeah, and that's something that needs to happen, because he's far more effective in those areas.
So spread wide towards the left-hand side. Gallagher coming infield now from the left. Caicedo back to Badiashile. Here's Enzo. Enzo is about 45 yards
Look
out.
how narrow and tight it is. There's no way
It's
through.
really narrow.
Now you've got to use the width. So the way they're going to play, and this is the way it should be done, they want you to come inside. They want to become narrow. So the back four is going to be narrow. The midfield's going to be narrow. This has to be space somewhere on the pitch. There has to be.
Palmer trying to slot through to Mudryk now in the area. Just been forced out by Coutinho. O'Shea will clear, but only as far as the edge of the box. Worked out to Cucurella inside the area, left-hand side. Back to Caicedo. Enzo Fernandez onto his right foot. Chip towards the back post. Gusto in behind here. Gusto can't quite get the shot in. Taylor got
Doesn't
back
need to get the shot, Dave. Just cushion it across the 6-yard box. Again, decision making. Just cushion it. There's bodies in the box. It's a brilliant ball from Enzo. It's a lovely run from. He just needs to cushion it across the 6-yard box and get bodies in there.
Burnley on the counter down the left-hand side with Brownhill trying to play in Odobert. Odobert is battling away there with Disasi, and Burnley on a rare foray forward here. And picked into the box now, looking for Foster. Petrovic saved it. Foster turns it back almost once again. And Chelsea somehow survival, have they? The pressure is still on with Odobert. Chelsea get it clear. My word, how close there.
Do you know what? We're in grave danger of losing this game, and I'm not joking.
Well, you just said that off air just before that chance.
I did. I've written we lose this because we look unconvincing both ends.
Gallagher now, 25 yards out onto his right foot, way over the bar. But how close were Burnley to going in from there? That is Petrovic a save from
Should be 2-1. Should be 2-1. And I can feel the way this game is going. It's a brilliant ball in. He gets in behind Badiashile. It's a really, really good header from Foster. In fact, you know what? Petrovic really should save that one, Dave. Actually, on reflection, he should save that. But I feel Foster could do better.
Yeah, I agree with that. And certainly the chance was created for him, and that's what Burnley are waiting for. They'll soak up the pressure, and Caicedo steaming in with Taylor, and the throw-in goes Burnley's way on the left-hand side. Sheffield United 1, Fulham 1 at Bramall Lane. João Palhinha with the equaliser there for Fulham, 1 apiece, as it is here. Charlie Taylor with the throw-in for Burnley.
And do you know what's happened? This game has changed. This game has swung in Burnley's favour. And
well, it's like they know what to do, don't they? They know the situation.
Well, they've got nothing to. They
have the point.
They have nothing to lose before they came into this game. They've got less now. Everyone expects Chelsea to go on and win this game 2-3-4, 5-1. That's not the game we're watching right now.
Cucurella was looking for a ball through, but Mudryk had run offside. Now Jackson's run offside, as they're all making forward runs, but Enzo Fernandez tries to ping it out towards the right instead, and Brownhill intercepts, and it goes out for a throw to Chelsea midway inside the Burnley half, taken quickly by Gusto, looking for Caicedo. Now here's Palmer onto his left foot, finding Fernandez, sprayed across about 25 yards out. Gallagher towards the left-hand side. Mudryk against Coutinho now, holds the ball up. Mudryk has got Gallagher in support. He's got Cucurella also there. He's found Gallagher, moving towards the left-hand byline. Steps away from Coutinho now. Gallagher to Mudryk. Mudryk, nice turn. Shot deflects away, out for a corner, and it stays 1-1.
Brilliant from Connor. Best bit of play from him. He's had a difficult afternoon's work, but he does so well on that left-hand side. He nutmegs, I think it is it Taylor? Goes on the left-hand side. Yes, it is. He goes down to the byline. It's a brilliant piece of skill. Lovely piece of skill, left to right. The Mudryk comes inside, shimmies, shapes up to the shot, opens up the goal even more, and it's a brilliant piece of defending. Chelsea another corner.
Here's the corner from Mudryk towards the near post. Taylor heads out for a corner once again. The Chelsea man down in the penalty area. Don't think there's any great damage, so that will be a corner once again. As Nottingham Forest equalise against Crystal Palace. Chris Wood with the goal in that one. 1 apiece appears to be the score in most games this afternoon, but Chelsea need to change that situation here with this corner. Mudryk from the left. Disasi at the near post tries to make the run. In fact, Coutinho got the touch onto it.
It's the second time we played that corner. And I made the point the first half. Is it deliberate or is it a bad corner? Cole Palmer comes towards it. It's hit deliberately to bounce in front of the 6-yard box. But the thing is, Palmer almost misses it deliberately to try and get some sort of confusion.
Low corner, and that was a training ground routine that did not work. A low corner by Mudryk, and it was taken easily away by Darragh O'Shea. Chelsea have got the ball back in the centre circle at least, as Bournemouth take the lead against Everton through Dominic Solanke. Ball played out towards the left-hand side again, and Mudryk will now go down the left with support from Cucurella. Pips the cross in now, great cross in looking for Jackson, half away. and a chance on the edge of the box now for Fernandes, who miscued completely, and then the ball went away from Foster, so he was able to get it to Disasi. In any case, Disasi looking for Gusto, who couldn't control, and it goes out for a goal kick. It's all just a bit messy, and there's no real pattern to the play.
No.
They still want to face.
Well, the substitution, I said to you, I need something to change here. Madueke is coming on.
He'll replace Conor Gallagher, so Gallagher is off. Madueke will come on, so we'll see exactly what goes on. So he will presumably play, so Palmer will play for 10, won't he? And
that's going to be that. Well, look, we spoke earlier that Palmer was more central. Connor's had, as I said earlier, a lovely piece of skill for Connor down that left-hand side. He's had a difficult afternoon. There's no doubt about that. Just wonder, have we gone 4-4-2 or 4-4-1?
I was just watching that when.
I just wonder whether our shape is.
Palmer just behind Jackson. Is that the?
Yeah, I wonder whether we've kind of matched them in the middle of the park.
Mudryk left and Madueke right to match out the fact that Brownhill came on. Because Brownhill had more of a central midfield. It's going to be a very congested midfield area.
Yeah, but the width of the pitch is where the space is going to be. Certainly for Chelsea. Burnley want this game to be played on a 5-a-side pitch. That's what they want. We want this to be played on 5 acres. That's what we want.
You've just seen there Mudryk heading in the centre circle almost. So that's where he's being pulled across to. Because
Madueke's come out on this right-hand side. He's got Taylor for company. Mudryk's
Mudryk steams down the left-hand side, gets it from Enzo Fernandez. Can he keep it in play down the left, right down by the corner flag? Oh, he skinned Coutinho. Great play by Mudryk. Now to give him the cross. Jackson, great save by Muric. Jackson again in the area, lays it back. Chance for Fernandez to fire for goal. Burnley get men behind the ball and blocked away. That was the chance, but in fairness, a good save by Muric, denying Jackson.
Lovely piece of skill from Mudryk. He's got to be careful. Cucurella, he's been booked. We don't want to go 10v10. That will really swing it back firmly in their favour.
Burnley coming forward down their right. It's an entertaining second half, it has to be said, with Coutinho combining with Cohen, because Burnley are having a go here.
They are having a go, and I understand why, because we do look vulnerable. I think this game could go any one of two ways. It would not surprise me if there is a winner in this game, and that's terrible to think that we might lose this, but there's the general feeling that we've not been good enough, not clinical enough. Now there's been so we're deep in our half. Get over the halfway line, but they're out of shape. This is a real opportunity. We've got to try and capitalise.
Gusto for Chelsea. Back to Caicedo. Can they pull it wide towards the left? Yes, they can. And here's Mudryk with Cucurella in support. Mudryk moves towards the edge of the area. Cucurella again. Lays it back to the edge of the box now. Chance for Fernandez. Fernandez to Gusto. They'll lay back there to Caicedo. He's got space on the right-hand side for Madueke. First touch for him now onto his left foot, edge of the area. Madueke to Gusto. Gusto has got 4 to pick out. Can he pick a pass in the area? He's moved it infield to Jackson, who's trying to hold the ball up and switch his way inside, but in fact run into a brick wall there in the form of Charlie Taylor, who clears for Burnley.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it feels like a cup tie, Dave. Doesn't it?
It does.
Feels like we're trying to search for an equaliser in a
Fernandez looked to get it through to Jackson,
so
but
narrow.
again, O'Shea looks it clear.
The width of the pitch, we're playing in. Use the width and switch it. Switch it from left to right. Get them. There's bags of this game. Consider there's going to be injury time there. Width, go left to right, left to right. Move them across. It's hard work without the ball. The game. Hard work.
Cucurella to Mudryk, who fires for goal and fires it almost into the top tier.
Oh dear. Done well. Move the ball to the left. Shot from Mudryk, speculative. Look, and now you don't blame them. Muric is taking his time. He's walking to the ball, but we're at the moment we're not helping ourselves. I feel that this game, if we tactically get this right, they're playing a 4-4-1. The width of the pitch, they want to stay narrow. Normally what you see against teams like this, Dave, they play a 5-3. That's what they do. Or a 5-4. And they try and get themselves out. Burnley aren't doing that.
Clash there between Brownhill and Gusto is certainly hurt, and I think Brownhill is too. The referee will have to come and sort this one out here.
The Burnley bench are remonstrating.
Yeah, for me, that was two players tangling rather than any great...
I'd have to see again. It always looks worse when the player that goes over the top with his studs. I think this might be a foul.
It's actually...
You know what? They both go down. He actually gets the ball, but it's the other way. It's actually the other way. Gusto kicks
Brownhill
in the face,
but Chelsea get the free kick. So anyway, we play on. There's no further discipline in terms of cards issued, and they're both okay. That's the main thing. Chelsea have played the free kick, and in the end, Fernandes takes pity on Burnley and plays a ball about 50 yards forward, straight through to Muric in goal. Sheffield United lead Fulham by 3-1. 2 quick-fire goals in that game from Ollie McBurney and Ben Brereton Diaz. Burnley coming forward here, one apiece at Stamford Bridge, looking to play out towards Charlie Taylor on the left-hand side, up against Gusto. Plays it back to Cohen, the goal scorer. Scored a very neat goal indeed early in the second half to bring the 10 men of Burnley level in this game. One back by Madueke against Brownhill. Gusto. That's crowd certainly appreciating the efforts there of Madueke. We are 66 minutes into the game. It's one apiece, and Cucurella has the ball for Chelsea on the left-hand side. Support here from Mudryk. He'll take on Coutinho. He's got the beating of Coutinho. He hasn't got the beating of Sander Berge, and he's fouled Sander Berge, and that's exactly what Burnley want. Again, time out of the game. Stays 1-1. Free kick which Muric will take. Lyle Foster standing in the centre circle, just in between Badiashile and Disasi. Odobert is also moving forward down the right to offer a secondary target for Morris. That's where it's heading actually, Odobert, but Cucurella heads it clear. Picked on further by Mudryk, and that's a free kick there, won by... Offside in fact given. Jackson just offside inside.
Madueke,
but he can't take the free kick. You can't take a free kick from...
It can't be our ball either. So I don't know.
Going on here?
Yeah, this referee's he's not having a great afternoon's work, but you should know that the offside has to be taken only in the other half. And they're trying to. Isn't it hilarious?
So this is interesting. So this free kick is actually only just over the halfway line, and Muric will take it. So he's come all the way out of his goal, and this is the kind of situation that Burnley will try and make the most of. Muric pumps the free kick towards the edge of the area. It's flicked on by O'Shea, looking for Foster. Really poor header by Disasi, allows Foster to back into him and try and hold the ball. Now O'Shea clips it back in. Badiashile half away. Fernandes further clear, and now the break could be on. With Mudryk striding over the halfway line, with Jackson in support on the left-hand side. Picked him out now, just outside the area, cutting infield, lays it square. Madueke into the D, onto his left foot. Madueke shoots straight at Muric, and it stays one apiece. Decent break, but the finish straight down the front of the goalkeeper.
Burnley have thrown men forward, and the ball is not won by them. And you get Mudryk on the left-hand side. He's got Jackson in support, and what he does, Jackson, he plays it into to Madueke, who's too central. He pulls the trigger. He scored a couple of goals international. He done well midweek, but on this particular occasion, he's too central. Doesn't get enough whip. Doesn't get enough disguise about it, and then just goes straight down Muric's throat. And there's going to be another substitution for Burnley.
Yeah, it's the experienced Jay Rodriguez who's going to come on. It's Lyle Foster has worked really hard up front by himself. He has come off, and I think they're also going to bring on Johan Berg Gudmundsson as well, the experienced wide player who will replace Wilson Odobert. So those are changes that do make sense as far as Burnley are concerned. Gudmundsson can take a decent set piece as well, and Jay Rodriguez, a long-term Burnley hero, second spell with the club, he will now play that lone role up front.
Yeah, you would have thought no shape change. I'm looking at that. Listen, why would you change it? It's working. You know, they've frustrated Chelsea. They've been, I'd say, this second half has been.
They've done it right, haven't they? In the situation they're in, they've done it right. Madueke on the right for Chelsea. 69.5 minutes on the clock. One apiece at Stamford Bridge between Chelsea and Burnley. A Cole Palmer penalty after the sending off of Aston controversially, and but recovered for Burnley by Josh Cohen early in the second half. Disasi for Chelsea, moving towards the edge of the area. Finding Gusto has been excellent. Potter, ball in, just beyond. Jackson went just beyond Madueke as well. Burnley will clear away on their left-hand side. First touch for Jay Rodriguez, and I'll try and work it back out to him on the left as well, combining with Gudmundsson, but Disasi back to his goalkeeper Petrovic with 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, and there's just been, the odd shot coming in, not from distance, saves you'd expect him perhaps to make. In the width of the pitch for me, we need to move this ball quickly. It's too slow. Why have 2 touches when 1 will do? Why have 5 touches when 3 will do?
Here's Mudryk now being faced by 2 Burnley defenders. Gudmundsson was there, and so was Coutinho. He's found Fernandes. Caicedo, they've started on the left. It's now worked out to the right. Disasi. Now will he chip it into the area? Yes, he will. But that is just nowhere near Jackson. Jackson had no chance there, and you can hear the crowd getting frustrated. because that was a nothing ball from Newcastle. He puts his hand up and apologises. But all that is doing is allowing Muric to take as much time as he wants on this clearance. Throws out now. Throws it over the halfway line. Rodriguez looks to flick on against Caicedo. Ball back with Chelsea. DSRC. Badiashile once again.
Someone somewhere, we've got to get Palmer on the ball. That's what we need to do.
He's hardly touched it since those changes.
We need to get him on the ball. It's been a very frustrating last 15 minutes. Cullen is the one that's looking over his shoulder at the moment.
Good touch by Gusto. Madueke couldn't quite do anything with it though. And it's forced back, and Rodriguez working hard to close down DSRC, and Chelsea get the throw on the right hand side.
Yeah, we've got to get Palmer involved. He hardly said his name since the subs have been made. You're thinking shape changes. Chelsea at the moment, there is no shape to Chelsea. It's literally, can you get yourself on the ball?
Gusto puts it across the penalty area. Great chance, Jackson across the face of goal and wide. Flags up actually anyway. Flags up against Gusto.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it? Move the ball quickly. What happens?
Indeed.
Isn't that amazing?
Yes.
Isn't that amazing?
And of course they would check the offside anyway had that gone in.
Yeah, but it's actually moved quick. The ball's on. He's on.
He's on.
He's on, by the way.
He's on. So that.
Is this offside though? Yes,
there was a touch.
Yes, it is. Yeah. But the pay. Here's a question: who does the game suit if the game is slow?
Well, that's a very
Who does the game
one.
suit if the game is quick? And Burnley want the game to be slow because the slower the game, the easier it's to cover space. We need to move this ball quick at pace. 2 touches. Raheem Sterling's coming on. The Chelsea fans. Well, the stage is set, Raheem. The stage is set. We know what a difficult last couple of weeks it's been for him.
Well, Sterling's replaced Caicedo, so it's an attacking change. And again, we'll see how they reorganise. But he did get a good reception from the crowd, and let's see if he can become the hero.
Where is he going to play? That's the question. What does the Chelsea team look like? Badiashile comes across, not a foul. Enzo goes and picks it up. Raheem, it looks like he's going to go down the middle. Are we playing a?
Are we going to have 4-3-3 here, or
I wonder it's 4-5.
Well, here is Cucurella with the first touch now for Sterling, finding Palmer, who tried to play it onto the right. It took a deflection, but it fell to Madueke anyway. Madueke just inside the area now, twisting and turning onto his left foot. The ball across hits Cohen. Burnley will clear, and Madueke will win it back now off Cohen. Good play.
There's a bit of urgency. That's something that we've not seen, trying to close that ball down. Burnley now should be penned in for the next 20 minutes. That's a long time in football without the ball, I've got to tell you. Long time. But it's what you do with it, Dave.
What can Chelsea do with it here, with Mudryk to Madueke on the edge of the D, trying to slot it through to Jackson. Foot came in though, again by...
Yeah, they can't get out now, Burnley. Burnley look like they...
Here's the game now.
And the mentality of the game, but bringing on Rodriguez now, that says to me we're going to sit deep, we're going to try and change the fresh legs up top. Lovely ball from
Palmer. Looked to play it left hand side, gets it back. So Palmer a bit deeper
There's
here.
The ball. There's the ball.
The right. That's
the
ball to Gusto now. He's got loads of space now up against Taylor. Gusto puts a lovely cross in. It goes just beyond Raheem Sterling. Picked out by Cucurella. Laid back to Palmer. Smart save by Mudryk down to his right hand side.
Better urgency, quick play. Chelsea fans appreciate. That's the way it should be. That's what we should be seeing. Quick, incisive play. 1 and 2 touch. Don't need 3, don't need 4. Shot from it's whipped. It's actually the keeper should save. It's a smart save. It's a nice save, but he should save that. Now they're going long, and this from the next.
Rodriguez definitely pushes DSRC there. That's the free kick. But they will play it long for Rodriguez.
Now the substitutions that he's made, Potts, they are attacking. They are substitutions that gives you a bit more pace and urgency up top. Enzo's the one that's sitting slightly deeper.
Mudryk once again with Sterling in support, also with Cucurella as well. Cucurella midway inside the Burnley half. Fernandez once more spraying it right hand side for DSRC. DSRC will find Gusto. Gusto has been very involved in the game indeed. He comes in from the right hand side. Palmer wants it and Palmer gets it, and Palmer onto his left foot now and turns inside. Great play by Cole Palmer, driving run by Palmer, low shot, easy save for Muric.
That's the first time really we've seen Cole Palmer in this second half have a real impact. There's been 1 or 2 moments, but centrally gets on his left. He's on the right hand side, gets on his left, he chops it back. He does that so well. He's forced down the right hand side. In the end, the shot comes from his weaker right foot. Wonder whether he could have drilled that across the face of the 6-yard box. Okay, we're electing to throw again. He's gone long.
Throws out. Rodriguez neatly chests it down and then gets it back from Cohen. Burnley trying to keep the ball a bit. Palmer hooks it forward long. Rodriguez is mile offside, didn't get to him anyway, and Fernandez back to the keeper.
14 left on the clock, and the clock is against Chelsea at the moment. We have scored late goals this season.
Well, so far Burnley have sat on this one apiece for nearly half an hour since Cullen brought them level early in the second half, and ball was picked up here by Kukurea from Mudryk. Now Fernandez, and Fernandez out towards the right hand side looking for Gusto, who takes it neatly. Sheffield United lead 4-1 now against Fulham, thanks to Ollie McBurney. Coming in field now is Madueke. Jackson looking for Madueke once again. Taylor heads back to his goalkeeper. Muric gathers, 76 played, one apiece.
Do you know what? His company's going to be so proud of what he's seeing here today, and we've been disappointing. But
Muric taking his time now, to the frustration of the home crowd, but you can't really blame him, can you? They are sitting on a precious point here at Burnley. Again, the throw out to Rodriguez. Brownhill on the left-hand side. Taylor gives it straight to Gusto. And Fernandez once again. And Chelsea, can they break them down? This is the key. They've got 13 minutes plus probably a good 5 or 6 of stoppage time. There's still 20 minutes in this game, virtually, for Chelsea to find a winning goal. A frustrating second half.
Yeah, and Burnley they're getting things right. We've got to find a way, force an issue, and the only way we're going to be able to do is by moving the ball quickly. It's laboured. What you do, if you're having 2 or 3 touches and moving the ball slowly, it's easy to defend against. Easy.
Palmer gets it back from Sterling and now finds Kukurea, and Fernandez now once again. Neat little turn by Sterling. Palmer! Chelsea get their second goal. That is brilliant. That is a class goal. A class finish by Cole Palmer and a brilliant touch by Raheem Sterling to set things up. Chelsea have finally broken through, and Cole Palmer with the double makes it Chelsea 2, Burnley 1.
Thank you. I was looking at the clock, Dave. My worst fears were that we're not going to get the other goal. It's a lovely ball from Enzo. It's all about Sterling, and then Cole Palmer. Can you finish? Yes, you can, young man. Player of the season, no doubt about it. It's Enzo's ball. We've gone straight down the middle. It's a Sterling little flick. Such intelligence, such awareness. And that's how you break teams down, by doing something quick and creative. We haven't had that this second half. I'm pleased for Sterling because he's had a tricky last couple of weeks. But Cole Palmer, can you finish it into the side netting? We find a way. It's been a tough watch, I'm not going to lie. It's been a frustrating watch. This game is still not over though. That's how I feel. This game, I'm not celebrating the goal too much because I know there's still 12, 13 minutes for Burnley to get a goal. That's how I feel.
Well, that may change the Burnley mentality now, and they will have to try and come forward and go for an equaliser. That will open up spaces for Chelsea at the other end. But here goes Cohen now being challenged by Palmer. The free kick goes to Burnley right on the edge of the area, left-hand side.
It is a free kick as well. Cole Palmer doesn't get any of the ball. Nicks his ankles. Oh, Sterling, what a brilliant piece of play.
Unbelievable bit of skill from Raheem Sterling.
Isn't it? And then it's about the finish then. Compose yourself. Set yourself. Ice. Cold blood going through those veins. Now, Chelsea got to defend. Oh, the only thing Petrovic has done all second half, Dave, is prick the ball out of his net. It's the only thing he's done.
Well, we will see. Josh Cullen will take the free kick. He has got Goodmanson with him as well. Just backward of the left edge of the area with just over 10 minutes to go. Chelsea 2, Burnley 1. Burnley have loaded 5 players inside the area. One just outside as Cohen whips the free kick up towards the back post. Overload there and turned out for a corner in the end.
Now Burnley come attacking and rightly, and that's the way they should. They've got nothing to lose. It's a lovely ball towards that far post. Madueke's got 2 though, Dave. How's he got 2 at the far stick?
Can't happen, can it?
Shouldn't have 2. It's almost impossible when they're down to 10 men to find an overload on the far stick. But there was one. Madueke does well, clears it. It's going to be a corner, right-hand side. It's going to be an outswinger.
Cullen has come across to take it. 2-1 with under 10 minutes to go plus stoppage time. Corner kick to Burnley, in towards O'Shea with a header, and it's in! Would you believe it? Dara O'Shea has equalised again for Burnley, and it's 2 apiece. Petrovic got hands to it, couldn't keep it out. It goes in the corner, and Chelsea are done by a straightforward set piece. Cucurella has his arms out, complaining. Burnley fans going as well. Dara O'Shea equalises, and it's Chelsea 2, Burnley 2.
Do you know what the sad thing is? I'm not entirely surprised. I'm not entirely surprised. It's a free header. I don't know what Petrovic has done there. He's let it go through his hands. Free header.
He's got to deal with that.
There are no words, Dave. This Chelsea side find a way to somehow snatch some losing points from a winning position to. Oh, Petrovic, it's terrible. And I said to you, he's had nothing to do, and there may be as a sign the fact that he's had little to do. That is a one, it's a free header. 2, got to save it. Anyway, can we get ourselves back in front again? Here we go again. Here we go again. There's still time.
To go. Chelsea coming forward with Mudryk, centre of the Burnley half, out towards the right and Disasi. Disasi for Gusto. Can you believe this game? It's been ridiculous. This is 10-man Burnley who have scored twice now in the second half, and Chelsea have got to try and win the game all over again. Fernandes almost got caught there by Jay Rodriguez. Did well to spin it out towards the left-hand side once again, and Cucurella. Now Raheem Sterling, who's fantastic work to tee up Cole Palmer, has been cancelled out. Sterling towards the edge of the box now. Palmer, can he get a hat-trick, I wonder? Out towards the right-hand side to Madueke. Turning inside on his left foot. Near post, short side netting, and it stays 2-2.
Madueke cutting on that side there doesn't quite connect the way that he would have liked. You know, the most amazing thing is that literally they've gone straight up the other end. So from their kickoff, they've got themselves a free kick. Madueke's overload on their left-hand right side. They get themselves a corner and they equalise. It's inconceivable to think that we've allowed ourselves to get one, a free header with that numeric advantage, but 2, an overload. If we don't take 3 points here, there's going to be an inquest.
It's a crazy situation, and Burnley are coming forward down the left.
Yeah, they smell blood.
I mean, Brownhill plays a long ball forward, which Rodriguez gets on the end of in the area. Rodriguez turns in field. Jay Rodriguez, shot blocked by Fernandes, bounces back towards the edge of the area. Cohen to Brownhill. Brownhill across the box. It so nearly fell to Sander Berger. Where are Chelsea at the back?
All over the place. All over that fragility that we've spoken about. This Chelsea side, when things don't go our way, we turn into a very different team. And you can see now there's panic, there's chaos.
It shouldn't be this way against 10 men.
And it's you know, we're almost architects of our own downfall at times, but Burnley have been good. You know, they're down to 10 men, they're carving us open on this left-hand side.
Chelsea down their left. Here's Mudryk with Sterling in support. Mudryk goes alone for the moment, and he just goes beyond Sterling and hacked out by Dara O'Shea. Frustration from the home crowd. Stays 2-2. Some goals elsewhere. Sheffield United 3, Burnley, Fulham 2. So there must have been a goal ruled out at one stage there. It's Bournemouth 1, Everton 1, Spurs 2, Luton 1. Late goals there. Gusto. Here's Palmer now. Palmer trying to pip it into the area. There's the header. Oh my word! Raheem Sterling heads wide. Raheem Sterling makes the run from the Palmer clip ball into the penalty area, and it goes wide and it stays 2 apiece. Did he stay onside? He certainly did.
Yeah, he's onside. Should score. Just needs a little flick, just a little. So brilliant. These two are linked up well. He gets too much on it. Raheem needs just to he needs a glance. He gets too much on it.
5 to go. Plus stoppage time, 2 apiece. Chelsea 2, Burnley 2. An extraordinary game here at Stamford Bridge. Rodriguez has been good since he came on. He holds the ball up against Gusto. Brownhill on the left, trying to find Rodriguez once again. And Rodriguez keeps Burnley where they want to be, in the Chelsea half. Precious point on the line for them here, and they win the throw down the left from Charlie Taylor.
Look at that Raheem's chance again. You wait for the net to bulge. It's an expression up. Oh, Gusto's got to go down with a crab. It's an expression you often hear. It's harder to miss. And he's holding his hamstring.
Well, I think that might be Gusto done for the day. He went down, and we have 5 minutes to go, plus probably a 5 or 6 minute stoppage time. And I think we're going to see a change, and it's going to be Alfie Gilchrist will be coming on, I think, in just a moment. Several of the youngsters are on the bench today. Torrieno's on the bench, Achiampong is on the bench, as is David Washington. The under-21s have gone through in the Premier League Cup with a 3-2 victory at Leeds in what was a fairly feisty game as well. But in the meantime, Chelsea's men's senior team are on the verge of being held to a draw by a 10-man Burnley as Gusto makes his way off the field. And I think Gilchrist will be coming on to replace him. Here comes the change. How much stoppage time do you reckon?
Hard to say, David. It's hard to say. Honestly, it's so difficult to. I mean, you would have thought minimum of 4, maximum of 6, somewhere in between there. You would have thought, just the way that the injury time goes in the modern game.
As Bournemouth get a late winner against Everton, 2-1 there, an own goal by Seamus Coleman. Burnley down the left-hand side with Brownhill overrunning it, and that goes out for a throw, but it's deep inside Chelsea's own half, and Gilchrist runs to grab the ball, and he has got 3 minutes to go. Chelsea have got 3 minutes to go, plus stoppage time to try and fashion a winner from this game that's made very little sense indeed.
Or keep a clean sheet the rest of the game to hold on to a point.
Well, that would...
because I have to say, Burnley will feel as though there's something more in this game for them.
Well, they're coming forward down there, right-hand side, because Sander Berger has got it back. He's trying to run past Enzo Fernandez, and to my word, he's done so. He's put it in the area, looking for Rodriguez, and Disasi turns out for a corner.
Do you know what? Right on cue, Dave.
You said it.
Well, but Dave, I've seen, I'm watching this game, the way this game has ebbed and flowed. Burnley have never been out of this game. Never at any point have Burnley ever been out of this game. Even going down to 10 men. Never been out of this game. Look at the moment. Okay, they're walking across. There's 2.5 minutes left of this game, plus whatever's added on. I guarantee you now, every Burnley player out in that field feels as though they can get a winner.
And set piece.
Well, why not? They scored for the last one.
Cullen will take it. Let's see what O'Shea does. 2-2 in the 88th minute at Stamford Bridge. Josh Cullen with the Burnley corner into the area. Rodriguez header hits the crossbar. Rodriguez again goes wide.
All over the place.
Unreal.
We are honestly. This is bordering on shambles at the back for us. Another free header. Honestly, this is. Now we're going up the other end. They're a little bit stretched. The space. Oh, can't quite find the pass out to Mudryk. The crowd now. They've got to try and raise the atmosphere a little bit now, because they look at the clock. There is time. We have that numerical advantage. Can we find a way? Can we find Palmer? Sterling still can have a big say in where this game goes. So can Mudryk. There's players out there that can make a difference. They're all individuals at the moment. We're not playing as a team, but there's some very good individuals.
Fernandez playing it forward now to Raheem Sterling. Good first touch, tries to poke it past the keeper, can't do so. Keeper on the end of it.
Tough chance.
Difficult.
Tough chance, that one, brings it down. Lovely run from Sterling, plays over the top, brings it down, but it was always going to be difficult. It's a lovely run from deep. It's hard. He does really, really well.
Well, a dramatic day in the Premier League. It's now Sheffield United 3, Fulham 3 at Bramall Lane. Late goals everywhere. Will there be an even later one here? 89 on the clock, and Burnley battling away with Brownhill looking for Rodriguez. Fernandez gets it back for Chelsea. Badiashile to Cucurella. He's got Mudryk in support on the left. He plays it back to Badiashile. We are in the 90th minute here at Stamford Bridge. Still 2 apiece between Chelsea and Burnley. Up towards the right it goes, and Madueke. He's got Gilchrist making the run into the penalty area now. Madueke lays it square to Cole Palmer onto his left foot. Looks to spin it towards the edge of the box now. Sterling turns away. Here is Mudryk back to Sterling. Mudryk once again pulled into the area now. Madueke couldn't quite turn and shoot, and Burnley get bodies behind the ball again. They hack it clear. 15 seconds of normal time to go, but there will be plenty of stoppage time, you would think. We've had goals in the second half, we've had substitutions, we've had injuries, so everyone's still time in the game.
Yeah, Palmer central, gets space for Alfie Gilchrist. Alfie's haven't quite got that overlapping run that Gusto has. Bit of space on the left hand side. 5.
Sterling cuts inside now, chips it forward right footed. Disasi chests it down towards the edge of the area. Gilchrist trying to bum it into the area. Brownhill got a block challenge in. Here's Badiashile finding Fernandez. Fernandez on the left-hand side to Cucurella. Cucurella towards the left once again. Now here is Mudryk, right-footed ball, picked in the box now, easy for the goalkeeper. We are in 5 minutes of stoppage time, and it's still 2-2.
Yeah, ball on the left-hand side. Mudryk's, it's a poor cross, and the keeper's down. Look, Chelsea fans can boo they like, but I've got to say, Muric's doing nothing wrong, slowing the game down. What a point this could be for them. What an unbelievable day's football it's been for a neutral. I'm not.
Well,
a neutral.
It's been remarkable, and there'll be a lot of explaining to do. And now Burnley got a free kick with Disasi going into the back of Jay Rodriguez, and that's exactly what they want at this stage of the game. Well, the free kick is with...
So quiet here, Dave.
Well, you can understand the frustration because
so quiet
Chelsea have won the game twice, and when you're against 10 men, but you've always said they haven't won the game because they always have the chance of doing something at the other end, and I don't know, I think the second Burnley goal, the run that O'Shea has been allowed to make, and then the error by the goalkeeper, and now it's going to be a yellow card for Taylor, I think it is, it's not Taylor, in fact it's Esteve, in fact, for delaying the free kick. So Burnley are going to take all the time they want. But that goal, and then it could have been 3-2 because Rodriguez hit the bar from the next corner. So Chelsea...
If they get another corner, let me tell you, Stamford Bridge will be a very nervy place. They're out of shape, there's a bit of space on the left-hand side. You've got two speedsters in Mudryk and Sterling.
And Mudryk has found Sterling on the left-hand side. Chelsea in stoppage time, 2 minutes into stoppage time. He's found Cucurella now. He's got round the back. He's pulled it back, and Jackson couldn't control it. Jackson in the area with the chance. Cucurella's hard work. Jackson couldn't finish it off.
Yeah, the ball, I think, is coming in.
Behind him.
Yeah, a little bit, but I felt the ball should go across the 6-yard box, but a bit of space on that left. Still time. Not much, but still.
Time. There's always time. 2.5 to go. 2-2 at Stamford Bridge. Raheem Sterling has the ball for Chelsea towards the left edge of the area. Mudryk looking for Sterling once again. Sterling will play it right-footed to Cole Palmer. Palmer square ball to Badiashile. Now Fernandez. Can he tip it into the penalty area? Yes, he can. And there's a header again by Coutinho to head clear for Burnley. They've really worked hard defensively. They were opened up by that brilliant piece of Sterling magic with Palmer scored. That's been the only time really as Fernandez has the ball again. Chelsea being pegged back. Badiashile back to Fernandez once again, looking to get it into the box. There was a flick on there. Coutinho cleared. Back towards the right and Gilchrist. 2 minutes to go of stoppage time. Still 2 apiece. Fernandez. Jackson couldn't hold the ball up. Again, the fans frustrated. One back by Cucurella. Hard work by him. Gilchrist for Fernandez once more. Midway on the Burnley half. Burnley have got every player back behind the ball, defending their point here. And Fernandez's ball was poor. Palmer tries to win it back. Brownhill comes in with a challenge. Cucurella out towards the right-hand side. Madueke, right edge of the area. Madueke now in the area. Onto his left foot. Now back onto his right. It hits Taylor. Chelsea corner with about 90 seconds to go.
Chelsea are probing and Burnley are getting deeper and deeper. Literally now, this is the moment where Burnley can either hold on to a point or surrender, because they've got every player back. They've caused us problems on set pieces. Can we find a way to win that first ball, create some chaos?
Is this the moment? Cole Palmer with the corner, deep in stoppage time. Keeper thought about coming, got back to his line. It falls to the edge of the area, and Mudryk out to Sterling now. Sterling cutting in field. Cucurella comes to maintain possession, wanted a free kick, didn't get it. Chelsea still with the ball, about 25 yards out. Fernandez looking for Sterling once again. Into the final minute now of stoppage time. Mudryk outside the area, 25 yards out. He's got to Palmer, just square of him.
So narrow.
Found Palmer.
So narrow.
Palmer in field now, left footed out towards the left-hand side. Sterling, can he put the ball across the area from there? Takes on Gudmundsson. Sterling gets the cross in. Oh, didn't reach Jackson. It comes back out towards the edge once again. Chelsea, can they clip the cross in once more? Fernandez just outside the area. Laid square now. Madueke shot over the bar, over and out. Half a minute to go, and that might be it.
Yeah, that's it. That's the cue for the Chelsea fans to leave.
There is a mass exodus now taking place.
Yeah, and look, with 34.5 seconds left on the clock.
And most of those 34.5 seconds will be taken up by Muric, because he's not going to leave that ball anytime soon. And who can blame him? Fair play to Burnley if they get the point here. It's a massive point.
Do you know what, Dave? They deserve it.
Well,
they deserve
their second half. They have done really well with 10 men.
They deserve it.
And Chelsea will well, keep an unbeaten home run going, but it won't be what they wanted against 10 men, because there's the final whistle. Boos ring out around Stamford Bridge, 2 apiece. An extraordinary game here with Chelsea in front, 1-0 at the break. Was as Cole Palmer protesting after the referee. I think that there is a question to be had there, because there were 5 minutes of injury time. The goalkeeper has taken half a minute, and then the final whistle's gone. Which,
you can boo all you like, but the truth is, this has been a very, very, very disappointing performance. We don't deserve to win this game, in all honesty. We get a penalty, which isn't a penalty in my opinion. They get a red card, which isn't a red card in my opinion. Certainly not a second yellow. Unfortunately, Dave, this is the Chelsea we are at the moment. We are a very, very difficult side to predict. We're a very difficult side to string consistent performances, whether it be individually or collectively. And this has been this in some ways kind of, again, there's so many games I've watched where it kind of sums up who we are, what our season is all about. And this again, another example of it. Burnley deserves something out of this game, you know, they do. And no, I'm as frustrated as anyone, but we don't deserve anything, Dave. I'm afraid the truth is, we don't deserve anything, and we've got to find a way to put in, especially when, and I mentioned the control at half-time, about controlling the game, about how we can. We are a naive side at times. We lack real know-how. Real genuine know-how